Chapter 1: The Unfettered Tycoon System. Chen Shu, I regret to inform you that you have failed the company's internship assessment and you have been dismissed. Sister Tan, since I started my internship at the company, I have worked diligently every day. I am always the first to arrive and the last to leave. I voluntarily work overtime on weekends without complaint. I have never asked for a day off, even when I was sick. My work ability is evident to all my colleagues, and not one of them disagrees. I don't understand. My work attitude and abilities were fine, so why was I fired? HR Director's Office. After listening to Chen Shu's words, the mature and beautiful woman known as Sister Tan narrowed her eyes, clicked her tongue, and finally gave Chen Shu some advice, considering her hard work and the fact that she always addressed Chen Shu as sister. Chen Shu, you've been interning for half a year now. I won't go into the details, but you should understand the unspoken rules. You don't have a vice president as father, but your competitors do. The company is only hiring 2 full-time employees this year. They can't hire you and kick out the vice president as son, can they? Oh, by the way, the other person who got officially hired is your girlfriend. You should feel lucky. Or do you want the company to fire your girlfriend and hire you instead? Chen Shu, you're a grown man, you can't be that petty, can you? Or do you want to blow this trivial matter out of proportion and get fired along with your girlfriend? Chen Shu gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with resentment. He was working like a slave at the company with a base salary of 2,000 yuan for his internship. Just when he was about to be promoted to a full-time position, someone with connections suddenly appeared and snatched his job. He wanted fairness, but the company threatened him, telling him he either had to accept it or he and his girlfriend had to leave the company. Is there no justice left? But circumstances are beyond our control. It's better for me to be laid off alone than for me to lose my job along with my girlfriend. Okay, I accept the company's decision. To keep his girlfriend at the company, Chen Shu endured his disgust and agreed. After a pause, he demanded, but I want the company to settle all my wages by noon today, not a penny less. Sister Tan paused for a second, then nodded slightly, okay. But does it have to be this rushed? Are you short of money? Chen Shu thought to herself, I can't explain this to you city bumpkins. If I didn't need the money, why would I even bother going to work? Who wouldn't want to live a life free and unrestrained? Why would someone be willing to sell their time, youth, and labor to be a slave to capitalists? How despicable. Before noon, Chen Shu indeed received a text message from Gongshan, showing a total of 2,000 yuan in his account. Wasn't he only in arrears for half a month? 1,000 became 2,000? This lousy company still has a tiny bit of conscience. Chen Shu took another look at his bank card balance, which was 7,499.97 yuan. This is all his savings. For a student who has worked part-time throughout his 4 years of university and interned for half a year, this amount of money is a bit small, but it's still enough to give his girlfriend an expensive birthday gift. That's right, Chen Shu cherishes his girlfriend very much. They've known each other for 3 years in high school and 4 years in college, and this year marks the 7-year itch since they met. But in these 7 years, the most expensive birthday gift Chen Shu gave Xia Baiwei was nothing more than a watch he bought her last year. This summer, for Baiwei's birthday, Chen Shu plans to give her a fruit-themed mobile phone. Let's do it! In less than half an hour, Chen Shu spent 5,999 yuan to buy the latest iPhone 17, 256G. Seeing her bank card balance drop from 7,499.97 yuan to 1,500.97 yuan, Chen Shuzhen felt a pang of pain. But then I thought, as long as my girlfriend is surprised and happy, it's worth it. Afterwards, Chen Shu called Xia Baiwei, who had just returned from her business trip. We arranged to meet at a Thai restaurant near the company, in room 203. The two met around noon. Chen Shu never expected that after Xia Baiwei saw him, before he could even show his birthday gift, she didn't hesitate at all and went straight to the point, stabbing him in the heart. Chen Shu, let's break up. Wei, are you serious? Chen Shu was caught off guard and couldn't believe her ears. I'm not joking. Xia Baiwei's expression was extremely serious. Chen Shu, during these business trips, I've seen a different world. I was immature before and could endure hardship with you, but now I've seen the prosperity outside, and I want to live that kind of life, but you can't give it to me. Chen Shu understood. Business trip caused all this trouble. No wonder netizens say, don't let your wife or girlfriend go on business trips with rich colleagues. It's easy for something to go wrong, either ending in a breakup or being cheated on. And it really came true. Chen Shu asked with a pained expression, so, who did you get together with on this business trip? It wasn't that Wu Zihao, was it? The company's vice president's son? Xia Baiwei's pupils dilated, and her expression changed. Seeing this, Chen Shu immediately understood and smiled self-deprecatingly. So, Xia Baiwei, what do our wonderful memories of the past 7 years mean? Well, you have a good memory. What about the vows we made together, the promises we made to each other, then? So you do know idioms. 6. Chen Shu, you can't stop me from pursuing better people and a better life, can you? You wouldn't be that selfish, would you? I'm selfish? Xia Baiwei, when you were in high school, your grades weren't good, and I tutored you one-on-one for free, which is how you got into the University of Finance and Economics. For 4 years in college, I bought you breakfast every day, and I worked hard to work part-time to help you with your tuition and living expenses. That was your own choice. Chen Shu was hit with another bucket of rubbish, and he couldn't hold back anymore. If Xia Baiwei hadn't promised so confidently that they would get married as soon as he graduated from university, he wouldn't have become this ATM. Fine. Xia Baiwei, you're something else. You're just going to deny it like that, huh? It's your birthday today, so I'll give you another 4-character idiom. What? I work from 8 a.m. Hearing Chen Shu swear, Xia Baiwei immediately became agitated. Chen Shu, I've been blind for the past 7 years. I never expected you to be so vulgar. If you're going to break up, can't you at least be a little more dignified? You want to look respectable? Fine. Pay me back. Chen Shu spread his hands. You. Xia Baiwei's face turned deathly pale with anger upon hearing this. Your sister. You disgust me. A man who's so petty and calculating is destined to be poor his whole life. Having completely broken off relations, Xia Baiwei ignored Chen Shu and turned to leave the private room and the restaurant. Through the glass window, Chen Shu saw her get into a Porsche Cayenne and drive away. I thought I was a god of pure love, but I never imagined that I was the clown. Chen Shu felt as if her heart was being torn apart. 7 years of acquaintance, 4 years of relationship, gone just like that. Pain. My heart aches so much. Sir, are you still serving the 498 yuan 2-person meal? A waitress suddenly asked as she entered the private room. She guessed that the two of them had just had such a loud argument that they probably weren't in the mood to eat right now. Moreover, this handsome young man's clothes looked like they cost less than 200 yuan, so he probably wasn't a rich person. The 498 yuan meal for two he just ordered was probably for the woman, but now that she's run away, there's really no need to waste that money. Chen Shu, however, was thinking that he had worked like a slave to support Xia Baiwei's university education, toiling away and never living for himself, not even having a single expensive meal by himself. Forget Thai food, what about KFC? Now they've ended up with nothing to show for their efforts. Can't I live for myself just once? Can't I just do whatever I want this once? 498 it is. I've never had Thai food before, and I'm fucking curious to try it out. Besides, a meal for two? It's barely enough to fill our stomachs. Serve the food as usual, thank you. Chen Shu said calmly. The waitress was slightly taken aback, then said okay and quickly left the private room. Chen Shu was left alone in the private room. He seemed to lose all his strength instantly and slumped into a chair. He was quite regretful. 498 yuan for one person, one meal, that's fucking extravagant. That's fucking wasteful. Chen Shu, you poor bastard, you idiot. What right do you have to be willful? What right do you have to do whatever you want? Being a child from a poor family, it's understandable that he feels guilty for spending money he could have avoided. Chen Shu was truly annoyed, but just then, a series of strange sounds suddenly rang in his mind. Bite. The do-as-you-please godly rich system is activated. A suitable host has been detected. Iris recognition. DNA locked out. System binding successful. Host Chen Shu, you are the sole host of this system. This system helps you achieve a life of unbridled wealth and luxury. All consumption made by you in accordance with your heart to satisfy your desires, preferences, or emotional impulses is considered valid consumption, and this system will return the consumption funds at a random multiple. Note, this system prohibits any form of asset transfer, hoarding, and malicious money laundering. At the same time, a blue-white semi-transparent attribute panel suddenly appeared in mid-air in front of Chen Shu. Name, Chen Shu. Age, 22. Appearance, 83. Physical condition, 75. Personal wealth, 1002.97 yuan. Attribute points, 0. Skills, none. Items, none. Chen Shu looked completely bewildered. What the heck? A system? Chen Shu felt that she must have suffered a double blow from unemployment and heartbreak, which caused her mental problems and led to auditory and visual hallucinations. But the system voice sounded again the next second. The host followed their heart and purchased Thai food for the first time to satisfy their appetite, spending 498 yuan. The host is rewarded with the Do As You Please newbie gift pack, a 100-fold return of 49,800 yuan. Bite. Chen Shu looked down and saw a new transaction notification pop up on his 2.5-year-old Android phone. On April 12, the ICBC account ending in 7785 received an income of 49,800 yuan. The current balance is 50,802.97 yuan. Chen Shu stared at his phone screen in disbelief. After a long while, he came to his senses, rubbed his eyes, pinched his arm, and then logged into the ICBC app to check. The bank card balance was confirmed to be 50,802.97 yuan. Not a penny more, not a penny less. Chen Shu was then convinced that everything was true. The unlimited rich system has finally brought me immense wealth. Chapter 2: The Confused Tree and the Confused Fruit. From childhood to adulthood, Chen Shu never knew how to write the character for rich. Even on the day when he had the most money in his bank account during his university years, it was less than 10,000 yuan. But just because he did something impulsively, the system rewarded him with 50,000 yuan. This money came too easily. That was awesome. Looking at his account balance of over 50,000 yuan, Chen Shu wasn't so upset anymore, even after just experiencing the double blow of unemployment and heartbreak. Chen Shu even made up her mind that she would never again be a nuclear-powered donkey for capitalists. Having experienced earning 50,000 yuan in a day, is it possible for me to go back to working a job that pays 5,000 yuan a month? Impossible. I would never work. However, Chen Shu still didn't quite understand this system. He asked, System, what are the attribute points on the panel? How do I obtain them? Attribute points can be used to enhance the host's physique, appearance, strength, stamina, and other attributes, or to purchase skills and participate in item lotteries within the system shop. The only way to obtain attribute points is through the host's personal wealth exchange. 1 million yuan can be exchanged for 1 attribute point. Chen Shu was shocked. 1 million yuan only gets you 1 attribute point? Does that mean even a small goal only gets you 100 points? That's outrageously expensive. At this point, the waiters started serving the dishes one after another, so Chen Shu temporarily stopped studying the system panel. As for skill purchases and item lotteries in the system shop, I'll have to wait until I have attribute points to explore them further. An hour later, Chen Shu finished eating and drinking, burped, and felt better. They were just about to leave. But Chen Shu glanced at it casually and saw a gift box containing an iPhone 17 on the chair next to her. He chuckled self-deprecatingly, thinking about how he had worked like a slave and saved every penny to buy this latest 256GB iPhone 17, and how he had even specially chosen a pink one as a gift for Xia Baiwei. But now that she's hooked up with a rich second generation, I don't even know who to give this phone to. Chen Shu turned her head and thought for a moment, then began to mutter to herself again. I'm still using a cheap Android phone that costs a few $100s. Why don't I upgrade my phone and become an Apple user instead? But just as Chen Shu was about to open the box, he hesitated again. His eyes darted around. Since I can get several times the return from the system by spending money as I please, why don't I just pick the most expensive one? Without hesitation, Chen Shu immediately returned to the Apple Store in Mixi Mall. I chose the most expensive iPhone 17 Pro Max, 2 terabytes, priced at 17,999 yuan. Just as he was about to pay the bill, someone called his name. Senior brother Chen, what are you doing here? Chen Shu turned around and saw a girl with long, princess-cut hair standing in front of him. She was about 155 centimeters tall, and her white Lolita princess dress made her look even more petite and delicate. Her features were exquisite, like a porcelain doll, and her almond-shaped eyes sparkled like silver stars when she smiled, like crescent moons. Even the girl's deliberately high-pitched voice sounded just like a strawberry daifuku soaked in honey. She's definitely a sweet and cute girl. However, Chen Shu knew very well that beneath her innocent and harmless appearance, she was a master of manipulative tactics. Not only did he simultaneously string several senior students along like suckers, but he also had a group of big brothers on Douyin TikTok. What's even more impressive is that, according to rumors, while senior students and older brothers were showering her with gold coins, she wouldn't even let them touch her. She earned over 10,000 yuan a month by providing emotional value. Chen Shu had never dared to get too close to such a cunning and manipulative woman before. At most, it was just because the two were members of the University of Finance and Economics New Media Center and had some interaction in club affairs. Chen Shu replied politely, buying a phone. What about you, junior sister Luo? I came here with my best friend, Luo Yao explained with a smile, her almond-shaped eyes narrowed. She was a little curious, though, how come her usually poor and lowly senior brother Chen was carrying an iPhone 17 Pro Max, the cheapest 256G version of which cost 9,999 yuan. He definitely didn't buy it for himself. Brother Chen, did you buy this as a gift for your girlfriend? Your girlfriend is so lucky. Unlike me, not only do I not get any PMs, I don't even have a 17, and I don't even have a boyfriend. There will be more in the future. Chen Shu gave an awkward smile and made a perfunctory remark, but he did not expect that his words would make Luo Yao blush slightly and give Chen Shu a reproachful look. Chen Shu realized from her reaction that she might have said something wrong and that she might have flirted with her junior sister. But it doesn't matter, I didn't do it on purpose, and besides, I'm single. Junior sister Luo, you're a well-known internet celebrity at our university, with hundreds of thousands of followers on Douyin. Buying a phone shouldn't be a piece of cake for you, right? Although I have a father who was a gambler, a sick mother, and a younger brother who is still in school. The little money I earn from Douyin is not enough to support my family. Luo Yao looked pitiful and helpless. Look, I'm still using the base model 15. Chen Shu admired her acting skills and tactics quite a bit. With a little coquetry and a little vulnerability, she could always hook some scumbags who would spend a fortune on her. However, Chen Shu wouldn't fall for her trick and simply laughed it off. Luo Yao's best friend also felt that Luo Yao had gone too far. She pulled her aside and whispered, Yao Yao, aren't you being too indiscriminate? Didn't you say before that this senior brother Chen was just a poor loser? You don't mean to try and squeeze some money out of a poor person, do you? Hee, just teasing him a bit, what if he hits the jackpot? I heard that the company where senior brother Chen interned is a big enterprise here, maybe he'll become successful? Besides, I'm just using my tongue and wasting a little breath, it's called casting a wide net. Luo Yao thought she was incredibly clever. However, she secretly glanced at Chen Shu again. Apart from the iPhone 17 PM in his hand, which was valuable, his other clothes probably cost no more than 200 yuan. Well, I'm still a poor loser. Moreover, he's a poor, sycophantic guy who buys his new phone, which he wouldn't even use himself, as a gift for his girlfriend. He. Luo Yao secretly despised Chen Shu and ignored him. At the same time, two women walked straight in from the entrance of the Apple store in Mixi Mall. Wei, you're really with Ziheo? Wow, you've finally been smart for once. Back when you were with that poor loser Chen Shu, I felt like you were losing out big time every day. Now everything is fine, your future is bright. Xia Baiwei's best friend, Wei Donghui, genuinely believed this and looked down on Chen Shu from the bottom of her heart. There was no other reason than that he was poor. No money. In her eyes, a man's lack of money is a cardinal sin. A man without money, even breathing is a mistake. Xia Baiwei smiled easily, let bygones be bygones. Luckily I was smart and didn't give him the most important thing, otherwise I would have regretted it for the rest of my life. Ha? You've been together for 4 years and haven't gone that far? Yes. So, when you and Ziheo went on that business trip, did you? Wei Donghui didn't say it explicitly, but the meaning was conveyed through her raised eyebrows and wink. Xia Baiwei smiled and nodded. Really? Wei, you've only known Ziheo for 2 months. Wei Donghui said with a mischievous smile. So what happened? I can't possibly have to remain chaste for Chen Shu for several more years, can I? But as soon as she finished speaking, Xia Baiwei turned to the side and saw Chen Shu standing in front of her. She and Wei Donghui were both startled. Chen Shu, what are you doing here? Wei Donghui questioned immediately. You didn't still not give up, did you follow Wei all the way here? Upon hearing this, Xia Baiwei's expression shifted from shame and embarrassment to glaring angrily. Chen Shu, are you ever going to stop? We're over. Aren't the facts clear enough? Your stalking and tailing will only make me despise you even more. Chen Shu's face remained expressionless, but his heart was filled with intense resentment. 7 years of time and 4 years of feelings couldn't compare to the 2 months of knowing a rich second generation. What did I get in return for all my hard work and dedication? It was Xia Baiwei's shameless betrayal. It was her ugly face of turning her back on people. It would have been better to have fed it to the dog back then. This grudge must be avenged. Otherwise, if you have this knot in your heart that's stuck, you'll suffer, and you might even get sick from holding it in. If someone has to suffer, it should be Xiao Baiwei. Chen Shu sneered, Xiao Baiwei, you really know how to elevate yourself. I came here to shop, not for you. Don't think of yourself as the center of the earth, with everyone revolving around you. Shopping? Xiao Baiwei then noticed the phone in Chen Shu's hand. iPhone 17 PM? It'd cost at least $99.99, right? Chen Shu, stop pretending to be something you're not. Do you think I don't know your financial situation? At most, it wouldn't cost more than $8,000. Could you afford a 17 PM? Besides, given how stingy you are, would you really buy something for yourself? Xiao Baiwei felt she knew Chen Shu too well, and couldn't help but smile contemptuously. Upon hearing these words, Chen Shu felt a surge of anger rising within him. Anyone could accuse him of being stingy. Xiao Baiwei, you are the only one who doesn't have that right. Chen Shu smiled calmly. Indeed, the 17 PM wasn't originally bought for myself. As expected. Wei Donghui scoffed, her gaze contemptuous. She thought to herself, a poor person is a poor person, they don't even have the courage to pretend to be rich. Just then, Chen Shu waved to Luo Yao, who was watching the commotion. Come here for a second. Question mark. Luo Yao was stunned. How did she end up getting caught up in this gossip? But after hesitating for 2 seconds, she decided to support Chen Shu, since they were, after all, fellow members of the same club. What's wrong, senior brother Chen? Luo Yao came to Chen Shu's side, her voice sweet and soft. Chen Shu smiled and put her arm around Luo Yao's delicate shoulder. Didn't you just tell me you wanted 17 PM? Come on, your senior brother will buy it for you. Luo Yao was a little unhappy that Chen Shu had his arm around her shoulder like that, and was struggling with whether or not to resist, when she suddenly heard these words and couldn't help but be stunned. However, she soon realized that her senior brother was just using her as a tool. Senior brother, you're such a show-off. Judging from your confident demeanor, if I didn't know you were usually so stingy, I might have actually believed you. Luo Yao didn't believe Chen Shu would buy her 17 PM, and neither did her best friend. Xiao Baiwei and Wei Donghui had even less reason to believe the poor loser they thought he was. Without saying a word, Chen Shu actually pulled Luo Yao to the cashier. Bill, please. Sir, your 17 PM, 2 terabytes model is priced at 17,999 yuan. Okay. Chen Shu handed the phone to Luo Yao and then smoothly displayed the payment code. With a ding. Payment successful. The 4 girls were completely dumbfounded when they saw this. But Chen Shu was even more confused the next second when he heard the familiar system voice. The host, following his heart and driven by a desire to humiliate his ex-girlfriend, gifted his junior sister an iPhone 17 Pro Max, spending 17,999 yuan. The host is rewarded with a 5-fold return, amounting to 89,995 yuan. Chapter 3. You've really put me in a terrible situation. A reward 5 times the amount returned? 89,995 yuan? Chen Shu really didn't expect that even the impulsive gift giving to others would be counted as valid spending by the system. This feeling of freedom is just wonderful. They slapped me in the face and then took my money. Double the feeling. Cool. At this moment, Xiao Baiwei's face was filled with a mixture of confusion and astonishment. The top-of-the-line iPhone 17 PM, priced at 17,999 yuan, was something even her rich second-generation boyfriend wouldn't buy for her. Chen Shu, that poor loser, just bought it and gave it away like that? Wait a minute. Where did he get the money? Luo Yao snapped out of her daze, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes darting around as she immediately realized it was time for her to make a move. Although she usually hooks up with rich guys and spends her money on big shots, she never likes to have physical contact with people. That must be at a different price. But we can't just get a top-of-the-line iPhone from Brother Chen for free, can we? It costs 18,000 yuan, which is equivalent to 12 Douyin carnivals. I have to give something in return. The next second, Luo Yao naturally took Chen Shu's arm and gently shook it in a coquettish manner, sweet and soft. Darling, you're so good to Yao Yao, I'm so touched. I love you. Luo Yao made a heart shape with her fingers, gave a lively wink, and then blew a playful kiss. This intimate interaction left her best friend speechless. Xiao Baiwei felt extremely uncomfortable. Putting everything else aside, Chen Shu had clearly always been her lapdog, her personal ATM. But now, his lapdog and his ATM have been stolen by another woman. Moreover, the other person is younger and prettier than me, and even her skin is whiter than mine. Xia Baiwei felt a tightness in her chest and, consumed by jealousy, angrily questioned, Chen Shu, tell me honestly, when did you two get together? Wei Donghui immediately said, Wei, is there even a question? Judging from how close they are, Chen Shu must have cheated on me first. Upon hearing this, Xia Baiwei's face turned ashen with rage, so that's how it is. Chen Shu, I never imagined you were this kind of person. You disgust me. Shameless. Chen Shu laughed in exasperation. These two foolish women were like young ladies looking at virtuous women. They were all selling themselves. Xia Baiwei, do you think everyone is like you, without any moral bottom line? You have a boyfriend and you still cheat on him? I'm sorry, but my upbringing doesn't allow me to do that kind of thing. There is a fundamental difference between us. Chen Shu remained calm and composed, saying, we are in the right, and we are not afraid. You. I, she. Xia Baiwei felt guilty and was speechless for a moment. Seeing that the other person was looking at her, Luo Yao understood the situation and gave a harmless, sweet smile. That's right, it's me who has been pursuing senior brother Chen. Besides, senior, you've already broken up with my Chen brother, and you were the one who cheated on me first. You have no right to interfere in our affairs now, right? Luo Yao is very cunning. In just a few words, seemingly unintentional, she hit Xia Baiwei's sore spot at every turn. They said she was old, that she cheated on her boyfriend first, and they even emphasized these things intentionally or unintentionally to the onlookers. She also emphasized my senior brother Chen in the process, which pleased Chen Shu and asserted her ownership over Xia Baiwei. Xia Baiwei was furious, but she felt ashamed and indignant in the face of the strange looks and pointing fingers from the onlookers. Donghui, let's go. Xia Baiwei, along with her best friend, slunk away. As they reached the door, Wei Donghui suddenly turned around and shouted, Chen Shu, you just wait. You'll regret this sooner or later. Oh. Chen Shu felt a sense of relief as he listened to her impotent rage and harsh words. The more the enemy opposes me, the more it proves I'm doing the right thing. Senior brother Chen, is this phone really for me? Luo Yao wanted to confirm. Chen Shuyun nodded calmly. Luo Yao was overjoyed. She had just been a little worried that senior brother Chen might regret his impulsive decision. It seems that senior brother Chen is not only a real man and a true hero, but also a hidden rich second generation. He definitely can't be a poor loser. Chen's previous stinginess must have been an act. Was the purpose to test her ex-girlfriend? Luo Yao's little brain clicked, and she immediately felt that she had discovered the truth. That's right. The cunning frog keeps touching your belly. Since it was a big fish, Luo Yao's first thought was to put Chen Shu into her own little fish pond. Senior brother Chen, let's add each other on WeChat. Can. Chen Shu was speechless for a couple of seconds, but still smiled and agreed. However, Chen Shu was perfectly clear-headed at this moment. Luo Yao, this gold-digging little green tea, was trying to stuff him into her little fish pond, wasn't she? Why didn't you take my WeChat when you had so many opportunities before? Besides, this fish is too big for you to fit in. The two added each other on WeChat. Chen Shu had saved Luo Yao's contact as junior sister Luo Yao, but he had only caught a glimpse of the contact name Luo Yao had given him. The most handsome senior brother Chen. TSK. This little trick was a bit too deliberate. But how else could this girl earn over 10,000 yuan a month at the age of 18 by providing emotional value to men? She should be the one to earn it. Chen Shu even wanted to tear off the green tea label from Luo Yao's name. What green tea? She's clearly my considerate and kind junior sister. Chen Shu suddenly realized that her previous dislike of gold diggers was actually a misconception. What I hate is not materialism, but the fact that I have no money. What's annoying is that gold diggers fawn over rich guys, even though they themselves aren't rich. Money is such a wonderful thing. Green tea is also a wonderful thing. Chen Shu's mindset and perspective gradually changed. At this moment, Luo Yao asked with a hint of heartache, Senior brother Chen, you bought me such an expensive 17 PM, but why are you still using an Android phone that costs only a few hundred yuan? It breaks my heart to see you like this, junior sister. It's a pity that I send all the money I earn to my family, otherwise I would definitely give you an iPhone 17 too. Although Luo Yao's words seemed sincere, Chen Shu knew that it was all an act. You get emotional value from yourself without spending a penny. It will also leave you with the impression of a kind and understanding younger sister. Hi. That's brilliant. Chen Shu smiled and said, Junior sister Luo, you've reminded me. Question mark. Luo Yao was stunned. I almost forgot to buy one for myself. Chen Shu then said to the shop assistant, hello, could you please give me another 17 p.m., 2 terabytes? Okay, please wait a moment, sir. The female clerk went to retrieve the goods. Soon, after receiving the goods and paying, before Chen Shu even had a chance to open the phone box, the pleasant system voice sounded again. The host followed their heart and purchased an iPhone 17 Pro Max to satisfy their yearning for a better life, spending 17,999 yuan. The host is rewarded with a triple refund, 53,997 yuan. Another reward? Awesome. But why is it only a threefold return? Wasn't it 5 times the return just now? Is it really just random? Chen Shu muttered to himself for a moment, then tried out the new phone. Chen Shu wasn't sure whether Apple Life or Android Life was better, but the user experience of an Android phone costing a few hundred yuan was worlds apart from that of an Apple phone costing nearly 20,000 yuan. Chen Shu was extremely satisfied with this high-end product, as it was the first time she had used it. In particular, when I saw the balance in the ICBC transaction SMS, it had reached 158,796.97 yuan. Chen Shu felt extremely comfortable and a little giddy. In just a few short hours, I went from a poor guy with 4-figure savings to a wealthy person with 6-figure savings. It felt amazing. When a person's values are greatly impacted, their mindset is easily unbalanced. Fortunately, Chen Shu still knows her own surname and who she is. But the inferiority complex ingrained in him for years due to poverty had vanished at this moment. At this moment, Luo Yao's best friend pulled Luo Yao aside and whispered among themselves. Yao Yao, didn't you say this senior brother Chen was a poor loser? How come he's so rich today? He bought 2 top-of-the-line iPhones all at once, worth almost 40,000 yuan, and he didn't even blink. I don't know either. Luo Yao pretended to be clueless with her best friend, but in her heart she became even more convinced that Chen Shu's true identity was extraordinary. Rich second generation. 1 in 10,000 rich kids. This boy is such a treasure, I have to keep him to myself so I won't be foolish enough to share him with others. Even best friends are out of the question. Senior brother Chen, where are you going later? Going back to school. What about you? What a coincidence, me too. Senior brother Chen, you don't mind if we go the same way, do you? Before long, Luo Yao left with Chen Shu, and Luo Yao's best friend had no choice but to follow. But I was annoyed. Didn't we agree to look at the phone together? When there's a member of the opposite sex, there's no humanity. Pooh. Little green tea. The petite freshman girl in the pleated skirt muttered to herself, but followed Chen Shu and the other girl to the roadside. Unexpectedly, the group ran into an acquaintance again. Besides Xiao Baiwei and Wei Donghui, there was another man standing next to the Porsche Cayenne. Wei Donghui got angry as soon as she saw Chen Shu, and originally she didn't want to pay attention to the jinx in her eyes. But as soon as he saw Chen Shu turn around, he got on his electric bike. Wei Donghui's eyes lit up immediately. She had to help her best friend save face and save face. Hey, Chen Shu, weren't you showing off just now? Anyone who didn't know better would have thought you were a rich kid, but you just drive, no, you just ride this beat-up little car? We're both men, both in our early 20s, but look how successful our brother Zihao is. He drives a Porsche Cayenne. What about you? You probably couldn't afford that car even if you worked your whole life, right? Wei Donghui kept mocking and humiliating Chen Shu, and Xiao Baiwei also regained some face from her best friend's words. She raised her chin and looked down at Chen Shu as if she were a superior person. So what if he bought an iPhone? My brother Zihao could buy 50, or even 100, cars with that money. Xiao Baiwei didn't know much about cars, she only knew that this was a luxury car and expensive. That's impressive. It's much more prestigious than Chen Shu's 2-wheeled electric scooter. It's like comparing heaven and earth. Chen Shu glanced calmly at Xiao Baiwei and Wei Donghui, the pair of brilliant and talented individuals. Although Xiao Baiwei is a complete bitch, her best friend is even more of a human. Judging from her natural features, round face, short chin, and small eyes, and the addition of a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, you can tell which app she's a loyal user of. Your appearance reflects your inner state. That's absolutely amazing. I can ride whatever bike I want, I use my own money, I eat my own rice, what's it to you? Is it any of your business? Learn from me, and I won't care if other people are fat or have big ears. Chen Shu spoke casually, but gave Wei Donghui a meaningful look. The people present all knew perfectly well that Chen Shu's comment about fat head and big ears referred to Wei Donghui. Not to mention Luo Yao and her classmate were secretly laughing, even Xia Baiwei was about to burst out laughing. You bastard! Who are you calling fat and big-eared? Wei Donghui broke down completely, roaring angrily. Chen Shu chuckled and shrugged. Whoever has a fat head and big ears, I'll just say it. Nobody will take it personally, right? Chen Shu's eyes looked innocent. Wei Donghui was immediately caught in a dilemma and dumbfounded. Admitting that she had taken the blame would be a loss for her, but denying it would also be a loss for her. Damn it! Put! At this moment, Luo Yao couldn't help but laugh out loud. She hadn't expected that senior brother Chen's tongue was so powerful. Once they get sarcastic, every word they say hits home, and they act like they don't know or I'm a clear-headed college student, as if they've been wronged. At the same time, she became even more convinced that senior brother Chen was a rich second generation. And he's not just any ordinary rich kid. Why? Because when faced with the mockery, humiliation, and comparisons from this chubby, big-eared senior, Chen didn't feel the slightest bit embarrassed, inferior, or uneasy. However, it possesses a calm and confident demeanor, as if no matter how turbulent the waves are, I will remain steadfast and confident. This shows that a mere Porsche Cayenne is simply not good enough for senior brother Chen. Yes. That must be it. I'm such a little genius at seeing the whole picture from a small part. Senior brother Chen, let's stop chatting with them and go back to school together. Good. But Luo Yao's best friend said with difficulty, how can such a small electric scooter fit 3 people? Yao, what am I going to do? This. Luo Yao hesitated and thought for a moment. At this moment, Wu Zihao, who had been staring intently at Luo Yao, quickly seized the opportunity. He stepped forward, cleared his throat, and struck a gentlemanly pose, saying in a slightly bubbly voice, "Ladies, are you going back to the University of Finance and Economics?" Well, no, I'm going back to the University of Finance and Economics too. I happen to have 2 seats left in my car. How about we go the same way? Brother Zihao, what's going on? Xia Baiwei looked surprised and wanted to ask Wu Zihao what he meant. Wu Zihao's face darkened, and he interrupted her rudely, "We're all from the same school, what's wrong with sharing a car? I'm just trying to be helpful, do you have a problem with that?" No. Xia Baiwei dared not refute. She felt disgusted, as if she had swallowed a fly. Before, when she was with Chen Shu, he always treated her with utmost care and consideration. She had never suffered such humiliation. Junior sister, ride in my car. Wu Zihao was full of confidence. My rented $1 million luxury car is not even as good as a small Yadia? This girl will definitely come with me. But Luo Yao shook her head and refused him directly. No, I prefer riding in senior brother Chen's car. In order to win more favor from the mysterious rich second-generation senior, Luo Yao naturally hugged Chen Shu's arm to give him face. Wu Zihao was stunned when he heard this. He couldn't believe his ears. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. How could a well-dressed, rich second-generation girl lose to a poor loser? Is this girl out of her mind? I can steal his girlfriend, so how could I not steal yours? Junior sister, you. I'm not your junior sister, I'm my senior brother Chen's junior sister. Luo Yao said with a slightly serious expression. Wu Zihao was utterly humiliated. He glared angrily at Chen Shu, then turned to look at another girl in a pleated skirt. She's pretty good looking too, a cute and adorable girl. And you, classmate? Wu Zihao asked with a smile. Luo Yao's best friend was stunned for a moment. She looked at Luo Yao and saw that she was just smiling sweetly in a bitchy way without giving any hints. She was at a loss for words. How should I choose? This guy I don't recognize? He's certainly rich, but I don't know him at all. Without Luo Yao's outgoing personality, I wouldn't know how to interact with strangers. Just imagining us crammed into a car is so awkward. Senior brother Chen Shu? He's quite wealthy, but he only drives a small Yadia. Can 3 people really sit in that? Or should I take a taxi back? That seems like the best option. But wouldn't that be exactly what Luo Yao, that little green tea, wanted? Forget it, I'll just squeeze in with senior brother Chen. The girl in the pleated skirt decided. Wu Zihao was stunned. He never expected that he would be rejected by the girl again. No, is today some kind of international anti-money worship day? Why did my luxury car magic stop working? Wu Zihao couldn't understand it, and he was even more dissatisfied with Chen Shu for stealing his thunder and the girl. He wanted to see how three people could sit in this little yachty. Reluctantly returning to his Porsche, Wu Zihao didn't forget to throw an angry glare at Chen Shu. Feeling Wu Zihao's murderous glare, Chen Shu felt a surge of satisfaction. So this was what it felt like to steal someone's thunder. She had thought only rich guys could steal her things, but now the tables had turned. At the same time, considering that the junior student whose name I don't even know has made me look good, I should at least reciprocate, shouldn't I? After a moment's thought, Chen Shu remembered that there was an iPhone 17, 256G, under the seat of the electric scooter. He had originally intended to give it to Xia Baiwei as a birthday present, but now he would give it to this junior. There's nothing we can do, we're rich, we can do whatever we want. Moreover, he had been poor for over 20 years and had always restrained and suppressed his inner feelings. Can't I even flaunt my wealth and satisfy my vanity? Soon, Chen Shu took out her phone and gave it, along with the gift box, to the junior in the pleated skirt. Senior brother Chen, what is this? The girl in the pleated skirt asked blankly. An iPhone 17, 256GB, it's a bit cheap, but at least it's pink, which suits you. I'll give it to you. What? The girl's pupils dilated in shock, and she stared in disbelief. Luo Yao also slightly opened her mouth. Wasn't senior brother Chen being a bit too generous? In such a short time, 2 iPhones have been given away? This is more than just extravagance. This is clearly. Senior brother Chen is interested in me. He wants to date me? That's right. Senior brother Chen must be trying to woo me, which is why he sent Shiyu a gift to bribe her to be his inside man and wingman. Luo Yao felt she had seen through everything, and her face turned slightly red and hot. I took another look at senior brother Chen. Although he was dressed simply, it couldn't hide his handsome face. His inherent noble temperament is undeniable. Tall, handsome, and rich. Isn't he the epitome of a tall, rich, and handsome guy? Moreover, senior brother Chen has always maintained a low profile and is not afraid of other people's opinions. Even when he was mistaken for a poor loser, he never defended himself. What a resolute character! What a magnanimous spirit! Tie pants are hot. Luo Yao decided that she had to make senior brother Chen her #1 target and fish for him properly. At this moment, Chen Shu was completely unprepared. The system voice sounded again as the girl in front of him accepted his gift. The host, following his heart and to satisfy his vanity of showing off his wealth, gifted his junior a 5,999 yuan iPhone 17. The host is rewarded with a 5-fold return, amounting to 29,995 yuan. Chen Shu was dumbfounded. Even something as unseemly as flaunting wealth and showing off could earn a reward? Are you kidding me? Host, the system is not mistaken. Vanity is also part of your own desires, preferences, and emotional impulses. Wow! Chen Shu was shocked. System, you cyber villain. Are you trying to lead me step by step into the abyss of depravity? You have truly caused me great suffering. Chen Shu was overjoyed. Chapter 4. This is a good thing. Senior brother Chen, are you really going to give me this gift? Are you sure you're not mistaken? The girl in the pleated skirt is unbelievable. In all her years, although she had received small gifts from boys before, receiving an iPhone worth 6,000 yuan for no reason on her very first interaction with someone was an unprecedented experience. Absolutely. Certainly. And without a doubt. Once I've given something away, there's no going back. You must accept it today. Chen Shu spoke seriously and earnestly, emphasizing this point repeatedly. He was afraid that the girl would return the phone to him, and then the system would deduct his reward money back. How could Chen Shu allow such a thing? At the same time, Chen Shu's words were interpreted differently by the girl in the pleated skirt. Senior brother Chen looks like a domineering CEO from a romance novel. So incredibly handsome. He insisted on giving me an iPhone on our first meeting. Could it be that he fell in love with me at first sight? Although I am indeed not as good looking as Luo Yao. My cups are nowhere near as good as Luo Yao's 34C. However, it's sometimes hard to say what the taste of wealthy people is like. Senior brother Chen, thank you for the gift, I love it. By the way, my name is Zhuo Siya, nice to meet you. Please give me your guidance. Okay, let's go back to the University of Finance and Economics. It'll be a bit crowded, is that alright? I don't mind. Josiah answered instantly. The more she looked at Chen Shu, the more she felt that her seemingly ordinary-looking senior brother Chen was too humble and too easygoing. So smooth and refined, like jade. Seeing Josiah's eyes practically light up, Luo Yao became even more wary of her former best friend. Meow. 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 Senior brother Chen, can see at and I sit behind you, and I'll sit in the middle? A sense of crisis prompted Luo Yao to immediately arrange the seating plan. Josiah? No, sister, your possessiveness of food is really unfamiliar to me. Chen Shu touched his nose, smiled, and agreed, okay. Who could resist a cute 34C junior girl squeezing in and pressing against them? Okay, Chen Shu admits that he is a vulgar person, lustful and greedy, yet upright. It's just that I was suppressed too much in the past. Before long, the small electric car, packed with 3 people, set off. Senior brother Chen, slow down, you're going too fast and I'm scared. If you're scared, hold on tighter. I'm super tight. Luo Yao's delicate arms were tightly wrapped around Chen Shu's waist. Inside the Porsche, Wu Zihao was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. Completely dumbfounded. Holy crap! 2 lovely, soft-smelling female students ran off with that blonde guy? Where exactly did I go wrong? Wu Zihao was filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. He almost ground his back teeth to powder. Xiao Baiwei felt equally uncomfortable seeing this scene, as if ants were crawling all over her body. Donghui, did you see that? Chen Shu just gave away another phone, it looks like an Apple II. Wei Donghui frowned. She had just seen it too, but she really couldn't understand it. I really don't understand, how did that poor loser suddenly become rich after breaking up with you? I wonder if he robbed a bank. Wu Zihao sneered, they probably borrowed it from online loans. Upon hearing this, Wei Donghui immediately realized, so that's how it is. Brother Zihao, you're a genius. You've hit the nail on the head in just one sentence. It must be what you said. That poor loser Chen Shu is hopeless. He'd even take out an online loan just to show off and disgust us. This kind of show-off will get struck by lightning sooner or later. I see. Xiao Baiwei's slight improvement in her feelings for Chen Shu vanished instantly because of these words. I never imagined that Chen Shu would turn out to be this kind of person. I don't want loan collection companies to expose my contacts and call my phone, causing me trouble. Thinking about all this, Xiao Baiwei felt an even greater disgust for Chen Shu. Troublemaker. Wow, what kind of person is this, giving 2 girls a ride around like me? Isn't that Chen Shu from our department? Xiao Baiwei's boyfriend. This is the first time I've seen other girls in the back seat of his car, and there are 2 of them. The world is going to the dogs. Even a simp like Chen Shu has stopped being affectionate and has started flirting with the female students. That girl with the princess cut and Lolita dress looks so good. Back on the campus of the University of Finance and Economics, amidst the strange looks and pointing fingers of the alumni, Chen Shu happily escorted Luo Yao and Josiah to the girls' dormitory building. Senior brother Chen, thank you for today's gift. Bye-bye. Goodbye, senior brother Chen. After saying goodbye to the 2 female students, Chen Shu was about to head back to the boys' dormitory. Not far away, he ran into his roommate, Chao Dehua, who was also the 3rd oldest of the 4 brothers in the dormitory. This guy is carrying milk tea. He's obviously here to the dorm to fawn over his goddess. A simp, in the end, he gets nothing. How can you not understand such a simple principle? Do you have to go through the same heart-wrenching pain as me to understand? Chao Dehua also saw Chen Shu and exclaimed, Hey, second brother, what are you doing here? I escorted junior sister Luo Yao and her best friend back to their dorm. Who? Luo Yao? You mean that internet celebrity Loli from our school? Second brother, don't exaggerate. She's the cutest girl in our school. If it weren't for her short stature, she'd definitely be a campus beauty. Would she really ride back in your little electric scooter? And with her best friend, the 3 of you squeezed together? What kind of daydream are you having? Chao Dehua didn't believe Chen Shu's words at all. When Chen Shu saw that he didn't believe him, he just shrugged and said, If you don't believe me, fine. Chao Dehua then asked, By the way, second brother, why are you back at school so soon? Aren't you working overtime today? Add my ass, I'm quitting. What? Then, what about Xiao Baiwei? Isn't today her birthday? Didn't you say you planned to go out for Thai food with her? Chen Shu pouted. Don't even mention it, we're over. What? In just a few words, Xiao Dehua was shocked twice. Now, looking at his second brother, who was working diligently like a beast of burden and acting as a devoted sycophant, his eyes were filled with sympathy. Even the goddess's takeout service isn't delivering today. Xiao Dehua hopped onto the back of Chen Shu's seat and gossiped, Second brother, what happened? How come you suddenly lost your job and broke up with your boyfriend? Why do you think I'm so pitiful? Chen Shu asked with a calm smile. Xiao Dehua was stunned, looking puzzled. Isn't that right? Do you think this is a good thing? That's great news. This is all great news. Back in the dormitory, the eldest brother, Zhou Xiaofeng, learned the whole story and earnestly tried to comfort the second brother. Second brother, although Xia Baiwei has known you for 7 years and been in love with you for 4, and you've always been her provider, and she even cheated on you while she was away on a business trip, this is definitely a good thing. Is this a good thing? Xiao Dehua exclaimed in surprise. Zhou Xiaofeng analyzed, of course. Second brother, think about it, this is better than you emptying your parents' savings, even going into debt to marry her, and then spending half your life as a nuclear-powered donkey, only to find out after raising 3 children that none of them are your biological children, right? Or, let's look at what happened to Wu Dalong. Aren't we still alive and well? We just lost a lover and a job. We hit the darkest point in our lives, but after that, we can't help but climb upwards, right? Damn. Brother, that makes sense. Xiao Dehua wholeheartedly agreed. As the person involved, Chen Shu speechlessly gave the middle finger to her roommate. It's a good thing that none of this bad luck happened to him. Fortunately, I was chosen by the system and became the chosen one. Unemployment means I don't have to be a beast of burden anymore. Breaking up means you're free to be yourself, and you can do whatever you want with whichever girl you want without any restrictions. Seeing Chen Shu remain silent and pondering, Zhou Xiaofeng clicked his tongue and said, See? Third brother, the second brother's current state definitely indicates a psychological problem. Huh? Why? I feel so repressed. Zhou Xiaofeng remained resolute, continuing to comfort, persuade, and reason with them. But second brother, when you look for a girlfriend in the future, you still need to consider your own conditions. Although you are tall and your looks are second only to mine in our school, you don't have money. Women these days are so materialistic. If you don't have money, then we are treated worse than dogs. There's a saying that your older brother told you to remember, don't marry a beautiful woman if you're poor. If you don't believe me, look at Wu Dalong. Xiao Dehua nodded repeatedly, that makes sense. Chen Shu was too lazy to pay attention to these two. One was eloquent and liked to act as a strategist, while the other always played the straight man, believing in every witty remark they uttered. In the end, when both of them received a notification from a goddess on WeChat, all their words were in vain. It's easier said than done. However, Chen Shu experienced this betrayal and gained some insights into certain truths. Even if a woman acts like she loves you and needs you, she could still be a potential betrayer. But no matter how much a woman pretends to dislike or need money, she would never betray money. Therefore, having money is the key. Money is the best medicine to ensure love and a strong relationship. A powerful tonic. As the saying goes, even a clever cook can't cook without rice, but with rice, a clever cook will come to cook. Just as Chen Shu was comprehending the Tao, Xia Baiwei from the girls' dormitory decided to test Chen Shu's background. Let's confirm whether Chen Shu really owes money to online loan platforms. If so, she would feel much better, but if it wasn't because she took out an online loan, but because Chen Shuzhen was really rich, that would be worse than being killed. As the saying goes, relationships are like stocks. Once you sell your ex, you hope the price drops every day while your current relationship rises, just to prove you had a good eye for stocks. But if you do the opposite, being so angry you vomit blood is more than just an adjective. Chen Shu, we had a disagreement today, but our relationship over the past few years was genuine. As your ex, I don't want you to go down the wrong path. Tell me honestly, where did your money come from? None of your business. Chen Shu's extremely foul mouth led her to immediately block Xia Baiwei's WeChat, QQ, and phone number. Once unfaithful, never trusted again. Although Chen Shu was poor, he had a severe case of misophobia. He would never accept anything that someone else had used. If it's a shameless betrayal like Xia Baiwei's, then the other party can basically be removed from his life script. Xia Baiwei was stunned when she saw Chen Shu's message. She never expected Chen Shu to be so vulgar. It's like he's become a completely different person. Where did that timid, subservient sycophant go? When Xiao Baiwei sent the message again, she found that she had been blocked, and not just by one platform, but by multiple platforms. Xiao Baiwei was so angry that her face turned ashen. Ruthless. Chen Shu, you are so heartless. But after mentally cursing Chen Shu, Xiao Baiwei felt much better. He. Chen Shu blocked me, which means my question hit him where it hurts. His money must have come from illegitimate sources. It's most likely from online loans. Luckily, I was smart and broke off all contact with him. Since Douyin TikTok came along, Chen Shu has become a night owl. No matter how hard he works on weekdays or how late he gets off work, he still has to scroll through Douyin TikTok before going to bed. Today was no exception. Chen Shu reviewed global affairs, social hot topics, and the latest borderline dances by internet celebrities, just like an emperor reviewing memorials. Unexpectedly, Chen Shu stumbled upon Luo Yao's livestream. However, today's livestream wasn't just her doing it alone, it was a group stream by the four of them from the dorm. He didn't have any special talents, he just chatted with a few girls. Chen Shu clicked on the recommended page and saw that there were quite a few people online, over 100. Chen Shu estimated that at least 3/4 of them were after Luo Yao. Who can blame them when they're such sweet and cute girls, and they provide just the right amount of emotional support? Chen Shu casually commented on his Douyin account, Xin, Princess Cut's sister, can you follow me back? Sure, baby, the streamer would love to. But so many fans ask the streamer to follow back every day, it makes the follow back seem less valuable. But if a fan sends a sports car or checks in on the streamer's live stream for a whole month, proving their love for the streamer will definitely follow back. Baby, why don't you use your wish-fulfilling and wealth-bringing little hand to light up our fan light board? Luo Yao answered the questions patiently, and kept calling him baby, which, combined with her sweet voice and cute smile, made it hard not to fall in love. But Chen Shu knew perfectly well that this was all just a way for Luo Yao, the little green tea junior sister, to attract fans. Casting a wide net is just a matter of talking. What if you catch a big fish? Chen Shu didn't send her a sports car, he just spent 2 cents on Douyin Diamonds to join her fan club, lit up his lightstick, and watched the livestream as a nobody. However, they discovered that the livestream was filled with all sorts of vulgar language and harassing comments. Did Yao Yao cry today? I love Yao Yao the most. I really underestimated her before. I never imagined she'd grown up so much. Yao Yao, let me tell you a little trick to gain followers. Next time, let's not wear Lolita fashion, let's wear tight yoga pants instead, please. Look at our backs. Although Chen Shu knew about this phenomenon from watching other female internet celebrities' live streams before. But the people around you feel differently when they face these things. I can relate to her and think about it, it must have been quite difficult for her. Either pretend you didn't see it, or play dumb and force a smile to crack jokes and try to steer the conversation back on track. For online celebrities who make a living through live streaming, it's always best not to offend their fans. Just then, a comment from the top-ranked fan caught my eye. Yao Yao, are you really not going to consider becoming my QYS? I'm loaded. Even if you block my main account, my alt account is still number 1 on the leaderboard. That's my power. Upon seeing this sentence, Luo Yao, who had been laughing and joking the whole time, visibly became angry. Her 3 roommates also looked worried and frowning. Chen Shu immediately perked up and started watching the drama unfold. Contract? Is it really necessary to go to such lengths? Luo Yao raised her eyebrows and said seriously, I hope this guy won't say such disrespectful things all the time, and he shouldn't harass me with private messages from different accounts. The streamer is just a chat streamer, only chatting with fans and making friends. The streamer does not sell his skills or his body. If this kind of behavior happens again, no matter if you're number 1 or number 0 on the leaderboard, you'll be blacklisted. Because you don't even have the most basic respect for the streamer. That's right. What do they take us for? Disgusting. Josia firmly stood by her best friend and condemned the top-ranked guy on the leaderboard. The other 2 girls also spoke out one after another, hoping that people would joke around, but insults were absolutely unacceptable. Soon, Luo Yao blocked the top fan. The livestream chat was flooded with comments, mostly praising Luo Yao for her courage, principles, and bottom line. Well done, Yao Yao. Yao Yao is truly a breath of fresh air in the live streaming industry. Other streamers, no matter how disgusted they are with the other person, would not directly offend the top spender. Most would choose to keep the other person hanging, and grit their teeth and keep the disgusting behavior to themselves while spending their coins. So, Yao must have lost a lot of money by publicly executing the top guy on the execution list today, right? Amidst a mix of anger, grievance, and relief, Luo Yao ultimately smiled sweetly and said, "My dear fans and your long-term support are my greatest treasure. Thank you, my darlings. Arigato, Nini-san." After finishing the gossip, Chen Shu had a different feeling about this junior sister. She's a principled, materialistic, and manipulative woman. The education she received from childhood instilled in Chen Shu a deep-seated support for her junior sister Luo Yao's actions. In order to promote the values he believed in, Chen Shu recalled the story of Zigong redeeming people. "Little Yao, you did a great job. I'll treat you to a carnival." "Really? Thank you, baby." Luo Yao made a heart shape with her fingers. But netizens didn't believe it. "You're just a level 5 account, and you're talking about farming carnival items? Do you think typing is free? If you can get a carnival event, I'll double the rewards." Our Yao was still too naive and kind-hearted. She actually believed that? But in the next second, a dazzling special effect suddenly appeared in the live stream. It turned out that Chen Shu had swiped the carnival card. Luo Yao covered her mouth, her pupils dilated, and she froze. The other 3 girls were also dumbfounded. None of them genuinely believed beforehand that the level 5 character Xin would actually spend 3,000 yuan on a carnival event. When she came to her senses, Luo Yao and her sisters kept thanking Heart's Desire baby. Netizens were quite surprised. "Wow, my rich brother is amazing. I never expected to see a level 5 character farming carnival. Justice resides in the hearts of the people. Let's promote positive energy. Well done, brother." Chen Shu had never had any money before and had never experienced the thrill of spending lavishly. The most he could give a streamer in a single session was a 2-cent beer. He had never experienced the pleasure of being praised and flattered. But now, he understood the joy of being a big spender in the live streaming room. "Cool." Just then, the pleasant and soothing system voice sounded again. The host, following their heart and driven by an emotional impulse to promote positive values, has tipped the streamer 3,000 yuan. The reward is 5 times the amount, totaling 15,000 yuan. 15,000? Chen Shu instantly perked up and was no longer sleepy. Holy crap, you can get 5 times the reward just by participating in the carnival? Does that mean I'm going to get rich? Chen Shu immediately decided to set a small goal first, to spend 100 million. Cough cough, okay. I don't have that much money. Unlike Chen Shu's surprise and excitement, Xiao Baiwei in the girls' dormitory was so angry that she was about to vomit blood. She had just stumbled upon Luo Yao's livestream and, remembering their earlier confrontation, watched for a while longer, only to stumble upon a juicy tidbit. Although the authenticity of this melon is uncertain, she did find a familiar ID in the livestream. Deep in my heart. Upon clicking in, it really was Chen Shu. I originally thought Chen Shu was just joking, but I didn't expect him to actually spend a whole carnival. 3,000 yuan. That bastard, he gave Luo Yao an iPhone 17 PM and spent money on carnival gifts. He's never been this generous to me before. I'm so angry. Chapter 5 My Money. Just as Xiao Baiwei was feeling frustrated and resentful, she suddenly saw Xin send another comment in Luo Yao's livestream. "Junior sister Yao, believe me or not, I'll give you 10 more carnivals." Luo Yao's beautiful almond-shaped eyes lit up with surprise, but she puffed out her cheeks, pouted her red lips slightly, and replied playfully, "My dear, it's not that Yao doesn't believe it, it's just that Yao and her sisters want to broaden their horizons." Actually, she didn't quite believe that Xin would send her 10 carnival gifts. Although the other party has just demonstrated their strength, that may have been a momentary impulse. There is a qualitative difference between 30,000 yuan and 3,000 yuan. A gift worth 3,000 yuan is something a slightly wealthy guy with a bit of money might do on a whim. But a gift worth 30,000 yuan is something only a truly wealthy person could afford to spend so lavishly on. Luo Yao has been live streaming for a while now, but she has never received more than 10 carnival gifts in total. Even the top spender on each livestream usually only spends a few hundred yuan on gifts. Xiao Baiwei, who was staring intently at the screen, was on tenterhooks. Is Chen Shu really going to give that scheming woman another 30,000 yuan? Is he crazy? No. It must be Chen Shu spouting nonsense. Xiao Baiwei couldn't accept the possibility that Chen Shu had transformed from an ugly duckling into a swan, so she could only keep convincing herself, and prayed in her heart that Chen Shu was just pretending to be rich. But the next second, Chen Shu, who was focused on getting money from the system, tapped the phone screen repeatedly, and then a series of dazzling special effects appeared in the livestream. Carnival X1. Carnival X2. Carnival X3. In the blink of an eye, 10 carnival messages appeared in the livestream. Luo Yao couldn't believe her eyes. Like her friends, she covered her mouth and stared wide-eyed. Thank you so much, Xin Baby, for sending so many carnival gifts. Yao Yao is so touched. Love you, Xin Baby. Luo Yao was the first to react, expressing her gratitude repeatedly. She even took 2 steps back, covered her chest, and bowed deeply to the camera. Excitement, joy, emotion, happiness, a multitude of emotions simultaneously surfaced on Luo Yao's delicate, jade-like face. The viewers in the live stream were also stunned. Holy crap! Dude, are you serious? I've really seen something amazing today. A level 5 account suddenly jumped to level 37. What a rich guy. Big Brother, is the event still going on? I can be a lowly too, and I can love Big Brother too. Inside the girls' dormitory, Xia Baiwei was stunned and looked around blankly as 10 carnivals were suddenly thrown out. What's going on? Chen Shu, you bastard, you actually spent money on this? You're really rich. Xia Baiwei felt that this was worse than being killed, so bad that she could hardly breathe, and her face turned deathly pale. Wei Donghui asked with concern, Wei, what's wrong? Donghui, look. Xia Baiwei and Wei Donghui watched Luo Yao's livestream and gave an explanation. Donghui, is it possible that Chen Shu has really transformed into a rich second generation? Or that he won the lottery and became a wealthy man? Xia Baiwei asked anxiously. If what she said was really true, Xia Baiwei felt like she was kicking herself. It's like buying a stock at a low price, holding it for several years, and then selling it because you can't stand it anymore. As a result, it starts a series of limit-up days. I'm about to vomit blood. Wei Donghui was quite bewildered after hearing this, but after careful consideration, she analyzed, Wei, where are there so many rich kids and wealthy people? You've known Chen Shu since the first year of high school, could it be that he's been pretending to be poor since high school? What's his motive? In my opinion, Brother Zihao is right, Chen Shu must have taken out online loans. And is it possible that the reason Chen Shu gifted Luo Yao the carnival was because he saw your ID in the livestream? He just wanted to pretend to be rich in front of you. To make you regret it? Even when he gave Luo Yao the phone in front of you during the day, it was actually to spite you. Xia Baiwei pondered for a moment, her mind filled with images of Chen Shu's extravagant spending during the day and just now. He had already spent an iPhone 17 PM and 11 carnivals, totaling over 50,000 yuan. How could it be money borrowed from online lending platforms? Although she had a very unpleasant falling out with Chen Shu, Xia Baiwei did not believe that Chen Shu was that kind of utterly stupid person. Chen Shu must have won the lottery, but she didn't have time to tell me. Donghui, are you saying that Chen Shu spent so much money today just to spite me? It's obvious. So? Chen Shu still cares about me. Xia Baiwei smiled with relief. Wei Donghui, ? Meanwhile, inside the boys' dormitory, Chen Shu waited for a long time, but the familiar system voice did not sound. He was bewildered and confused. Chen Shu focused his mind and asked in his head, System? System, bro? Why aren't you responding? What's going on? I just made a purchase, shouldn't I be getting a reward by now? Only consumption driven by the host's desires, preferences, or emotional impulses can be considered valid consumption. The host's recent consumption behavior does not meet the criteria for valid consumption and constitutes malicious money-making. Note, this system prohibits all forms of asset transfer, hoarding, and malicious money laundering. Chen Shu was stunned for a while. No, system bro, I just spent 30,000 yuan. How much of a rebate will you give me? Admitting your mistake means you lose half the price, okay? The system did not respond. In just a few minutes of moving her fingers, Chen Shu lost 30,000 yuan, and her heart was bleeding. Money. My money. Looking at the transaction notification from ICBC, Chen Shu realized that her bank card balance was only 170,791.97 yuan. She resolved to never try to be so clever again. Trying to take shortcuts will only lead to failure and losses. You still have to spend money as you please, not to make money, but simply to follow your heart. But then, Chen Shu's Douyin TikTok feed rang with 2 follow requests. Upon closer inspection, one was from Luo Yao, and the other was surprisingly from Xia Baiwei. Chen Shu was a little confused. She had forgotten to unfollow Xiao Baiwei's Douyin account, but Xiao Baiwei had unfollowed her first. Why was she following her now? Forget it, why bother with her? Luo Yao's return pass has been approved. Soon, Luo Yao sent a private message. My dearest, thank you so much. Yao Yao is so touched and excited today. I'm almost speechless. Could we please have Green Bubble's contact information? You've sent so many gifts today, Yao Yao and her friends have never seen anything like it. We sincerely want to treat you to a meal, is that alright? Chen Shu was more heartbroken than by losing a lover. After thinking for a moment, she was too lazy to type anymore and simply replied with 4 words in a very aloof tone, we'll talk about it later. Okay, I wish you all the best, may all your wishes come true, and may everything go smoothly for you. Please come to Yao Yao's live stream more often. He. Chen Shu did not reply. He planned to forget the pain of losing money by sleeping, but unexpectedly, Alipay suddenly dinged. Chen Shu looked at it and saw that it was sent by Xiao Baiwei. Chen Shu, I've been thinking about this for a long time since I got back today. My heart is aching right now. I shouldn't have lost my temper with you today, and I shouldn't have said those harsh words to you. I've realized that I still care about you a lot. Even though we've broken up, I hope we can still be friends in the future, okay? Xiao Baiwei, what exactly are you trying to say? Spit it out. Chen Shu, I'm worried about you, why don't you appreciate it? I heard you took out an online loan. Is that true? Please don't take out an online loan, I'm really worried about you. Upon seeing this text, Chen Shu immediately understood why Xiao Baiwei had gone to such lengths, even through Alipay, to contact him. So, they saw that I suddenly became rich, so they racked their brains to find out about me, all under the guise of caring about me. He. I used to be a sycophant, and I might have believed what you said, or even been moved by it. But now, looking at it from an outsider's perspective, this lie seems so clumsy. The worst part is that I actually believed it before. What a fool I was. However, since the clumsy Xiao Baiwei is so concerned about me, I can't dampen her enthusiasm, can I? Chen Shu replied, okay, you figured it out after all. Since you care about me so much, I'll only tell you this secret. Not long ago, my second uncle, who lives far away in Taiwan, left me a huge inheritance, but to inherit this money, I first have to spend 1 billion. Xiao Baiwei was stunned, how much? 1 billion? Impossible. If I don't tell you, you'll want to hear it. If I do tell you, you won't believe me. Heh, whatever, don't believe me then. Chen Shu had no intention of teasing the clumsy Xiao Baiwei any longer, so she muted the phone, turned off the screen, and went to sleep. Last night, the rain was sparse and the wind was strong. The next morning, very early, Chen Shu was the first to wake up in the dormitory. Still half asleep, she reached for her phone and saw several WeChat messages, all from her junior sister Luo Yao. But it only meant one thing: she bought breakfast and was waiting for him downstairs. Chen Shu was a little confused. He was always the one who was the one to fawn over Xiao Baiwei and bring her breakfast. How come a girl was bringing him breakfast today? I'm not used to it yet. But Chen Shu was secretly delighted and overjoyed. It turns out that when girls take the initiative, boys feel so good. He also understood that Luo Yao was only doing this because he had given her the phone yesterday. After getting up and washing up, Chen Shu was about to leave when Chao Dehua woke up and asked, "Second brother, are you preparing for the postgraduate entrance exam? Why are you up so early?" Zhou Xiaofeng mumbled in a daze, "Taking the postgraduate entrance exam? Is the second brother turning his grief and anger into motivation? That's great. Tisk, that's definitely good news. Junior sister Luo Yao is waiting for me downstairs." Who? Chao Dahua sat up abruptly. Junior sister Luo Yao? What does she want with you? Third brother, why are you getting so worked up? You believe everything the second brother says? Zhou Xiaofeng also sat up, his eyes full of concern for his brother. He took out 20 yuan from his pocket, then frowned, counted a few more bills, made up 50 yuan, and handed the money to Chen Shuyi, who was standing in the dormitory corridor. Second brother, you've experienced being fired and then Xiao Baiwei cheating on you and breaking up with you. This world has indeed been cruel to you. I didn't expect these two things to hit you so hard. Put aside Luo Yao for now. Your most urgent task is to go to the mental health center and get checked out. Chen Shu was at a loss for words, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Just then, her WeChat call rang. Chen Shu habitually turned on the speakerphone, and Luo Yao's sweet voice immediately came from the other end, Moshi Moshi? Senior brother Chen, are you up yet? Zhou Xiaofeng and Xiao Dehua stared wide-eyed at each other, their eyes meeting in disbelief. A girl called Chen Shu on voice call? What a sweet voice. Chen Shu smiled and said, I just woke up. I've seen all the WeChat messages. I'm coming downstairs now. Okay, sure. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Xiaofeng and Xiao Dehua pounced on them like vicious dogs. Holy crap. Bro, who's that on the other side? Hey buddy, you're up to no good. You just got dumped and you've already hooked up with someone new? Tell me, which girl is she this time? I'll give her my opinion. You're kidding me. Chen Shu laughed and cursed, saying as she left, I told you she was junior sister Luo Yao, but you didn't believe me. Old Zhou and old Chao still had the same expressions as subway, old people, mobile phones. Third brother, do you believe it? Hiss. Second brother doesn't seem to be joking. Let's go, let's take a look on the balcony. Downstairs in the boys' dormitory. Chen Shu met Luo Yao. Today, Luo Yao was still wearing a Lolita princess dress, but it had changed from white to pink, making her even more kawaii. She looked sweet and soft, and she also had a pair of pretty ponytails. With her princess cut and delicate little face, she was the perfect match for Chen Shu. Junior sister Luo, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. No, senior brother Chen, here's your breakfast. I bought it for you outside the school. Luckily, it's still warm. Luo Yao handed Chen Shu a breakfast that included steamed buns, shumai, soy milk, fried dough sticks, a few small cakes and breads, and a box of jewel yogurt. Senior brother Chen, I didn't know what you like to eat, so I bought a little bit of everything. Thanks, I like them all. Chen Shu is not picky about food and doesn't care much about her image. She grabbed a small steamed bun and stuffed it into her mouth. One bite at a time. Especially when he thought about how he had lost 30,000 yuan last night because of this girl, he turned his grief and anger into his appetite. Why did you eat 2 of Luo Yao's steamed buns? Fair enough. Seeing senior brother Chen eating breakfast with gusto, Luo Yao was slightly taken aback, and her gaze towards him changed accordingly. I always thought rich kids would eat very politely, but I never expected senior brother Chen to be like this. It's full of wildness. Be unconventional, unburdened by formalities, and completely free to be yourself. Tie pants are hot. Junior sister Luo, why don't you have one too? Chen Shu noticed that Luo Yao was staring at him strangely and wondered if she was also a big glutton. Luo Yao's eyes darted around beautifully, and she said coquettishly, I don't want to wash my hands, senior brother, why don't you feed me? Chen Shu pursed her lips, but didn't think much of it. She fed Luo Yao a small steamed bun, but because her mouth was small, she could only eat it in small bites. Seeing Chen Shu feeding the young school beauty, Zhou Xiaofeng and Xiao Dehua on the dormitory balcony could no longer contain themselves. Holy shit! Holy shit! How did second brother manage that? That's Luo Yao. Not only did she come to bring second brother breakfast, but he also fed her steamed buns? What's their relationship? That's great news. This is all great news. Zhou Xiaofeng was heartbroken. No, big brother, what good news is this? Although I'm worried that second brother will have a hard life, I really don't want him driving a Range Rover. Zhou Xiaofeng gripped the balcony railing tightly with both hands, choking back tears as he said, at least what the second brother is putting into junior sister Luo Yao's mouth so far is just Xilong Bao. Xiao Dehua exclaimed in astonishment. Downstairs in the dormitory building. After Chen Shu finished feeding them, he focused on eating his own food when Luo Yao spoke up, Senior brother Chen, may I ask you a question? The pigtails look pretty good, Chen Shu joked, gulping down a mouthful of soy milk. Senior brother Chen, so you like pigtails? Luo Yao asked in surprise after her initial confusion. Chen Shu cleared her throat, I like it. Put. Luo Yao couldn't help but chuckle. She found that senior brother Chen was becoming more and more interesting. Although he was sometimes a bit unserious, he was always open about it and didn't shy away from anything. They certainly wouldn't hide anything. What an honest and straightforward boy. Tie pants are hot. By the way, what do you want to ask me? Chen Shu returned to the main topic, asking curiously. Luo Yao made 2 sounds, moved closer to Chen Shu, looked up and stared directly into Chen Shu's eyes, her bright gaze like Conan's all-seeing eyes. Senior brother Chen, was it you who appeared in my live stream last night? Chen Shu, ? When did I expose myself? Chapter 6, A False Alarm? No. Double happiness. Chen Shu narrowed his eyes slightly, smiled calmly, and neither confirmed nor denied the matter. Luo Yao smiled smugly. Hee, senior brother Chen, are you wondering how I know your xin can? Tell me about it. Because last night, before you refreshed those 10 carnivals, you commented with the words, Junior Sister Yao Yao. Chen Shu raised an eyebrow. I don't believe I'm the only one who calls you Junior Sister. But only you, senior brother Chen, would be so good to Yao Yao. So generous. Luo Yao drew a large circle in the air with her two fair hands, looking at Chen Shu with her almond-shaped eyes sparkling. And I even checked your WeChat nickname is also xin can. There can't possibly be just a coincidence, can there? Hee, okay. Chen Shu nodded, but seemed a little helpless. Do you think I want to give you money? I was trying to scam money from the system, but I ended up losing more than I gained. We've lost a fortune. When Luo Yao saw that Chen Shu had admitted it, the joy in her beautiful almond-shaped eyes intensified. Brother Chen truly is the one who touches my heart. 2 iPhones, 11 carnivals. In just half a day, Brother Chen spent 50 to 60,000 yuan. For me. Luo Yao was certain that senior brother Chen was interested in her, and most importantly, his strength and background were unfathomable. He's definitely not your average rich kid. Perhaps, a second-generation rich kid? It's very possible. Senior brother Chen, are you free tonight? What? Yesterday you gave me and CF phones and also gave our dorm a carnival gift. We can't let you do all that and then not do anything in return, right? So, we'd like to treat you to a meal. Although Luo Yao looks petite and innocent, she is well versed in the ways of the world, especially when it comes to protecting the top fan. It is necessary to give something acceptable in return. For example, she used to frequently show concern and care for her top followers on Douyin and WeChat. Almost zero cost. Occasionally, she would encounter a few generous top spenders who showered her with gifts during the carnival, and she would send them some DIY handicrafts or sketches to express her gratitude and encourage them to continue sending gifts. Luo Yao had never encountered a top spender like Chen Shu, who could spend tens of thousands of yuan at a time. This SSR level character definitely needs offline maintenance. What's more, the other party is senior brother Chen, a second-generation scion of a wealthy family. Want to eat? I'm sorry, I'll probably be quite busy these next few days. Although Chen Shu quite admired Luo Yao's pure and innocent green tea persona, he knew it was quite a contrast. But he just experienced betrayal, so how could he be in the mood to pick up girls now? We'll have to wait a few more days. Luo Yao wasn't discouraged when she heard that, and asked again, what about a few days later, on Saturday? Saturday? Chen Shu still hesitated. Right now, I just want to trigger as many system rewards as possible. All they want is to make money. Seeing this, Luo Yao looked at Chen Shu pitifully and asked, Senior brother Chen, is Saturday not allowed either? Well. Are you free this Sunday? Seeing that Luo Yao still insisted and that she was actually putting on a show of tears, Chen Shu softened even though she knew it was fake. Chen Shu nodded, okay, this Sunday then. Really? Luo Yao's eyes lit up. Chen Shu immediately added, but it's on me. Huh? Why? If it doesn't work, then forget it. Luo Yao was stunned, but under Chen Shu's tyranny, she had no choice but to submit. Alright, senior brother Chen, then I'll owe you 2 meals. Luo Yao smiled mischievously. She wanted to seize every opportunity to get to know Chen Shu. If there are no opportunities, then create them. Good. Chen Shu readily agreed. He had been wondering how the system would judge his actions if he mixed his own recklessness with using girls to make money. Would it award him a reward? Or not? Let's use Luo Shimi and her roommates as guinea pigs. Senior brother Chen, I have class now, I'll be going now, bye-bye. Luo Yao waved goodbye to Chen Shu, but after walking only a few meters, she turned back, raised her arms over her head, and made a big heart shape with her hands towards Chen Shu. Chen Shu found Luo Yao's smile sweeter than any dessert. But for Zhou Xiaofeng and Chao Dahua on the dormitory balcony, this moment was even more bitter than eating bitter herbs. Holy crap! Dude, this is like the sky is falling. That's great news. This is all good news. I hope that junior sister Luo Yao's sweetness can help second brother forget the bitterness Xiao Baiwei brought. In reality, Zhou Xiaofeng was extremely bitter inside. Just like drinking an iced Americano without sugar. Being single is certainly terrible, but the fact that the second son is dating a campus beauty is even more disheartening. When Chen Shu returned to the dormitory, the eldest and third brothers immediately surrounded her. "Second brother, what's going on? Did junior sister Luo Yao really bring you breakfast? Second brother, don't tell me you two are actually dating. What are you thinking? Luo Yao and I are just ordinary friends." Chen Shu casually distributed breakfast to the two brothers. But neither of them was in the mood for breakfast. All they wanted to do right now was eat melon seeds. Just friends? What kind of just friends come to the dorm building early in the morning to deliver breakfast? Exactly. You only act like this when you're being a simp for Xiao Baiwei. Chen Shu laughed. Then you can all just consider junior sister Luo my lapdog. No. Why should I? Of course, it's because I'm handsome. Damn it. Third brother, I can't take it anymore, let's team up and pin him down. Dry. Holy crap. With fourth brother gone, you guys are already eyeing my good looks, huh? After the three brothers in the dormitory had a rather unserious and silly fight, the three of them then returned to their serious demeanor. Chen Shu casually started a conversation. "Feng, Lao San, I got fired, so I can hang out at school. Aren't you two going to look for jobs? Isn't the school holding spring recruitment recently?" Chao Dehua sighed. It's incredibly competitive right now. Hundreds of people are vying for a slightly better internship position. How can anyone possibly get a chance? I might as well try to seduce the goddess. At least when I'm doing that, I won't have so many competitors. My success rate will be much higher. Zhou Xiaofeng nodded. Now, whether it's taking the civil service exam, the postgraduate entrance exam, the public sector exam, or getting a job in a big company, we can't compete with others. We might as well take advantage of the last 2 or 3 months before graduation to enjoy campus life one last time. Chao Dehua said enviously. "Brother, are you enjoying campus life? You're shooting material for your social media." Zhou Xiaofeng said, "Third brother, you can also do self-media. Now it's the era of self-media for everyone. It's not just me in our dormitory, the fourth brother is doing it too." Fourth brother? I haven't seen him update his Douyin. The work account and the personal account are separated, but I don't know exactly what track he's working on now. Listening to the conversation between the eldest and third brothers, Chen Shu was filled with mixed emotions. Finding a job these days is tough for everyone. Last fall, during my job search, I went through many rounds of interviews and finally got an internship. After working diligently for half a year, I still lost the job to someone with connections. And to make matters worse, my girlfriend got stolen. Grass. Well, now that I have the system, I guess I've turned misfortune into blessing. When Chen Shu was the only one left in the dormitory, he idly started scrolling through his phone. For the past 6 months, he has been getting up earlier than the chickens and going to bed later than the dogs. Unlike today, I can steal half a day of leisure from my busy life. After scrolling through the short video memorials for 2.5 hours, Emperor Chen Shu finished reviewing them and found them rather uninteresting. He then spent some more time watching Douyin live streams. After scrolling around, I came across quite a few girls, chatting, singing, dancing, from all sorts of categories. But Chen Shu hadn't seen many truly beautiful women. If we take Luo Yao's appearance as a reference, none of these girls are more beautiful. Originally, Chen Shu wanted to pick 1 or 2 girls who could make his heart flutter, send them gifts, and try to see if the system would give him a reward. After all, spending a fortune on a girl you're attracted to can be considered a kind of doing whatever you want. As a result, the girls in the live stream greatly disappointed him. Everyone's using beauty filters, but not a single one of them is any good. Just as Chen Shu was about to leave Douyin, she slipped into yet another live stream. Chen Shu was instantly drawn to the scene and was completely shocked. Holy crap! Miao ethnic clothing? This girl is gorgeous. Chen Shu exclaimed in surprise. To be honest, he had never seen such a beautiful girl in his life. Her skin is fair and delicate, with a classic oval face and a natural, healthy blush. Her facial features are soft and just right. What is most captivating are her eyes, which combine the beauty of almond eyes and peach blossom eyes. When she looks at the camera, she always has a touch of innocence and purity. Especially when she smiles, her eyebrows and eyes curve into crescent moons that can melt anyone's heart, coupled with her intoxicating dimples. Bright eyes and white teeth, a beauty that rivals the nation's fragrance, that's the embodiment of her. TSK. Even more beautiful than junior sister Luo Yao. Chen Shuzhen felt a sudden flutter in her heart. I stared at the live stream for a long time, even though the girl in the live stream seemed to be mute and didn't say a word. But Chen Shu's initial flutter of excitement, or even the feeling of falling in love, had not faded. In fact, it's become even more concentrated. The more Chen Shu looked at her, the more he felt he had seen this girl somewhere before. But even after searching through his memories of the past 22 years, he still couldn't recall when or where he had seen her. Perhaps it was in a past life? Chen Shu felt that his impulse to indulge in beautiful women had reached its peak, and he almost forgot his original purpose for watching live streams. System, oh system, I'm not doing this to maliciously farm money. I genuinely like this girl. A significantly accelerated heartbeat and markedly elevated levels of multiple hormones, including dopamine, norepinephrine, and phenylethylamine, were detected in the host, indicating that the host is currently experiencing a period of intense emotional impulse. Upon hearing the system notification, Chen Shu was overjoyed. Did the system approve him? However, Chen Shu was still quite cautious. If he went all in and the system later denied everything, he would suffer a huge loss. After glancing at the girl's ID and caption, she seems to be a new streamer? Chen Shu commented, Yuan, we're not mute, are we? The anchor stared at the camera and shook his head. Do we not like to talk? The anchor thought for a moment and then shook his head again. I'll give you 10 carnival gifts, will you ask for them later? The anchor leaned closer to the camera in surprise, his eyes widening as he thought for a moment before nodding. In the live stream room with nearly 500 viewers, the chat area was buzzing with excitement. Dude, this streamer only has 30,000 followers. He'll only speak after you spend 10 carnival gifts. Do you really think he's going to be a sucker? Stop talking nonsense, it's not like I'm asking you to spend money. Dude, hurry up and spend. I also want to hear Yuan's voice, it must be as sweet as her smile. I can't wait. My mute bride is about to speak. The streamer kept laughing as she watched the comments, giving off a charmingly naive vibe. It's even sweeter. The next second, Chen Shu spent a fortune. Carnival X1. Carnival X2. Carnival X3. Having finally gotten a chance to take advantage of the system, Chen Shu spent all 10 carnivals in one go. Let's see how the system reacts. If it gives back the reward, then let's try again. We're going to get rich. Chen Shu rubbed his hands together, anticipating the system's reward, and sure enough, the captivating sound rang out the next second. The host, following his heart and driven by the emotional impulse to win a smile from a beauty and entice her to obey his commands, has spent 30,000 yuan on 10 carnival events. The host is rewarded with a tenfold return, 300,000 yuan. How many? A tenfold return? A reward of 300,000 yuan? Chen Shu glanced at the transaction notification text message, her eyes widening like those of a detective. My bank card balance has reached a staggering 440,791.97 yuan. Cool. Chen Shu was incredibly excited. He had only ever seen so much money in his life during the Qingming festival when he paid respects to his ancestors. At the same time, Chen Shu made a decisive decision. While I'm in that system-approved, heart-fluttering state, I'll send another round of carnival gifts to the streamer. Let's take full advantage of the system's resources. This is a golden opportunity, don't miss it. Chen Shu felt that it was actually possible to swipe her bank card balance to 100 million yuan today. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Chen Shu was preparing to spend another 30 carnivals on Happy Yuan. My fingers started frantically tapping the screen. Just now, after everyone in the livestream was shocked, the streamer came to his senses. Yuan, your older brother has already sent you a gift, can you speak now? Come on, let us hear if your voice is cute, sweet, or mature. Yuan is such a pretty and sweet girl, her voice must be sweet too. The top fan is spamming carnival again, Yuan, hurry up. Urged on by everyone, the streamer Yuan indeed kept her promise. The first thing that came out was a voice that astonished the entire audience. Thank you, Brother Shinkan, for bringing us the carnival. Upon hearing this sound, Chen Shu abruptly stopped sending gifts. All the audience members were so shocked by this sentence that they almost dislocated their jaws. Stunned. After the initial shock, the entire comment section erupted in excitement, with messages flying everywhere. Holy crap! What's going on? Did I hear that right? The sound is off. A man? Holy crap! He's a cross-dressing master. Yuan, have we been smoking too much lately? Yuan, you must have a cold and fever, that's why your voice sounds like that, right? No one wanted to believe that such a beautiful woman with bright eyes and white teeth, who was more feminine than a woman, was actually a man. Kaisin Yuan knew that her mute bride persona had collapsed. At this point, they responded openly and generously. No smoking, no colds or fevers, we're all good guys. Holy crap! It really is a guy? A guy who looks like this is so handsome. Actually, buddy, I'm not bad either. Looking at these comments, Chen Shu was filled with mixed emotions, and he tried to convince himself. It's not impossible for me, buddy. But this guy, he knows him too well. It really won't work. How familiar were they? Chen Shu had lived with him for 4 years, and his photo was still hanging on the opposite wall. Yuan, Shan Yuan. Fourth brother, why didn't you say you looked so beautiful in women's clothing sooner? What a pity. Ha! Something doesn't seem right. Chen Shu quickly shook her head, eliminating all these chaotic thoughts. I'm an absolute straight man. A die-hard straight man. System, I shouldn't be in a state of emotional impulse right now, right? No, the host is detected to be in a more excited state. What? Chen Shu was stunned and completely dumbfounded. He had always considered himself a 100% straight man, so how could this be? Could it be? For a time, Chen Shu was plunged into deep self-doubt. Really? Chen Shu's Dao heart is about to collapse. But then, the system voice sounded again. The host, following his heart and driven by a desire to lavishly spend money to win a smile from a beautiful woman, has spent 75,000 yuan on 25 carnival events. The host is rewarded with a tenfold return, 750,000 yuan. Chen Shu didn't know whether to cry or laugh, all to make the beauty smile. System, you're quite precise with your wording. Not just a pretty girl, but a stunning beauty. But just as Chen Shu was feeling both happy and worried, the system notifications didn't stop. The system detected that the host's bank card balance is 1,115,791.97 yuan, reaching 1 million yuan. The system is automatically upgrading. Countdown 3, 2, 1. System upgrade complete. This system has unlocked the attribute point exchange function for the host and opened the system shop to the host. The host can purchase skills and participate in item lotteries in the system shop. Correction, there was a delay due to an automatic system upgrade. The bug has now been fixed and the answer has been corrected. The system detected that the host's heart rate has just returned to normal levels, and dopamine, norepinephrine, and phenylethylamine have returned to normal levels. No increased excitement has been observed. Chen Shu was stunned for a long time before finally letting out a long breath and wiping away cold sweat. Thank goodness, I'm still a straight man. That scared the hell out of me. Wait, what? I have over 1 million. Chen Shu glanced at the system panel and checked the transaction notifications, then exclaimed with delight, double happiness. Although I didn't manage to achieve my grand goal of spending 100 million in a single day. Only 1% has been completed. But one should be content. He had just had a false alarm, and now he was certain that he could not be gay, and he had even become a millionaire. Isn't that double happiness? If I had to pick the only regret right now. If Yuan were really a girl, that would be amazing. Chapter 7 Mistaking Xinyan for Xin Yuan. Chen Shu wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and began to study the system. 1 million yuan can only be exchanged for 1 attribute point, but I only have 1.11 million yuan in total. Too expensive. Chen Shu was reluctant to part with the hard-earned money, but he couldn't resist the temptation of attribute points. Even if a fortune is spent, it will come back again. Cheers. System, exchange 1 attribute point for main. 1 attribute point has been redeemed for the host, and 1 million yuan of the host's personal wealth has been deducted, leaving a current balance of 115,791.97 yuan. Pain. My heart aches so much. Chen Shu was heartbroken for a while, but now that he had the attribute point, he wanted to try out how to use it. What attribute should it be used to enhance? Appearance? Constitution? Strength? Endurance? System, why do we need to differentiate between strength and endurance even though we already have a constitution attribute? What's the difference? Constitution is the overall quality of a host's body. Each point increase leads to an increase in all of the host's constitution indicators. Constitution emphasizes the comprehensiveness and balance of bodily attributes. For every point gained in strength or endurance, the host's strength or endurance will significantly increase, emphasizing the enhancement of the host's physical attributes in a single direction. Note, when the host's physical attribute reaches 100, the system will unlock attributes such as speed, explosive power, and lifespan limit. Chen Shu understood the difference between adding 1 point to all subjects and adding 10 points to a single subject, etc. Can more attributes be unlocked? And there's a lifespan cap? Isn't that just the expected lifespan? Holy crap! This system has given me one surprise after another. Chen Shu discovered that the unfettered tycoon system was not only a treasure, but a treasure far beyond his imagination. I need to be more free-spirited from now on. That way you can have more money. Only then can you have more attribute points. TSK, let's set a small goal first, increase my physique from 75 to 100. Find a few more pixels, I misunderstood, find a few more beauties like Junior's sister Luo Yao, and live a blissful life where the emperor no longer holds court in the morning. Next, Chen Shu studied the system shop. It also consumed attribute points, which could be used to buy skills or to draw lottery items. Skills are divided into beginner, proficient, and master levels, which require 1, 10, and 100 attribute points to purchase, respectively. The items are divided into OR level, SR level, and SSR level items. You can choose to spend 1, 10, or 100 attribute points to draw prizes, which are single draws, 10 draws, and 100 draws. A 10 pull guarantees at least one SR item, and a 100 pull guarantees at least one SSR item. Chen Shu thought the system was quite interesting, just like playing a game. After much deliberation, Chen Shu decided to try his luck with a single item draw, hoping that his new player bonus might help him pull an SSR item. Chen Shu tapped the system panel in front of him, and the lottery began. All that could be seen was a card whose bottom card was not visible, spinning in the air, round and round. Chen Shu's heart was in her throat. It had to be an SSR. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an R level item, Unlucky Camera. Note, the unlucky camera is a single-use prop for one person. It can be connected to a physical mobile phone to take pictures. After taking the picture, the subject will immediately be plagued by bad luck for 3 minutes. Chen Shu was dumbfounded. I spent 1 million on a lottery and this is the worst thing I ever got? What's the point? This is so unlucky. Chen Shusheng collapsed onto his dormitory bed, utterly exhausted. I slept until the afternoon. After leaving the University of Finance and Economics, Chen Shu naturally needed to make some money since he was running low on funds. After sending gifts to Yuan this morning, Chen Shu discovered that the system wasn't very strict about whether or not to award prizes. As long as the money is not spent maliciously for the purpose of making money, the system will give random multiple rewards. Therefore, Chen Shu made up his mind that from now on he would row his boat without oars, relying entirely on the waves. Follow your heart and do whatever you want. He originally planned to ride his beloved electric scooter to some high-end places to tidy himself up. But after turning 2 streets, Chen Shu caught a glimpse of a familiar face. Holy crap! Yuan? Chen Shu braked and stopped, and saw Xin Yuan, the cross-dressing master, on the other side of the main road. He was still dressed as a woman. However, instead of wearing the Miao ethnic minority girl outfit she wore during the morning's livestream, she changed into a classic female student outfit consisting of a white t-shirt and light blue jeans, along with her high ponytail and model-like face. He's a pure numerical monster. That's so authentic. Xin Yuan, you've become addicted to dressing up as a woman. Now you go out in women's clothes. Chen Shu wiped the drool from his mouth. But then I noticed that Yuan seemed to have gotten into a conflict with someone. Even across the main road, Chen Shu could feel the arrogant and domineering woman in the red dress with her long, wavy hair pointing at Yuan. Bullying my brother? How can I tolerate this? Chen Shu rode her electric bike across the road. Xinyan felt extremely unlucky today. Nothing went smoothly from the moment she left home. I had arranged to give the student extra lessons in the afternoon, but the student had an emergency at home and had to cancel. She rode a shared bike for half an hour, only to find it was all for nothing. That's not all. I was planning to go back to school now, but I ended up scratching someone else's car on the way. I also got injured. Xinyan clutched her left wrist, which was bruised and contused, her pretty brows furrowed, biting her pearly white teeth as she endured the pain. They had to keep their heads down and endure the scolding. Are you blind? Can't you see I'm about to open the door? And you're still riding your crappy shared bike and crashing into my car? Xin Yan shook her head. Look with your blind eyes. This is a brand new BMW. A BMW. Xin Yan glanced at it. This scratch is so long, you've even scraped off the primer. Let me tell you, you're not leaving here today without paying at least 30,000 to 50,000 yuan. Xin Yan's beautiful peach blossom eyes were instantly stunned, clearly shocked by the compensation price the other party had revealed. 30 to 50,000? That much? What to do? Xin Yan's mind was racing, but she didn't know what to do. What? What do you mean by not saying anything? Don't you want to pay up? Xin Yan shook her head again. She definitely had to pay compensation, but she really couldn't come up with that much money right now. Besides, this scratch isn't that serious, is it? Does it really cost that much? Xin Yan didn't know how to start the conversation. She thought to herself, should I notify Xin Yuan first? I know nothing about traffic accidents and vehicle compensation. He's a man, so he should know more than I do. The woman in the red dress, who resembled a landlady, had an aggressive demeanor that made the onlookers uncomfortable. Hey beautiful lady, this young woman looks like a college student. You're asking her to pay you 30,000 to 50,000 yuan? Don't you think that's a death sentence? What the hell? What? You think she's pretty, so you're going to pay for her? Hey beautiful, you need to be reasonable. Where have I been unreasonable? I'll pay you back, and then I'll slowly reason with you. You'll pay? You'll pay? Or will you pay for her? The woman in the red dress engaged in a heated debate, and the onlookers, realizing she was not someone to be trifled with, all chose to keep their distance. Chen Shu could tell at a glance that this woman was no pushover. If it were anyone else in this mess, even if they were as beautiful as Louis Fei at her peak, he wouldn't want to get involved. But the person who ran into trouble happened to be his good brother. Chen Shu shouted, I'll pay. Everyone turned their gaze to him. Xin Yan also looked back in confusion, but unexpectedly, the next second, Chen Shu pinched her but hard. Xin Yan's expression changed instantly, her pupils dilated in shock. The entire audience was stunned. Holy crap! In broad daylight, under the clear sky, aren't you being a pervert? However, some people speculate. Is this girl's boyfriend here? Yuaner, you're so radiant. Chen Shu thought he had played a joke on his good brother Xin Yuan. Second brother gave you 35 carnivals, so it's fair to pinch you, right? He didn't take it seriously at all. The woman in the red dress, seeing how intimate and natural the newcomer was with the young girl, concluded that the two were a couple. She crossed her arms over her chest and said condescendingly, You'll compensate her for it? Right. Your outfit, from head to toe, isn't even worth 200 yuan. Can you afford to pay for it? Can you come up with 50,000 yuan? The woman in the red dress looked on dismissively. Chen Shu smiled calmly, whether I can afford to pay for it is one thing, whether your car damage is worth 50,000 yuan is another, and whether I should pay for it is yet another. What do you mean? The woman in the red dress was confused and getting a little anxious. I'm asking you, is this what happened? Your BMW was parked properly on the side of the road, and my brother here on his bike didn't have eyes. As soon as you got out of the car and opened the door, he crashed into you? Brother? When did this young man go blind? Isn't she a stunningly beautiful girl? Passers-by looked at each other, pointed and whispered among themselves. The woman in the red dress laughed. She hadn't expected this silly boy to speak up for her. Yes. That's it. Chen Shu laughed and said, Then I'm sorry, but your situation is considered a door-opening kill. According to the road traffic safety law, you are fully responsible and will have to pay compensation. Look, my brother is injured. You're not leaving here until you pay me back. Does it hurt, Yuaner? Xin Yan lowered her head, feeling both ashamed and angry, and dared not look at him. She shook her head, but quickly realized something was wrong and nodded. But he remained silent. What did you say? The woman immediately became agitated. You two are trying to scam me, aren't you? I'm warning you, don't try to shift the blame. This woman clearly hit my car. She should be the one paying. Then let's call the police. We'll determine the responsibility and whoever has to pay how much should pay. Chen Shu looked completely indifferent. You. The woman in the red dress was about to lose her temper when a middle-aged man with a receding hairline got out of the BMW and quickly grabbed her. I've already told you it's entirely your fault, but you still don't believe me. You insist that I'm taking the girl's side because I've taken a liking to her. Anyone who knows the law knows that the car owner is fully responsible for a door opening malfunction. Stop making a fool of yourself here. Behave yourself. The Mediterranean man shoved the woman into the car and then went up to apologize profusely. Brother, sister, I'm sorry, we'll compensate you all. Let's settle this privately. Chen Shu could tell at a glance that the other party must be up to something, otherwise they wouldn't be so guilty and afraid of calling the police. Okay, we don't want to make a big fuss, but my brother is injured. Medical expenses, lost wages, compensation for emotional distress, all added up, 50,000 yuan, is that reasonable? You're robbing me, the other person exclaimed, clearly displeased. Chen Shu took out her phone, looking resolute, then let's call the police. The Mediterranean man panicked. He originally just wanted his mistress to test drive his wife's new car today. If the traffic police got involved and his wife checked it, wouldn't that cause a disaster? Wait a minute, bro. Don't call the police, I'll pay. But, how about 30,000? Chen Shu rubbed her nose and asked Xin Yuan with a smile. He said he'd compensate you 30,000 yuan, do you agree? Xin Yan's face flushed red, and her clear peach blossom eyes were filled with confusion. Did I lose money and then get paid back? Seeing that Xin Yan remained silent, the Mediterranean man clasped his hands together and pleaded repeatedly. Little sister, your uncle can only come up with 30,000 today, so please agree. Xin Yan nodded blankly. Before long, the matter came to an end, the BMW drove away, and the onlookers dispersed. Chen Shu was quite pleased with himself, even though the 30,000 yuan wasn't earned through the rewards from the godly rich system. It was even earned for yuan. But he felt a great sense of accomplishment. In the past, if Chen Shu encountered such a situation, what confidence would she have had to protect her legitimate rights and interests? The cost of protecting one's rights is simply too high. It takes so much effort, time, and money. Will I even be able to continue my studies? Will I still have a job? But now, I lack nothing and have plenty of confidence. Cool. Xin Yan was even more bewildered when she found an extra 30,000 yuan in her Alipay account. Looking at the smug guy in front of her, Xin Yan felt a mix of emotions. This guy who helped me a lot, but then pinched my butt. It's truly a situation that evokes both joy and frustration. What's wrong, Yuan? Why are you staring at me like that? Chen Shu asked a couple of questions with a smile, then moved closer to Xin Yuan's face, pinched her chin, and examined her carefully. I have to say, Yuan, your features are really a bit different from before. TSK, even more perfect. Even more feminine. She's more womanly than a woman herself. Yuan, you didn't get cosmetic surgery to become a crossdresser, did you? To be honest, I still prefer your natural look, even though you look better this way. Xin Yan finally couldn't take Chen Shu's antics any longer. Her delicate brows furrowed, and suppressing her anger, she abruptly asked, have you seen enough? Not yet. Chen Shu had just subconsciously replied when, in the next instant, his pupils suddenly dilated. Immediately afterwards, he tactically took a half step back, but tilted his neck forward, his eyes bulging so wide they almost popped out of their sockets. Chen Shu was filled with questions. Wait, Yuan, what's going on? Didn't you still have a rough voice when you were doing your live stream this morning? You don't have a voice changer like Conan, do you? Where is it? Chen Shu looked left and right, even fixing her gaze on Xin Yuan's chest. Wow, those well-developed pectoral muscles. Isn't that too much padding? Xin Yan raised her uninjured right hand and slapped Chen Shu across the face, pushing him away with obvious disgust. If I didn't know that this guy had mistaken me for Xin Yuan, the older brother of the twins. If I didn't know that Xin Yuan had recently been cross-dressing as a female celebrity and doing live streams. If I hadn't met this guy before. If his reaction hadn't been so genuine, without any trace of acting. I seriously suspect this guy is deliberately taking advantage of me. Right now, what's smeared on his face won't be my hand, but my size 37 foot. Chapter 8, Shopping at the LV Store. You're really not Xin Yuan? 2.5 minutes later, Chen Shu finally confirmed that the other person was not her good brother who was dressed as a woman. She really is a girl. But this girl looks so much like Yuan. They are about 87% similar, with only 13% being different. Chen Shu was completely baffled as to why the two look so alike, as if they were made from the same mold. Could they be sisters? Oh wait, no, they're siblings? But I've never heard Yuan mention that he has a younger sister. Xin Yan ignored Chen Shu's persistent questions. After the ride-hailing car arrived, she spoke again, I'm going to the hospital. You don't need to come with me. Also, thank you for what you just said. You're welcome, but my name is Chen Shu, not Gang Gang. Xin Yan felt the sweltering weather suddenly drop several degrees. Just as she was about to get into the car, Chen Shu called out to her again, can we add each other on WeChat? Good. Considering that Chen Shu was Xin Yuan's good friend and had just helped her, and since it was ultimately his request, Xin Yan gave it to him. After Xin Yan left, Chen Shu immediately opened her WeChat moments. It's only visible for 3 days, and there's no content displayed. But then Chen Shu's mind raced, and he opened his good friend Xin Yuan's WeChat moments, where he indeed saw the interaction between the two. Chen Shu finally understood, the girl from earlier was indeed Yuan's sister. You little rascal, you've been hiding your true colors well. Chen Shu looked down thoughtfully at her hands, opening and closing them several times, a slight smile creeping onto her lips. This girl is very radiant. Xin Yuan was already quite handsome. On his first day of university, Chen Shu, Zhou Xiaofeng, and Xiao Dahua all thought he was a girl with short hair. Unfortunately, Xin Yuan's rough northeastern accent shattered their illusions instantly. Now, a sister of Xin Yuan has appeared, a gender-swapped version of Yuan. This is a good idea. Chen Shu was immediately excited and sent Xin Yuan a WeChat message, Yuaner, where are you? I need to talk to you about something. Second brother, what's wrong? When we meet, I'll give you my address, and I'll stay at your place tonight. Having received the address from Xin Yuan, Chen Shu remembered her important task, she needed to get herself ready. As the saying goes, Buddha is adorned with gold, and people are made by their clothes. Upon arriving near the Ocean Taikuli shopping district in Chengdu, Chen Shu parked her electric scooter and decided to walk. Standing beneath the giant panda's rear end at IFS, watching the colorful, orderly stream of people filing out of the street. Looking at the tall, beautiful street-style models. Looking at the wealthy men and women decked out in luxury goods and driving expensive cars. Chen Shu felt that her outfit was really too unfashionable. In the past, he would have been extremely envious of the rich guys who ate so well, and he would have felt a sense of inferiority and frustration. Even if I worked hard for 10 lifetimes, I could never live the life of the rich guys. Even owning a small house in Chengdu is an unattainable ideal. Not to mention the dazzling array of beautiful women and luxury cars. After all, some things a person is born with, and if they are not born with them, they will never have them in their lifetime. But now Chen Shu knows that he can have the same luxury goods, luxury cars, and beautiful women that rich guys have. What they don't have, they will have themselves. Chen Shu calmly entered the LV store in Taikuli. Several sales assistants glanced at her attire and a hint of disappointment flashed in their eyes. However, due to the store's rules, one of the sales assistants immediately stepped forward to serve the customer with a professional and polite smile. Hello sir, welcome to the Louis Vuitton Taikuli store. I'm Xiaoyu, your sales assistant. Are you looking to buy shoes, bags, or clothing? Seeing the other person's enthusiastic demeanor, Chen Shu couldn't help but smile. What a small world. I actually met the school beauty from high school, the unattainable white moonlight of all the boys in the school, here. Isn't her family quite wealthy? Why is she working as a sales clerk here? Chen Shu said, School beauty you, what are you doing here? Who are you? Yu Qingzhu scrutinized the other person carefully, but, she couldn't remember at all. Chen Shu wasn't surprised that she didn't recognize him at all. Back in high school, she was the object of many people's secret crushes, while he was just a simp for Xiao Baiwei. I'm a classmate from high school, my name is Chen Shu. Chen Shu politely extended her hand. Yu Qingzhu was stunned for a moment, then understood. Looking at Chen Shu's outstretched hand, she hesitated. Mr. Chen, it's a pleasure to assist you. What would you like to know right now? Yu Qingzhu ultimately did not shake hands with Chen Shu, but still maintained the politeness of a professional saleswoman. Chen Shu didn't feel embarrassed at all. She naturally withdrew her hand and put it in her pocket. Let me see the shoes first. Okay, our LV men's shoe section is over here, please follow me. Mr. Chen, what are your requirements for men's shoes? As for my requirements. Chen Shu thought for a moment, as long as it's not ugly, the more expensive the better. Mr. Chen is joking. Our LV clothing, shoes and bags are designed by top designers from around the world. There may be differences in aesthetics, but they are all unique and beautiful. Chen Shu laughed it off. Yu Qingju led Chen Shu to the men's shoe section and gave him a very professional introduction. Chen Shu asked, "Didn't I just say, get the most expensive pair, or the newest model?" Okay. Yu Qingju was slightly taken aback, but still went to get a pair of sky blue sneakers and introduced them with a smile. "This is our latest summer men's shoe from Louis Vuitton, the Trainer Maxi Athletic Casual Shoe, sky blue in color, round toe, made of cowhide leather." "How much?" Chen Shu was quite satisfied with the appearance of these items and interrupted the other party to ask. Chen Shu interrupted her, and Yu Qingju smiled on the outside but was secretly annoyed. Sure enough, another price-sensitive consumer. Wait, this isn't a consumer at all. Judging by his attire, he's definitely someone who only asks questions but doesn't buy anything. "Mr. Chen, the price of this shoe is 14,735 yuan. Chen Shu almost lost his composure. He knew LV was a luxury brand, but a pair of shoes cost more than 14,000 yuan? How much does a pair of Adidas Yeezy shoes cost? However, Chen Shu really liked the Trainer Maxi sneakers. "Mr. Chen, if you are not satisfied with the style, price, or other aspects of this shoe, we have other shoes available. Would you like to take a look?" Yu Qingju spoke politely, knowing that Chen Shu couldn't possibly be a real LV customer. She just wanted to get rid of him quickly so she could go and serve the real rich guys and girls and earn commissions. "Okay, this is it, I'll take it." Chen Shu made the final decision. Yu Qingju was stunned. He bought it already? That's so convenient. Chen Shu thought for a moment and added, "Give me 2 more pairs that are exactly the same." Yu Qingju asked hesitantly, "You want 3 pairs? Are you sure?" Chen Shu asked with a smile, "What? Afraid I can't pay the bill?" Yu Qingju shook her head repeatedly, No, Chen, I never thought of that. Please wait a moment, I'll go get it for you right away." Looking at Yu Qingju's alluring figure, Chen Shu smiled. This woman was one of the more polite ones among the many snobs. What a load of rubbish. The filter has been shattered. After Chen Shu demystified her, she discovered that the girl who was the white moonlight of all the boys in high school back then was only so-so in terms of looks, maybe an 8 out of 10. She's not even as good as junior sister Luo Yao. That innocent, green tea girl look is exactly my type. "Chen Shu, is there anything else you'd like to buy?" Yu Qingju asked with a smile. Chen Shu felt that the other party was really awkward, trying to get close to her while constantly using polite formalities. Woman. Pay first. Okay. At the cashier, Chen Shu paid smoothly, and the system notification that made him feel great sounded again. The host followed their heart and purchased 3 pairs of Louis Vuitton Trainer Maxi athletic shoes to satisfy their love of luxury footwear, spending 44,205 yuan. The host is rewarded with a 4-fold return, amounting to 176,820 yuan. Chen Shu glanced at the transaction notification and saw that her bank card balance was 248,406.97 yuan. Chen Shu felt even more confident. Several saleswomen whispered among themselves. Today I encountered another person who pretended to be weak but actually spent over 40,000 yuan in one go. He had less than 200 yuan in his clothes. If I had known, I should have gone to greet this handsome guy. Xiao Yu would have gotten a free commission. Luckily, I only spent a little over 40,000 yuan, otherwise I would have felt unbalanced. At the checkout counter, Yu Qingju enthusiastically handed the shopping bags to Chen Shu. "Chen Shu, let's add each other on WeChat. I can notify you of any discounts or promotions from LV via WeChat in the future." "A discount?" Chen Shu chuckled. "I don't need one. Everyone's rich, who needs a discount?" Well. After a slight pause, Yu Qingju became even more certain that this guy, whom she barely recognized, must be very rich. Is he perhaps a rich second generation from an A8 or even A9 family? But why do I have absolutely no recollection of him? Is he really that low-key? However, judging from his attire, he's clearly a wealthy young man who's used to keeping a low profile. It's obvious that Chen Shu doesn't need a discount, but let's exchange WeChat contacts. That way, I can notify you as soon as LV releases any new shoes. What do you say? All right. Seeing that Yu Qingju insisted, Chen Shu agreed, and the two added each other on WeChat. "Welcome to visit us again. When did I say I was leaving?" Chen Shu put the shoes on the shopping counter. "I'll shop around a bit more." Okay, Chen Shu, what else would you like to see?" "I'll be your shopping guide." Yu Qingju's smile had lost some of its professionalism and gained more of its friendliness. Chen Shu wondered to herself, isn't your job just to be a sales assistant? It's like we're very close. Ah, women. Show me some men's clothing. Okay. Before long, Chen Shu picked out 2 tops and 2 pairs of shorts, all of which were the latest summer styles. I paid the bill very readily. The comforting system voice, so soothing it made you want to call for your mother, rang out again. The host followed their heart and purchased an LV denim shirt, an LV knit sweater, and 2 pairs of LV denim shorts to satisfy their love of luxury clothing, spending 76,102 yuan. The host is rewarded with 8 times the amount, a return of 608,816 yuan. Holy crap! 8 times the return? Over 600,000? Chen Shu was secretly pleased. Then I checked my bank card balance, 781,120.97 yuan. Awesome! Chen Shu found herself increasingly enjoying the thrill of spending money, especially hearing the system's reward notification after a lavish spending spree, which almost gave her a mental orgasm. Seeing that Chen Shu had spent over 70,000 yuan, Yu Qingju began to question the meaning of life. He spent over 100,000 yuan in one go, without even blinking. 9 families with assets exceeding 100 million are conservative estimates. Is he really some rich young master? How could a rich kid like that possibly go to the same high school as me? The other saleswomen were filled with a mixture of regret and envy. Why do all these rich young men pretend to be poor? It made me miss out on another big deal. So the boss always taught us not to just look at a person's clothes and appearance, but to feel their temperament. I think this handsome guy has a very elegant and noble temperament. It seems like he came for Xiaoyu? I just heard that, and they seem to have known each other for a long time? No way? Didn't they just add each other on WeChat? So he fell in love at first sight and was Xiaoyu's suitor? Now that he's shown his strength, he's won Xiaoyu over. The saleswomen were gossiping, and Yu Qingju had also developed feelings for Chen Shu. Chen Shu, you bought so much today, why didn't you buy anything for your girlfriend? Her seemingly joking tone was actually an attempt to find out about Chen Shu's relationship status. Chen Shu chuckled, what's a girlfriend? Can you eat her? Chen Shu, you're so funny. Yu Qingju chuckled, secretly delighted that such a wealthy man was still single. Isn't he a perfect eligible bachelor? I need to take the initiative from now on. I'm sure I can win him over. Yu Qingju was very confident in her methods. From high school to college, she had forgotten how many rich guys' gold coins she had robbed. However, Yu Qingju had almost never met a college student as generous as Chen Shu. Moreover, just from the fact that Chen Shu recognized her the moment they met and called her school beauty Yu when he spoke, Yu Qingju knew that she must be a white moonlight in his heart. Wouldn't that mean I could easily take it down with just a little bit of effort? Chen Shu had no idea that Yu Qingju was so trusting. She nodded and was about to leave to get her hair done. Just then, by sheer coincidence, Chen Shu heard Xiao Baiwei's voice again. Brother Zihao, look, I'm carrying this latest LV bag, doesn't it look great? Doesn't it match my style perfectly? Brother Zihao, I really love this bag. Vivi, you do look very good, but you have to understand, it's not the bag that's beautiful, it's you. In my opinion, this bag is too ordinary and doesn't match your style at all. But I just really like it. Wei, are you questioning my taste? Besides, didn't I just give you an iPhone last time? I'm a little short on cash lately, so how about this, after we've known each other for half a year, I'll buy this bag as a gift for you. Wu Zihao was always incredibly shrewd. He never intended to give Xia Baiwei this bag. But why make a promise now? Because he has no intention of keeping it. Half a year since we met? By then I'd already had my fill of that. And you even gave me a gift? Xia Baiwei was also annoyed. We've only known each other for 2 months, and you're making me wait for half a year? And they even said they'd give me an iPhone, but it's a base model iPhone 17. You're supposed to be the son of the company's vice president, yet you're just as stingy as Chen Shu. Thinking of Chen Shu, Xia Baiwei suddenly felt nostalgic for the days she spent with him. Although they were poor back then, Chen Shu would spend every penny he had on her. If he saved money, it was for her to spend in the future. But now, Wu Zihao, whom I only wanted money from, is refusing to give it to me. Isn't this just plain being a freeloader? Xia Baiwei, why are you still carrying that bag? Are you reluctant to part with it? Do you insist that I buy you one? My dad was against us being together from the start, saying you were after my money and wanted to marry into our family. Are you really a materialistic woman? How could that be, brother Ziheo? I'm with you because I genuinely like you as a person. Xia Baiwei was immediately stumped by Wu Ziheo's explanation. She quickly put down her beloved latest LV bag and was about to leave when she turned around and bumped into Chen Shu. Xia Baiwei's pupils dilated in surprise. Chen Shu, what are you doing here? Wu Ziheo frowned and said unhappily, Hey kid, do you think this place is somewhere you can afford to spend money? Don't think that just because you took out some online loans, you can create these chance encounters with us every day and try to prove you're rich and make her regret it, right? You want to humiliate me, don't you? Dude, can you stop being so naive? You have to pay back your online loans. Wu Ziheo looked disdainful. Chen Shu chuckled lightly. This idiot's imagination was really running wild. I'm a super rich guy, why would I want to bump into you too? What do you think you are? Chen Shu completely ignored the two people opposite her, pointed to the LV bag that Xia Baiwei had just put down, and said to Yu Qingzhu beside her, How about that bag? That's our store's latest model, the side trunk large handbag, priced at 39,500 yuan. Okay, give me one. Chen Shu thought about how she had pinched Xin Yuan's sister hard today. Although it was unintentional and she had mistaken her for someone else, it was still somewhat presumptuous of her. How awkward would it be if the two of them met again? Here's a gift, I can use it to apologize. Question mark. Upon hearing this, Yu Qingzhu was slightly taken aback. Didn't Chen Shu say he didn't have a girlfriend? Why would he buy this women's bag? But she still brought Chen Shu a side trunk handbag. Chen Shu glanced at it with disdain. This bag has already been used by someone else, let's get a different one. Okay. Yu Qingzhu hurriedly went to get a brand new one. Xia Baiwei's face turned extremely pale. What did Chen Shu mean by this? Did he look down on me? And does he really want to buy this bag? Can he even afford it? He's already spent a lot of money recklessly. Where did he get the money? A series of questions popped into Xia Baiwei's mind. I don't believe Chen Shu borrowed money from online loans, but I also don't believe what Chen Shu said before, that he inherited 1 billion yuan from his second uncle in Taiwan. I asked, and Donghui said it was a movie. Wu Ziheo still looked at the show-off in his mind with disdain until he heard the sound of payment success. Chen Shu then heard the system's voice. The host, following his heart and to alleviate his guilt towards his twin sister, purchased a Louis Vuitton side trunk handbag, spending 39,500 yuan. The host is rewarded tenfold, receiving 395,000 yuan. 10 times? Chen Shu regretted it a little. She should have shown more sincerity in her apology. Looking at my bank balance again, it had exceeded 1 million. It reached 1,136,620.97 yuan. That feels so good. Chen Shu's gloomy mood from losing a lot of money in the prop lottery was swept away, and she was in high spirits again. At this moment, Wu Ziheo was very surprised. Holy crap, this guy actually bought it? You shouldn't use your online loan, right? The next second, when Yu Qingzhu packed up all the items Chen Shu had bought at the LV store that day and handed them to Chen Shu, Wu Ziheo was instantly dumbfounded. Holy crap! So many shopping bags, are you buying goods here for the hell? Wu Ziheo was dumbfounded. Xia Baiwei was also shocked by this scene. She stepped forward and blocked Chen Shu. She asked, Chen Shu, how much did you spend here? What's it to you? Chen Shu suddenly glanced at her. I'm still your ex-girlfriend. Xia Baiwei snapped. Chen Shu chuckled, you know it's ex too? Want it? Have your boyfriend buy it for you? A good dog doesn't block the way, move aside. Chen Shu, you. Xia Baiwei stomped her foot in anger. Wu Ziheo also felt embarrassed, because he couldn't bear to buy it himself, while others bought a whole bunch of things. Isn't this embarrassing and a slap in the face for me? Oh shit. Where did this poor loser get the money? Let's go. Let's not linger here. Wu Ziheo pulled Xia Baiwei and prepared to leave. But then. Chen Shu, come again next time. Yu Qingzhu waved goodbye with a smile. Let's keep in touch on WeChat anytime. Without turning his head, Chen Shu gave an OK sign, leaving his dashing figure gradually disappearing into the distance. Seeing this, Xia Baiwei finally recognized the saleswoman in front of her as Yu Qingzhu, the school beauty from high school. Xia Baiwei became even more flustered. When did Chen Shu and Yu Qingzhu become so close? They even have each other on WeChat? Could it be that they've known each other for a long time? Did Yu Qingzhu already know that Chen Shu was a rich second generation? Chen Shu came here today just to support her business? Wow! Chen Shu must be incredibly wealthy. At the same time, seeing Yu Qingzhu's sly smile, Xia Baiwei felt a strong sense of crisis. Luo Yao, 1 Yu Qingzhu, 1. Why is it that as soon as I broke up with Chen Shu, the whole world is fighting over Chen Shu? Could it be that I'm the only one kept in the dark? Am I the only one who doesn't know he's actually a hidden rich kid? Was Chen Shu actually testing me all along? The more Xia Baiwei thought about it, the more mentally drained she became. She felt like she was regretting it to the core. Looking at Wu Zihao again, Xia Baiwei hated herself for being so blind back then, for choosing such a worthless person. He can't match Chen Shu in generosity, looks, or even height. It's getting more and more annoying to look at. Wei, I know a good casserole restaurant nearby. Come on, I'll take you to try it. No, brother Zihao, I'm not feeling well, I have to go now. Xia Baiwei made up a random excuse and called a ride-hailing service to go back to school. She had only one thought in mind, to find out Chen Shu's background, how much money he had, and where he got the money. Chapter 9. The second time. After getting all the clothes, shoes, and bags from LV, all that's left is to get my hair done. Chen Shu didn't care much about getting a haircut before, but now that he's a super rich guy, we should at least experience something high-end, right? After searching online, Chen Shu found a place called Maison FL Lauren Maison Salon. Upon entering the private club, the receptionist was stunned. How could someone who looked ordinary, even disheveled, appear in such a high-end club? If it weren't for the pile of large LV logos in his hand, the receptionist would have immediately shouted for security. Hello sir, welcome to Maison FL Lauren Maison Salon. Is this your first time here? Because it was an LV store, the receptionist gave her a professional smile. Chen Shu casually replied, yes, I'm here to get a haircut. Sir, are you a member here? Our Lauren Maison Salon is a membership-based salon, providing exclusive high-end customized services and immersive aesthetic experiences to our members. Only open to members? Yes, sir, would you like to become a member? What's the price? The receptionist laid out a price list on the table and introduced it with a smile. Sir, our membership fee is 30,000 yuan, and the VIP membership fee is 100,000 yuan. Question mark. Chen Shu was a little surprised. Did getting a haircut really require spending so much money? How much did it cost to go to the school barbershop? How much did a quick haircut cost? That's damn expensive. What's the difference between your regular members and VIP members? Sir, our VIP members not only enjoy all the services of regular members, but also receive high-end customized services from top hairstylists, and enjoy a 10% discount on every purchase. Look, these are our salon's top hairstylists, the receptionist said proudly, pointing to the photo wall next to her. They only serve the salon's VIP members. Chen Shu thought to herself, spending 100,000 yuan just to get them to serve me? You guys are making money way too easily. But isn't the whole point of living a life of unrestrained wealth to experience it? If you're going to experience something, experience the expensive stuff. Okay, let's get a VIP membership then. Yes, sir. The receptionist was quite surprised and delighted. She hadn't expected that a man who didn't seem to care much about his image would actually spend 100,000 yuan to become a VIP member. Isn't this just a commission falling from the sky? Soon, Chen Shu signed up for a VIP membership and paid the fee. Suddenly, the system notification popped up again. The host followed their heart and, to satisfy their curiosity about high-end hair services, purchased a VIP membership at Lauren Beauty Salon, spending 100,000 yuan. The host is rewarded with a 5x return, totaling 500,000 yuan. Chen Shugang just received a text message indicating a payment of 100,000 yuan, and then another message came in indicating a deposit of 500,000 yuan. Bank card balance, 1,536,620.97 yuan. 1.5 million. This trip was worth it. Chen Shu felt even more relaxed. After storing her LV in the club's private locker, Chen Shu pointed to the wall and picked out the most appealing hairdresser from among a group of beautiful women. I want this one to serve me, yes, this is the one. Wow, that figure, that makeup. So young. Chen Shu even had some doubts about whether this salon was legitimate. Haircuts are great. I should come often for haircuts. The receptionist was overly enthusiastic and said with a fawning smile, "Okay, Mr. Chen, please come with me. Teacher Bebe will be here soon." A few minutes later, in a separate room filled with an atmosphere of extravagance, Chen Shu enjoyed a professional hair washing and massage from a young woman. Her technique was very professional. They also kept her smiling, asking questions, and chatting throughout the entire process. No sooner had she left than the professional hairstylist, known as Teacher Bebe, came in. "Hello, Mr. Chen, I'm Bebe, your personal hairstylist for this session. It's a pleasure to serve you." "Hello." Chen Shu had never been served by a woman with an E-cup figure before, so he couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed at this moment. Damn it! I was clearly getting a haircut. What are you thinking about? Although, setting aside Ms. Bebe's E-cup figure, her looks are mainly supported by makeup and styling. But the problem is, this is something he really can't let go of. However, Teacher Bebe could tell at a glance what a young boy like Chen Shu was thinking when he was embarrassed. However, as a professional hairstylist, she is truly professional. While chatting with Chen Shu with a smile, she designed a hairstyle that was very suitable for Chen Shu. "Mr. Chen, how about we go with this hairstyle?" Can. Chen Shu herself was very satisfied with the level of skill in designing this hairstyle. As expected of a professional. Having been used to being poor, he was still secretly shocked by the price of 3,000 yuan per session. Is this the price for a third-place finisher? TSK. The lives of the rich are so simple, unpretentious, and boring. I need to adapt to the change in my identity as soon as possible. A moment later, Chen Shu's hairstyle was halfway done when a noisy commotion reached his ears. "No, I don't want any other hairstylists, I only want Bebe to do my hair." "Miss Jiang, Bebe is doing other customers' hair right now, please wait a little longer." "I can't wait any longer. I have a banquet tonight, I'm too late." Chen Shu looked at Teacher Bebe in the mirror and smiled, "Looks like you're quite popular." Chen Shu's words revealed Xiao Chuanan's hidden thoughts. They were a combination of praising her excellent hairstyling skills and complimenting her figure. "What do I have to offer? The one who's really in demand is Miss Jiang outside." Upon hearing this, Chen Shu smiled and said nothing more, quietly observing Teacher Bebe's figure in the mirror. This older sister must not have understood the implied meaning in her words. Life is short, so enjoy it while you can. But the next second, the door to the room opened, and a woman barged in. "Bebe, so you were here." Chen Shu subconsciously felt displeased and frowned. "I'm getting my hair done. How dare you barge in like that? Don't you care about giving me a psychological trauma?" But when Chen Shu saw the graceful figure in the mirror, which was probably on par with Teacher Bebe, and the woman's looks were truly stunning, even if she couldn't compare to Sister Xin Yuan's breathtaking beauty, she was still comparable to junior sister Luo Yao. Chen Shu's anger immediately dissipated by half. In Chen Shu's mind, anyone whose looks could rival those of junior sister Luo Yao deserved the title of high-scoring beauty. Chen Shu was naturally delighted to be surrounded by a high-scoring beauty, especially one who scored E. As expected, it's in high demand. But he didn't expect that the other party would be so unreasonable as soon as they came in. "Bebe, I have to attend a very important banquet tonight. I'm in a hurry, so put down what you're doing and do my hair first." "Sister Liani, please wait a moment, I'm here." "What are you waiting for? Stop talking nonsense and hurry up, come with me." Zhang Liani grabbed Bebe's wrist and dragged her out. "Sister Liani, I haven't finished yet." "Miss Jiang, we don't mind taking a little longer. Please wait a little longer. This is not in accordance with our shop's rules. How can we change the person halfway through doing a customer's hair?" "What rules?" "My rules are the rules." Zhang Liani frowned and said seriously, "Don't forget, I'm your super VIP here. Super VIP priority, that was the promise you made to me. Are you going back on your word?" This. The store manager was immediately speechless, unable to refute, and could only turn to apologize to Chen Shu. "Mr. Chen, I'm really sorry, how about I find you another top-notch designer? Also, to express our salon's apologies, today's order is on the house." The store manager spoke earnestly, as she did not want to offend the newly joined VIP member. But they couldn't afford to offend Zhang Liani, their major benefactor. She could only mediate between the two sides. Chen Shu, however, did not buy it. Originally, considering that Zhang Liani was a stunningly beautiful and well-built older sister, Chen Shu would have agreed to replace her if she had politely expressed her urgent needs and said a few kind words. "That's incredibly rude of you. Are you treating me like I don't exist? In the past, without any resources to back me up, I would have just tolerated such unfair treatment. But now that I'm a super rich person, who can tolerate that? Chen Shu called out to the other person, saying directly, "Wait a minute. Sister, I know you're in a hurry, but please don't rush." Chen Shu learned how to stab people in the back from her junior sister Luo Yao, and her aggressive older sister stunned the three women. Zhang Lianyi was even more furious. "Hey! When did you go blind?" "Excuse me, my eyesight is 5.0, very good," Chen Shu said calmly. "Big sister, please listen to me first." Zhang Lianyi was so angry with Chen Shu that she felt like her lungs were about to explode. What young and beautiful woman could listen to someone say that she was old? "I'm only 27. And he even said old twice? This is a matter of principle and bottom line. Shut your mouth, you old bastard." Zhang Lianyi really wanted to smash the Gucci bag in her hand into the other person's face, but she was in a hurry and didn't plan to argue any longer. "Bebe, let's go." "Why are you leaving? Did you get my permission? Do you know the rules? Why do I need your permission?" "Heh, it's the rule. I'm a super VIP here, and I have priority for all services. If you don't believe me, you can ask the manager." The store manager was caught in the middle and was extremely embarrassed. He tried his best to mediate. "Mr. Chen, the store does have this rule. Super VIPs enjoy the highest privileges and priority in all services. Of course, this is primarily our store's responsibility. How about we offer you 2 more free meals? How about we compromise this time?" Chen Shu didn't respond to her, but continued to Zhang Lianyi, "You have priority, but you can't just take someone away halfway through getting their hair done, can you? Why not? That's what money is all about. Haven't you ever been to Disneyland? Don't you know that money means you can skip the lines?" Zhang Lianyi ignored him and just wanted to get her hair done. Chen Shu chuckled, "You think you're the only one with money? Get me a super VIP membership too." "Ah." The store manager couldn't believe his ears. "Mr. Chen, are you sure? Super VIP requires a recharge of 500,000. You think I can't afford to top it up? How could that be? Your demeanor is so elegant and noble, you look like a young master from a wealthy family." The store manager flattered and fawned over Chen Shu while simultaneously calling for someone to process a super VIP membership for her. Zhang Lianyi was a little dumbfounded. She never thought that a man would spend 500,000 yuan on a haircut. Even if it costs 5,000 yuan each time, that's enough for 100 treatments. Is this guy crazy? Now I'm a super VIP too, and a newly promoted one at that. Whether it's according to the rules or the privileges, I should have priority, right? Yes, yes. The store manager had no choice but to side with Chen Shu now. But she didn't forget to reassure Zhang Lianyi, "Miss Zhang, it's all right. A men's haircut won't take long. Just wait a little longer." Zhang Lianyi glared angrily at Chen Shu, gritting her teeth. "Fine. I'll wait." But Chen Shu said lazily, "Sister Bebe, I don't think the hairstyle you just had was very good. Let's redesign it." "Huh? Oh, okay." Bebe realized Chen Shu's wicked intentions. Zhang Lianyi immediately understood that this scoundrel was deliberately stalling for time. "You're trying to annoy me on purpose, aren't you? Very good. You did it. Give me another one," Zhang Lianyi said to the shop manager, suppressing her anger. "Okay." The female shop owner and Zhang Lianyi left the room. Chen Shu felt a sense of relief. So this is what it feels like to be rich and carefree. Especially when you think back to that mature woman named Zhang Lianyi, her chest heaving with anger. That wave, cough cough, that magnificent scene. Absolutely amazing. Chen Shu grew to love the feeling of spending lavishly just to prove a point. After a while, Chen Shu quickly completed the super VIP registration, paid the fee, and the system notification sounded again. The host, following their heart and driven by a competitive spirit to prove themselves, purchased a super VIP membership at Lauren Maison, spending 400,000 yuan. The host is rewarded with a 5-fold return, amounting to 2 million yuan. When Chen Shu glanced at the transaction notification, her bank card balance had reached a staggering 3,136,620 yuan. More than 3 million. Chen Shu never expected that getting a haircut would bring him so many rewards from the system. Awesome. Mr. Chen, what kind of new hairstyle would you like to try? Continue with that one you just used to. Question mark. Teacher Bebe understood, nodded with a smile, and continued to do Chen Shu's hair. She originally thought that Chen Shu would be very interested in Jiang Lianyi and would inquire about her information, but to her surprise, Chen Shu didn't mention Jiang Lianyi or what had just happened at all throughout the whole process. It's fair to say that this younger brother seems to have absolutely no interest in Jiang Lianyi. It's a really rare item. Chen Shu wasn't really interested in Jiang Lianyi, mainly because her spoiled and rude rich person attitude didn't appeal to him. It's such a waste of her amazing looks and figure. Those two E's. What a pity. 7 p.m., Starview Apartments. Following the address given to him by Xin Yuan, Chen Shu arrived at the door of the house where he was temporarily staying. Thump thump thump. I knocked on the door. Who is it? Xin Yuan's rough voice came from inside. Chen Shuchong called out from inside, Yuaner, open the door, it's your second brother. The next second, the door opened, and the two met. Looking at the LV logos all over his clothes and Chen Shu's incredibly stylish hairstyle, Xin Yuan couldn't help but gasp. Holy crap! Second brother, what's with your outfit? Are you cosplaying? What are you cosplaying for? Come inside and tell me. Wait, second brother, where did you get all this stuff? It's all LV? Really? Xin Yuan stared in disbelief at the dazzling array of LV outfits. Inside, it was a small two-bedroom apartment. It's very compact, and the decor is quite ordinary. Chen Shu sat down on the sofa and smiled, guess. There's even an invoice, it can't be fake. But second brother, this. Xin Yuan looked bewildered and suspicious, this isn't like you. So what style should I have? You're usually so stingy, always trying to get something from me, even my toothpaste. How come you're suddenly acting like a tycoon today? Xin Yuan pondered for a moment, then exclaimed in shock, second brother, you've become a male model and are dating a rich woman? Did you rob a bank? I don't have an AK-47, huh? Just take it as a compliment on my looks. Chen Shu smiled, somewhat speechless. Xin Yuan touched his delicate face, which resembled that of a young woman, and was completely baffled. This extravagant and lavish demeanor is completely different from the second brother I remember who always liked to freeload off others. Xin Yuan was very worried that Chen Shu would go down the wrong path. Chen Shu saw his good friend's worry and said with a smile, I'm only telling you this. You have to keep it a secret for now and not tell anyone. Second brother, you know I'm very tight-lipped. Xin Yuan's serious expression stunned Chen Shu for 2 seconds. Holy crap! Yuaner, how the hell am I supposed to know if you're keeping your mouth shut? After realizing what was happening, Xin Yuan couldn't help but gasp, hiss. Second brother, what are you thinking? We're brothers. I'm a straight man. A pure straight man. Xin Yuan covered his chest with one hand and his buttocks with the other, his eyes filled with astonishment. Chen Shu was utterly speechless, I'm straight too. Okay? Are you sure? Indeed, Chen Shu's words were about to come out when he suddenly changed his mind. He stretched his neck, straightened his collar, and said with a mischievous smile, Yuaner, if you were a girl, you would definitely be very voluptuous. Xin Yuan's eyes widened in shock. She quickly retreated to keep a greater distance from Chen Shu, crossing her arms in front of her chest, looking like a frightened woman. Second brother, you look like you have a fever? Don't do this, I'm fucking scared. Xin Yuan was both amused and exasperated. He knew his second brother liked to joke, but sometimes his portrayal of a pervert was so convincing that it didn't seem like acting. Just kidding. Don't worry, I'm a total straight man. Chen Shu chuckled for a while, then confidently added, oh, right, I forgot to tell you, my second brother won the lottery. I have a little money now, but I'll definitely make sure you live a life of luxury from now on. Really? Thank you, second brother. But? Xin Yuan smiled knowingly, we don't need to do that in the future. Depend on. Chen Shu laughed and cursed. Remembering the huge donation he received that morning, Xin Yuan quickly moved closer and asked, second brother, the person on Douyin who donated to me, Xin Can, is your ID, right? I've checked repeatedly, it's definitely you. Is that right? Chen Shu touched his nose. Holy crap! It really is you. Xin Yuan exclaimed in surprise. Second brother, you're being way too extravagant. This is far too much. We're all buddies, no need to be so polite. Brother, you've misunderstood. What I mean is, why are you going through a platform? You can just transfer the money to me directly. We're as close as brothers, how can I let the platform profit from this? Xin Yuan was heartbroken at the thought that the platform would deduct half of his income. Chen Shu patted his buddy on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Give a man a fish and you feed him for a day, teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. Yuan, your second brother will help you become a top influencer on Douyin. It will definitely earn you much more than if I just transfer money to you directly. We need to think long term." What? A top-tier internet celebrity? Dude, even if you won the lottery, you don't need to be this arrogant, do you? Xin Yuan touched Chen Shu's forehead and found that he didn't have a fever, so he became worried about his good brother's mental state. Chen Shu slapped Xin Yuan's large hand away, her mind filled with images of his sister. Her pretty and charming appearance was strikingly similar to Xin Yuan's when he was dressed as a woman, but she was even more likable. I guess I'm still a total straight man. Are you still streaming tonight? I've been broadcasting for a long time during the day, so I won't broadcast at night. That won't do. The evening is when Douyin gets the most traffic, so you need to make the most of your live stream timing. Chen Shu tried to persuade Xin Yuan. He sincerely hopes that his good friend can become a big internet celebrity. After all, I can't be the only one who gets fooled by Yuan in women's clothing. I know, but tonight. Xin Yuan wanted to say that his sister was coming over tonight. But he was thinking that Chen Shu didn't know Xin Yan yet. So, Xin Yuan swallowed back the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Chen Shuli tried to persuade her, Yuan, have you forgotten? I've been working in new media for several years. When I was an intern, I was in charge of the company's Douyin account. Didn't that stupid company grow from a few thousand followers to hundreds of thousands? Oh, right. Xin Yuan thought it made sense. By the way, second brother, I heard from brother Feng and third brother that you lost your job and broke up with your boyfriend? That's terrible. What's the big deal? Chen Shu said nonchalantly. With this system in hand, I have the world at my fingertips. Do we really have to keep this lousy class and these worn-out shoes? How shameless. You'd better hurry up and get your makeup done. We'll do another live stream later, and your second brother will shower you with gifts. We'll make sure you become a sensation. Are you really going to broadcast it? Nonsense. Yuan, I love the way you dress up as a cross-dressing master to fool people. Chen Shu's point was that he enjoyed watching Xin Yuan lie, but in Xin Yuan's ears, it became that Chen Shu enjoyed watching him dress as a woman. Scary. Xin Yuan was afraid of owing Chen Shu a huge debt. Hurry up. You go and get your makeup done, I'm going to take a hot shower, it's so hot, I'm sweating all over. Under Chen Shu's repeated urging, Xin Yuan had no choice but to comply. They went about their own business. 10 minutes later. When Chen Shu came out of the bathroom, she saw Yuan, a cross-dressing man, lying on the sofa. This guy was wearing a floral dress, his back to me, and he was lying there playing on his phone. I guess they're maintaining their fan base. Looking at Yuan in her women's clothing, even just from behind, Chen Shu thought it was absolutely stunning. It even gave him an impulse. That's right, I just have the urge to unleash a 1,000-year-old killing strike. However, Chen Shu considered himself a civilized person, and the 1,000 years of killing was simply too crude and violent. But patting someone's butt as a greeting or making a joke is perfectly normal among guys. Chen Shu acted immediately, quietly slipping to the sofa and placing her hand in the air. They set their sights on Xin Yuan's buttocks. Chen Shu called out, Yuan, you're so radiant. Then came a loud smack, a hard slap on his good buddy's butt. Second brother, what are you doing? The sound reached Chen Shu's ears from the passageway beside him, and his mind went blank for a moment. The system has crashed. Chen Shu turned her head and glanced at Xin Yuan, who had made the rough voice, and was completely dumbfounded. He slowly turned his head and looked at Xin Yuan, the one he had just patted on the butt. But then, a stunningly beautiful, delicately charming face turned around. But he was glaring angrily at himself. Xin Yan gritted her teeth, wishing she could tear Chen Shu apart with her eyes. This is the second time. Chen Shu was not a shy person to begin with, but at this moment, he wished he could find a crack and crawl into it. That's so damn embarrassing. Xin Yuan looked completely bewildered. Xin Yan, what do you mean, a second time? Chapter 10, Self-Strategy the Most Deadly. Her name was Xin Yan. Xin Yuan and Xin Yan, they really are twins, a boy and a girl. No wonder they look so alike. However, when Xin Yuan and Xin Yan stood together and compared them directly, Chen Shu found that the differences between the two were quite obvious. Xin Yan's stunning beauty is a natural gift. While Shen Yuan's cross-dressing image is also stunning, it relies on makeup and even beauty filters. My younger sister is the best. Chen Shu chuckled awkwardly and apologized. Sister Xinyan, you might not believe it, but I really didn't mean to do it either time. I thought you were Yuaner. I could tolerate it once, but twice with the same excuse? Do you think I'm stupid? It's obvious you're not. Don't think that just because you helped me once, you can take advantage of me repeatedly without restraint. You've gone too far. A raging fire surged in Xinyan's beautiful peach blossom eyes. She gritted her teeth, clenched her fists tightly, and approached Chen Shu step by step. Xinyan really wanted to use her size 37 feet to stomp Chen Shu's face under her feet. Then he would ravage it back and forth to vent his anger. Chen Shu was cornered by Xinyan and had no choice but to back down, since he was in the wrong first. Chen Shu had no choice but to give his brother, who was still standing there dumbfounded watching the show, a lot of meaningful glances. Dude, help! Xin Yuan made an S sound and quickly stepped forward to pull his sister back. Xinyan, don't get excited. There must be some misunderstanding here. Yes. It's all a misunderstanding between us. Chen Shu tried to persuade Xinyan, who was about to lose her temper. In other words, the person who benefited from, or rather, caused the misunderstandings on both occasions was my good brother's own sister. Otherwise, he might already be in jail. Chen Shu took out her LV bag and apologized again, saying, Xinyan, before we met for the first time today, I really didn't know Xin Yuan had a younger sister. I swear to God. And I just happened to come across Xin Yuan's livestream today, where he was cosplaying as a cross-dressing master. That's why there was such a misunderstanding during the day. Later I realized that you might be Xin Yuan's sister, so you see I specially bought an LV handbag, just so that when we meet again I can express my apology. Chen Shu forced the handbag onto Xinyan. Now that you've accepted my bag, you can't be angry with me anymore, okay? Xin Yuan suddenly realized that the handbag was prepared by Chen Shu for Xinyan. What misunderstanding did they have during the day? Do they need to buy an LV bag to apologize? Second brother, you're being a bit extravagant. Although Xin Yuan was still confused, he still tried to smooth things over. Xinyan, this LV side trunk handbag costs 39,500 yuan. No matter what misunderstandings you two had before, at least Chen Shu really wants to apologize to you properly when he sees you again, right? Xinyan paused for a few seconds. How much? This bag costs 40,000. Are you crazy? Moreover, according to Xin Yuan, wasn't Chen Shu a sycophant who would stretch every penny to two? When did you become so rich? And you even gave it to me? Isn't she afraid her girlfriend will get angry? Amidst her shock and confusion, Xinyan gave Chen Shu a cold look. He had changed his hairstyle and looked much more handsome. Moreover, I have no intention of pursuing the matter that happened during the day. He even spent so much money to buy me a bag, just so he could apologize to me when he saw me again? This lecherous man's gaze is surprisingly clear and sincere. It seems that he didn't lie. And what about just now? Xinyan interrogated the old lecher in front of her, and Chen Shu, feeling wronged and unjustly accused, explained. It was the same just now. I didn't know you were coming, and Xin Yuan was getting her makeup and hair done, so there was another misunderstanding. Xinyan glanced at Xin Yuan's appearance and rolled her eyes. You really are my brother. You dressed up as a woman twice, and both times Chen Shu took advantage of you, but it was me both times. Sigh, never mind. Just accept it as a loss you can't bear to hear. Take the bag back, I don't want it. Xinyan tossed the LV handbag to Chen Shu. What use is this woman's bag to a grown man like me? Chen Shu said disdainfully. Xinyan suddenly said, give it to your girlfriend. He got dumped, he doesn't have a girlfriend, Xin Yuan suddenly blurted out. Xinyan was quite shocked, even more so than when she learned that Chen Shu had suddenly gone from being a pauper to a rich man. Such a devoted sycophant, arguably the most devoted sycophant in Chengdu, yet none of them had a good ending. Dumped? Oh. This world is truly outrageous. Xinyan was filled with mixed emotions. Chen Shu asked in confusion, are you still angry? No. Then why don't you want the bag? And why are you giving me that cold look? That's called being aloof, Xin Yuan explained. My sister has always had this personality. She doesn't like to talk? Yes, a bit introverted. Listening to Chen Shu and Xin Yuan's back and forth conversation, Xin Yan immediately got up and left, going back to her room. As expected, she's aloof. Chen Shu murmured as she watched Xin Yan's graceful figure disappear into the distance. Second brother, you haven't fallen in love with Xin Yan at first sight, have you? Shen Yuan asked suspiciously. It's more like feelings developing over time. Second brother, since you're single anyway, and my sister has never been in a relationship, if you want to pursue her, I can be your wingman. Xin Yuan winked and grinned mischievously, thinking that his sister would eventually fall in love and get married. It's better to keep the good stuff within the family. At least Chen Shu and I are good buddies, we know each other inside and out. His character is absolutely trustworthy. Moreover, if Chen Shu and Xin Yan get together, wouldn't I go from being the youngest son to the eldest brother-in-law? Chen Shu, however, gave him the middle finger. Who can a broken heart still love? Chen Shu sang a tune, then urged, stop talking nonsense and get on the live stream. No. But Yuaner, you must create more entertainment value during your live stream later. What should we do? What a contrast. Don't just stay in the live stream by yourself. Take the initiative, connect with people everywhere, and participate in PK battles. No matter if the other person is male or female, don't say anything at first. Wait until they are captivated by your beauty before you speak. I'm telling you, the show's entertainment value will be off the charts. Shall I give it a try? Xin Yuan thought his second brother was a genius. Just thinking about the show's potential was entertaining. This is so much fun. Xin Yuan quickly returned to his room, closed the door, and started the live stream. Chen Shu was alone on the living room sofa, opened Douyin TikTok, and entered the live broadcast room of Kaisan Yuan. Since it just started broadcasting, there aren't many people yet. There are only a dozen or so people online. If relying solely on fans and organic traffic, even if the number of online users reaches 100, it will probably take quite some time. But force can overcome anything as long as you spend money. The platform can push traffic to you like crazy. Chen Shu frantically tapped the screen. At this moment, Xin Yan came out to get water and saw the scene, looking puzzled. What are you doing? Top up your account and send gifts to your brother. Chen Shu said without looking up. Boring. Xin Yan has never been interested in her brother's so-called career. He considers things like cross-dressing live streaming to be unorthodox and shady. Can't we just be more down to earth? Besides, how much money can we make from this? And then there's Chen Shu, who gets all cocky as soon as he has a little money. He's also a rather unreliable guy. After filling a glass with water, Xin Yan was about to go back inside when she heard excited voices coming from the inner room. Even the door couldn't block out the sound. Thanks to brother Shinkan for sending the carnival. Xin Yan was stunned. Was a carnival really that exciting for her brother? It's only 1,500 each, right? Although our family is short of money right now, your sister earns several hundred yuan a day from attending classes. Wait a minute. Could it have been Xin Shu who gave it to me? Driven by curiosity, Xin Yan inexplicably retreated to the sofa and glanced at Chen Shu's screen. Unexpectedly, what they saw was Chen Shu constantly poking with her fingers, sending out one carnival after another. Carnival X30. Carnival X40. Carnival X50. In the blink of an eye, Chen Shu had sent out 50 carnivals, and she showed no sign of stopping. Xin Yan was dumbfounded. She was pursued by many rich second-generation men while she was at the normal university. Some of them spent a lot of money, giving her the latest iPhone and luxury handbags in person, sometimes worth tens of thousands of yuan. Moreover, the other party only wanted to add someone on WeChat. But no one throws money around like Chen Shu, spending 150,000 yuan in one go without even blinking. Besides, what's his motive? You can't possibly be after my brother, can you? Impossible. Chen Shu has had girlfriends before, so he's definitely a straight man. Xin Yuan is also definitely a straight man. Xin Yan pondered for a moment, then suddenly a thought flashed through her mind. Could it be that Chen Shu's people are me? What happened this afternoon, and what happened just now? I knew it couldn't all be a misunderstanding. You big pervert. The more Xin Yan thought about it, the more she felt that Chen Shu's true intentions were not what they seemed. And what's with all the gifts they're giving Xin Yuan? They're clearly trying to get close to my brother and then get close to me in the end. Chen Shu wants to date me. But you just broke up with your girlfriend of several years, and now you want to pursue me? Isn't that too hasty? Although he is quite handsome. While Shen Yan's mind was wandering, her pretty face had unknowingly become hot. Chen Shu was completely unaware that there was someone next to him, and even less aware of what Shen Yan had been daydreaming about. He kept sending gifts, spending 100 carnival gifts in one go. He spent 300,000 yuan. In just a few minutes, the number of viewers in Kaisin Yuan's live stream increased from a dozen to 10,000. It even broke into the top 20 of the national top 100 list. Netizens were stunned. I've seen people spam the carnival event, but I've never seen anyone spam it like it's a little heart. Yuan has only been streaming for a short time and she's already met a super rich patron. She's so lucky. Brother Shinkan is awesome. What exactly is the origin of this heartache? Yuan, Brother Shinkan looks like he has ulterior motives. You absolutely mustn't owe him a mountain of debt. In the live stream, Xin Yuan was laughing hysterically when he saw these comments. But when he dressed as a woman, he was even sweeter with every smile and gesture. When Chen Shu saw this scene on her phone screen, she couldn't help but smile. Yuan in women's clothing was just so alluring. That smile could melt a man's heart. If he is, well, no need for ifs, isn't Xinyan one? To be honest, Chen Shu really likes Xinyan, a beautiful woman with bright eyes and white teeth, whose smile is even sweeter than that of a typical sweet girl. It's a pity that Xinyan doesn't smile much, she's too aloof. Chen Shu shook his head, feeling a mix of emotions, when just then, the system's reward arrived in his account again. The host followed his heart and spent 300,000 yuan to help his good friend Xin Yuan become a Douyin influencer by spending 100 carnivals. The host is rewarded with 10 times the amount, 3 million yuan. Before Chen Shu could even feel happy, she heard Xinyan's surprised voice beside her. You spent 300,000? Holy crap! Chen Shu was startled by Xinyan's sudden appearance. When did you appear? Seeing Chen Shu's unexpected and surprised reaction, Xinyan found him strangely adorable. How should I put it? It's a bit contrast. I used to think he was a poor loser, but it turns out he's a rich second generation. I thought he was a rich second generation, but it turns out he looks like a poor loser again. Very down to earth. Xinyan said, Chen Shu, you really are a hidden talent. Are you a poor loser or a rich person? Xinyan developed a strong interest in Chen Shu. She really wanted to figure out why a rich second generation who could spend 300,000 yuan in a few minutes used to live the life of a poor loser in other people's eyes. Chen Shu didn't answer her, but smiled and said, Xinyan, you look pretty when you smile, why are you so aloof? Are you naturally aloof, or do you use aloofness as a protective shield? 2 sentences, and the conversation died. Xinyan resumed her aloof demeanor, pursing her lips and narrowing her peach blossom eyes. Chen Shu made an sound, sit down for a while? Seeing Chen Shu pat the sofa, Xinyan hesitated for a moment, but still sat down next to him. Xinyan asked again, why did you spend so much money on my brother? Chen Shu smiled and said, of course, it's to bring him traffic. I know, but for what reason? We need to make him a top internet celebrity, a leading influencer on Douyin. Your brother has that potential. But why did you do that? Why are you asking so many questions? I'm spending a little more money and you're not happy about it? The money I spend on your brother is still spent by your whole family. Chen Shu was speechless. Xinyan seemed quite clever, but she just kept asking questions. Are you jealous of her brother? Are you jealous that I gave you honor gifts but not you? Why don't you start a live stream? Chen Shu muttered to herself. Xinyan was not angry because of Chen Shu's impatience. On the contrary, she was quite moved at that moment. In Xinyan's view, Chen Shu must have learned about her family's financial crisis through Xin Yuan. He learned that he was working 3 jobs to help his family pay off their debts. Everything he did was to make things less tiring for me. He felt sorry for me. But, when exactly did he find out about me? And when did he start liking me? You're playing these so-called misunderstandings with me, you childish idiot. Chen Shu couldn't understand the look Xinyan was giving him right now. Why was she acting so coquettish? Why are you blushing? Please, goddess, your aloof persona has crumbled. Chen Shu, do you know everything? Know what? It's just Xinyan wanted to explain, but seeing Chen Shu's blank look, she held back. Never mind, it's nothing. Chen Shu was speechless. I glanced down at my bank account balance from the transaction notification. It had already reached 5.83 million. It can make your good brother rich and famous, and also make yourself richer. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, awesome. Chen Shu continued to top up his account and send gifts to Xin Yuan, his fingers constantly tapping the screen. Seeing this, Xin Yan's peach blossom eyes were full of confusion. What are you doing? The same as always. Are you going to send my brother gifts again? If you start a live stream, I'll send you gifts too. Thump thump thump. Upon hearing this, Xin Yan felt her heart race. Sure enough, Chen Shu really was after him. You've already spent 300,000 on my brother, how much more do you want to spend? How much money would it cost to get to number 1 on the national top 100 list? I'm not sure either, maybe $1 million? Xin Yan guessed a number. Chen Shu smiled and nodded, then let's aim for a total of 1 million in a single game. Chen Shu figured that if he spent another 700,000 and the system gave him a reward, he would make a fortune. If the system doesn't pay out the prize, then I'll lose 700,000 yuan. Completely acceptable. Why do I feel like such a stranger to myself? I don't even care about 700,000 anymore? Being a super rich person feels so damn awesome. At this moment, Xin Yan, watching Chen Shu showering gifts with all her might, had her charming peach blossom eyes slightly red and moist. Just because of one sentence I said, Chen Shu really wants to spend 1 million? Am I really that important to him? Xin Yan felt that she had never looked down on those rich second-generation men who pursued her. Although they had money in their pockets, they were all shrewd. A few $1,000s for a WeChat account, tens of thousands for a girlfriend. With hundreds of thousands of dollars, they probably just want to take you to a hotel room. Those rich people are very shrewd. But Chen Shu is different from them all. He spent 1 million yuan, and all he got in return was his WeChat account. He didn't ask for anything else. There was no self-interest involved in even the exchange of WeChat contacts between the two. It was simply because I was grateful to him at the time. Thinking about it this way, Xin Yan felt that Chen Shu's affection for her was the purest of all. Where will you sleep tonight? Xin Yan asked with concern. Either sleep on the sofa, or squeeze in with Yuan, Chen Shu replied casually, focused on sending gifts. Xin Yan frowned slightly and said seriously, you can sleep in my room. What? Chen Shu looked up abruptly, unable to believe her ears. Xin Yan blushed and said in embarrassment and indignation, what are you thinking? I mean, you can sleep in my room, and I'll sleep on the sofa. Oh. Chen Shu breathed a sigh of relief. He had thought Xin Yan was after his body. But why? I'd love to. All right. Chen Shu didn't press the matter further. She figured she should just go with the flow and sleep wherever the host arranged. A moment later, Chen Shu had collected another 300 carnivals. A whopping 900,000 yuan. At the same time, Chen Shu single-handedly propelled Kaisin Yuan's livestream room to the top of the national top 100 list. And it's far ahead of the second place in popularity. For a moment, netizens were stunned. A minor internet celebrity with tens of thousands of followers was actually propelled to the top of the top 100 list by the top spender. That spender is incredibly generous. Kaisin Yuan is now really in debt to Xinkan Gu. Brother Xinkan, are there still events? I can also dress up as a woman, and I can also owe you a mountain of debt. Brother Xinkan is so low-key. He even uses a private account. Brother Xinkan, I'm also Xiaonan's mom. I've applied to follow you. Please follow me back. Chen Shu was dumbfounded. What kind of bullshit little Nanyang is this? I'm a straight man. At this moment, the system voice sounded again. The host, following their heart, gifted 300 carnival tokens, spending 900,000 yuan, to help their good friend's livestream reach the top of Douyin's top 100 viewers. The host is rewarded with an 8-fold return, totaling 7.2 million yuan. Holy crap! Chen Shu wasn't particularly interested in this spending reward, but the system not only gave her a reward, it gave her 8 times the reward. It was truly an unexpected and wonderful outcome. Chen Shu was overwhelmed with excitement. She glanced at her bank card balance and was astonished to find it had reached a remarkable 12.13 million. The A8 wealth level, which I could never have dreamed of before, was achieved so easily. Chen Shu felt as if she were in a dream, yet everything seemed so real. I'm really rich now. He's really become a multi-millionaire. Cool. Chen Shu called out softly. Xin Yan, clutching a thin blanket, stood beside the sofa and asked curiously, what are you enjoying? Chen Shu was embarrassed. However, he looked at Xin Yan as if she were a lucky star. Ever since he met this girl, every time he had obtained system coins, it had been incredibly smooth. This is fucking mystical. Feeling embarrassed by Chen Shu's gaze, Shen turned her head to the side and said, I need to rest. You should go inside quickly. Going to bed so early? He's injured. Oh, right, then I won't bother you anymore. Good night, Shen. Good night, Chen Shu. Shen didn't know why, but she just said goodnight to him in a daze. Am I that close to him? Lying in the darkness, nestled on the sofa, covered with a thin blanket, Shen was in turmoil. She had never felt this way before. It seems to be the feeling of being moved. I wouldn't call it love at first sight, would I? After all, I'd met Shu several times before, he just didn't know it. But at that time, I didn't have any feelings for Shu. Shen tossed and turned, thinking it over and over, and realized that it was because she hadn't dealt with Shu back then. And today, in just half a day, he has fallen into his trap. Is he a succubus? Shen blushed more and more as she thought about it, and her heart raced faster and faster. She pulled the thin blanket over her head. I'm getting ready to sleep. A while later, Shen sent Shu a WeChat message. Keep your hands to yourself tonight. Shu was taken aback at first, but quickly realized that Shen had developed a psychological trauma towards him. Okay. With plenty of time to go before midnight, Shu, a night owl, couldn't fall asleep at all. After returning to Shen, he started watching Douyin live streams again. I found a few girls who were fairly pretty. I spent 3 or 5 carnivals on everyone, but all I got in return were words of gratitude. The system didn't refund a single penny. Shu suddenly understood. Why does the system refund gifts I give to junior sister Luo Yao and Yuan who is dressed as a woman, but not to other girls? Because of his good looks. It's not the system that's blocking the image, it's me. If the other person isn't good looking, how could I, who's been poor for so many years, possibly send them gifts? Only a truly beautiful woman can move one's heart and make one willingly spend money on her. That's definitely how the system makes that judgment. After thinking it over for a while, Shu decided to go to Luo Yao's livestream. As soon as he entered, Luo Yao and her 3 roommates saw him immediately. Luo Yao's eyes lit up immediately, but she quickly changed her words. My dear, you're here. The junior sister's clip voice is sweet and charming. Good evening, brother Shinkan. In comparison, Zhuo Siye and the other 2 lacked the talent and ability to be green tea bitches. At this moment, Luo Yao discovered that senior brother Chen's Douyin level had already reached level 57. That would require over 1.3 million in donations during the livestream. But yesterday, senior brother Chen was just a nobody, a level 5 character. 1.3 million in tips in one day? After Luo Yao realized this, her heart was churning like a stormy sea. Wow! Senior brother Chen, how could he be a rich second generation? How could he come from a wealthy family? He's clearly a young master from a prestigious family. Perhaps, starting with brother Chen's great-great-great-great-grandfather, they were already wealthy. During the day, I heard rumors circulating at school that senior Chen had taken out an online loan, but I didn't believe it to begin with. In retrospect, this absurd rumor is simply outrageous. My dear, why did you suddenly think of Yao Yao all of a sudden? Where did you run off to today? Before the words had even finished, a series of carnival special effects began to dominate the screen. Shu estimated that even if he spent 100 carnivals, it would only cost 300,000. I don't care if the system doesn't return the reward. Just consider it a joke to make my junior sister laugh. Shu felt much better after completing 100 carnivals in one go. The host, following his heart and to satisfy his desire to please the beauty, rewarded his junior sister with 100 carnival gifts, spending 300,000 yuan. The host is rewarded tenfold with 3 million yuan. Wow! They actually gave me a prize back? It seems that as long as the girl is attractive enough to make one's heart flutter, and one is not intentionally spending money, the system will issue a reward. Shu had figured out the temperament of the unfettered tycoon system. I'm in a great mood. Admiring Luo Yao's adorable jumping and skipping antics made Shu feel even more cheerful. She's beautiful, has a C-cup, acts like a bitch, and has such a petite and delicate figure. TSK. Let's give this sweet little green tea a little surprise. The carnival effects hadn't even stopped yet when Shu started refreshing Luo Yao's screen again. In the blink of an eye. Carnival X275. Chen Shu's hands were getting sore before she finally stopped. Forget it, I'm not going to swipe anymore. But the next second, the pleasant system voice sounded again. The host, following his heart and driven by lust for his junior sister's beauty, rewarded her with 175 carnivals, spending 525,000 yuan. The host is rewarded with a 12-fold return, amounting to 6.3 million yuan. What? Holy crap! Me? I'm attracted to my junior sister's beauty? System, are you kidding me? Is this another bug? System check in progress. 3, 2, 1, system check complete. Reporting to the host, this system has not found any errors or potential bugs. The assessment that the host's motivation for making purchases was lust for the junior sister's beauty is correct. Chen Shu was immediately embarrassed, but then she thought about it and realized that it was no wonder the system could give a 12x reward. He's just attracted to his junior sister's beauty. Chen Shu was about to spend some more money when he saw that his junior sister Luo Ya was already crying. Overwhelmed with emotion, tears streamed down her face, her eyes brimming with tears. The other 3 girls were also deeply moved, and their repeated expressions of gratitude became incoherent. Well, Chen Shu guessed that it must be because he had done too much at once, and his junior sister couldn't handle such a huge impact. Let's try to get more system coins next time. Chen Shu quit Douyin. Meanwhile, in the live stream room, Luo Yao couldn't hold back any longer, and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Even with her delicate, jade-like hands, she couldn't finish wiping it all. She knew that senior brother Chen was good to her, but she didn't expect him to be this good to her. I completed 275 carnivals in one go. That's over 800,000. Even if senior brother Chen is rich, he can't spend money like this. Nobody's money comes from thin air. But senior brother Chen still spent a fortune for me. He really. Yao Yao is devastated. No, I can't let senior brother Chen make all the sacrifices. I must repay him properly as well. But what can I do to repay senior brother Chen? Luo Yao was thinking very seriously. Chapter 11 Me. The Cold School Beauty's boyfriend. Looking at the bank card balance of 20.55 million yuan, Chen Shu took a deep breath to calm her excited emotions. With so much money, how should we spend it? Buying a car? Buying a house? These things aren't urgent, and we can't spend them right now anyway. Chen Shu's eyes lit up, and he thought of exchanging attribute points. I glanced at the attribute panel. Name, Chen Shu. Age, 22. Appearance, 83. Physical condition, 75. Personal wealth, 20.55 million yuan. Attribute points, 0. Chen Shu rubbed her chin, feeling that her physical condition was too low, not even 80. It must be because of my years of frugal living and my past work as a slave to capitalists. They're all in a state of sub-health. Change is necessary. Otherwise, how will I deal with junior sister Luo Yao, sister Xinyan, and the other sisters in the future? Chen Shu set herself a small goal, to raise her physical fitness to 80. No, let's increase it to 85 first. Your own happiness is the most important thing. System, exchange 10 attribute points for me and increase my constitution attribute to 85. The system responded immediately. 10 attribute points have been redeemed for the host. The host's personal wealth has been reduced by 10 million yuan, leaving a current personal wealth of 10.55 million yuan. The host's physique has increased by 10, bringing their current physique to 85. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Shu felt his previously weak body instantly filled with strength. They seem to have inexhaustible energy and boundless vitality. His whole body bears the marks of long-term fitness and exercise. It's not the kind of large, bulky muscle, but rather thinner muscles, the kind that look slim in clothes but muscular when undressed. Looking down again, his once flat stomach had now transformed into an 8-pack. Chen Shu was very satisfied with this. My gaze drifted down a bit, something felt off. Seriously? You can add that? Chen Shu's eyes lit up, and he felt secretly pleased, but he wasn't particularly excited. Because he was already quite satisfied with some of his own parts. You could even say they're proud. Oh dear. Now those girls who lust after me will get a good deal. However, having a strong physique alone is not enough. What good is a good body? If I'm not good looking enough, the girls won't have the interest or opportunity to appreciate my figure. This is a world where looks matter. After thinking for a moment, Chen Shu said to the system, "Give me 2 more points to my appearance." 2 attribute points have been redeemed for the host. The host's personal wealth has been reduced by 2 million yuan, leaving a current personal wealth of 8.55 million yuan. The host's appearance has increased by 2, now at 85. Question mark. Chen Shu didn't feel any obvious changes in himself. He looked at himself with the front camera on his iPhone and didn't find that he had become more handsome. Sure enough, once you're handsome to a certain level, it's too difficult to become even more handsome. Chen Shu was quite moved. Just then, a WeChat message from junior sister Luo Yao arrived, and Chen Shu took a look. It was nothing more than some words of gratitude to themselves. She even said she would give me a gift as a thank you. As expected. Chen Shu calmly replied, "I'm not at school this week." Has it never been here? Right. Alright, senior brother Chen, then I'll give you another thank you gift this Sunday. Good. Okay, I won't bother you anymore. Good night, senior brother Chen. I love you. Chen Shu frowned slightly, thinking that this junior sister Luo Yao was a bit frivolous. Was it so easy for her to say I love you? But on second thought, Chen Shu could understand. If a patron had tipped him 800,000 yuan in the past, he would have treated that person like royalty, let alone whether he loved them or not. Being rich is fucking awesome. The night passed peacefully, without any unexpected events. Early in the morning. As soon as Chen Shu stepped out of the room, he saw a beautiful woman moving between the living room and the kitchen. Chen Shu activated auto-aim and glanced at the opponent's perfect 36C. Good morning, Xin Yan. Good morning. Xin Yan replied coldly, glancing at Chen Shu unintentionally, but her pupils widened in surprise. This guy is Chen Shu? Xin Yan turned her head and stared at Chen Shu with an incredulous look. How did he suddenly become so handsome? Moreover, her figure has improved. Glug, glug, Xin Yan couldn't help but swallow repeatedly, and a blush crept up her delicate, beautiful face, making her cheeks burn. I've never realized Chen Shu was so handsome or stylish before. How so? We hadn't seen each other for just one night. Could it be because beauty is in the eye of the beholder? Oh no. Xin Yan, you've really fallen for Chen Shu this time. How long have you even known him? Where did your composure go? Xin Yan's face grew hotter and hotter as she thought about it, and she even began to inwardly blame Chen Shu for being a succubus. Chen Shu didn't understand why Xin Yan suddenly became flushed. Is she still blaming me for pinching and patting her but twice yesterday? Although it was very smooth, no, although it was a bit excessive, didn't I already clarify the misunderstanding? Why are you so petty? Chen Shu cleared her throat. What's for breakfast? Ham sandwich, eggs, and milk, Xin Yan replied as she headed towards the kitchen. She's a little flustered right now and needs to calm down. Mom, could this really be the feeling of being smitten, the feeling of being in love? Question mark. Chen Shu was taken aback. Why is she avoiding me? Doesn't she want to see me? Forget it, if I don't want to watch it, I won't. When a woman is still angry, the best thing to do is not to provoke her. A while later, while the two were eating together, Chen Shu was scrolling through her phone. Unexpectedly, news about himself appeared on Douyin TikTok. Last night, a mysterious wealthy individual with the Douyin ID Shinkan tipped over 2 million yuan in 1 hour, including over 1.2 million yuan to the cross-dressing streamer Kaisen Yuan, helping her top the national top 100 list. Besides Kaisen Yuan, the same mysterious wealthy individual also tipped over 800,000 yuan to the college student streamer Yao Yao. As of press time, the account of the mysterious wealthy individual with the ID Shinkan remains private. This is already on the news? Chen Shu was speechless. This news, how come it didn't even get 5,000 likes? This is really disrespectful to a super rich person like me. Wait, I'll give you a big surprise next time. Chen Shu muttered to himself. Xin Yan, however, was filled with questions and couldn't help but break the silence between them. Who is that Yao Yao? Chen Shu felt her heart skip a beat. No, how could I have forgotten about Xin Yan next to me? She must have heard everything. How do you explain this? Chen Shu felt quite guilty, and a layer of cold sweat seeped out from his back. This was exactly like when Xiao Baiwei asked him what his relationship was with a certain girl and why the two of them were chatting and laughing. But the next second, a brilliant idea flashed through Chen Shu's mind. That's not right. I'm single right now. Xin Yan, I'm not your boyfriend, Why should I explain to you? Chen Shu felt relieved and smiled, casually exclaiming, Her? She's a junior who's been pursuing me. For some reason, Xinyan felt a sudden tightness in her heart upon hearing these words. At the same time, a sense of crisis arose spontaneously. Looking at Chen Shu's handsome face, which was comparable to that of a male celebrity, she couldn't help but mutter to herself. He's tall, handsome, has a great physique, is so rich, and is so generous. How could a man like Chen Shu, a top-tier succubus, not attract attention? How could he not have beautiful female students pursuing him? However, Chen Shu probably likes me a little more, right? 1.2 million versus 800,000, the advantage is mine. Even with advantages, one must take the initiative, otherwise Chen Shuzhen might be snatched away by someone else. And we can't expect Chen Shu to make all the sacrifices, can we? Xinyan hesitated for a moment, then casually sipped her milk, before uttering a startling statement. Chen Shu, will you be my boyfriend? Chen Shu almost spat a mouthful of hot milk onto Xinyan's face. No, did I hear that right? I'd only known her for less than a day when the aloof school beauty asked me to be her boyfriend. What did you say? Don't get me wrong, I'm not asking you to actually be my boyfriend, I just want to ask you for a favor. What kind of help? I'm at the normal university, and I've always had a lot of guys pursuing me, which is really bothering me. If you could show up at our school and pretend to be my boyfriend, maybe you could stop them from pursuing me. Chen Shu looked Xinyan up and down, thinking that with her looks and figure, it would be strange if no boys pursued her. But now that it was already the last 2 months of her senior year, was there still any need for that? Chen Shu, considering that Xinyan was his best friend's younger sister, convinced himself and reluctantly agreed to help her one more time. Yes, it's definitely not because I'm lusting after her body. If you stare at my chest again, I'll gouge your eyes out. Xinyan warned, suppressing her anger. If you don't want to look, then don't look. Why are you being so fierce? Chen Shu pretended to eat breakfast, but couldn't help stealing glances at Xinyan's 36C again. Xinyan was speechless, but pretended not to see Chen Shu's gaze. He silently cursed in his heart, You big pervert. After eating, I went downstairs. Chen Shu hopped on her electric scooter. Get on, let's go to your school. Xinyan stood there, hesitant. Chen Shu asked in confusion, What's wrong? You don't like my car? Xinyan shook her head. Chen Shu pouted, Then what are you unhappy about? Just say it. Let's not be so aloof, okay? Xinyan clenched her teeth, her expression serious and earnest, and pointed up and down with her delicate hand. What's the meaning? Your whole body covered in logos is so tacky. Question mark. Chen Shu was stunned. What? This is LV, it costs tens of thousands. You actually say it's too tacky? Do you even understand luxury goods? Unexpectedly, Xinyan nodded to herself again, confirming, That's right, it's just too tacky. Chen Shu's aesthetic sense was shattered. Well, he admits he's just like most guys. Her aesthetic sense regarding beautiful women is definitely on point, but her sense of clothing and styling is rather poor. What should I do? Should I buy a new one? No, I'll buy it. Xinyan spoke with certainty. Upon hearing this, Chen Shu couldn't help but puff out his chest. A girl buying me clothes, and she's a cool and aloof school beauty. This treatment is simply unparalleled. Thinking of this, Chen Shu felt a wave of sadness. He had been a simp for 7 years, and Xia Baiwei had never bought him even a t-shirt that cost a few dozen yuan. What are you thinking about? Let's go. Xinyan quickly got on Chen Shu's electric scooter, her fair hands gently wrapping around his waist. Ride slowly. Xinyan stammered for a moment, her pretty face flushing red. She never expected that Chen Shu's waist and abdomen were covered with muscles, especially his abdominal muscles, which were just the right thickness. 2, 4, 6, 8. He has 8-pack abs. Xinyan had never seen a man with such a physique that she craved. Even those men with ambiguous abs that she occasionally sees on TikTok don't make her heart flutter. Maybe it's because you can only look at it but can't touch it, so it's not interesting? Chen Shu hadn't expected that Xinyan, who always appeared as a cold and aloof goddess, was actually quite secretly passionate. You're touching my abs, haven't you had enough? That was sexual harassment. Chen Shu suddenly grabbed Xinyan's fair hand. Xinyan was startled and asked guiltily, What's wrong? Sister Xinyan, you can touch my abs, but if you move your hand any lower, there won't be any abs left. Oh, okay, I understand. Xin Yan was caught red-handed by Chen Shu and then given such a reminder, making her extremely embarrassed. Her face turned red and hot, as if it were about to steam. Fortunately, the guy had his back to me, so he couldn't see it. For the next hour and a half, Chen Shu acted as Xin Yan's driver, while Xin Yan acted as Chen Shu's fashion consultant. Xin Yan paid for everything. With less than 5,000 yuan, Chen Shu was dressed up in the style of a trendy rich guy. It has the old-fashioned style of a wealthy family's scion, but also the youthful vigor of a young person. You now have real class. Yeah. Anyway, he has much more class than the previous nouveau riche. Do you like me like this now? I really like it. You like me? Please stop being obsessed with me. I'm just a legend. Chen Shu flirted with Xin Yan while riding his bicycle. Xin Yan's eyelids twitched, and she chuckled. She felt that Chen Shu's jokes were sometimes really lame, old-fashioned, and awkward. If it weren't for the fact that you touched my abs, no. If it weren't for the fact that you were going to help me out today, I would have kicked you off the bus. Okay, I'll touch my abs one more time, I won't be able to touch them anymore later. Isn't that Xin Yan, the campus belle of our normal university? Why is she riding on the back of a handsome guy's electric scooter? Could this guy be Xin Yan's boyfriend? No way. Xin Yan, who's so aloof, actually has a boyfriend. The sun must have risen in the west. To be honest, this guy is pretty handsome, like a campus heartthrob. What a great body. Even more alluring than a male model at a nightclub. Sister, wipe your drool, she's already taken. Excuse me. But seriously, Jiang Mingjie has been pursuing Xin Yan for so long, and now that she has a boyfriend, how can he be content with that? Chen Shu rode her bicycle all the way through the campus of the normal university, enjoying the envious glances and chatter of the men and women. That's why they say women are the best tool for men to demonstrate their strength. I have a girlfriend who's a campus beauty, and if I told her I'm broke, probably no one would believe me. It stopped in front of a teaching building. A girl with shoulder-length short hair rushed over. Yan Yan, why are you only coming to school now? Something came up, I was delayed. Oh, who is this? The short-haired girl's true colors were revealed, and her gossip-loving nature was ignited. Xin Yan introduced him generously. Chen Shu, my boyfriend, from the University of Finance and Economics. Ji Huixian, my classmate and good friend. Chen Shu greeted Ji Huixian, but Ji Huixian was completely infatuated. Yan Yan, your boyfriend is so handsome. After saying that, Ji Huixian leaned closer to Xin Yan's ear and whispered, Sister, you're eating so well. Xin Yan blushed instantly and scolded, Xian, what nonsense are you talking about? Ji Huixian gave her a knowing look. I understand. Don't worry, we're all sisters, I won't compete with you for it. Xin Yan rolled her eyes speechlessly. Ji Huixian continued, but Yan Yan, what will happen to all your simps if you suddenly bring back a boyfriend like this? Especially Jiang Mingjie, he's been pursuing you for almost 2.5 years, he's probably going to have to fight Chen Shu. Ha? A duel? Chen Shu hadn't expected that the sycophants at the normal university possessed such a romantic, ancient European flair. Xin Yan explained earnestly, Chen Shu, don't misunderstand, I'm not a simp. Some boys at my school do pursue me, but I've clearly rejected them all, and I've never accepted any gifts from them. That's true, I can vouch for it. Ji Huixian realized she had just brought up something she shouldn't have, and quickly clarified for her best friend, our Yan Yan has always been aloof and has never given any other boy a chance. Chen Shu thought Xin Yan looked so cute as she earnestly explained things to her. Just like how he used to be afraid that Xia Baiwei would misunderstand. Could it be that Xin Yan has become my simp? Chen Shu indulged in some wishful thinking, but he didn't actually believe that Xin Yan had romantic feelings for him. She's a cool and aloof goddess, so she's bound to be slow to warm up. Except when you touch my abs. Chen Shu asked with a smile, so, what's the deal with that Jiang Mingjie? He asked the most persistent one. Xin Yan frowned, her eyes showing disgust. That's right. The thief can be incredibly persistent. Like a dog skin plaster. Ji Huixian chimed in, playing the straight man. Chen Shu asked curiously, he pursued you for 2.5 years, weren't you ever moved? I just feel disgusted. Xin Yan's tone was firm, her face filled with disdain. Ji Huixian explained, Chen Shu, you have no idea how disgusting Jiang Mingjie is. Although he has been pursuing our Yan Yan for 2.5 years, it has been on and off. Intermittent? What does that mean? While he was pursuing Yan Yan, he couldn't stand being single, so he started dating other girls and got them pregnant, several times over. He even forced them to have abortions, making it known to everyone in our school. This is really fucking outrageous. Although Chen Shu is not short of money now and is a rich man, he really cannot do such irresponsible behavior. Being a womanizer and cheating is one thing, but forcing someone to have an abortion is another. She got pregnant because of you. What the hell were you doing all this time? How much does a box of Okamoto 001 cost? Too abstract. Is this even human? Xinyan also felt that rich second-generation heirs like Jiang Mingjie were too abstract and had already transcended the realm of humanity. In contrast, Chen Shu, who is also wealthy, is not only much more normal, but also unusually affectionate. For 7 years, he only liked the same girl. You could even say he was a sycophant for 7 years. Xinyan was unaware of Chen Shu's motives, but in her eyes, it was rare to find a man who could spend over 2 million yuan in one night and yet be so affectionate. Xinyan's affection for Chen Shu surged once again. She felt that she was really falling in love with the man in front of her. The more she looked at him, the more she saw his many good qualities. Yen, who is this guy? Why are you looking at him like that? What's your relationship? Suddenly, a voice filled with hostility and dissatisfaction rang out. Chen Shu, that is Jiang Mingjie. Ji Huixian pointed to the man. Chen Shu understood immediately, and after sizing up the other person, she understood why Xinyan said that an outfit with big luxury logos was too tacky. It turns out that this is indeed how it appears to outsiders. Just like Jiang Mingjie at this moment. Holding a bunch of roses makes it even more tacky. At the same time, Xinyan's original smile vanished, replaced by a cold and aloof expression. Jiang Mingjie, firstly, I've clearly rejected you many times. I don't like you. Secondly, I have no obligation to explain who he is to you. Thirdly, he's my boyfriend. What? Boyfriend? No way. Jiang Mingjie was struck dumb, as if by a bolt from the blue. How could a boyfriend suddenly appear when I've been pursuing my goddess for 2.5 years? Holy crap. It's fake. It must be fake. Xinyan, I know your little tricks. You just found some random guy from the street to pretend to be your boyfriend, hoping to make me give up on you? I'm telling you, I'm going to pursue you no matter what. Even the principal can't stop me. If you stay at the normal university, I'll pursue you there. If you get into Shida University for graduate school, I'll go there to pursue you. Are you crazy? Xinyan's peach blossom eyes were filled with hatred, and Ji Huixian also joined in the condemnation. Jiang Mingjie, I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen anyone as shameless as you. Xinyan has already made it clear to you that she doesn't like you. And she has a boyfriend. Are you treating her boyfriend like he's invisible? Aren't you afraid of getting beaten up? Upon hearing this, Jiang Mingjie glanced at Chen Shu again and sized her up. I suddenly felt a little guilty. That face, that figure, that aura, that size. Damn. Everything about him is better than mine. Could he really be Xinyan's boyfriend? Rich second generation? Picture. It's so damn similar. He wouldn't actually beat me up because I harassed Xinyan, would he? But at that moment, Jiang Mingjie suddenly noticed a flaw, and his eyes lit up. Damn it, what kind of rich second generation is this? Which rich kid is writing a idea? This person must be an actor that Xinyan invited. She might even have hired him from the film academy next door. Jiang Mingjie thought he had seen through everything, and suddenly felt confident. He pulled out a wad of banknotes from his pocket, which he usually used to throw in people's faces to show off, and went up to Chen Shu. You're an actor Xinyan hired, right? To play her boyfriend? Bro, no matter how much money Xinyan gave you, 300 or 500, it doesn't matter, I'll give you 3,000. Give me 3,000 for free? Chen Shu feigned interest. I won't give it away for free, but I have one request. You have to tell us in front of everyone who you really are. It's that simple? Yes. Pay first. Jiang Mingjie was taken aback. It seemed that being an extra wasn't easy either. They were so poor that all they could think about was money. Here you go. Jiang Mingjie was smug. He just wanted to deflate Xinyan's arrogant and domineering attitude. Tell Xinyan that she can't escape his grasp. I also want to show my strength to those simps who are pursuing Xinyan. He declared his exclusive right to pursue Xinyan. Do you even have the ability to compete with me? Are you even worthy of pursuing Xinyan? Ji Huixian was stunned. She tugged at her best friend's sleeve, puzzled. What's going on? Why did your boyfriend accept the money? Xinyan also didn't understand, and shook her head slightly. I don't know. But what she knew was that Chen Shu was not short of money at all. He could come up with 30 million, let alone 3,000. What exactly is he trying to do? Isn't that Shin, the campus belle? What's Jiang Mingjie doing here too? Holy crap! Is there some big news here? Hey! Isn't that the handsome guy who just hitched a ride with Xinyan into the school? Seeing that more and more classmates were gathering around, Jiang Mingjie urged them on. Brother, now you can tell me who you really are and what your relationship is with Xinyan. You must tell the truth, not a single word can be lied about. Jiang Mingjie appeared confident and assured. At this moment, Chen Shu put away the cash and began to shout, don't miss out. Important news to announce. Big news related to Xinyan. What? Xinyan? Let's go see her. More students came to the open space in front of the teaching building. Jiang Mingjie thought to himself, this kid is savvy, he really does his job for money. When Xinyan's little trick is exposed in public, she will definitely be ashamed and her aloof goddess persona will surely collapse. Wouldn't it be easier if I just showered her with money later? But at that moment, in front of all the onlookers and bystanders, Chen Shu grabbed Xinyan's slender waist. A beauty enters his arms. Xinyan was stunned. Ji Huixian was stunned, and so were the onlookers. Jiang Mingjie was completely dumbfounded. No, what are you doing? Didn't I tell you to tell everyone who you are? Jiang Mingjie became anxious when he saw Chen Shu's hand on Xinyan's waist. Okay, don't rush. Chen Shu smiled, cleared her throat, and said to Jiang Mingjie, let me introduce myself. I am Chen Shu, Xinyan's boyfriend. Jiang Mingjie? This script isn't right. Chapter 12 Mercedes Maybach. He's the boyfriend of the aloof school beauty? TSK, they do seem quite well matched. Now that the main character has appeared, those persistent brats can get lost. This is going to be good. Xinyan's boyfriend is tall and handsome, Jiang Mingjie must be furious. He's lucky he wasn't beaten to death. The onlookers pointed and whispered amongst themselves, leaving Jiang Mingjie feeling completely bewildered. He looked at the guy who had pulled Xinyan into his arms and was furious. What are you doing? I'm telling you. What the hell are you barking like a dog for? Chen Shu interrupted Jiang Mingjie directly, pointing her finger at his nose, even more arrogant than him. Don't you dare yell at me here. ? Jiang Mingjie was stunned by Chen Shu's arrogant and domineering aura, which was even more arrogant than that of a spoiled brat. Holy crap! Is that really how arrogant they are? That's not right. He's just an actor, isn't he? He's trying to take over, isn't he? Jiang Mingjie snapped out of his daze and became even more furious. What the hell are you pretending to be, acting all high and mighty? You just took my. Wait. Cough. Jiang Mingjie stepped forward, about to teach Chen Shu a lesson, but Chen Shu suddenly stretched out his strong hand, grabbed Jiang Mingjie by the neck, and lifted him up with one hand. With feet off the ground, intelligence reigns supreme once more. Jiang Mingjie immediately realized that he was no match for this muscular, trained fighter. Holy crap! I was so careless. Dude, fighting is fighting, but could you please clear the air a bit? Chen Shu never expected that with her physique only increased to 85, she would already be able to easily lift an adult male with one hand. It didn't feel strenuous at all. I'm so amazing. Chen Shu was secretly delighted, and then threw Jiang Mingjie 2 meters away. Like throwing away chicks. Ouch. Holy crap. Cough. Jiang Mingjie was badly thrown and sat on the ground groaning. The onlookers were stunned. Someone exclaimed, holy crap, is Xinyan's boyfriend a sports student? He's so strong. Some people said enviously, she put so much effort into our school beauty, I can't imagine how happy she must be. Some people sighed, he'll fight at the drop of a hat, he's a possessive person when it comes to his food. Some people gloated, Jiang Mingjie, of all people to mess with, you had to mess with Xinyan's boyfriend. Now you've got what you deserved. Heaven has eyes. The wicked will be punished by the wicked. Not a single onlooker expressed sympathy for Jiang Mingjie. Xinyan didn't expect Chen Shu to be so straightforward and direct from the start, getting straight to the point. The way he guards his food is so cool. In a daze, Xinyan almost thought Chen Shu was really her boyfriend. She tugged at Chen Shu's wrist and whispered a reminder, be careful, don't make a scene. I don't want anything to happen to you. Rest assured. Patting Xinyan's smooth little hand to comfort her, Qinshu took 2 steps forward and warned, "I'll say it again, Xinyan is my girlfriend. If you dare to harass her again, I'll beat you up every time I see you. I'll even break your legs, you believe me?" Jiang Mingjie had been pampered since childhood and had never suffered such a loss before, but he was very good at reading people's expressions. "I know this isn't the time to show off. I can't win in a one-on-one fight. You wait, I'll definitely get someone to deal with you later." Jiang Mingjie secretly swore, but on the surface he put on a pitiful and cowardly look. Brother, I really didn't know Xinyan had a boyfriend." "Don't worry, I promise I won't bother her again." "I don't believe it." Jiang Mingjie was dumbfounded. "Brother, why don't you believe me?" "Okay, you swear that if you bother my Xinyan again, you won't get your little pigtails." "What?" Jiang Mingjie was stunned. The boys present also put on masks of pain. Tsk, that's too cruel. Even if I knew the oath was false, I wouldn't dare make such a vicious oath. Xinyan's boyfriend is quite a character. Seeing Jiang Mingjie hesitate, Qinshu smiled. "What? You don't want to? Are you planning to make me settle all my old and new scores?" "Brother, this is our first meeting, what old grudge could there be? You harassed my Xinyan so many times before, shouldn't we settle the score?" Qinshu stretched his muscles a few times, revealing his muscular physique, and his finger joints cracked. He looked like he was about to beat someone up. Cough, brother." Jiang Mingjie finally gave in to Qinshu's intimidation and said, I swear, isn't that enough? A wise man doesn't fight a losing battle." Jiang Mingjie made a difficult vow. "Brother, can I leave now?" Qinshu, dove kiss. "What? Roll." "Okay." Jiang Mingjie quickly got up and ran off in a flash. He hadn't run far when he shouted into the crowd, "Qinshu, right? You just wait." Jiang Mingjie didn't dare to say anything too harsh, for fear that Qinshu would catch up with him and give him a real beating. He left looking dejected. Qinshu was surprised that his classmates at the normal university applauded him one after another. "Well done, classmate. Great job. Someone like Jiang Mingjie should have been dealt with a long time ago." Qinshu was stunned for a moment, thinking to herself, how annoying is Jiang Mingjie. Afterwards, the party ended. Qinshu, Xinyan, and Ji Huixian strolled through the campus of the normal university. Ji Huixian cheered and waved her arms, saying, "Qinshu, you were so cool just now. But I thought you were really going to beat up Jiang Mingjie, but you just threw him out like a chick. I just made him fall on his butt. What a pity." Ji Huixian shrugged, feeling quite regretful. Qinshu laughed and neither confirmed nor denied it. Xinyan said softly, Shen, if Qinshu had really made a move just now, it would have been difficult to handle. This is already a good outcome. Ji Huixian smiled mischievously. "I know, you're afraid your Qinshu will cause trouble, right? But it is indeed a bit strange." "What's strange?" Xinyan asked, puzzled by her best friend's question. "Ha?" Xinyan then realized that she and Qinshu had kept their distance the whole way. "I don't mind holding hands, but I can't be too unreserved, can I? If you're too proactive, will the boy really appreciate it?" Xinyan was a little embarrassed, but the next second, Qinshu took the initiative to hold Xinyan's hand. Xinyan was stunned. But what she didn't expect was that in the next instant, Qinshu not only pried open her fingers but also interlocked them with hers. And it's even worse. Qinshu lowered his head slightly, approached Xinyan's stunningly beautiful face, and gently placed his lips on her smooth, jade-like forehead. Xinyan was stunned, ? Qinshu smiled and said casually, "Student Ji, do you really want us to show you our love?" He. Ji Huixian was going crazy over the sweetness. "That's more like it. I've seen couples argue, but I've never seen strangers argue. Yen, I just thought Qinshu was an actress you hired." "Oh, no, he's my boyfriend." Xinyan smiled slightly after realizing what he meant. The next moment, she glanced at Qinshu, who was walking hand in hand with her on campus. Xinyan was a little dazed and confused. Is it fake? If Qinshu really is my boyfriend, it seems pretty good, right? He's handsome, rich, and charming, deeply affectionate, willing to stand up for me and protective of my food. It has so many advantages. While lost in his fantasies, he subtly tightened his grip on their intertwined hands. Qinshu glanced at Xinyan, ? What's going on? Is this also part of making the whole show of it? Never mind, let's just act it out. 10,000 years is too long, let's seize the day. Enjoy your time with Shen, the campus bell every second counts. Shen Shu, what are your plans for this afternoon? And you? I might need to pack my things. Tomorrow, I plan to go back to my hometown of Liuqing. Why? Is something wrong? After lunch, with no one else around, Shen Shu and Shen Yan found a shady spot to chat. Shen Yan was even more moved when they talked about this. Shen Shu clearly knows everything. She knows that my family is in debt and that Shen Yuan and I are working hard to help pay off our family's debts. He not only helped our family pay off our debts by giving Shen Yuan gifts. And to protect my self-esteem and feelings, they pretended not to know anything. How can there be such a good guy in this world? It's nothing, just a private family matter, Shen Yan said with a smile. Oh. Shen Shu didn't ask any more questions, and after thinking for a moment, said, I don't seem to have anything to do. How about I go back to Liuqing with you? We can treat it as a trip. Shen Shu thought to herself that she had never been to the north before, and casually mentioned it. Now that he's a super rich man, shouldn't he enjoy himself? These words stunned Shen Yan for several seconds, and her heart pounded wildly. Her face flushed slightly, her eyes darted around, and she didn't even dare to look Shen Shu in the eye. Shen Yan lowered her head, her mind filled with thoughts of, did Shen Shu want to go back to my hometown with me to meet my parents? Is he even a little bit anxious? Shen Shu had no idea that Shen Yan's imagination was so vivid she had almost come up with names for their child. At this moment, Shen Shu suddenly remembered that he had promised his junior sister Luo Yao that she and her 3 roommates would treat him to dinner this Sunday. I made a mistake, I was the one who treated them to dinner. Since you're treating everyone, you should at least make a grand entrance, like having a luxury car to pick you up and drop you off, right? This is also a good opportunity to collect some of the system's gold coins. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Never mind, let's do it next time. You're busy, I'll go check out the car this afternoon. Oh, okay. Shen Yan glanced at Shen Shu, nodded, and smiled happily. Shen Shu is such a gentleman. He must have realized that I wasn't ready to introduce him to my parents yet, so he didn't force me at all, and he didn't mind at all. He's such a wonderful boy. In the afternoon, after dropping Shen Yan off at her place, Shen Shu took a ride-hailing service to the nearest Mercedes-Benz 4S store. Hello sir, welcome. How can I help you? A young female saleswoman, dressed in a bodycon uniform and high heels, greeted them warmly. Shen Shu glanced around at the luxury cars in the store and quickly locked onto the dream car that she often saw on Douyin before the Maybach S680. Take me to see the Maybach S680. Okay. The saleswoman's eyes lit up. She had already noticed that this handsome man was dashing and had an extraordinary air about him. She must have grown up in a wealthy family. Otherwise, how could one possess such a noble temperament? Sir, our Mercedes Maybach S680 is an ultra-luxury brand under the German Mercedes Group. Listening to the saleswoman's enthusiastic and professional explanation, Shen Shu most agreed with those 2 sentences. An AE86 can go up mountains, but a Mercedes can climb trees. Where an AE86 can't go, a Mercedes can take you. If a Mercedes can't do it, then a Maybach certainly can. Shen Shu agreed wholeheartedly and said without any hesitation, that's it. Question mark. The saleswoman was taken aback. She'd made a decision so quickly? Had she placed an order? Are you buying a Maybach or just buying cabbage at the market? Wow! That's incredibly extravagant. The saleswoman became even more enthusiastic. Yes, sir. Our Maybach can be customized, both the exterior and interior. For example, you can choose from 2-tone paint, manufacturer paint, or metallic paint. Blah blah blah, the saleswoman went on and on with her explanation. Shen Shu casually said, just give me a blue and silver 2-tone car, as long as it's brand new, top of the line, and in stock. I don't care about anything else. We have a car in stock, and it's definitely 100% brand new. Top of the line. Sir, let's register first. Are you looking for installment payments, or full payment? Oh. Okay. The saleswoman was a little disappointed. Paying in full meant losing half her commission. However, she had a sudden thought. Since she wouldn't earn much commission from this deal, she might as well take the initiative and get in touch with this rich guy. Whether it's the chance to marry into a wealthy family or to get some money from a rich guy, she won't lose out. The saleswoman fawned, Sir, how about we add each other on WeChat? If you have any needs regarding the car in the future, just tell me and I'll try my best to meet them. How do you burn it? Chen Shu knew that some beautiful women came to work at luxury car dealerships not for the salary and commission, but to meet wealthy people and climb the social ladder. What a materialistic world! No, please pick up the car as soon as possible, Chen Shu declined. It's not that he's some kind of upright gentleman who can remain unmoved by temptation, but rather that he now has higher standards. The woman in front of me isn't pretty enough. The saleswoman was taken aback, stunned for a moment, and felt bewildered and frustrated. Could it be that even a beauty like me, who is as beautiful as the campus belle, is not good enough for such a rich man? No, little brother, what are you pretending for? Okay, sir, please have a seat for a moment. A hostess will be there to assist you shortly. The female salesperson went to handle the procedures. VIP lounge area. Chen Shu was idly playing with his phone when a surprised voice reached his ears. It's you? Question mark. Chen Shu was stunned for a moment, then looked ahead and saw a woman wearing high heels, black stockings, and a pencil skirt standing in front of her. Holy crap! That figure would make even Wa's junior brother want to call her mom. At least for right? That was awesome. But when her gaze moved upwards, Chen Shu's expression changed instantly. It's you. He never expected to run into Jiang Liani here. That's right, it was the same spoiled, willful, and rude young lady he encountered when he got his hair done last time. Chen Shu quickly sized up the other person. It's really good looking, really cool. It's really stylish, no, it's really charming. Even the few strands of wine red hair in her long, slightly wavy, jet black hair exuded charm and allure. TSK, nice. Although Jiang Liani was wearing an office lady uniform, Chen Shu knew that she couldn't possibly be a receptionist who was actually there to greet him. What kind of hostess would spend 500,000 yuan to become an SVIP at a hair salon? What are you doing here? Chen Shu and Jiang Liani asked in unison. Chen Shu curled her lips. What a small world. Ha, indeed. Jiang Liani glared at Chen Shu. What a hot girl. Chen Shu said with a hint of deliberate sarcasm, I'm here to buy a car, of course. What about you? It's only been a short time since we last met, how come you've ended up working at a 4S store? Jiang Liani chuckled lightly, working? This is my family's 4S store. Oh. Chen Shu calmly replied, then you should treat me better, otherwise I'll change my mind and not buy it. You. Jiang Liani had never seen such a shameless man. Serving you? Who do you think you are? Buy it or don't, it's up to you. If you don't want to buy it, then forget it. Jiang Liani was too lazy to pay attention to this jerk and turned to walk towards the door, but she ran into a middle-aged man. Seeing his sister's angry expression, Jiang Choheo asked curiously, what's wrong? I asked you to help greet the guests, and you're not happy about it? Big brother, I'm not unhappy, but it's him. Jiang Liani pointed at Chen Shu, indignant. What did he do to you? Jiang Choheo frowned slightly. Last time it was because of him that he stole my personal hairstylist, making me late for the banquet. Jiang Liani still harbored resentment about what happened last time. Being late for the banquet is one thing, but to make matters worse, you dressed up in such a flashy outfit. I'm so angry. Jiang Liani blamed everything on Chen Shu. Jiang Choheo breathed a sigh of relief after hearing his sister's explanation. He had thought she had been sexually harassed. Is that all? At the same time, Jiang Choheo's gaze towards Chen Shu changed. It turned out that he was the man who had given his sister a hard time. They can spend 4 million to buy a Maybach S680, and they can also spend 500,000 just to prove a point. This person's strength and background are probably unfathomable. We must make friends with them. Who knows, if the family business needs financing or loans in the future, this person might be able to help. Jiang Choheo called to his sister, come with me. Me? Jiang Liani looked confused, but still followed Jiang Choheo to Chen Shu. Liani, apologize to this handsome guy. Jiang Choheo ordered. Big brother, what did you say? Jiang Liani couldn't believe her ears. Chen Shu also doubted that she had heard correctly. I just bought a Maybach here, and I haven't even paid for it yet. Do I really deserve this kind of treatment? No, big brother, why should I? Jiang Liani protested. Jiang Choheo didn't tolerate her and said seriously, you said it yourself, shouldn't you apologize for your rudeness at Lauren Maison last time? If I hadn't run into you today, were you planning to leave the guest here alone? Do you think your way of treating guests is appropriate? Zhang Lianyi was speechless for a moment. Seeing Zhang Lianyi get the short end of the stick, Chen Shu felt much better. He really thought this woman was lawless and untouchable. But then he thought about it again and realized that the two of them didn't really have any real conflict. There's no need to bully them like this. Chen Shu smiled and waved her hand, saying, no need, it's just a misunderstanding. Brother Chen Shu, right? Zhang Chuheo asked with a smile. Right. Zhang Lianyi, do you see how magnanimous Brother Chen Shu is? Unlike you, who are so willful and capricious. Apologize quickly. Be sincere. Zhang Chuheo had a stern face and was unusually serious. Although Zhang Lianyi was unwilling, she gritted her teeth and apologized to Chen Shu. I'm sorry. I was impolite last time and this time. It's nothing. Faced with this scene, Chen Shu felt a little embarrassed. He rubbed his nose and gave an embarrassed smile. Zhang Chuheo smiled and immediately struck up a conversation. Brother Chen Shu, let me formally introduce myself. My name is Zhang Chuheo, and I am the chairman and largest shareholder of this Mercedes-Benz 4S store. She is my younger sister, Zhang Lianyi. There's a unique connection between us, so why don't we become friends? Zhang Chuheo reached out his hand. Chen Shu shook hands with him and said with a smile, it's quite a coincidence. Let me formally introduce myself. My name is Chen Shu, and I'm from the University of Finance and Economics. Really? We're so lucky to have such a connection. Is Chairman Jiang also from the University of Finance and Economics? No, I graduated from Shida University, but my sister, Zhang Lianyi, graduated from the University of Finance and Economics, your senior. Zhang Chuheo was a typical businessman, adept at building relationships and getting close to people. By the way, Brother Chen Shu, what was your major? Finance. Really? Zhang Lianyi also studied finance back then. So she's your senior from college. Chen Shu almost couldn't hold back. Senior, is there even such a thing as kissing or not kissing? Isn't that a bit too much? Zhang Lianyi chuckled at this and couldn't help but roll her eyes. However, Chen Shu didn't want to dampen the enthusiasm and talkativeness of Zhang Chuheo. After chatting for a while, they found that the two got along quite well. From luxury cars to beautiful women, then to finance, business, and politics, the conversation eventually returned to the topic of luxury cars. There wasn't a single dull moment. They both felt as if they had known each other for a long time. Like most boys, Chen Shu enjoys being a keyboard economist, especially since he majored in finance but only has a lot of pretentious and high-level theoretical knowledge. There's nowhere to show off or flaunt it on ordinary days. Today, Chen Shu not only put on a show, talking at length about finance and economics, but what he didn't expect was that Zhang Chuheo would keep praising him, saying heroes emerge from among the young all the time. Only Zhang Lianyi, who also majored in finance, rolled her eyes in exasperation. One idiot, and the other a complete idiot. Zhang Lianyi was filled with doubt. Unexpectedly, Zhang Chuheo was now certain that Chen Shu was a scion of a wealthy family, and not just any wealthy family, otherwise how could he have such insight? So, without hesitation, he suggested with a smile. I never expected that you and I would hit it off so well. How about we take this opportunity to become sworn brothers? Zhang Lianyi's eyes widened. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Chen Shu was also surprised. He thought to himself that he had just spouted nonsense about what he had learned at school and on Douyin, and was just bragging. Why do we have to become sworn brothers? Is this right? This isn't right. Brother, you're in too much of a hurry. Zhang Lianyi reminded him. Seeing that Chen Shu was unhappy, and with his sister reminding him, Zhang Chuheo laughed and said, I was just being impatient. However, Brother Chen Shu and I are indeed destined to meet. We can talk about becoming sworn brothers later. How about this, I'll give Brother Chen Shu a small gift today, a Maybach with a 15% discount, as a greeting gift. How about that? That won't do. Chen Shu flatly rejected the idea, saying, I still need to farm gold coins, buddy, are you trying to get me killed? Zhang Lianyi muttered, greedy and insatiable. Zhang Chuheo was also taken aback for a moment, thought for 2 seconds, and then laughed and said, I was being stingy. How about this, 25% off? Chen Shu, I've decided to be your brother. That won't work either. Chen Shu shook her head. Zhang Chuheo was stunned. Seriously, buddy? I sold it to you at a loss, and you're still not happy? We're practically sworn brothers. That's going too far. Zhang Liani cast a disdainful look at Chen Shu. What? You want my brother to give you a Maybach? At this moment, Chen Shu said seriously, the agreed price is 4 million, and not a penny less. What? The brother and sister exclaimed in unison, not a penny less. Chen Shu nodded, of course. But I really hope that brother How can do me a favor. You say. Can you help me get a nice license plate number? Money is no object. That's easy. Zhang Chuheo thought it was a big deal. He thought, we run a Mercedes-Benz 4S store, how could we not get a good license plate? Hey bro, I have a really nice license plate, Rome 56789, it's a consecutive number, you can have it if you like. That won't do. The price must be exactly what it should be. Not a penny less. Chen Shu emphasized this repeatedly. Zhang Chuheo's feelings were quite complicated. I can't even give away a car purchase discount and license plate worth hundreds of thousands of yuan? Why must it be exactly the same price? This guy is way too generous. What kind of family are they? Afterwards, Zhang Chuheo's Mercedes-Benz 4S store handled all the purchase and registration procedures for the car. Chen Shu paid the full price, which included the premium license plate, totaling 5 million yuan. The host, following his heart, purchased a Maybach S680 and a license plate with the license plate Rome 56789 to satisfy his fondness for luxury cars and rare license plates, spending 5 million yuan. The host is rewarded with a six-fold return, amounting to 30 million yuan. With a huge sum of 33.55 million yuan in hand and driving a Maybach S680, Chen Shu felt that he had reached the pinnacle of his life. Just one step away from reaching the climax of life. But everything will be alright. With a luxury car, how could he lack beautiful women? Chen Shu was in a great mood, humming a song all the way. After Chen Shu left, the Zhang siblings in the 4S store each had 1,000 thoughts. It could have been done for less than 4 million, but they insisted on spending 5 million. They really know how to bargain. Zhang Chuheo was filled with emotion. This Chen Shu is definitely extraordinary. Zhang Liani said earnestly, her beautiful eyebrows furrowed. Nonsense, you're only realizing this now? Otherwise, why would I have asked you to apologize to him? Why would I insist on forming a sworn brotherhood with him? Liani, he might really be of great help to our family in the future. You should maintain a good relationship with him so that we can ask for his help when we need it in the future. Oh. Zhang Liani was still a little reluctant. But I don't even have his WeChat. It's okay, I just added it. Zhang Chuheo smiled, opened WeChat, and with a series of actions, first pushed Chen Shu's WeChat to Zhang Liani, and then pulled Chen Shu into a WeChat group full of local Maybach owners. Zhang Liani felt something was off. Was her older brother being too enthusiastic? You're trying to curry favor with someone before you've even figured them out? That's beneath you. However, considering that Chen Shu's two actions were both extraordinary, spending lavishly without following any rules, it was a shame. Zhang Liani had to admit, that guy is quite rich. Chapter 13 Chen Shu's First Kiss, updated daily at midnight. Liani, what are you muttering about? Add Chen Shu on WeChat and chat with him more often, understand? No. Urged by her older brother, Zhang Liani took out her phone, opened WeChat, and her pupils widened in shock when she saw Chen Shu's ID. To my heart. The mysterious tycoon who spent over 2 million yuan in a single hour during a Douyin livestream last night is also known as Xin. Could it be that they are the same person? Zhang Liani covered her mouth with her slender, delicate hand, her eyes filled with disbelief. Just how much money does this guy have? What kind of family would dare to spend money like this? Your dad is the richest man in the world. Zhang Liani felt her head buzzing from the shock. Seeing this, Zhang Chuheo asked in confusion, Liani, what's wrong? Big brother, look. Zhang Liani told Chen Shu that it was very likely the matter that was on her mind. Zhang Chuheo frowned, but finally smiled easily. Such extravagant and inhumane spending is something brother Chen Shu would do. Big brother, what's Chen Shu's background? Zhang Liani was extremely curious about Chen Shu at this moment. Zhang Chuheo smiled and said, I don't know either. You'll have to find out for yourself. Zhang Liani was a little speechless, but she thought much more highly of Chen Shu and became much more interested in him. What a mysterious man. On the other end, Chen Shu drove his Maybach S680 around, and wherever he went, girls would strike up conversations with him. The girls in Chengdu are indeed beautiful. In just a few hours, Chen Shu met 3 girls who were both quite beautiful and had great figures. The list has been expanded. However, clicking on these girls' WeChat moments reveals a sophisticated and elegant style. It's obviously designed to lure rich guys. One of the girls' posts on social media was so explicit that Chen Shu even suspected she was a senior hardware-software engineer. In contrast, Jiang Liani, who truly deserves to be called a socialite, has her social media posts filled with food. No wonder she's so fat. However, despite the envy of Jiang Liani's pair of ES, Chen Shu ignored her WeChat friend request. Such an arrogant woman, if we don't put her in the cold, wouldn't she think she's easy to manipulate? In the evening, I returned to Starview apartment. As soon as Chen Shu parked on the side of the road and got out of the car, he ran into his good friend. Xin Yuan was stunned to see that Chen Shu's car was a Maybach S680 with a sequential license plate. Holy crap! Second brother, we've only been apart for a few hours, and you're already driving a Maybach? Yuaner, calm down. Just focus on your live stream, and you'll be able to do it too in the future. No, I really can't stay calm about this. Xin Yuan circled the car of his dreams several times, looking at it and touching it. He was even more excited than when he saw a beautiful woman, and he was practically drooling. Second brother, you're lying. You're definitely lying. Question mark. Chen Shu was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. What lie did I tell you? Xin Yuan questioned. You said you won the lottery and made a fortune. You're lying to me, right? Actually, you're a hidden rich kid. And not just any rich kid. You're a super rich kid. Question mark. You were pretending to be poor before, actually detest Xia Bai Wei, but now that you two have broken up, you've simply stopped pretending, right? Well. Chen Shu was speechless for a moment. You've already written the script, what can I say? Chen Shu put his hands in his pockets and looked up at the starry sky at a 45-degree angle. Yuaner, you saw right through me. Okay, I'm not pretending anymore. I'm a billionaire, a second-generation super-rich scion, I'm coming clean. Really? Xin Yuan thought to himself, Shen Yan was right after all. His second brother was indeed a hidden super-rich second generation. All these years, I've been deceived by him. A true movie star. By the way, second brother, Shen Yan is going back to Liuqing tomorrow. Are you going? I can't go. What about you? I can't do it either. From last night until now, I've not only gained 400,000 followers, but I've also seen a lot of clips of my live streams. I feel like I'm going to become famous. I have to seize this opportunity and strike while the iron is hot. Keep up the good work. You'll definitely become a huge internet celebrity. I'll definitely work hard. But the person I'm most grateful to is you, second brother. Without you, I wouldn't have become famous overnight, and I don't know how to repay you. It's okay, just consider it a huge debt you owe me. Ha? My brother's debts are my debts, okay? Chen Shu and Xin Yuan chatted and laughed all the way and soon entered the house. But then he saw Shen Yan sitting on the sofa, looking lost and dejected. Her beautiful peach blossom eyes were glistening with tears, and two clear pearls of tears clung to her delicate and beautiful face. She looked dazed and pitiful. Chen Shu and Xin Yuan were both stunned. Shen Yuan stepped forward and asked with concern, Shen Yan, what's wrong? And nothing. When Shen Yan saw her brother and Chen Shu return together, she quickly wiped away her tears with her fair hands. She forced a nonchalant expression and smiled slightly. I'm just thinking about leaving tomorrow, and I'm a little reluctant to go. It's not like they're not coming back, what's there to cry about? Xin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and complained. Chen Shu, however, saw through Xin Yan's forced smile. What's wrong with her? Before long, Xin Yuan went to prepare for tonight's makeup and live broadcast. In the living room, Chen Shu asked, why were you crying just now? Didn't I already say? It's because. Storp. Chen Shu stopped Xin Yan, pouting, do you think I'm that naive Yuan? That I'll believe everything you say? Question mark. Shen Yan was slightly taken aback. She hadn't expected that naive and sweet could be used to describe a boy. At the same time, she fell silent, unsure how to respond. Chen Shu asked bluntly, did someone bully you? Or did you encounter some difficulties? If you consider me a good friend, then don't keep things to yourself. I. Shen Yan hesitated, finding it difficult to speak. Are we good friends? Chen Shu asked. Shen Yan thought for a moment and nodded, yes. Since we're good friends, shouldn't we be honest with each other? Chen Shu reached out and cupped Xinyan's delicate face in his hands, their eyes meeting. So, what happened? Feeling Chen Shu's gentle and sincere concern, and his intimate gestures, Xinyan's heart fluttered instantly. She had never been in a flirtatious relationship with any boy before, let alone something like this. In less than 3 seconds, Xinyan's skin turned visibly red. Chen Shu was filled with questions. Why was Xinyan's face so hot? Could it be that she had caught another infection? Holy crap! Fortunately, I increased my constitution to 85, so I should be able to hold on. Just as Chen Shu was lost in thought, Xinyan embarrassedly pried Chen Shu's hand away, turned her face to the side, and stared at the floor tiles next to her, not daring to look at Chen Shu again. Xinyan's red lips twitched slightly, as if she wanted to speak, but she swallowed her words back several times. Chen Shu looked her over from left to right and saw that her awkward and hesitant manner reminded her of when she used to ask her boss for her wages when she worked part-time. That's just how we poor people are. Our moral standards are too high, and we feel embarrassed when it comes to money. Chen Shu wondered if Xinyan was short of money. Is it because of money? Xinyan was stunned for several seconds, then asked in surprise, How did you know? Chen Shu breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, It seems it really is true. You should have said so earlier. Why did you cry in secret by yourself? Sister Xinyan, let me tell you, if money can solve everything, then it's not a problem. Chen Shu, with an air of wealth and arrogance, said casually, Tell me, how much money do you need? What does he want? Does he want to give me money? Although Xinyan had seen Chen Shu spend lavishly and knew he was rich and generous, she was still aware of his wealth. But Xinyan felt that she couldn't bring herself to take advantage of others, let alone always do so. But not responding isn't good either. Xinyan considered Chen Shu a good friend and finally began to speak frankly. Chen Shu, Xin Yuan should have told you, right? My family runs a small business. I know, he owns a restaurant. Yes. But business has been bad for the past few years since 2020. Since the year before last, my parents have been borrowing money to keep the business afloat, but the business has not improved and they had to go bankrupt this year. My parents still owe a lot of money. How much money is a lot of money? Chen Shu asked curiously. Xinyan recounted, When I went home for the spring festival, my parents told me in Xin Yuan that the family owed 400,000 yuan. Not much. Yuan's take-home pay last night was more than 400,000. Yes, that's right. Thank you, Chen Shu. We're all family, don't be shy. But why were you crying again just now? Chen Shu was a little confused. Xinyan couldn't help but feel sad and sniffed, I just called my parents and told them that our family could pay off the debt, but I found out that they didn't owe 400,000, but 4 million. This number is too big, I simply can't handle it all at once, so. As Xinyan spoke, she became increasingly unable to hold back her emotions, tears welled up in her beautiful eyes, and her voice choked with sobs. Chen Shu understood. It was money that was to blame. 4 million was a huge sum for most people. It would take 40 years to earn that amount with an annual salary of 100,000. From age 20 to 60, it's almost equivalent to a person's entire life. Moreover, the money earned in a year might not even be enough to cover the interest. If it were me in the past, I probably would have given up hope too. However, for Chen Shu today, 4 million is just the price of a car. It's not big, it's really not big. Xinyan, don't cry. Chen Shu offered Xinyan a shoulder to lean on and patted her delicate shoulder and back naturally. Then he cupped Xinyan's pretty face and wiped away her tears. He offered some words of comfort. At the same time, Chen Shu savored Xinyan's faint, subtle fragrance and hair scent. It smells so good. Chen Shu's eyes didn't rest either. Good see. That was a beautiful shot. Perfect. Before long, Xinyan realized that she had lost her composure by crying, and her aloof goddess persona had completely collapsed. She hid in the bathroom to calm herself down. Chen Shu closed his eyes and savored Xinyan's 36C for a moment, then decisively transferred a sum of money to Xin Yuan's bank card. 4 million yuan. Chen Shu thought to himself, he's my best buddy from college. Now that I'm successful, how could I not help? It's just a small favor. If I become rich and powerful, let us not forget each other. Chen Shu felt that he was a truly righteous and chivalrous man. The host, following his heart, helped pay off debts to satisfy his emotional urges to appease his beloved goddess and woo girls, spending 4 million yuan. The host is rewarded with a 6-fold return, 24 million yuan. Chen Shu was stunned for a moment, then suddenly felt a little embarrassed. To pick up girls? Am I that kind of person? Slander. Be careful, or I'll sue you for defamation. Chen Shu asked telepathically, System, are you mistaken? I'm doing this for my brothers, okay? The system has re-evaluated the host's motivation for consumption. 3, 2, 1, evaluation complete. The host's motivation for consumption stemmed from satisfying his emotional impulse to appease his beloved goddess and woo girls. This is confirmed. Chen Shu covered her face. Damn it, she could fool herself, but she couldn't fool the system. My image as a virtuous gentleman has been shattered. However, as long as the system doesn't determine that I'm intentionally spending money, it's fine as long as it doesn't give me any extra coins. Chen Shu is now very clear-headed. While beautiful women are important, money is even more important. He even made the following summary. If you deposit money but lose people, you lose both. If you deposit money but lose people, you retain both people and money. And at this time, Xin Yuan, dressed in a snow-white dress and dressed in drag, rushed out of the house and excitedly shouted, Second brother. No. Dad. Why did you transfer 4 million to me? Xin Yuan almost knelt down and called him father like Lu Bu did. No, Yuan, where's your integrity? Chen Shu laughed when Xin Yuan called her dad. Xin Yuan stated firmly, it has been converted into cash. Chen Shu gave a thumbs up. Hearing the noise, Xin Yan came out of the bathroom. What? Xin Yuan, what did you just say? Xin Yan, I was just joking. I don't really want to acknowledge him as my father. Xin Yuan gave an awkward, sheepish smile. Chen Shu also smiled and said, Yes, Yuan and I are usually like father and son. Question mark. Xin Yan looked blankly at her and shook her head. No, I mean, that 4 million, Chen Shu, you. As she spoke, Xin Yan was moved to tears again. Chen Shuzhen transferred 4 million yuan to Xin Yuan? Why is he so good to our family? For my sake? It must be. But Chen Shu's affection is too heavy for me to bear. That's 4 million. Nobody's money grows on trees. How should I repay him? Xin Yan felt that she could only repay Chen Shu's affection with sincerity. From now on, my heart will belong only to Chen Shu. Chen Shu couldn't bear to see a pretty girl cry, so he quickly waved his hand and said nonchalantly, Oh, it's nothing, we're all brothers, we're all family. And Shen Yan? What's wrong? Shen Yan asked curiously. Chen Shu laughed and said, You look so ugly when you cry. Shen Yan's almost overflowing affection for Chen Shu quickly collapsed. She clenched her little fists and said angrily, You're the ugly one. You're ugly. Your whole family is ugly. Shen Yan turned around and went back into the house. Upon seeing this, Xin Yuan's eyes widened, and his mind was almost blank. He had never seen his younger sister act so coquettishly since he was old enough to understand. Yes. Xin Yan wasn't angry at all just now, she was clearly just being affectionate. Sister, you feel like a stranger to me. It's completely unfamiliar. Second brother, when did you and Xin Yan? Xin Yuan's gossip instincts kicked in. Chen Shu pouted, What do you mean when? Yuaner, you should start broadcasting. Don't work on it only for 3 days and then slack off for 2. Don't be like those online novelists who take leave all the time. But. Xin Yuan thought that he still didn't understand what the relationship between Chen Shu and Xin Yan was now, and wanted to ask more. Chen Shu interrupted him directly, saying, That's bullshit. Go live stream, and I'll shower you with gifts for the carnival. Okay. Xin Yuan went back to live streaming, and Chen Shu lay alone on the sofa, looking at the personal wealth section on the system panel. 53.55 million. If you round it up, that's 100 million. Chen Shu was in a great mood and just wanted to quickly enter Xin Yuan's rectum, the live broadcast room. Send another wave of gifts and dump a ton of gold coins into the system. Chen Shu is now completely carefree, he doesn't care if the system doesn't give him gold coins. Just consider it as spending a fortune out of your own pocket and experiencing what it's like to be a super rich person. But after he had this idea, the system rewarded him every time. You can't spend it all, you simply can't spend it all. He. Chen Shu tapped the screen for an hour straight, until his arm ached from all the tapping, finally managing to send Xin Yuan 2000 carnivals. He topped the national gift ranking, popularity ranking, and hourly ranking on Douyin. First place in everything. Moreover, it is far ahead of the second place on each list. Chen Shu breathed a long sigh of relief. Phew, it's finally over. He was just about to rest for a while before fighting again when he heard the system give him a shot of adrenaline. The host, following his heart, tipped 2,000 carnival items, spending 6 million yuan, to help his good friend become number one on the Douyin live streaming charts. The host is rewarded with a six-fold return, amounting to 36 million yuan. Another 30 million? That makes it 83.55 million. I wish to become an immortal and be as joyful as the heavens. Chen Shuxuan got blown away this time. He decided to realize his dream of becoming a billionaire tonight. Chen Shu was about to give Kaisen Yuan a few million more gifts, but then she thought that Yuan was already number one on Douyin, so giving more gifts wouldn't make much sense. If the system determines that my purchase was invalid, I'll suffer a huge loss. Let's try another one. First, I checked my Douyin friend list, but unfortunately, my junior sister Luo Yao wasn't live streaming at the moment. We can only search in the vast world. However, Chen Shu was smarter this time. Instead of randomly entering live streams and trying out different ones, she looked for high-value girls on various lists. From local rankings to national rankings, and then simply looking for targets in the live stream's beauty section. However, almost all the female anchors use excessively heavy beauty filters. Chen Shu was extremely disappointed. Even with beauty filters, you can't compare to Yuan's looks in women's clothing. Are you kidding me? Who is the woman, really? Finally, Chen Shu came across a female internet celebrity who danced at home and had a lot of trouble. She was petite, but taller than her junior sister Luo Yao, probably just over 1.6 meters tall. She was dressed in a Judy Hopps cosplay outfit and was dancing to Gokuraku Jodo. He danced quite well, slightly less so than CK Bro, who went viral online back then. Moreover, the girl's looks and makeup perfectly matched Chen Shu's aesthetic preferences. With enough talent, good looks, and cuteness, what reason is there not to support her? We absolutely have to give it a big thumbs up. After Ro finished her dance and was resting while responding to the comments, Chen Shu commented, "Host, can I request a dance?" Ro caught a glimpse of it, was startled for a moment, then covered her mouth in surprise and delight, finding it unbelievable. Level 69 Expert. I remember that for level 69, you needed to have donated over 7.5 million, right? Sure, my little one, what kind of dance would you like to do? Show me all the dances you know, and I'll give you 1,000 carnivals, how about that? How many? 1,000? The streamer Ro couldn't believe her eyes. Xin can bao, did we accidentally add an extra 0 or 2? The viewers in the live stream didn't believe it either. What the hell is this? 1,000 carnivals? Do you think you're some level 75 max level player? You can get 3 million yuan from 1,000 carnivals. That's enough to buy a small house in a first-tier city. I believe someone can tip 3 million yuan, but I don't believe a single event can tip 3 million yuan. Dude, you didn't buy this account just to pretend you're rich, did you? Don't let Ro get scammed. Just as netizens were bombarding the chat with comments and raising questions, a dazzling special effect appeared in the livestream, like a demon child descending to earth. Carnival X1. Carnival X10. Carnival X30. In the blink of an eye, before anyone could react, Chen Shu had already generated 30 carnivals. And he didn't stop at all, he kept refreshing. 50 now. 100 now. Upon seeing this, Ro covered her mouth tightly with both hands, and her bright, watery eyes instantly welled up with tears of surprise. I've been streaming for 2.5 years, and this is the first time I've encountered such a generous big spender as Zink and Baobo. They start slapping each other at the slightest provocation. That's so extravagant. Ro snapped out of her surprise and quickly said, "Thank you, Xin baby, for the carnival. Thank you to my best Xin baby in the world. Tonight, Ro will definitely perform all the otaku dances she knows." Next, let's start with Sending My Wishes to the Moon. The music started playing soon, and Ro danced energetically. One song after another, one dance after another, with only very short breaks in between, yet I didn't feel tired at all. However, Ro never expected that Chen Shu would not only keep his promise and send 1,000 carnival gifts, but also leave the livestream as soon as he finished. Ro was stunned. What kind of big spender was this? He just spent 3 million on gifts and then ran away? The dance isn't over yet. Don't you really want anything in return? I don't feel at ease holding so much money. Ro thought that this might be a test from her sugar daddy, and she had to keep her promise. You need to perform all the otaku dances, you know. The number of online viewers in the live stream, ranging from over 500 to over 50,000, was also stunned. I think I was just brought here by some mysterious force. Is anyone sending me a bunch of gifts? Looks like it's that big shot from the heart again. That big shot who's drowning in debt. Didn't he just spend 2,000 carnivals? And now he's spending again? That's inhumanly extravagant. I just don't understand, does Kanye like men or women? One minute he's a cross-dressing man, the next he's a cute otaku dancer? Kanjani Musiala is probably like me, he doesn't care about height, age, or gender. He only cares about looks. This is the first time I've heard someone describe lust in such a fresh and refined way. Outside the live broadcast room, inside a small suite in Xinghua apartment. The host, following their heart, has rewarded 1,000 carnival gifts to satisfy their own fondness for female otaku dance streamers, spending 3 million yuan. The host is rewarded with an 8-fold return, amounting to 24 million yuan. I made another 21 million. Awesome. Chen Shu glanced at the transaction notification. Her bank account balance had reached a 9-figure sum, something she had never dared to dream of before. 104.55 million. I really did become a billionaire. I turned off my phone, snuggled comfortably on the sofa, and went to sleep. Well, he couldn't sleep, but Chen Shu was too excited. He opened 2 bottles of red wine in the living room and gulped them down, then passed out from the high. Night had fallen. Inside the bedroom, Xinyan couldn't hear any noise from outside, which she found strange. Why is Chen Shu not moving now? After getting up and leaving the house, Xinyan looked around the living room and the light from the hallway. Asleep? Xinyan was a little surprised. Didn't they say he's a night owl? It's not even midnight yet. The smell of alcohol is so strong. What are you doing, drinking so much? Xinyan frowned slightly as she approached Chen Shu. Never mind, don't wake him up. Xinyan took a thin blanket and covered Chen Shu with it. She wanted to turn around and go back to the house, but when she looked at Chen Shu's handsome face with delicate features, she felt that her legs would not obey her commands. Well, Chen Shu has done so much for me, I should take the initiative. My true feelings belong to him, and my person will eventually be his too. Or, let's give Chen Shu a gift first. Didn't Jiang Jishu fall in love with Yuan Shangqin with just one kiss? I can do it too. Xinyan had made up her mind and decided to go ahead despite her burning face. He kissed Chen Shu. This is my first time. In the past, Xinyan would never have imagined that her first kiss would be given to Chen Shu. But perhaps, fate is just that mysterious. Who told this guy to be a top-tier succubus? Just then, Chen Shu opened his hazy, drunken eyes. Why was there someone in front of him? Still so close? What's going on? Chen Shu glanced at her a couple more times, then asked with a drunken laugh, are you Xin Yuan? Or Xin Yen? This sound startled Xinyan so much that her mind went blank. Oh no! I tried to steal a kiss from someone, and they caught me red-handed. What should I do? But the next second, Xinyan's cerebral cortex received a signal from her chest. She looked down and her pupils dilated in shock. Chen Shu acted as if he were one of the family. Squeeze. Chen Shu chuckled groggily, Xinyan, you're Xinyan, huh? We won't go hungry. After saying that, Chen Shu turned to her side, with her back to Xinyan, and fell asleep again. Xinyan was stunned. So this guy was using this method to distinguish himself from Xin Yuan in women's clothing? That's outrageous. Aren't we starving? Who wouldn't be starving? Chen Shu, you've gone too far. Xinyan gritted her teeth, stomped her foot, and lowered her voice, but she was still burning with anger. Outraged, she punched Chen Shu in the butt. Humph. Serves you right for always being unable to control yourself. Exclamation point. Chen Shu had just thought he was drunk and dreaming that Xinyan had stolen a kiss from him, but at that moment, he instantly sobered up. Holy crap! This isn't a dream. It's over. Faced with this situation, what can I do? I can only pretend to be asleep or drunk, and avoid confronting it. Otherwise, what if Xinyan mistakenly thinks that he did it on purpose just now? In the words of her hometown of Liucheng, wouldn't I be completely doomed then? Without turning his head, Chen Shu pretended to still be drunk and rubbed his sore bottom. What are you doing? Xinyan, you stole my first kiss in your dream, and you're still not satisfied? Question mark. Xinyan couldn't believe her ears. Was that Chen Shu's first kiss? How could that be? He and Xia Baiwei were together for 4 years and they never even kissed? That's terrible. Shen Yan immediately felt sorry for Chen Shu. Such a treasure of a boy, and someone didn't know how to cherish him. It's okay, go to sleep, it's all just a dream. Shen Yan coaxed Chen Shu to sleep while secretly rejoicing. We're both sharing our first kiss, so neither of us is at a disadvantage, Shen Yan whispered happily. Who says girls don't care if a boy's first kiss was his? Girls care about it a lot, okay? Chen Shu was shocked when she heard Shen Yan's words. Does this mean I lied to Shen Yan? No. Can they be the same? My first kiss is refreshed every day at midnight. You got a good deal, Shen Yan, you're very radiant. Chapter 14 Who in the world does not know you? The next day, the sun was high in the sky. Chen Shu woke up on the sofa, feeling refreshed. She stretched and then habitually opened Douyin TikTok. He was a little confused when he saw the message with 999 plus messages. Shinkan baby, can you come and visit my livestream next time? Mr. Kan, I have a project for a land-based swimming machine. Would you invest? Brother Shinkan, where are you from? I can fly all over the country. This. I only cancelled my private account last night, and so many people are sending me private messages. And he gained 150,000 followers in just one night. My god, is this what money power is? Chen Shu smiled and saw that her mutual follower Ro Ro had also sent her a few messages. Dear Xancan baby, thank you so much for the 1000 carnivals. I'm so incredibly excited. Thank you so much. Can I add you on WeChat? Please don't misunderstand, Ro Ro doesn't mean anything by it, she just wants to thank you properly. Is it okay? Is it okay? Please. After replying to a WeChat message, Chen Shu prepared to review Douyin's memorials for the day. But the next second, a friend request popped up on WeChat. Chen Shu took a look and realized it was the female anchor Ro Ro. My dear baby, I've finally waited for you. This means, you haven't slept all night? Chen Shu clicked his tongue. So this is what it feels like to be a rich guy. He never dared to imagine that a girl, especially a pretty girl, could be so proactive when he was poor. Hey Xincan baby, are you from Chengdu? I just saw on your WeChat that your location is Chengdu. No, I just go to university in Chengdu. What? My dear, you're still a college student? You're so young. Ro Ro, far away in Shenzhen, never expected that the top spender who gifted her 3 million last night was actually a young male college student. My god, what kind of family's son is he, daring to give such a reward? Could he be the son of the richest man in some province? Ro Ro became more and more excited as she thought about it, and her eyes, which were originally sleepy, became as bright and dazzling as starlight. We must cling tightly to this powerful figure. Wait a minute. My sweetheart sent me so many expensive gifts last night, she must have some feelings for me. Maybe he fell in love with me at first sight? If his goal is to date me, then it's not impossible for him, given his wealth. However, we still don't know if he's handsome or not. My dear child, could you please give me a picture of you? I would like to draw a sketch of you by hand and mail it to you to express my gratitude. When I have the chance to visit Chengdu again, I'd like to treat you to a meal so I can thank you in person. No need, we can talk about it another time. Chen Shu replied simply, without any other meaning, but after a while, Ro Ro replied with "You're so annoying," accompanied by a shy emoji. Chen Shu was speechless, she had been misunderstood again. It's only because we have money now that we're successful, otherwise, these beautiful girls who are always fawning over us would probably have thought we were harassing them and blocked us long ago. But having money makes all the difference, there's no more thuggery or harassment then. The girls will just think we're flirting with them. They're flirting. Chen Shu did not reply to the other party again, but accepted Jiang Lianyi's WeChat friend request from yesterday. We've been leaving them hanging for almost a day, it's time we paid them some attention. Good morning, Miss Jiang. I'm not good enough. Why did you only add me as a friend now? Too busy. Busy? Busy getting people to participate in the carnival event, huh? How did you know? Chen Shu asked curiously. A few seconds later, Jiang Lianyi sent Chen Shu a short video, which Chen Shu opened and watched. The mysterious tycoon Xian once again increased his spending last night, showering 2 live streamers with 3,000 carnival gifts. It is reported that this mysterious tycoon has spent over 11 million yuan on gifts in the past 2 days. Well. Chen Shu was stunned for a moment, then realized why she had gained over 100,000 followers overnight. So you media outlets are also fueling this fire. People are afraid of becoming famous, just as pigs are afraid of getting fat. Being too famous is not a good thing. So you're admitting you're that mysterious tycoon? If I said I wasn't, would you believe me? I don't believe it. Oh. Chen Shu laughed and said, then what do you want to say? Instead of flirting with Zhang Lianyi anymore, Chen Shu opened the WeChat group that Zhang Choheo had added her to yesterday. These are all Maybach owners from Chengdu, wealthy people. There must be plenty of resources. Chen Shu thought to herself, now that we have money, we should live in a big house. Who has such a wealthy family living in a cramped apartment? Buying a house is imperative. Chen Shu asked, hey everyone in the group, is there anyone who can recommend a large, fully furnished apartment in Rongdu? I need it to be near the University of Finance and Economics, newly renovated, and never been lived in before. Money is not a problem. As soon as Chen Shu's message was released, people immediately chimed in. Holy crap! The big shot Xin Kin is in our group? Really? Damn it! This thing is definitely a fake. We're supposed to be a Maybach owners group, can't you have some shame? You're just jumping on the bandwagon whenever there's a trending topic, how shameless. Bro, of all people to impersonate, why do you have to pretend to be the big shot who spent over 10 million in tips in 2 days? Let me tell you, Master Ken is an idol to many people in our group. Be careful you don't cause public outrage. Question mark. Chen Shu was a little confused. Had she become an imposter? Besides, how did I, an ordinary student at the University of Finance and Economics, become the idol of a group of Maybach owners in Chengdu? They still call us Master Ken? Doesn't the way you're doing this give people the impression that you're being appointed by the emperor? How can I prove that I am the real Xin Ken? Chen Shu asked. The group members behind the screen all laughed. Bullshit. If you're Kanye West, I'll eat my phone right now. You're really getting cocky when I say you're fat. If you're really the real Kanye, then show me the screenshots of your tipping history. Unexpectedly, the group admin, Zhang Choheo, suddenly chimed in. I can vouch for him, he is the real Master Xin Ken, but... What? Brother Hao, is this guy really Kanye West? Brother Hao, do you know Kanye? Have you ever met him? The group members were shocked. Could it be that the mysterious tycoon Kanye, who is popular on Douyin, is actually from Chengdu? Is he still in our group? Zhang Choheo responded, yes, I've met you. Kan and I are really good brothers, right? At Xin Kan. We're more than just good brothers, we're blood brothers from different fathers. Chen Shu gave Zhang Choheo plenty of face. The group members behind the screen were even more surprised. Rumors circulated that the Zhang family's business had been struggling for the past few years and was on the verge of bankruptcy. Unexpectedly, Zhang Choheo was able to become sworn brothers with the mysterious and suddenly rising tycoon, Ken Yi. This is a big shot who spent 10 million in 2 days just to tip and have a moment of fun. He must have at least several billion, if not tens of billions, right? Otherwise, would he dare to spend like that? TSK, it seems the Zhang family isn't going to fall so easily. Chen Shu had no idea how much endorsement his words had given Zhang Choheo. At this moment, all he noticed was that the group members had become much friendlier and more kind-looking. Everyone eagerly started introducing resources to Chen Shu. Uncle Kan, I have a 260 square meter apartment, fully furnished, brand new, and never lived in. However, the location is a bit far, in Dongmen. Would that be acceptable to you? Too far. I want something near the University of Finance and Economics, within 3 kilometers at most. Uncle Kan, my sister has an apartment near the University of Finance and Economics that meets your requirements, but it was used as a wedding home and we lived there for less than a month. It's practically brand new. Is that alright with you? I don't want anything that isn't brand new. Chen Shu guessed that since it had been used as a bridal chamber, it must have been used for countless sexual encounters. The fighting is raging, it's probably on par with Syria. This is our first time buying a house, just like getting married for the first time. Can I not have a brand new one? It's not like we lack the ability. The chairman's office at a Mercedes-Benz 4S dealership. At this moment, Zhang Choheo also realized that Chen Shu really wanted to buy a large flat that met his requirements. She has a strange obsession with cleanliness and rather high standards. However, I have to seize this opportunity to do him a favor. After much deliberation, he first confirmed the sale of the house with a friend, and then approached his sister, Jiang Liani. After some discussion, Jiang Liani understood her elder brother's intention. But brother, why do I have to deliver this favor? Zhang Chuhao lit a cigarette, took a couple of puffs, and smiled. If Chen Shu is interested in men, I might as well take matters into my own hands. By the time Jiang Liani realized what she had heard, it was too late. Brother, isn't that cross-dressing guy Kaishan Yuan a man? Chen Shu tipped him millions of dollars, how can you be so sure he's straight? Besides, Chengdu is full of drifters. Zhang Chuhao shook his head and corrected him, you're wrong. Men who like that cheerful and carefree attitude are often the most straight men. Because what people like is his feminine side, his more womanly side than a woman. How can you be so sure? Jiang Liani asked, puzzled. Ahem. Zhang Chuhao cleared his throat. Because I like it too. Jiang Liani was dumbfounded. Her 27-year-old heart was hit by a critical strike. That Yuan really was the top player in the Chinese server. That's outrageous. Fortunately, he was a man. Otherwise, if he were a woman, even with my naturally beautiful face, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to compare to her. It's absolutely gorgeous. After a moment of reflection, Jiang Liani sent a WeChat message to Chen Shu. I have a friend who has a large, single-level apartment that perfectly matches your requirements. Would you like it? Yes. Chen Shu replied instantly. Jiang Liani quickly replied, I'll take you to see an apartment tonight, and you'll treat me to dinner tonight. Okay, I'll decide. See you then. With the house purchase now tentatively settled, Chen Shu was overjoyed, thinking, I'm about to own a house. A spacious apartment. My dream home. In the past, I was so insignificant that I only dared to dream when scrolling through Douyin or indulging in daydreams. But now, the world has changed. After lunch, Chen Shu drove Shen to the airport, with Xin Yuan accompanying her. Airport waiting hall. Perhaps because of that kiss last night, Shen felt strange no matter how she interacted with Chen Shu today. Why is Chen Shu acting like nothing happened? You've already kissed, shouldn't you do something in return? Did you really black out last night? When the boarding announcement sounded, Shen finally couldn't hold back any longer. What is our relationship now? Shen asked shyly, nervously, and expectantly. Chen Shu guessed what Shen was thinking, but you were the one who stole a kiss from me last night. I even pinched it a couple of times. So moisturizing. Cough cough. If I said I remembered what happened last night, you probably would think I was deliberately taking advantage of you. You'd beat me to death, wouldn't you? However, the education Chen Shu received from a young age made him a very responsible man. They've already kissed, and it was her first kiss, how can I not take responsibility? Chen Shu would never be a heartless man, much less a scumbag. He just wants to give every pretty girl who likes him a home. Taking 2 steps forward, Chen Shu opened her arms and gave Shen a big hug. Shen was stunned for a moment, her face flushed, and her cheeks became hot. My heart is pounding. There are so many people watching. But the next second, Chen Shu's words made the blush on Shen's face fade quickly. Have you forgotten? We're best friends, we'll be best friends for life. Shen frowned slightly, a flame igniting in her clear, peach blossom eyes. You've taken advantage of me completely, and now you're telling me we're just good friends? Shen really wanted to reward Chen Shu handsomely with her jade-like feet. Yes. The kind of reward where you're rubbed against the ground. But Shen eventually softened. After all, she had taken the initiative in that kiss last night, and Chen Shu didn't remember anything. Moreover, he was just dumped by his ex-girlfriend, so he definitely needs time to heal his heartbreak. Chen Shu has been incredibly kind to me, even helping my family pay off their debts. How could I possibly be angry with him? They're just good friends, aren't they? Can't I just change my definition of a good friend? Someone I can sleep in the same bed with is my good friend. Yes, we're good friends, best friends for life. I'm leaving. Okay, when you get back to Liuqing, spend more time with your uncle and aunt. I will give them my regards, Shen said with a smile. ? Chen Shu was stunned. When did I ask you to ask for my regards? I didn't make that request. After Shen passed through security, she disappeared from sight. Xin Yuan returned just now with 2 bottles of Coca-Cola. Where is he? Let's go. We should go too, go home. Chen Shu smiled and headed towards the entrance of the terminal hall. Xin Yuanjiang wanted to gossip about whether there was any possibility of Chen Shu and Xin Yan getting together. I really want to be the brother-in-law. Moreover, Xin Yuan also wanted his good friend to get over the heartbreak as soon as possible. We're still young, we can't just hang ourselves on Xia Baiwei, can we? Just then, Xin Yuan inadvertently caught sight of Xia Baiwei and asked in confusion, "What's she doing here?" Chen Shu was speechless upon seeing this. That woman is like a persistent ghost. I even ran into her when I came to see her off at the airport. Let's go, ignore her. Chen Shu walked out without looking back. Xia Baiwei, along with Wu Zihao and Director Tan, a confidant of the company's CEO, came to pick them up at the airport today. This was something that had been planned beforehand. Logically speaking, Xia Baiwei, as an intern, had no right to greet the CEO. But Wu Zihao's father, the company's vice president, also returned from his business trip today. Xia Baiwei naturally wanted to make a good impression on her boyfriend's father. Previously, she was overjoyed and longed for it. If she performs well and gains Wu Zihao's father's approval, she will have the opportunity to marry into a wealthy family. Even if she missed out on Chen Shu, who was equally wealthy, it wouldn't be bad if she could marry into the Wu family in the future. But then, when Xia Baiwei was scrolling through Douyin this morning, she saw a news story that shocked her for the entire year. Heartfelt received another 9 million views last night. She was completely devastated. In the past 2 days, she has tried to find out more about Chen Shu's background, but no one has been able to explain it clearly. I wonder if Chen Shu's family is truly rich or truly poor. Another close friend of hers analyzed that if Chen Shu were really from a wealthy family, she wouldn't have asked for trouble for 7 whole years. He probably won the lottery. Her best friend also provided evidence that a 10 million yuan lottery winner was indeed recently drawn in Chengdu. It is very likely that it is Chen Shu. Upon hearing this news, Xia Baiwei was completely devastated. Her breathing became rapid, her heart raced, and she was filled with deep regret. 7 years. I held on to this junk stock for 7 years, and then suddenly it turned into a monster stock after I sold it. Who could accept this? Xia Baiwei thought that if she hadn't broken up with Chen Shu, his 10 million would have been her 10 million. Pain. It hurts so much. However, since things have come to this, Xia Baiwei can only console herself that it wouldn't be bad to marry Wu Zihao, a rich second-generation heir. But then, Chen Shu spent another 9 million last night. Xia Baiwei realized that Chen Shu hadn't just won the lottery, but was actually a wealthy young master. They are absolutely the most prestigious of all families. Xia Baiwei had read this type of novel. Chen Shu must be the heir of some top-tier family, placed in the hometown of a concubine. That's why Chen Shu went to the same school as me. His apparent poverty, which he displayed from the beginning of high school, was actually a test for me, as well as a test for him from his extremely wealthy father. Oh my god! What did I miss? When Xia Baiwei realized this, she was filled with regret, experiencing both angina and intestinal colic. I lost the big watermelon of Chen Shu, but picked up the little sesame seed of Wu Zihao. This extreme regret and pain made her unwilling to believe that she had broken up with Chen Shu. Even now, after successfully picking her up at the airport, while facing the company's CEO and vice president, she was daydreaming about marrying Chen Shu and becoming a daughter-in-law of a top-tier wealthy family. Chen Shu? What's he doing here? HR Director Tan Fengwan noticed Chen Shu's figure and asked in confusion. Xia Baiwei was instantly brought back to reality, and her eyes lit up when she saw Chen Shu. How did I end up running into him here again? How many times have we bumped into each other? Could it be that Chen Shu has been orchestrating these chance encounters with me all along? Is it because he still hasn't let go of me? Come to think of it, we've been together for 7 years. With this thought in mind, Xia Baiwei felt more confident. Wu Zihao said unhappily, "It's that jinx Chen Shu again. I run into him everywhere. What bad luck." CEO Yu Lingfei asked, "Chen Shu, is she an intern at our company?" Tan Fengwan quickly replied, "Yes, he did before, but he failed his internship assessment and was fired." Resigned? How come I didn't know about this? Yu Lingfei frowned slightly, his expression authoritative without being angry. He had some impression of Chen Shu. She was always the first to arrive and the last to leave. He's quite capable. The company's Douyin account was built entirely thanks to this young man. Such a talented person was actually dismissed? Damn it! If all the positions in the company are taken up by people with connections like Wu Zihao, do we still need fresh blood? Do we still need to be competitive? Is the company still going to stay in business? Tan Fengwan explained, President Yu, the group only allocated 2 spots to us this year, and the company can only select the best candidates. Select the best? Yu Lingfei sneered. Vice President Wu Jianhong smoothed things over, saying, President Yu, Seheo and Xiaobaiwei's abilities are evident to everyone in the company. The projects they participated in before were all very successful. It can only be said that Chen Shu was unlucky. If headquarters had given him 1 or 2 more spots, he might have been accepted. Yu Lingfei knew perfectly well that Wu Jianhong was behind the scenes in getting Wu Ziheo and Xiao Baiwei into the company. The difference between building a successful resume and building a Douyin account from scratch to hundreds of thousands of followers is enormous. But the workplace is a place full of interpersonal relationships and social niceties. Yu Lingfei couldn't possibly overturn the table and offend Vice President Wu Jianhong for the sake of an intern, but he also didn't want to lose such an outstanding talent as Chen Shu. Perhaps I could use my connections at headquarters to ask for another permanent position. Xiao Tan, go after Chen Shu. Our company must make the most of a talent like him. Tan Fengwan was stunned. Putting everything else aside, I'm going to pursue Chen Shu? Are you kidding me? I'm wearing high heels. Tan Fengwan felt very aggrieved, but as the saying goes, a higher-ranking official can have an unfair advantage, so she ran after him. Wu Ziheo asked, puzzled, President Yu, you don't still want to hire Chen Shu, do you? Why not? Yu Lingfei glanced at him indifferently. President Yu, Chen Shu is my mortal enemy. In this company, it's either him or me. Wu Ziheo had been humiliated twice by Chen Shu, and he hated her to the core. Yu Lingfei remained indifferent. Is it a deal? I. Wu Ziheo was dumbfounded. Why did it seem like President Yu really wanted to fire him? Wu Jianhong quickly chuckled and mediated, President Yu, Ziheo is just being temperamental. Please don't take it to heart with the child. Besides, my colleagues and I highly value Chen Shu's abilities. We would be very happy to have him stay with the company. Yu Lingfei hummed in agreement, let's go, let's treat our subordinates with respect. Xia Baiwei muttered to herself, it's true what they say, comparing people is like comparing dead people. Wu Ziheo is several months older than me, and his dad keeps calling him a little kid. It's disgusting. Chen Shu is much more mature and steady, and can handle everything on her own. But will he really come back to the company and come back to my side? Xia Baiwei harbored a sense of wishful thinking. The entrance to the terminal building. Sister Tan, what are you doing here? Did you call me for something? Why are you moving so fast? Can't you see your sister is almost out of breath? Tan Fengwan rolled her eyes at Chen Shu, then calmed the rise and fall of her chest. Xin Yuan leaned close to Chen Shu's ear and asked, second brother, who is this older sister? Sister Tan, my company as former HR director, Chen Shu explained. Oh. Xin Yuan nodded. Tan Fengwan took a few more glances at Xin Yuan after seeing his appearance, and the more she looked at him, the more familiar he seemed. How pretty she is. Like a young lady. Where have I seen this before? You seem to be alone. Nonsense, I am a human being. Xin Yuan immediately blurted out in a rough voice. Tan Fengwan exclaimed, oh my god. You're the cross-dressing guy who was the most popular last night, Kaisin Yuan. Ha? You recognized me? Xin Yuan was equally surprised. You look so good in men's clothing too, Tan Fengwan complimented, then asked, Chen Shu, do you two know each other? Of course I know him. Chen Shu and I are best buddies, the closest of friends. Xin Yuan said proudly. Chen Shu shrugged and smiled, indeed. By the way, Sister Tan, what did you want to see me about? Tan Fengwan remembered the important matter and said, by the way, Chen Shu, you haven't found a new job yet, have you? Not yet, Chen Shu said with a forced smile. No, I called you Sister Tan, you wouldn't have fired me back then and now you're mocking me, would you? Xin Yuan also sensed that the visitor had ill intentions, and defended his good brother, saying, Chen Shu doesn't need to find a job. Don't need it? What do you mean? He doesn't lack money. If he doesn't lack money, why would he go to work? Not short of money? Tan Fengwan smiled. Chen Shu, you don't lack money, so why were you in such a hurry for your salary back then? Besides, the company originally only planned to give you 1,000 yuan, and I even paid out of my own pocket to add another 1,000 yuan to your salary. Upon hearing this, Chen Shu understood what had happened with the 2,000 yuan. I thought the company had just been kind-hearted this time. I never expected that Sister Tan is beautiful inside and out. Chen Shu's impression of Sister Tan improved. Although Sister Tan had fired her, she was the HR director, and it was her job to do the dirty work that offended employees. People can't help themselves. But that money was real gold and silver. At this moment, Shin Yuan exposed Chen Shu's true colors. Of course, my second brother is not short of money, otherwise, how could he have given me gifts worth several million? Your company fired my second brother, it's your loss. Question mark. Chen Shu was a little confused. Yuan, didn't you say you were tight-lipped? Why are you telling everyone everything? Upon hearing Shin Yuan's words, Tan Fengwan was so shocked that her mind went blank. Who? Chen Shu? Is he the big spender who showered Kaisen Yuan with millions of gifts? Is he Kanye? How could that be? Chapter 15, Taking Zhang Lianyi to Eat Spicy Hot Pot. Tan Fengwan looked Chen Shu over carefully, half believing and half doubting. The young man had indeed become more handsome. She has become more elegant. Yes. He has the noble air of a wealthy young master. Could it be that Chen Shu's previous internship at the company was all to complete the training tasks given to him by the wealthy family behind him? That's very possible. Isn't that how it's always portrayed in TV dramas? Tan Fengwan cleared her throat. Chen Shu, are you really the boss of my heart? Besides my second brother, who else could it be? Who else would treat me so well? Shin Yuan proudly defended. Tan Fengwan had no choice but to believe it, since the parties involved had testified. At the same time, she also became worried because she had fired the heir of a multi-billion-dollar family a couple of days ago. Will Chen Shu retaliate against me? Chen Shu, I was just following orders when I fired you. It was all Vice President Wu's orders. As a mere HR director, I had no choice but to comply. You won't blame Sister Tan, will you? Tan Fengwan asked tentatively. Chen Shu was both amused and exasperated, and shook her head. Sister Tan, in a way, I have to thank you. I'll treat you to a meal sometime in the future. Chen Shu thought that if it weren't for Sister Tan's angel investment of 1,000 yuan, he wouldn't even have the starting capital to unlock the system's gold coins. How could someone transform into a billionaire so quickly and glamorously? Question mark. Upon hearing Chen Shu's words, Tan Fengwan's face, which exuded a mature charm, was filled with confusion. Thank me? Why? At this moment, Yu Lingfei and his group walked over. Yu Lingfei smiled and said, Chen Shu, it's been a while. You've become quite handsome. He exchanged a few pleasantries, then continued, there was a slight misunderstanding between you and the company before. We in the company value talent like you very much. Don't worry, you can go back to the company tomorrow, and I will apply to headquarters for a full-time employee position for you. Question mark. Chen Shu laughed. No, I've become a super rich man, you want me to go back to that lousy job at the company? What kind of international joke is this? However, Chen Shu thought again that she still felt a little sense of accomplishment that her work ability had been recognized by the former company's CEO. But you knew to turn when the car hit a wall? Where were you before? Sorry, I can't go back to the company, and I don't want to go back, Chen Shu said calmly with a smile. Why? Chen Shu, I know you've always worked diligently and conscientiously for this permanent position. Why have you suddenly changed your mind? Yu Lingfei asked, puzzled. Wu Zihao scoffed and said sarcastically, what other reason could there be? Young Master Chen is not what he used to be, he looks down on our company now. Wu Zihao lost face when he saw Chen Shu shopping at the LV store last time. After going back and doing some analysis, he concluded that Chen Shu must have made a fortune and become a nouveau riche. He's just a country bumpkin. What's so great about him? Even if you have 5 million or 10 million, you'll eventually run out of money. Only by joining the company, getting promoted to senior management, and engaging in bribery can one have an endless supply of money. Wu Zihao still looked down on Chen Shu from the bottom of his heart. A man who even has his girlfriend stolen by himself is the biggest loser. You don't deserve my respect. Wu Jianhan smiled and said, you don't think much of me, Chen Shu? Our CEO you personally invited you back, and you won't even give him face? Young man, don't be so arrogant and disdainful of others. Wu Jianhong was a wolf in sheep's clothing, outwardly polite but inwardly only wanting to cut off Chen Shu's path to the company and eliminate a potential competitor for his son's future promotion. Chen Shu glanced at Wu Jianhong indifferently, recalling that this was the kind of person who held a high position in the company but did nothing but suppress and ostracize young people without connections or background. The credit always goes to them, while the blame is always placed on us employees. They also like to put on an ugly, condescending act, lecturing you on how to behave. They're still grabbing this and that. They want to take all the good stuff. They've taken advantage of the young people. That's why we young people have such a miserable life. Oh shit. This world shouldn't be like this. Chen Shu sneered and retorted directly, arrogant? I'll be your mother's arrogance. Wu Jianhong was dumbfounded. Vice President Wu, how dare you lick my boots and say these things to me? Ask me to go back? If it weren't for your underhanded dealings and helping your good-for-nothing son and Xia Baiwei, would I have been fired? You're just a hypocrite, crocodile tears. You. Wu Jianhong was both shocked and angry, and couldn't speak. Chen Shu, are you fucking crazy? Wu Zihao stepped forward, pointed at Chen Shu's nose, and questioned him. Seeing that the clown had jumped out on his own, Chen Shu didn't let him off the hook. He slapped the other man's fingers away and continued his barrage of words, you're fucking crazy. Wu Zihao, what the hell are you so great about? You think just because your dad is the vice president and got you into the company, it'll be your and your dad's world from now on? Ha, I feel sorry for the company. It's not enough to have a traitor in the family draining the company dry, now we're going to suffer a double blow. Tan Fengwan and Xia Baiwei were both shocked Chen Shu had revealed Wu Jianhong's secret. They've gone berserk. Compared to his previous timid and submissive self, he's a completely different person. Isn't that too willful and capricious? So cool. What nonsense are you spouting? Wu Jianhong was now furious. President Yu, Chen Shu is just talking nonsense. I am loyal to the company, heaven and earth can bear witness. Wu Zihao, enraged, retorted, Chen Shu, you have no evidence, what nonsense are you spouting? Evidence? Once audited, do you really think no one will find out about your father's shady dealings? Chen Shu smiled calmly, put his hands in his pockets, and said, President Yu, if your company can't afford a professional third-party audit, you can ask me to reimburse you for that. Yu Lingfei's face was also extremely ugly at this moment. Corruption has always existed within private companies, and it can be quite shocking. However, as long as it's not too excessive and no one reports it, senior executives tend to turn a blind eye. After all, no one's bottom line is absolutely clean. But Chen Shu flipped the table as soon as he arrived. If he didn't make his stance clear, he was afraid that if word got out, people below and people at headquarters would have a problem with him. Chen Shu, you're putting me on the spot. Yu Lingfei said with a forced smile. But don't worry, Yu Lingfei, never show favoritism in my work. If an internal investigation is necessary, I will follow the proper procedures. Mr. Yu, what is this? Wu Jianhong was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, wanting to explain and plead for leniency, but was glared at by Yu Lingfei and shut up. This is so frustrating. We're doomed. Damn it. Wasn't Chen Shu supposed to be easy to manipulate? Why did he suddenly pull a knife and stab me in the chest? Are they just going to ignore everything? If I had known, I shouldn't have messed with such an invincible person who has no weaknesses. Wu Jianhong was filled with regret at that moment. Mr. Yu, although I'm no longer with the company, I hope you won't disappoint your colleagues. Goodbye. Chen Shu had exposed the secrets of Wu Jianhong and his son, and that was enough for her. She didn't intend to waste any more time getting entangled with them. But just as he turned and walked a few meters, Xia Baiwei caught up and grabbed his wrist. Chen Shu, wait a moment. Let go. Chen Shu glanced at Xia Baiwei's hand with cold disdain. Xia Baiwei paused for a second, then a wave of heartache washed over her. She choked out, Chen Shu, are you really so resolute? Is there really no way we can go back to how we were before? Don't you have any feelings for me at all? Really? No way. Absolutely not. I've answered. Can you let go of my filthy hands now? Xia Baiwei, let me give you one more piece of advice, once unfaithful, never trust it again. Chen Shu, I was just confused for a moment. Xia Baiwei, if I were a gigolo, I wouldn't mind how you did things with my money. But you're spending my money and cheating on me. Your morals are even worse than a prostitute on the street. Chen Shu flung Xia Baiwei's hand away and left without looking back. Xin Yuan followed, his face full of admiration. Second brother, you're so cool. You just gave me a really satisfying roast. What? No, I meant that your rebuke of them just now made me feel good. Shin Yuan scratched the back of his head and smiled sweetly. Watching Chen Shu's departing figure, Xiao Baiwei stood motionless in the wind, like a petrified sculpture. Is a 7-year relationship really over? I only made a mistake that many women in the world would make. Is that so unforgivable? My dream of becoming a wealthy daughter-in-law is shattered. The thought that she was losing her future wealth and fortune made Xiao Baiwei feel heartbroken and like she was being stabbed by 1,000 arrows. This Chen Shu, I haven't seen him for a few days, he's really giving me a headache. Yu Lingfei sighed. President Yu, Chen Shu is too arrogant. Don't take what he just said to heart, he's just talking nonsense. You wouldn't actually believe his slander and investigate my father, would you? Wu Zihao pleaded with a fawning smile, begging to be let go. Yu Lingfei didn't speak, but glanced at the Wu family father and son and hesitated. Did he really want to offend his old acquaintances? For an outsider? Or, we could just go through the motions and do it as a formality that would be better for everyone. At this moment, after weighing the pros and cons, Tan Fengwan resolutely chose Chen Shu's side. Is it even a question of whether to bet on a loyal and righteous rich young master, or to continue living in the shadows with a cunning and shrewd old hand in the workplace? Consider this a pledge of allegiance. Tan Fengwan spoke softly, President Yu, if we don't investigate Wu Jianhong, I'm afraid it will be difficult to explain to Chen Shu and the higher-ups later. Director Tan, what do you mean by we can't give Chen Shu an explanation? Wu Zihao retorted, unconvinced. Who does he think he is? Yu Lingfei was equally puzzled. Tan Fengwan said seriously, because Chen Shu is not an ordinary person, he is very likely to have connections with headquarters. What do you mean? Yu Lingfei asked, puzzled. Wu Zihao laughed dismissively, him? A nouveau riche bumpkin, what connection could he possibly have with headquarters? Tan Fengwan continued, President Yu, do you know that Kaisin Yuan who's recently become incredibly popular? It's hard not to know that the big spender Xiancan showered him with 6 million worth of gifts in one night. What happened? The guy who was with Chen Shu just now is Kaisin Yuan, and Chen Shu is Xinkan herself. You know, he's so rich, yet he's hiding his identity while interning at our company. Do you think he doesn't have connections with the big shots at our headquarters? After hearing Tan Fengwan's explanation, Yu Lingfei and Wu Zihao were both shocked. How could Chen Shu possibly be the big shot who spent tens of millions in tips over 2 days? There must be a mistake. Sister Tan, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. How could Chen Shu, a poor loser who uses an Android phone worth a few hundred yuan, possibly be Master Can? Wu Zihao refused to believe it no matter what. Wu Jianhong was also unwilling to believe it if it were true, he would really be walking into a trap. We're doomed. Just then, Chen Shu drove by in a Maybach, and Yu Lingfei saw him. Maybach S680? Chengdu license plate A56789? Jiang Chuhao's license plate? The boy in the passenger seat also seemed genuinely happy. Holy crap! It really is Kanye West himself. Yu Lingfei is also a member of the Rongdu Maybach car owners group. Today, he witnessed Kanye's deeds in the group and also learned about his relationship with Jiang Chuhao, in addition to the corroboration from Kaisin Yuan. Now, even though he didn't believe it before, he had no choice but to believe it. We must climb this high branch. Old Wu, we need an opportunity to get closer to Kane, and borrow your head for a bit. Don't blame me. Yu Lingfei's expression immediately changed, and he said with unusual seriousness, Wu Jianhong, Chen Shu reported that you embezzled company funds, which may involve the transfer of benefits. I will report this to headquarters. You can wait to be investigated. Wu Jianhong was dumbfounded. Wu Zihao was even more dumbfounded. Wait, what's going on? How could President Yu suddenly turn on us like that? Could it be that Chen Shu really is Kanye? Thinking of this, even someone as mentally challenged as Wu Zihao felt that his future was bleak. The sky has fallen. Didn't you promise to treat me to dinner tonight? Look at the time, aren't you coming to pick me up? Have you forgotten? I can't forget it. I've already made reservations at the restaurant. Where are you? I've sent you the address. Okay, wait for me. At dusk, at the entrance of Sunhao Hotel. Zhang Liani urged Chen Shu on WeChat, then boredly lowered her head and started kicking her high heels. Just then, a red Ferrari suddenly drove up and stopped not far in front of Zhang Liani. A man in his 30s got out of the car, straightened his tie, and, holding a bouquet of roses, stepped forward and said, "Leonie, I'm back. Did you miss me?" As he spoke, he was about to give Jiang Leonie a hug. Jiang Leonie immediately took 2 steps back, looking both horrified and disgusted. "Pang Juanhao, are you crazy? Why would I want to think about you? And when have we ever been this close? You've crossed the line." Pang Juanhao's smile widened, and he became even more excited. "I love your unruly spirit." But speaking of which, Pang Juanhao tossed the flowers to his henchman and said smugly, "Can you call our relationship crossing the line? We're childhood sweethearts, aren't we? Heh, I'm no match for young Master Pang. Besides, aren't you doing just fine in America, partying with white and black girls every day? Why do you have to come back and disgust people?" Pang Juanhao understood the implication in Jiang Leonie's words. She was referring to the rumors about him abroad. So what if they had a few illegitimate children? So what if 2 of them are of mixed Asian and black descent? Is this even a big deal? Pang Juanhao smiled, unconcerned. "Leonie, that's all in the past. You are my present and future." Fart. "Stop dreaming, there's no future for us." Jiang Leonie remained resolute, then added sarcastically, "You'd better get rid of those illegitimate children you have abroad first, otherwise which wealthy heiress in Chengdu would dare to be a stepmother to that black kid? It's all been settled. Didn't they award the rights to their black mother? I don't have to worry about it. I don't have any money in my name. It's all in a trust. I don't have to pay a single penny in child support." Pang Juanhao was smug. Jiang Leonie's gaze was filled with utter contempt. "You and Jiang Mingjie are truly a pair of hidden dragons and phoenix chicks, both scum." That felt good. "Leonie, you really made me feel good." Pang Juanhao closed his eyes, feeling only enjoyment. Jiang Leonie laughed angrily. "Not going abroad to study with you was the best decision I ever made. I never thought that you would become so perverted in just a few years." Pang Juanhao said cheerfully, "Go ahead and curse. When you're done, I'll take you out for a big meal. You're hopelessly ill." Jiang Leonie didn't want to waste any more words with Pang Juanhao and said bluntly, "Pang Juanhao, let me tell you, I, Jiang Leonie, have a boyfriend now. He's coming to pick me up in his car later to have dinner together. I don't need you. I don't want to see you, understand? Do you think I'm stupid and easy to fool? What are you pretending for? Your dad already told me that you don't even have a boyfriend." Pang Juanhao said dismissively. "Our relationship was brought up by your dad. He's the one who invited me back. Didn't you know that?" Upon hearing Pang Juanhao's words, Jiang Leonie immediately felt uncertain. Did Dad ask Pang Juanhao to come back? What does he mean? Is the company really going to go bankrupt? Are they really going to push me into an arranged marriage just to save the company? But why did it have to be this disgusting bastard Pang Juanhao? Jiang Leonie was so frightened by this conjecture that she lost her composure. Just then, a familiar voice reached her ears. "Miss Jiang, what are you doing? Let's go eat." In the past, Jiang Leonie would feel somewhat irritated whenever she heard Chen Shu's voice. But at this moment, she felt as if she were hearing heavenly music, as if she had seen a savior. Yes. Why did I marry that idiot Pang Juanhao? Since a marriage alliance is inevitable, why can't the other party be Chen Shu, who is richer and more handsome than Pang Juanhao? With this plan in mind, Jiang Leonie felt much more at ease and immediately said forcefully to Pang Juanhao, "I told you, I have a boyfriend." But the next second, Jiang Leonie looked at Chen Shu and was immediately dumbfounded. Pang Juanhao also sized up Chen Shu and chuckled. "Jiang Leonie, you're not going to say that he's your boyfriend? A poor loser who rides an electric scooter?" Jiang Leonie's beautiful face couldn't hold back anymore, and she quickly stepped forward. "Chen Shu, why did you come by bike? Where's your Maybach that you just bought?" "I lent it to you, honor, my good brother," Chen Shu explained with a smile. Jiang Leonie asked in confusion, "Case in yuan? Yeah, besides the girls, what's mine is yuan's, and what's yuan's and what's yuan's are both mine." How perverted. Jiang Leonie's lips twitched, but she remembered her older brother's analysis. Those who like yuan in women's clothing were more likely to be straight men, so she took Chen Shu's joke as a joke. "Let's go eat." Jiang Leonie just wanted to get rid of Pang Juanhao as soon as possible, and she didn't care that she was wearing a denim skirt. She used her Gucci bag to cover her legs and sat sideways on the back of the electric car. Okay. Chen Shu didn't think much of it. It was just a meal, and then they'd go look at apartments. As for him being used as a scapegoat, what kind of boyfriend was he? He'd just take the loss and not hold it against her. After Chen Shu left the Sunhao Hotel with Jiang Lianyi, Pang Juanhao belatedly realized that his defenses had been breached. You motherfucker! You just left like that, treating me like I don't exist? Those who witnessed the scene just now couldn't help but sigh inwardly. I've really seen something amazing today. Such a stunningly beautiful woman, and she didn't ride in a Ferrari, but instead chose to ride an electric scooter. There's true kindness in the world. This guy is so lacking in masculinity, he can't even pick up girls even driving a Ferrari. Looks like Ferraris aren't all powerful after all. We arrived at a commercial street near the University of Finance and Economics. The two walked. Jiang Lianyi had been holding back all the way, but finally couldn't help herself and asked, "Aren't you curious why I used you as a shield just now?" Reject simps, I'm not blind. Aren't you angry? I'm angry, really angry. Don't try to take advantage of me next time, Chen Shu replied seriously. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lianyi was stunned for a moment, then slowly closed her eyes, exhaled 2 puffs of hot air from her delicate nostrils, and clenched her fists as if she wanted to hit someone. Are you really at a disadvantage by pretending to be my boyfriend? Otherwise what? Go to hell. Jiang Lianyi glared at Chen Shu, who laughed. Fine, since you helped me find a house, I'll reluctantly be your boyfriend for a while. I'm also curious about who that guy is. That feels good. That feels good now. Jiang Lianyi was waiting for Chen Shu to speak so she could tell him the gossip about Pang Juanhao. We can talk while we eat, Jiang Lianyi said excitedly, her eyes brimming with anticipation. By the way, what are we having for dinner tonight? Western food? Japanese food? Or? Chen Shu suddenly stopped in her tracks. Neither. He gestured with his chin toward the shop in front of him and smiled. Here, this is our dinner. Jiang Lianyi was stunned for several seconds, then exclaimed in surprise, Malatang? You actually invited this young lady to eat spicy hot pot? Jiang Lianyi wasn't unfamiliar with malatang, nor was she intolerant of it, but she always ate it alone or with her best friend. If a man invites her to dinner, it will at least be a high-end Western restaurant, and it also depends on her mood. As for a man treating her to spicy hot pot, that's unprecedented. Unheard of. That's so insincere. Chen Shu asked curiously, you don't like it? Jiang Lianyi's lips twitched, revealing a bitter smile. Chen Shu didn't take it seriously, only caring about her own feelings, and said, it's newly opened, and I heard the food is quite good. If you don't like it, I'll take you to the next one after I finish eating. Jiang Lianyi had never met such an ungentlemanly man as Chen Shu. Are you leaving me hanging? It was the same when we added each other on WeChat. You like doing this, don't you? It feels great, doesn't it? Okay. I won't let you succeed. Jiang Lianyi walked straight into the store, turned around, put her bag behind her back, and said proudly, I love spicy hot pot. I haven't had it for a while, this is just what I want. Watching Jiang Lianyi shake her head and sway her body, Chen Shu inexplicably found her rather cute. Oh shit. What are you thinking about? They're 5 grades ahead of us, and when they graduated from university, we hadn't even gone to university yet. A small horse pulling a big cart? Am I that kind of person? Chen Shu dismissed her inappropriate thoughts about Jiang Lianyi and followed her into the shop. But he saw his male colleagues casting envious, jealous, and hateful glances at him. If a person's gaze could kill, Chen Shu would have been torn to pieces by them. The men really just can't understand it no matter how hard they try. Why should I? Such a stunningly beautiful woman with such a great figure is actually eating malatang with a guy? Is there no justice left? Is there no law left? Chapter 16, You're really good at judging people. This malatang spicy hot pot shop near the University of Finance and Economics is built in an antique style. Its decoration, lighting, and taste are all famous. Although it has only been open for a short time, it has already become one of the popular spots for internet celebrities in Chengdu. After choosing their dishes, Chen Shu and Jiang Lianyi went upstairs to the second floor and sat at a table near the railing, where they could see the lobby on the first floor. Chen Shu, when you take your girlfriend out to eat, do you also eat malatang spicy hot pot? Jiang Lianyi rested her chin on her delicate hand, casually mentioning it, but actually probing for Chen Shu's relationship status. She needs to first determine whether Chen Shu is single. Upon hearing this, Chen Shu thought back for a moment. In high school, Xia Baiwei would occasionally go out with him to eat spicy hot pot, and they were both quite happy at the time. However, after he went to college, Xia Baiwei would refuse whenever he brought it up again, insisting on eating Western or Japanese food, or making various excuses to avoid it. I didn't understand it before, but now that I think about it, they probably already started looking for something better while they were still employed. She was afraid that if her backup suitors and admirers saw her, it would lower her status and make it harder for her to fetch a good price in the future. Oh. As Chen Shu chuckled to himself, he felt completely relieved. The woman eating spicy hot pot with him was a top-notch beauty. Why would he need a cheap woman or a public bus? Chen Shu stared at Jiang Lianyi's large, alluring eyes, and smiled, a little frivolously. Miss, I don't have a girlfriend. I'm all alone right now. Besides, in Chengdu, you're the first woman who's willing to eat spicy hot pot with me. No way? You're really all alone, no girlfriend? Bullshit, I don't believe it. While Jiang Lianyi was pleasantly surprised, she was also skeptical. You're so rich, and you're also, well, not bad looking. You might be like Principal Wang, changing girlfriends every few months. The frequency isn't that slow. What? Just kidding. Chen Shu smiled and found Miss Jiang to be quite adorable, giving off a silly beauty vibe. They seem quite clever, so how can they be a bit brainless? Chen Shu stared at the captivating E-cup breasts, lost in thought. That makes sense. After a while, Jiang Lianyi, utterly speechless, leaned over, flicked Chen Shu on the forehead, glared at him, and said irritably, "Have you seen enough?" Without. Question mark. Ahem. Chen Shu rubbed his throbbing forehead, cleared his throat, and said with a smile, "Everyone has a love for beauty, TSK, so beautiful. And I'm looking at it with an appreciative eye. You glib-tongued little rascal." Jiang Lianyi was 3 parts angry and 7 parts embarrassed. She was used to people sneaking glances at her figure, which she was so proud of, but she had never seen anyone stare at her like Chen Shu, who didn't even try to act it out, just staring straight ahead without even blinking. However, Jiang Lianyi wasn't really angry. On the contrary, she felt a little relieved. This at least proves that Chen Shu is definitely a straight man. Great news. Jiang Lianyi rested her chin on her hand and continued to ask casually, "So, how many girlfriends have you had? You tell me first, how many boyfriends have you had?" I. Seeing that the other person was speechless, Chen Shu was quite surprised. "Wow. Miss Jiang, you haven't been single since birth until you're 27, have you?" Jiang Lianyi was both angry and furious. Is it illegal to be single since birth? Wow. A giant panda. Chen Shuchong gave Jiang Lianyi a thumbs up, his eyes filled with admiration. It's rare to see such an amazing, rich, and beautiful woman who has never been in a relationship. Now you know my situation, what about yours? Jiang Lianyi was so angry that she stopped pretending and pressed him forcefully. Seeing that the young lady was being willful and unreasonable again, Chen Shu had no choice but to give in to her. Chen Shucheng cursed and said, "In all these years, I've only dated one person, and all 7 years of my feelings and 4 years of my heart were wasted." Damn it! Jiang Lianyi loved listening to gossip, and even more so, she loved inquiring about it. Her large, bright eyes sparkled like diamonds. You got dumped? Chen Shu was taken aback, remained silent for a moment, and then retorted, "Bullshit. I was the one who dumped her." What a show-off, Jiang Lianyi muttered to herself. However, this caused her feelings for Chen Shu to surge once again. Who knew this guy was actually a pure-hearted war god? 7 years of youth, 1 relationship, and then being dumped in the end. It really breaks my heart. However, that woman who dumped Chen Shu is quite a character. How could someone as exceptionally handsome, rich, and successful as Chen Shu be allowed to enter the market? Are you brain dead? Chen Shu felt a little embarrassed. Seeing the waiter bring over the spicy hot pot, he coughed twice and changed the subject, saying, "Weren't you going to chat with me about so-and-so while we eat?" "Oh, right. Pang Juanhao." Jiang Lianyi immediately remembered after being reminded by Chen Shu. "Chen Shu, let me tell you, Pang Juanhao is no good person." "Why? Because he's pursuing you, and you don't like him? If you knew what kind of person he was, even if you were a woman, you wouldn't be interested in him." "Tell me about it." During the years he studied in the United States, he frequently threw parties and even fathered several illegitimate children. For rich people, is this even a big deal? Especially abroad. These things might not be a big deal abroad, but it's wrong of him to come back to China now. Indeed. Zhang Liani said seriously, and you don't know, Pang Juanhao even sleeps with black girls. Among his illegitimate children is a mixed-race child of Asian and black descent. Who can accept being a stepmother to a black child? Wow, this Pang Juanhao is something else. Chen Shu lowered his head, slurped up a mouthful of potato noodles covered in red chili oil, gave a thumbs up, and casually made a perfunctory comment. Gossip is nowhere near as enticing as spicy hot pot. Zhang Liani paused, a hint of suspicion in her eyes, and said, Chen Shu, how could any man like a dark-skinned woman? It's all the same with the lights off. Zhang Liani was stunned. Chen Shu, you. Chen Shu put down her chopsticks, looked up, and asked, what's wrong? You don't have such a heavy taste, do you? Zhang Liani said with obvious disdain. It's alright, medium spicy, not too strong. Chen Shu licked the oil from the corner of her mouth, her eyes clear. Zhang Liani was speechless. I was talking about Hei Mei. Were you even listening to me? That's so perfunctory. Chen Shu said oh twice, realized what was happening, smiled, and shook her head. Don't worry, I like fair-skinned, beautiful, and big-breasted girls like you. Dark-skinned girls don't meet the first requirement. Zhang Liani was at a loss for words, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Chen Shu, can you please stop constantly linking my chest to everything you say and do? Are you some kind of chest goddess descended from heaven? Chen Shu was embarrassed. He thought to himself, I didn't want to either, but who told you to be so conspicuous? It automatically turns on auto-aim. Sometimes, I really want to feed you. Zhang Liani said, her teeth itching with anger. What? Eat your spicy hot pot. Zhang Liani stuffed a piece of beef into Chen Shu's mouth. Chen Shu chewed a few times and swallowed, feeling regretful. So, what they were feeding me was spicy hot pot. I was disappointed. Just then, Chen Shu inadvertently caught sight of two familiar faces entering downstairs. When Chen Shu first saw the two of them, she even doubted that she was seeing things. Jiang Mingjie, Yu Qingzhu? How did these two end up together? Are they dating? Or are they just friends? Jiang Mingjie? What bad luck! Suddenly, Zhang Liani's voice reached Chen Shu's ears, and Chen Shu was even more puzzled. You know Jiang Mingjie? You know him? Zhang Liani was also puzzled as to how Chen Shu knew Jiang Mingjie. Chen Shu let out an ah and rubbed her nose. Jiang Mingjie's scumbag reputation is so bad that it spread from our normal university to our finance and economics university. But how do you know him? You both have the surname Jiang, so he's not your cousin, is he? Chen Shu made a guess, and Zhang Liani pursed her lips, rolled her eyes in exasperation and disdain. You've messed up the generations, he's my nephew. Are you my aunt? Hey! Zhang Liani happily responded, stood up, reached out her slender hand, and patted Chen Shu's head, her eyes crinkling into beautiful crescent moons with a smile. Nephew, be good. Chen Shu was so shocked by Zhang Liani's antics that she almost hurt her back. Auntie, huh? You wait, I'll make you call me dad one day. At this moment, Zhang Liani, having taken advantage of Chen Shu, was in a good mood and started gossiping with Chen Shu. Do you want to know more about Jiang Mingjie? How could I not want to? Cannot. Chen Shu gave an awkward smile, speechless. Okay, I think so. Then, the two began a mode where Chen Shu enjoyed spicy hot pot while Zhang Liani told stories non-stop. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. Chen Shu never expected that the conversation would start with Jiang Mingjie, and then Zhang Liani would talk about the internal struggles within the Jiang family. She really has no sense of propriety, she says everything that comes to mind. Just like you honor. Chen Shu learned a lot about Jiang Mingjie's misdeeds from Zhang Liani. Zhang Liani also sent me a collection of dirt on Jiang Mingjie. Besides forcing multiple girlfriends to have abortions, he also liked to bring women home and beat them. The worst victim was even hospitalized, but the matter was eventually resolved with money. However, what really made Chen Shu uneasy was that Jiang Mingjie had a history of disappearing after soliciting prostitutes. Just like Pang Juanhao, they're both big shots. They are Zhuge Liang and Pang Tong. No wonder Shen Yan always disliked Jiang Mingjie so much, wisely keeping him at arm's length. I always thought her aloofness was just a protective shield. Chen Shu glanced downstairs, looked at Yu Qingzhu, thought for a moment, and finally decided to remind her. After meeting Chen Shu a few days ago, Yu Qingzhu fantasized every day that Chen Shu would take the initiative to chat with her. As you chat and exchange messages, your relationship naturally deepens. They were high school classmates, and I was the school beauty back then. Who knows, I might even be Chin Shu's white moonlight. There's definitely a chance. As a result, not only did Chin Shu never take the initiative, but she also ignored the topics that Chen Shu initiated. Knowing that Chen Shu, this big fish, couldn't enter her fish pond, Yu Qingju was extremely frustrated. The only option is to find a target that offers a better chance of generating gold coins. Yesterday, Yu Qingju came across Jiang Mingjie's video on Douyin. His move of driving a Ferrari with one hand was incredibly cool. Then, with a clever comment, she led Jiang Mingjie to her homepage, which was full of her beautiful videos used to hook up rich guys. Then, after a while, Jiang Mingjie suggested meeting up in person and invited Yu Qingju to a big meal. Yu Qingju, however, cleverly said that she didn't want Jiang Mingjie to spend money, and that she would treat him when they met. So the two of them went to this popular Malatang spicy hot pot spot. Xiaoyu, you finished your drink. Let me get you a beer to help you cool down. Alcohol? It's okay, I'll drive later. Even if you're drunk, don't worry, I'll definitely use my Ferrari to get you home safely. Jiang Mingjie patted his chest and said confidently. Yu Qingju hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded for the sake of Ferrari, okay. Jiang Mingjie, ever the shrewd one, tentatively asked, how about iced? Ice cold is better for relieving the spiciness and quenching thirst. Okay, thank you. Hearing Yu Qingju's affirmative answer, Jiang Mingjie was overjoyed. He was determined to get her drunk tonight. No sooner had Jiang Mingjie left than Yu Qingju checked her phone and suddenly received a WeChat notification. Upon seeing that the message was from Chen Shu, Yu Qingju's eyes lit up, and she smiled with delight. I just passed by the pedestrian street next to the University of Finance and Economics and I think I saw you, but I'm not sure. Really? It could very well be me. Right now I'm at a restaurant that a lot of online celebrities have been to, called Spicy Malatang, so hot that I'm not going to work tomorrow, hee hee. Where are you? Yu Qingju replied to several messages in a row. Looks like it really is you. Just a heads up, Jiang Mingjie, who's with you, is a scumbag. You know Jiang Mingjie? Yu Qingju replied to Chen Shu's message, looked around, but couldn't see Chen Shu anywhere. She panicked even more. Oh no, will Chen Shu misunderstand and think there's something between me and Jiang Mingjie? Jiang Mingjie and I are just ordinary friends, we met online. No. I'm not even a regular friend to him. I only met him for the first time today, we're really not familiar with each other, please don't misunderstand. And I thought he was a woman, otherwise I wouldn't have met him in person. Upon seeing Yu Qingju's series of messages, Chen Shu couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. Oh shit. Some women can lie without blushing or skipping a beat. He can say it off the cuff. If I hadn't seen you two chatting and laughing with my own eyes, having a better time than anyone else, I would have actually believed it. Chen Shu did not reply to Yu Qingju. Instead, she forwarded a copy of the collection of dirt that Jiang Liani had shared to Yu Qingju. Yu Qingju was taken aback. Why was it a PDF file? I asked Chen Shu, but received no response. She clicked on it with a puzzled look. However, as time went by, Yu Qingju's face grew increasingly pale. She never expected that she came to fish, but instead became the fish she was supposed to be fishing for. And the other party is actually such a complete scumbag. Just then, Jiang Mingjie returned carrying 5 bottles of ice-cold beer. He said with a smile, Xiaoyu, drink as much as you can. If you can't drink it all, we'll return it. Brother Jiang won't force you. Here, let me pour it for you. Jiang Mingjie opened a bottle of beer, replaced Yu Qingju's beer glass with a larger one, and gulped it down. Then, he presented it to Yu Qingju in what he considered very gentlemanly manners. Drink up, drink up. If we get drunk, tonight's all set. But the next second, without saying a word, Yu Qingju picked up a large beer mug and splashed it directly at Jiang Mingjie's face. Calling you a scumbag is actually a compliment. You scumbag. Pa. Yu Qingju spat in utter contempt, grabbed her LV bag, and turned to walk out the door. Jiang Mingjie was soaked to the bone. He wiped his face with his hands, completely bewildered. I'm absolutely shocked. Are you fucking crazy? Jiang Mingjie roared at Yu Qingju. But it attracted the attention of guests at other tables even more. Everyone was thoroughly enjoying the gossip. Tearing a scumbag apart? How exciting. I love it. It's a pity it was too short, I didn't get enough of it. Weren't they just chatting and laughing? How did they suddenly start acting out a face-changing act? Jiang Mingjie heard it and was also curious. I fucking wanna know why too. At this moment, Zhang Liani, who was on the second floor, saw the scene and laughed so hard she was shaking with joy. Giggle giggle. I'm so happy to see Jiang Mingjie get his comeuppance. He. Chen Shu didn't expect Zhang Liani to be so happy, clucking incessantly like a hen laying an egg. The problem is, you can laugh, but can you please stop swaying your body like that? I'm a little dizzy. Chen Shu almost lost himself in Zhang Liani's broad embrace, shook his head, and cleared his throat. So, you're really happy to see Jiang Mingjie suffer? Certainly. Zhang Liani became more serious. A scumbag like him wastes food while alive and land when he's dead. I wish he would suffer the most. Pity. Zhang Liani smacked her rosy lips, shook her head, and sighed, heaven has no eyes. How can such scum live so comfortably? Just then, Zhang Liani saw Chen Shu take a picture of the building downstairs. She asked in confusion, what are you doing? Chen Shu smiled and casually said, let me take a look at Jiang Mingjie's face. You can read faces? Zhang Liani asked suspiciously. Of course, I am a grandmaster of face reading. While joking with Zhang Liani, Chen Shu used the unlucky camera that only he could see. In no time, Chen Shu spotted Jiang Mingjie in the photo. He was also curious to see if this unlucky camera could really bring bad luck to someone. At this moment, the system voice sounded. The host has consumed one level item, unlucky camera, which affects one person for 3 minutes. 3, 2, 1, the unlucky camera effect is now in effect. Judging from Jiang Mingjie's appearance today, he's going to be in big trouble. Really? I'm very accurate at reading faces. Let's take a look if you don't believe me. Seeing Chen Shu's confident assertion, Zhang Liani became skeptical and peeked out, staring at the first floor. At this moment, Jiang Mingjie, sitting downstairs, was frustrated and angry, gulping down beer. Just then, the chandelier above his head suddenly flashed with a bang, and the room instantly went dark. Holy crap! What's going on? Jiang Mingjie screamed in fright and instinctively jumped back from the bench to avoid the shards of glass from the falling light fixture. Unfortunately, he bumped into the waiter who had just finished clearing the table behind him, causing him to stumble back several steps. However, he lost his balance, and the bowl he was holding, filled with leftover food and oily soup, flew straight at Jiang Mingjie. Holy crap! I'm so sorry, sir. Are you alright? The waiter quickly apologized. Nothing wrong, my ass. How do you walk? Are you blind? Jiang Mingjie was furious. One person just left and splashed me in the face, and now another one is splashing me all over. You guys are really good at coordinating. Before he could erupt in anger, Jiang Mingjie's phone rang. He looked at it and saw that it was his father calling. Jiang Mingjie dared not delay and quickly answered the call. The other end of the line immediately erupted in anger. Jiang Mingjie, where the hell have you been? I told you to get the company's internal financial report ready and send it to President Zhao today. What time is it? Why does President Zhao say he hasn't received it yet? Dad, I've got it all sorted out. It's very simple, I'll send it to Mr. Zhao via WeChat right away. You'd better hurry up. Don't force me to suspend your card. Yes, Dad, I'll take care of it right away. Immediately after hanging up the phone, Jiang Mingjie hurriedly selected the company's internal financial report PDF file and forwarded it to General Manager Zhao. However, while selecting the recipient, he turned around and stepped on the oily soup that had just been spilled on the ground, lost his balance, and fell flat on his face. Holy crap! Jiang Mingjie yelled twice more, but he didn't care that he had fallen badly, and quickly clicked to confirm. He muttered a couple of curses. Damn it! I've had such a bad day. What a lousy place. Standing up again, ready to pay the bill and leave, Jiang Mingjie just wanted to get away from this wretched place as soon as possible. But as soon as he took a step, he stepped on a small potato that a customer hadn't finished eating. The potato rolled under the force, and Jiang Mingjie stepped on it as he followed. With a rip, the crotch fabric was torn open, accompanied by 2 cries of ouch and holy crap, as Jiang Mingjie performed a split for everyone. The audience was caught completely off guard. This guy's pretty tough. I've seen unlucky people, but I've never seen anyone this unlucky. TSK, did he uninstall QQ? Jiang Mingjie was extremely miserable and depressed. He really didn't check the almanac before going out today. He didn't want to stay here at all. I have to get home right away.
Just as he got up, the phone rang again.
Jiang Mingjie saw it was his father calling and quickly asked him to come pick him up.
Dad, I have something to tell you.
Jiang Mingjie's plaintive voice was abruptly interrupted by his father, Jiang Jianfeng, who launched into a tirade of abuse.
Jiang Mingjie. I'll fuck your mother. Are you fucking out of your mind? Or did your mother abandon you and raise you, her placenta, instead? Dad, what's wrong? What else?
I told you to send the company's internal financial report to Mr. Zhao in the finance department, and you sent it to Mr. Zhao of Chuanxi Private Equity. Do you know that Mr. Zhao has seen our true liabilities and he wants to audit the accounts? He wants to withdraw his investment. He also wants to withdraw his investment along with all of our company's creditors.
Do you know how big of a mess you've made this time?
Jiang Mingjie now truly realized that he had made a huge mistake.
The sky has fallen. You idiot, get back here right now.
After being scolded by his father and becoming a complete idiot, Jiang Mingjie realized the seriousness of the situation and truly panicked. He rushed toward the shop entrance, but the oil on his feet was still wet when he tripped on the threshold and fell flat on his face, scraping his nose and drawing bright red blood.
Help me!
Jiang Mingjie cried out in despair. He felt like he was about to die in this godforsaken place. At this moment, the customers were stunned, and the boss was stunned too. The thought of stopping the guy who was trying to dine and dash and making him pay the bill had vanished. Oh my god, I'm so unlucky, so miserable, I hope they won't try to scam me out of money. Even after Jiang Mingjie had dragged his half-dead, broken body away for quite some time, Zhang Liani was still there, giggling incessantly, making Chen Shu's eyes dizzy with laughter.
It's so shaky. I'm so happy, Chen Shu.
I didn't expect you to actually know how to tell fortunes. Zhang Liani finally calmed down a bit and looked at Chen Shu with great interest, asking him a question.
Certainly. Then, can you tell my face?
Can.
Chen Shu's mind raced.
Come closer, I need to take a good look at you. Zhang Liani did as she was told, leaning forward and bringing her face close to Chen Shu's. What a joke! That face, that beauty, that model, that mature and alluring charm.
Wow, that's amazing.
After admiring the stunning beauties, Chen Shu nodded dismissively and said, you have a good face.
You're about to have some romantic luck with you.
What was originally just Chen Shu teasing Jiang Liani turned Zhang Liani's face slightly red upon hearing it.
Is she attracting unwanted romantic attention?
I had just set my sights on Chen Shu when Chen Shu saw through me just by looking at my face.
Chen Shu, you are truly a master. You have a really good eye for people. Chapter 17 Enlightenment at Longchang. A shift in mindset.
Half an hour later, having eaten and drunk our fill, it was time to look at the apartment. Chen Shu and Jiang Liani arrived at a residential community called Fengming Jinsha, which was 2 or 3 kilometers away from the University of Finance and Economics. Standing by the roadside, looking around the neighborhood, Chen Shu was quite satisfied.
This community is great.
The location, surrounding amenities, and developer are all excellent, and the price is relatively high for Chengdu.
It's alright, as long as you like it.
Jiang Liani and Chen Shu arrived at the entrance of the residential area, where a bespectacled man in his 40s greeted them.
Miss Jiang, it's been a long time. The man was quite refined and approachable, exuding the air of a highly educated person. Professor Su, hello. Let me introduce you.
This is also my brother's good friend. His name is Chen Shu, a powerful buyer. Chen Shu, this is Professor Su Cohen from the School of Medicine at Northwest University, a doctoral supervisor and a leading expert in oncology in China. Zhang Liani introduced the two parties to each other.
Hello, Mr. Chen. Hello, Professor Su, you are my elder, just call me Xiao Chun.
Chen Shu has great respect for senior intellectuals, and the two shook hands amicably. I wouldn't dare.
Shu Hao told me that Mr. Chen is a young hero, how could I presume to be superior? Then just call him by his name, haha.
After exchanging pleasantries, Professor Su Cohen led Chen Shu and the other person into the residential area.
This is a large, single-level apartment with 2 elevators per unit. The elevator is directly accessible by card swipe. There are 2 dedicated housekeepers on duty 24 hours a day in the lobby of each building. How much is the property management fee? Listening to the introduction, Chen Shu couldn't help but feel curious. The property management fee for our house is 3,000 yuan per month.
Chen Shu was a little surprised. The property management fee is 3,000 yuan a month, which is higher than my previous internship salary.
The gap between social classes is greater than the gap between a human and a dog. Accidentally entered the heavenly palace.
Chen Shu sighed inwardly, then felt fortunate, thinking, "System, thank goodness I have you." Stepping out of the elevator, Chen Shu noticed that even the corridor had been renovated into a private area, which piqued her curiosity.
Professor Su, you really haven't lived in this house? We didn't have time. We originally planned to use this house as an investment, but the price dropped as soon as we bought it.
So our family thought, why don't we renovate it ourselves and live in it, and see if the house price can rise back up in a few years? We had just finished renovating when house prices dropped again this year. Now, the money we're losing on this house every month is more than our whole family's income.
Professor Su sighed, there's no other way but to make the painful sacrifice. Jiang Liani wholeheartedly agreed, isn't that right?
The real estate market has been sluggish these past few years, and our family has suffered huge losses.
I see.
Chen Shu suddenly realized that the real estate industry truly does indiscriminately harvest wealth from all social classes.
Even Professor Su, a leading figure in Chinese medicine, couldn't escape it. But he was also curious about what Jiang Liani meant by losing so much that she's numb.
Her family originally planned to earn 100 million, but they only earned 80 million, so they lost 20 million.
Was that why they were numb with losses? Isn't this how capitalists do business? Chen Shu felt that Jiang Liani was just complaining about being poor.
Afterwards, Chen Shu carefully toured the large apartment, which was 299 square meters, with the living room alone being over 60 square meters.
4 bedrooms, 5 bathrooms, 2 walk-in closets, and 1 study.
There are also 3 balconies facing different directions.
Excellent view. The interior design style also suits Chen Shu's aesthetic taste. This is the one.
Chen Shu made the decision immediately without hesitation.
Jiang Liani was stunned, a little confused. Wait, you're done so quickly? It's only been a few minutes. Are you buying a house or buying cabbage?
Su Koan was also quite surprised. The speed at which Chen Shu decided to buy a house was beyond his imagination.
Chen Shu, are you sure you don't want to take another look? Professor Su, didn't we just look at this? Great. I want this set. Chen Shu smiled and then asked, how much does this house cost? When can we transfer the ownership?
The transfer can be done tomorrow. As for the price. Su Koan was a little hesitant, but more than that, he felt heartbroken.
How about this?
The current market price for this house is 42,000 yuan per square meter, but since we're both friends of Chu Hao, I'll compromise and offer a fixed price of 42,000 yuan per square meter, which is 12 million yuan.
How about that?
Upon hearing the price, Chen Shu frowned immediately.
Something was wrong. How could it only be 40,000 yuan per square meter?
Seeing this, Jiang Liani assumed that Chen Shu thought the price was too high. She smiled charmingly and said softly, Professor Su, look how straightforward and honest Chen Shu is.
You should show some more sincerity.
At this price of 40,000 yuan per square meter, there isn't much of an advantage compared to other houses on the market.
You should consider the liquidity of the property more. Su Koan thought about it seriously.
It was true that buying a house was easy, but selling it was difficult.
If he didn't sell now, the price would probably drop even more in the future.
The most painful things are being cut with a dull knife or boiled like a frog in lukewarm water.
Su Koan gritted his teeth and said, Miss Jiang, you're right.
Well then, since brother Chen Shu is so straightforward, I'll be straightforward too. I'll make the decision all by myself today.
One price, 11 million.
Jiang Liani shook her head and continued to bargain for Chen Shu, rounded down to 10 million. Professor Su, you can give me the cost price. Upon hearing this, Su Koan felt extremely distressed, as if his heart had been stabbed several times. He said with a pained expression, Miss Jiang, the cost price of this house is 18 million. That doesn't even include the loan interest and the cost of renovation, furniture, and appliances.
Jiang
Liani suddenly felt a little embarrassed. She had just forgotten that the seller was selling at a loss.
Chen Shu, what do you think? Is 11 million acceptable? Jiang Liani asked the person in question.
Chen Shu shook her head, her attitude firm, that won't do. He thought to himself, I'm still waiting to get more system coins. At such a low price, how could I possibly accept it? Jiang Liani shrugged, Professor Su, I told you, the price you offered was a bit too high.
Su Koan lowered his head and frowned, struggling internally. Chen Shu, why don't you try to negotiate a price first? How much do you think is appropriate? Su Koan asked, his heart pounding. If it's really less than 10.5 million, I can't make the decision today, I'll have to go home and discuss it. At this moment, Chen Shu opened the refrigerator door, turned around and said, 11 million is really not enough, it's far from my expectations. Upon hearing this, Su Koan's heart leaped into his throat. Was the difference too great? This deal is doomed. Chen Shu smiled and said, Professor Su, look at the decoration of your house, the furniture and appliances, everything. Zhang Liani, the straight man, chimed in, none of them will work? No. Wow. This is amazing. It's clear that a lot of thought and effort went into it, and all of it is high quality. Take this refrigerator, for example, it must have cost a fortune, right? This refrigerator is indeed a Gagano Vario 400, which I bought for 250,000 yuan. I've never used it. Su Koan couldn't figure out Chen Shu's intentions for a moment, so he answered honestly. Chen Shu nodded and said with a smile, so, this house itself is good in every way. Even at the market price, it would be 45,000 yuan per square meter, which isn't excessive, right? You've put so much effort into it, so if the price goes up a bit, 55,000 yuan per square meter would be reasonable, right? And you'll definitely have to cover all the taxes and fees, so let's just have a fixed price of 18 million. Will it work? Hearing this impassioned bargaining rhetoric, Zhang Liani and Su Koan were dumbfounded. I was dumbfounded. Zhang Liani was the first to come to her senses, gave a thumbs up, smiled wryly, and said, you really got a great price. It's all right. Chen Shu smiled and rubbed her nose. Brother Chen Shu, you're not kidding, are you? 18 million. You're not just making fun of me, are you? Su Koan still didn't quite believe the price Chen Shu offered. It's so dreamy. Chen Shu smiled and said, Professor Su, do you think it's okay? If it is, I'll transfer the money right away, and we'll go to transfer the property tomorrow. Yes. It will definitely work. Seeing that Chen Shuzhen was not joking, Su Koan immediately responded excitedly. Soon, Chen Shu transferred 18 million yuan to Su Koan's bank card. The deal was initially set at 11 million, but was eventually negotiated down to 18 million. Chen Shu was a little uneasy about spending so much money at once. Would the system give him a reward? Will they accuse us of cheating? But this house is what I really love. I really want it. At that moment, the system's voice came through. The host followed their heart and purchased a 299 square meter apartment in Fengming Jinsha to satisfy their preference for large-scale apartments, spending 18 million yuan. The host is rewarded with a fourfold return, totaling 72 million yuan. Hearing the most beautiful sound in the world, Chen Shu felt extremely comfortable. Another net profit of 54 million, awesome. Thanks to the people who helped me farm system coins, you might make a profit, but I definitely won't lose out. Looking at the bank card balance of 158.55 million yuan, Chen Shu smiled broadly. At the same time, as the payment for the house arrived, Su Koan realized that Chen Shu really hadn't been playing a trick on him. They're actually buying. They're real tycoons, no, super rich. That's a full 6 or 7 million more than expected. Su Koan was thrilled, but a pang of sadness struck him, and tears streamed down his face. Ever since buying this house at the peak, my family has been living in the shadow of continuously falling housing prices. The once harmonious family has turned into a place where there are minor arguments every 3 days and major arguments every 5 days. My wife is still threatening to divorce me. The home I've worked so hard to build and maintain is about to fall apart. But today, Chen Shu seemed to have descended from the heavens as a savior to rescue him. Chen Shu, no, young Master Chen. I definitely won't take this money for nothing. Rest assured, I will always remember your kindness to me and my family. If there is anything I can do to help you in the future, I will definitely go through fire and water, even at the cost of my life. Su Koan said, his voice choked with emotion but firm in his resolve. Chen Shu patted Professor Su on the shoulder and said with a smile, I've got it. But it's best if you don't need it. Right. Su Koan remembered that he was an oncologist, and that what he just said was indeed not auspicious. Not long after, Su Koan left. In the 299 square meter mansion, only Chen Shu and Zhang Liani stood on the balcony, enjoying the night breeze. Neither of them spoke. Chen Shu was admiring the expansive view of Chengdu's nightscape, an angle she had never seen before. It was truly beautiful. Some sights can only be experienced if you have money.
Jiang Liani, however, kept staring at Chen Shu, her heart filled with complex emotions. This guy is a genius. It's one thing for him to shower his best friend with gifts, but it's another to spend lavishly on luxury cars. That's understandable.
But what does tonight mean? Giving away 6 or 7 million for nothing? What were you thinking? Did your money fall from the sky? Haha, how could that be? Jiang Liani couldn't see through Chen Shu at all.
The more she looked at him, the more she thought about him, and the more she felt that Chen Shu was too mysterious. A mysterious man is often the most likely to arouse a woman's interest, making her want to explore him. I'm not going back tonight, I'll stay here.
Question mark. No, Miss Jiang, aren't you being a bit too familiar with yourselves? What's wrong? Aren't you happy to see me?
Jiang Liani tilted her smooth, jade-like chin up and puffed out her chest. Chen Shu was immediately captivated by her ample E-cup breasts, and his throat gurgled. It's hard not to welcome them.
TCH, you little pervert. Jiang Liani smiled smugly, turned around, and went into the house. Chen Shu stood on the balcony, looking back at Jiang Liani, who was wearing a light blue denim pencil skirt. Her back view was simply perfect. The perfectly proportioned curves alluringly outlined her graceful figure. In particular, Jiang Liani walks not by using her legs and feet to generate power, but by using her waist and hips. Those steps, those twists and turns, captivated Chen Shu, filling her with longing and wonder. I really want to have a chat with this hot, mature woman tonight. For example, the two can talk about the past and present, stocks and money, and even the essence of stocks. I thought about that scene. Chen Shu suddenly realized something was wrong.
He looked down and his handsome face turned red. At the same time, he couldn't help but curse under his breath. Why are you so excited, kid? Chen Shu was somewhat moved.
It's been 22 years.
How could there be a Xiao Chunan who lived for 22 years?
I wonder when I'll be able to get rid of this identity.
But now that I'm super rich, I definitely eat better than before, many times better.
Since it's a good product, we're not afraid of being late.
The night passed, and apart from having a late-night barbecue snack, the two of them had nothing else.
There wasn't even a hint of romantic flair. The next day, the house was transferred and the formalities were completed.
Jiang Liani completed her mission and went home. She had her own agenda. Last night, she stayed overnight under the same roof as Chen Shu in order to give Chen Shu some fantasies and thus occupy a place in his heart. But if she stayed a few more nights, Jiang Liani was afraid that Chen Shu would not be able to resist and would really take advantage of her.
The kind that leaves not even a trace.
Although Jiang Liani had a good impression of Chen Shu, things were progressing too fast. Chen Shu also knew that it was unlikely that a woman like Jiang Liani, who had remained chaste for 27 years and was even a lifelong single, would be easily won over. Therefore, he didn't have high expectations.
I wasn't that thirsty.
From adolescence onwards, we've been taking flights to and from school, and that's how we've lived for many years.
What's the rush?
Energetic Chen Shu tidied up his new home, buying some daily necessities, as well as his favorite flowers, plants, and potted plants, decorating the balcony and living room.
It adds a touch of warmth and hominess to the otherwise cold and impersonal house.
Then, Chen Shu stayed comfortably alone in his first apartment for 2 days.
The weekend is just around the corner.
Waking up in the comfortable bed in the master bedroom, Chen, the little emperor, immediately began reviewing memorials. First, there's the innocent and sweet junior sister Luo Yao, a pure and innocent green tea.
The most handsome and best senior brother Chen, are you awake yet? Do you remember what day it is today? #nervousface #. The day I treat you and your roommate to dinner. Wow. Senior brother Chen, you still remembered even though you're so busy.
I knew you cared about Yao Yao the most. Carrot. Chen Shu muttered to himself, I've been sleeping in and being lazy these past 2 days.
Is this what you call being busy? As long as I have money, girls will come to argue with me, right? Chen Shu replied, I've made reservations at the restaurant. I'll send you the table number. See you tonight. Isn't senior brother Chen going back to school today either? I won't reply. Alright then, senior brother Chen, see you tonight, mwah. After reviewing Luo Yao's memorial, Chen Shu went to deal with messages sent by Xinyan, Ro, Yu Qingzhu, and other girls. She politely declined Yu Qingzhu's invitation to dinner and gave a brief response to Ro and the others. Chen Shu only chatted more with the very radiant Xinyan. Xinyan paid off her parents' debts, and the whole family was in high spirits. They went on a trip and had some fun these past 2 days. Shen also took many photos and shared them with Chen Shu.
Shen told him everything about where they went and what they did. This strong desire to share, and this reporting method, even gave Chen Shu a false impression.
Holy crap! Shouldn't this be a privilege reserved for boyfriends? Just like when I shared and reported things to Xia Baiwei before. That's not right either. Even my boyfriend doesn't get this kind of treatment.
Only male gods have that.
That's right.
Only when a woman truly likes you, from the bottom of her heart, will she take the initiative in all sorts of ways.
Otherwise, even if they get to a hotel room with a king-size bed, they won't move. Could it be that
Chen Shu suspected that Shen had become his lapdog? This made him very pleased with himself.
The aloof school beauty isn't aloof at all. However, Chen Shu also had her troubles when faced with beautiful girls like Shen, Luo Yao, and Zhang Liani. The left and right hemispheres of the brain are battling each other.
On one hand, there was the moral education he received from childhood, and on the other hand, there was his longing for love.
One life, one love, one partner. On the other hand, he was thinking, I want them all. Moreover, ever since being betrayed by Xia Baiwei, he has become wary of women. He spent my money and then cheated on me, that's going too far. Chen Shu developed PTSD.
Chen Shu could easily go on dates with girls, share kisses, go to a hotel, and even have a baby. Chen Shu was very resistant to believing in the vows of eternal love between the two of them again.
People change. Wouldn't it be great if everyone could be best friends for a lifetime? Besides, we already have the do-as-you-please godly rich system. How can we live up to the name do-as-you-please if we don't give all the pretty girls a home? Besides, we're the big spenders, cough.
We're the sugar daddies.
When money starts to speak, morality can only remain silent.
Only a poor loser like himself in the past would value morality so much, while a rich person would only weigh the pros and cons.
These past 2 days alone in the new home, Chen Shu felt that her stay hadn't been in vain.
Now, having attained enlightenment in Longchang, he has a sudden realization and his mindset has changed.
He is no longer the moral exemplar who was devoted to one person for life.
Instead, he truly became a man who followed his own heart. I can't possibly love only one girl for the rest of my life, but girls can love only me for their entire lives.
If you no longer love someone, you can leave.
We won't treat them unfairly. At the moment when Chen Shulong attained enlightenment, Chao Dahua sent Chen Shu a message.
Second brother, are you going back to school today?
The class monitor is throwing a party, saying it's the last one in college.
Return.
Chen Shu thought that her student days were coming to an end, and that she and her classmates would be separated by vast distances, making it difficult to meet again. I called Xin Yuan, and half an hour later, the two met at the entrance of Fengming Jinsha community.
Xin Yuan asked in confusion, Second brother, are you living here now?
Yeah.
What's up? Want to move in with me?
I'd like to, but I'm afraid you'll forget again, brother.
Forgot what?
I'm afraid you'll forget I'm a buddy and mistake me for a girl, then I'll be in big trouble.
Go to hell.
Chen Shu chuckled and scolded, then gestured with her chin, let's go, you drive today.
Real? Really, I'm taking back the Maybach.
Hee, I got it, second brother. I've had a blast these past 2 days. Now I have a goal, to collect all the Maybach fragments through live streaming and then exchange them to drive it home. As Xin Yuan spoke with anticipation, he drove his Maybach toward the University of Finance and Economics.
I entered the campus.
A blue and silver two-tone Maybach immediately attracted the attention of the students from the University of Finance and Economics.
What a beautiful Maybach. Rong A56789? Whose car is this? Hey! That handsome guy driving looks familiar, where have I seen him before? Holy crap! Isn't that Kaisin Yuan who's been all the rage lately? He's driving a Maybach now? What? Kaisheng Yuan is here at our school?
Along the way, shocked gazes and envious voices mingled constantly. Both Chen Shu and Xin Yuan felt like they were returning home in glory, seeing their fellow villagers again.
We parked the car downstairs at the boys' dormitory.
Upon seeing Xin Yuan and Chen Shu get out of the Maybach, Zhou Xiaofeng and Chao Dahua rushed down from upstairs.
Holy crap! Yuaner, you're driving a Maybach? Chao Dahua exclaimed in astonishment.
He kept looking at and touching the Maybach, his mouth practically watering.
Zhou Xiaofeng couldn't resist this dream car either.
While admiring it with longing, he almost climbed onto the hood inside. Yuaner, I know you became an overnight sensation and the big boss Xianken gave you millions in tips, but it doesn't have to be a Maybach so soon.
You all knew?
Shen Yuan was a little surprised.
Had my disguise been exposed?
Chen Shu was also quite surprised that Yuaner kept her mouth shut this time and didn't say anything on her own initiative. Xiao Dahua explained, "You're so popular now, there are clips of your live streams everywhere on Douyin. Which young person hasn't seen you?"
Yes. Zhou Xiaofeng nodded and added, Yuaner, although I really thought you were a girl when I first saw you in women's clothing, as soon as you opened your mouth, Lao San, and I recognized you.
Sodi Xing Yuan scratched her head and smiled sweetly.
So that's how my identity was exposed.
Xin Yuan added, actually, I was just lucky.
My second brother taught me well and managed things well for me. Zhou Xiaofeng said smugly, I knew it. Yuaner definitely has the second brother backing him up. Shen Shu, huh? How to defend it? Zhou Xiaofeng chuckled, second brother, you've been a member of our school's new media center since your freshman year, and you even became the vice president.
With your skills, you're not suited to working for someone else.
Xiao Dahua wholeheartedly agreed, that's right, second brother.
If you don't like being in the spotlight, you can help Yuaner and Brother Phone with behind-the-scenes operations. With your talent and the four of us in the dorm working together, you're sure to make a name for yourself and achieve great things in the future.
I can also earn a living by following you guys from now on. That's a good suggestion, but I don't do Douyin anymore.
Shen Shu thought to herself, we're all super rich now, we should just enjoy life comfortably.
Ambition? Doesn't exist. Xiao Dahua asked in confusion, you're not doing Douyin anymore? What are you going to do then? Kuaishou or Zaya Hongshu?
Shen Shu shook her head and said with a smile, I'm not doing anything.
I'm just lying here now. Second brother, don't be like this. You can't let one setback discourage you. Xiao Dahua tried to persuade her with some emotion, and Zhou Xiaofeng also comforted Chen Shu. Yeah, second brother, look at you and Yuaner together, didn't you get 2 million followers on your account in just a few days?
Of course, I know that the big spenders in Xiancan must have spent money, but your ability is also very important. I'm sure that the idea of Yuaner dressing up as a woman and going around to PK and connect on live stream, and then shocking people with her beauty, was definitely your idea.
Chen Shu smiled and nodded, indeed. Look how talented you are. You can't waste your talent. Zhou Xiaofeng said earnestly.
Seeing that both the eldest and third brothers cared about her so much, Chen Shu felt very gratified and decided to be honest with them.
All right, I know all that you're saying.
If I were short of money, I would definitely listen to your advice and work hard with you to make our self-media platform bigger and stronger.
But now, I'm not pretending anymore. I'm a billionaire, and I'm coming clean.
Zhou Xiaofeng and Xiao Dahua were both stunned for a long time.
It's over. The second son has suffered such a blow that he's even developed delusions. What are we going to do? Zhou Xiaofeng said with a worried look in his eyes. Xiao Dahua was equally worried.
Second brother, you really should have listened to Brother Phone last time and gone to the mental health center for a checkup.
Now you're in a much worse state. It's not just psychological, you're having mental health problems too.
Chen Shu rubbed her forehead, somewhat speechless.
I've already confessed, why don't you guys believe me? Xin Yuan laughed. His second brother used to play poor losers so convincingly that it didn't seem like acting. Now that he's confessed his abilities, nobody believes him anymore.
Xin Yuan spoke up to confirm, Brother Phone, third brother, and second brother are right.
What they said is true. He really is a billionaire. Yuaner, you're kidding me. If the second son were a billionaire, he used to.
Before Zhou Xiaofeng could finish speaking, Xin Yuan interrupted him, the real boss is second brother.
Zhou Xiaofeng and Xiao Dahua were a little stunned, their minds blank. What? Chen Shu is the big boss of Xiancan? Impossible. Really? Zhou Xiaofeng still didn't believe it.
Xiao Dahua didn't believe it either. After all, he had been brothers with Chen Shu for 4 years and they had spent every day together.
How could my poor brother, who can't even afford breakfast on ordinary days, possibly be a super rich guy like Kanye West?
But since Yuaner had said that, Zhou and Xiao were unsure.
Could it be that Chen Shu suddenly struck it rich? Second brother, are you really a billionaire now? Chen Shu nodded, yes. Xin Yuan added, that's right. Second brother is a real big shot. This car belongs to him, not mine. What? Besides, think about it, What stranger would give me millions in tips for no reason? Only my second brother would be this good to me. And besides, don't you guys have my second brother's Douyin account?
Yes, but I hadn't really noticed. As he spoke, Zhou Xiaofeng took out his phone, looked at Douyin TikTok, and found Chen Shu among hundreds of followers. Chao Dahua also glanced at it. But after clicking on Chen Shu's homepage, I found that his ID was indeed Heart's Desire. There was only one video where he didn't show his face, but all the comments from netizens were calling him Kanye.
Even some familiar female internet celebrities commented below, asking to visit the livestream.
Seeing this, Zhou Xiaofeng and Chao Dahua belatedly realized that they were not joking at all.
No, my good brother, is he really a hidden master? Or a billionaire? What a joke!
Upon realizing what had happened, Zhou Xiaofeng and Chao Dahua were struck dumb, feeling extremely distressed.
Dude, we agreed to be single and poor together, what happened? Why did you change your mind? Chapter 18 Shrimp, and also the heart.
Of the four brothers in the dormitory, only Zhou Xiaofeng and Chao Dahua were still broke, and they couldn't accept it for a while. I'm afraid my brothers won't have enough to eat, and I'm even more afraid they'll eat peaches.
Seeing my brother escape poverty is even more painful than seeing him find a partner.
Seeing the unspeakable suffering on the faces of the eldest and third brothers, Chen Shu expressed his understanding. Human happiness is not shared, unless you and I are as ordinary as we are.
However, we can't be ordinary anymore.
Chen Shu smiled and comforted the two of them. Brother Phone, Dahua, if you become rich and powerful, don't forget me.
I won't keep this glory to myself. You guys want to create a Douyin account, right? I think that's a great idea. Chengdu has everything, but it's not lacking in beautiful women. How about this? I'll invest 5 million yuan to set up an MCN company for you.
Chen Shuyun spoke casually, leaving Zhou Xiaofeng and Chao Dahua dumbfounded.
How much? 5 million. Chao Dahua's lips trembled.
Zhou Xiaofeng gulped repeatedly in his throat.
Second brother, are you kidding me? You're going to invest 5 million in us? Is it not enough? No problem, we can add more. No. 5 million is already a lot. Any more than that, and it's not starting a business, it's becoming a successful person.
Zhou Xiaofeng quickly stopped him.
Chen Shu smiled and said okay. Not long after, he transferred 5 million yuan to Zhou Xiaofeng's bank card.
The moment Zhou Xiaofeng received the transaction notification, he stared blankly at the string of numbers.
Chao Dahua was also stunned and dumbfounded. Dude, you're really rich.
It's confirmed that Chen Shu is incredibly rich. At the same time, Zhou Xiaofeng and Chao Dahua's knees buckled. If they hadn't been supporting each other and leaning against the Maybach, they probably would have collapsed to the ground. Chen Shu added, let me make it clear beforehand that this money is my investment. If we make a profit, we'll split it together, I'll get 4, and you guys get 6.
If we lose money, it's on me.
If I lose it all, I still have some left. Even between brothers, accounts should be settled clearly, Chen Shu said with a relaxed smile.
No. Chao Dahua disagreed.
What do you mean by brother? Second brother, you're practically my godfather. Zhou Xiaofeng got excited, knelt on one knee, clasped his hands in a salute, and said, Godfather, please accept my elder brother's bow.
Chen Shu was so embarrassed by what the two of them were saying. What was that even like? Each side has its own interpretation, right? Upon seeing this, the students from the University of Finance and Economics immediately began to discuss among themselves, what are they doing? Are the drama club members rehearsing a play? What kind of play needs a Maybach as a backdrop? At this moment, Chen Shu was quite puzzled and asked the system telepathically, System, where is my money? Didn't I just transfer 5 million? Where's my reward? The system responded immediately.
Host, please note that all investment activities do not constitute consumption.
Damn it! Why didn't you say so earlier? Chen Shu was a little disappointed. But thinking about it, if investing is considered consumption, then I'd be making a fortune.
It won't be long before we can buy the whole earth. By the way, brother Phone, third brother, keep my money a secret and don't ask any questions. Chen Shu was not the kind of man who would shake his clothes and make a fuss if he had 10 coins in his pocket.
Making a fortune quietly is the best approach. I understand, we all understand.
Feng Gu and Dehua gave each other an okay sign and smiled knowingly. In their hearts, they had already figured out their good brother's true colors. Chen Shu is definitely a rich young master who pretends to be poor for love.
Originally, he wanted to test Xia Baiwei so that they could get married after she graduated from university. However, he never expected that Xia Baiwei would fail the test when they were only a month or two away from graduating from university. Therefore, Chen Shu made it clear in advance that she was no longer acting. Afterwards, the four roommates met up with their class monitor and his group in front of the teaching building. In addition to class monitor Chang Han, there is also young counselor Guo Lingdong, youth league branch secretary Tang Jing, and academic representative Xia Yufei, and a dozen or so relatively unknown classmates. Originally, the counselor should have been the center of attention today, but with Xin Yuan's sudden rise to fame on Douyin, he has become the object of everyone's adulation. Even the counselor, Guo Lingdong, was very warm and polite to Xin Yuan. Guo Lingdong used to gossip about Xin Yuan behind her back, saying that she was so pretty she looked like a woman, a sissy. Now, however, he says that Xin Yuan's feminine appearance is a blessing from heaven, a gift from God. The contrast between his initial assertiveness and subsequent obsequiousness is laughable. Xin Yuan didn't mind. Today was a day of triumph for him, and he was in a good mood. With everyone praising him so enthusiastically, he generously treated everyone to a meal. Let's have lunch first, and then go to karaoke in the afternoon. Mr. Shin will pay for all the expenses of today's dinner. However, unlike everyone else who was focused on Xin Yuan, Xia Yufei, the class representative, was more concerned about Chen Shu. She heard about some of Chen Shu's recent deeds from Xia Baiwei. Xia Yufei had previously analyzed for Xia Baiwei that Chen Shu must have won the lottery. He was definitely the winner of the latest multi-million yuan jackpot in Rongdu. Moreover, Chen Shu and Xia Baiwei broke up. Double happiness. Although Xia Yufei and Xia Baiwei have a good relationship, as they are roommates and practically best friends. But now that you two have broken up, you can't blame me for going after Chen Shu. Xia Yufei felt that in the class, Xia Baiwei was second in terms of looks, and she could only be first. Chen Shu, who won 10 million yuan, is a perfect match in terms of wealth and beauty. On the way to the restaurant on campus, Xia Yufei deliberately walked side by side with Chen Shu. Chen Shu, are you wondering why you didn't see Baiwei today? Chen Shu glanced at the class representative who had taken the initiative to chat with her, and chuckled, "You're overthinking it. Why would I be thinking about her? Okay, actually Baiwei is in some trouble. The company she joined wants to fire her." "I don't care," Chen Shu said impatiently. "All right." Xia Yufei smiled slightly, feeling much more relaxed. It seemed that Chen Shu and Xia Baiwei had broken up completely. "By the way, Chen Shu, have you found a job yet?" Xia Yufei asked tentatively. "No." "Then let me introduce you to a job." "No." "Why?" "Unnecessary." Xia Yufei didn't expect Chen Shu to be so aloof today. "It's just winning 10 million, is it really that big of a deal?" "Dude, you're getting too cocky." However, Chen Shu's reaction made Xia Yufei even more convinced that Chen Shu had truly become a nouveau riche. "We must take it. Once I win over Chen Shu, given his sycophantic nature, I only need to use a few more tricks to make him UFO every day. That 10 million will be mine. When the time comes, whoever wants to go to this lousy class can go." "I'm not going." Inside a private kitchen restaurant on a pedestrian street not far from the University of Finance and Economics, Xin Yuan ordered the dishes, and the students sat at 3 tables. But I found it very strange. Xin Yuan is the main character today, so it's normal for the counselor, class monitor, and youth league secretary to fawn over him. But why is Xia Yufei, the class beauty and academic representative who has always ignored Chen Shu, chatting with Chen Shu the whole way, and now sitting next to him? And even pouring him a drink? Chen Shu still seemed to be giving the other party the runaround? What's going on? It's a girl pursuing a boy. Reversing the heavenly gang. 2 gossipy, low-profile couples were whispering to each other at the 3rd table. The man asked in surprise, "Isn't Xia Yufei Xia Baiwei's best friend? How come Xia Yufei took the initiative to date Chen Shu right after she broke up with Xia Baiwei? Doesn't that make sense? Xia Yufei has probably already fallen for Chen Shu a long time ago. Chen Shu is a poor loser. What special skills does he have? What's wrong? Why are the 2 prettiest girls in the class involved with him? No, baby, you're the prettiest. Go to hell." The girl pinched her boyfriend's arm hard and whispered gossip, "But speaking of which, Zhao Jinpeng, that rich kid in our class, couldn't get Xia Yufei before, but now Xia Yufei is taking the initiative with Chen Shu. Could it be that Xia Yufei is also a looks-obsessed person? So, you also think that Chen Shu is the second most handsome guy in our class, and I'm the most handsome?" No, Chen Shu is number one. The man had no way to express his grievances, and the woman, how could you be so hypocritical?
Just then, as if on cue, Chow Chow arrived. Sorry, everyone, there was a traffic jam on the road today, and my BMW 530 couldn't run properly, so I'm a little late. As compensation, I brought everyone a bottle of mutai, one bottle for each table, everyone who comes will have some.
Zhao Jinpeng's shouts quickly attracted everyone's attention. One classmate, drooling with envy, exclaimed, "Flying mutai? Zhao Jinpeng, you're too rich." One classmate exclaimed enviously, "Wow, Peng, you haven't even graduated yet, and you're already driving a BMW 530? That's amazing." One classmate chimed in, TSK, a BMW 530 must cost 5 or 600,000, right?
Indeed, that's about right. Zhao Jinpeng touched his nose and said with a smile. That's exactly the effect he wanted. The base model costs less than 350,000 yuan, but people only look at the car logo and model number and assume it's the top of the line version. Suddenly, I became the most dazzling person in the room. Just then, Zhao Jinpeng glanced around and spotted Xia Yufei, the class beauty. He was about to spread his tail feathers like a peacock, but he found that Xia Yufei not only didn't notice him, but was also chatting non-stop with a man next to her.
Damn it! Who is this guy looking down at his phone? Didn't they say family members weren't allowed?
The thought that the other person might be Xia Yufei's boyfriend made Zhao Jinpeng feel uncomfortable. But the moment the other person looked up, Zhao Jinpeng's pupils dilated in surprise.
This handsome guy is Chen Shu? Ha, damn it, who do we have here? Turns out it's Chen Shu, that poor loser. At the same time, Zhao Jinpeng had an epiphany.
It must be that Chen Shu was dumped by Xia Baiwei. Xia Yufei, as Xia Baiwei's best friend, was just comforting him.
Fei Fei is such a kind-hearted girl.
As Zhao Jinpeng filled in his own imagination, he grew increasingly displeased with Chen Shu. He suspected that Chen Shu wanted to take this opportunity to steal his girl. Some relationships are just about comforting someone before you end up in bed.
Mean. By the way, I heard from Wei Donghui that Xia Baiwei was accepted and Chen Shu was fired. Zhao Jinpeng's eyes darted around. After a while,
he sat down at the table with the counselor and Xin Yuan, exchanged pleasantries, and then took an opportunity to clear his throat and change the subject.
Teacher Gua, it's great to have produced such a big internet celebrity as Xin Yuan in our class.
However, most of the students are just ordinary people, and it's not easy for them to find a job to support their families.
As the counselor, you should know about the employment situation of our class, right?
Guo Lingdong pinched the bridge of his nose and said helplessly, "Don't even mention it.
Just thinking about it gives me a headache."
There are still more than a dozen classmates who haven't even settled on their internships yet.
By the way, Zhao Jinpeng, doesn't your family own a company? Could you stamp some documents for the students? Help the teacher with some data to complete the assignment? No problem.
Not only will I stamp your documents, but I'd also welcome any students who genuinely want to intern at my company.
Zhao Jinpeng said, feigning generosity.
In his heart, he was thinking that by saying this now, he had gained face, and he could continue to exploit his classmates for cheap labor. In the end, he could fire them on the grounds of incompetence without having to pay compensation.
A win-win situation.
Sure enough, several classmates asked Zhao Jinpeng for an internship opportunity, but Zhao Jinpeng was even more annoyed when he saw that Chen Shu was unmoved.
You poor loser, stop pretending.
They can barely afford to eat, so how could they possibly look down on my company?
Oh.
Zhao Jinpeng casually asked, feigning nonchalance, by the way, Chen Shu, I heard you got a job at a big local company.
Where do you work?
Chen Shu was chatting enthusiastically with her junior sister Luo Yao on WeChat when someone suddenly brought it up, which puzzled her.
What the heck? With so many people around, why is Zhao Jinpeng concerned about me?
At this moment, Xia Yufei spoke up, Chen Shu has resigned.
Question mark.
Upon seeing Xia Yufei, Chen Shu suddenly realized that Zhao Jinpeng was trying to cause trouble for him because of this woman.
This is so damn boring.
Zhao Jinpeng was even more displeased and jealous when he saw Xia Yufei trying to save face for Chen Shu.
Being fired is one thing, but why did you resign? Oh. So you resigned.
Wei Donghui said you were fired from the company. It seems she was lying.
Ha? Chen Shu, you had such a good job, and you've lost it all? Class monitor Chan Han asked in surprise. Tang Jing, the branch secretary, frowned.
She hadn't expected that even a self-media talent like Chen Shu would be dismissed. Both of them are members of the new media center of the University of Finance and Economics, and they had talked about their respective internships before.
Isn't Chen Shu just managing Douyin for that company? What's going on? Chen Shu, how did you get fired? Tang Jing pushed up her gold-rimmed glasses and couldn't help but ask. Chen Shu smiled easily and replied, "It's all in the past, let's not talk about it." Tang Jing, don't worry about me. I'm doing fine now.
Tang Jing was one of the few female friends that Chen Shu had known before and could be considered a friend. She still said with concern, "But you need this job." No, I don't need to. I'm very comfortable and at ease every day now that I don't have to go to that lousy job. Chen Shu paused for a moment, then shared another insight he had gained from his enlightenment in Longchang over the past few days.
People don't necessarily have to go to work, they only go to work out of necessity. Besides, I used to work, just like a prostitute in an ancient brothel. I worked hard not to become the top courtesan, but to save enough money to redeem myself as soon as possible. I'm free now, so why should I work? Question mark.
Tang Jing was stunned for a while, then realized that what he said actually made a lot of sense.
But if you don't work, if you don't go to work, what will you eat? What will you use? You don't want to go back to your hometown, do you?
Tang Jing was still worried about her friend. At this moment, Chung Han suggested, "Chen Shu, I know your situation.
How about this? Our company is currently recruiting multi-platform operators. I'll talk to my manager and try to get you an interview opportunity."
Chen Shu felt a little touched. Although she was poor before, she was still quite popular. Besides the guys in the dorm, the class monitor and the youth league secretary were also good to us.
There is true affection and true love in the world.
Chen Shu waved her hand and said with a smile, "Thanks, class monitor, but I really don't need to work.
I'm just relaxing now, enjoying life every day.
It's really quite comfortable, so you don't need to worry about me."
I'm really doing well now, Chen Shu emphasized repeatedly.
Xin Yuan knew that his second brother was low-key and unwilling to flaunt his wealth, so he spoke up to help him out of the predicament.
"Yeah, what are you worried about? What's my relationship with Chen Shu?
We're best buddies. If I have a bowl of soup, he'll have a piece of meat."
Well.
After Xin Yuan said this, Tang Jing was no longer worried about Chen Shu's meals. But she always felt that something was off.
Chung Han also felt something was off. Wait, something's not right.
I've seen older men being kept by rich women, but I've never seen an older man being kept by another older man.
What's more, you two are both straight men.
Zhao Jinpeng never expected that Chen Shu, this poor loser, could not only seduce his goddess Xie Yufei, but also make Xin Yuan willingly support him.
Holy crap, you're attractive to both men and women, huh?
What special skills does this poor loser have? Counselor Guo Lingdong also muttered to himself, "This Chen Shu has never given a gift in 4 years of college, not even a 6 yuan and 66 jiao red envelope."
That's fine, the teacher doesn't hold grudges. But now that you're unemployed, even if someone offers you a job, you won't accept it. Moreover, in front of so many classmates, he promoted the idea that people only go to work out of necessity. If they all give up like you and become Sanha gods, a derogatory term for people in Sanha district, what about my job as a counselor? How am I supposed to explain this to the school? Isn't this deliberately lowering the class's employment rate and deliberately making things difficult for me, fat tiger? This is intolerable.
Guo Lingdong cleared his throat and criticized Chen Shu by name. "Chen Shu, your current state, your complacent mentality, is very dangerous. You, all of you, are energetic young people, how can you choose to lie down? How can you not strive? Don't be afraid of hardship. Especially for us male students, if you don't work hard, strive, and endure hardship now, you won't have any money in the future.
Without money, how will you buy a car? How will you buy a house? How will you get married? How will you have children? You must strive. Let's get back to you, Chen Shu.
You're lying down now, yet you're still loudly proclaiming your earlier remarks.
You're not ashamed at all, you're actually proud of it. Even if you were fired before and suffered a setback, can't you get up and fight again? You need to know that no pain, no gain, and understand the principle of no pain, no gain.
In short, your teacher is very disappointed with your current state." Guo Lingdong put on a pained expression and lectured on a long set of principles.
He was unaware that these principles were outdated. The current version is different. Zhao Jinpeng immediately chimed in, "Teacher Guo, you're absolutely right. Shouldn't we young people in our early 20s be striving? Look at you, you're a few years older than us, and you're still striding too. Come on, Teacher Gua, let me toast you first. Chen Shu laughed it off. Oh, right. Teacher Gua, you're absolutely right. Guo Lingdong, question mark. He felt like he had just finished a set of military boxing exercises, but it was all just hitting cotton. I've said so much, and this is your reaction? Chen Shu didn't intend to argue with the counselor. They were both in their 20s. Could an argument really change someone's preconceived notions and stance? Everyone has their own ambitions. Truth doesn't become clearer through debate, and friends only become fewer through debate. Chen Shu's nonchalant reaction, however, made Xia Yufei's eyes sparkle. After Chen Shu received 10 million, she became detached from worldly affairs and lived a carefree life. Oh no, I've inexplicably started to like him. What should I do? Chen Shu, do you drink? Let me pour you a glass. No, thank you. Chen Shu pushed the glass of wine that Xia Yufei had poured back to her, but Xia Yufei was neither angry nor disappointed, and just smiled faintly. It's good not to drink alcohol, it's good for your health. Zhao Jinpeng, upon witnessing this scene, was speechless. Holy crap! The girl I like poured the wine I bought on me for a guy I looked down on. And I even got rejected. She's not angry yet. Still. Zhao Jinpeng felt like he was about to die of anger. The gossipy, low-profile couple were also whispering to each other at that moment. Shrimp and pork heart. Zhao Jinpeng must be furious. Isn't that right? It seems that Xia Yufei really likes Chen Shu. Look at how shy she is. Baby, do you think Chen Shu will be won over by Xia Yufei? Of course. Xia Yufei is the prettiest girl in our class, even prettier than Xia Baiwei. Besides, it's easy for a girl to pursue a boy. Just then, Chen Shu was playing on his phone as if no one was around when a WeChat message from his junior sister Luo Yao suddenly popped up. Big liar, senior brother Chen, I'm downstairs outside your private kitchen restaurant. I have a gift for you, come down quickly. What gift? You big liar, senior brother Chen, you'll find out when you come down here. Chen Shu sighed helplessly. This morning, when I replied to Luo Yao's WeChat message, she asked me if I was going back to school today, and I said no. But she still went back, and coincidentally, Zhuo Siye saw her and told Luo Yao. Then, the girl kept calling him big liar senior brother Chen. What a cunning little green tea bitch. It's making people really eager to try it. Chen Shu, where are you going? Xia Yufei asked curiously as Chen Shu got up to leave. Bathroom. Chen Shu made up an excuse on the spot, but hurriedly went out the door and downstairs. We arrived at the open space. When Chen Shu saw Luo Yao wearing a goldfish-themed JK plaid skirt, he gently punched the top of her head with his fist. I'm eating, call me out. Oh, senior brother Chen. Luo Yao called out softly, rubbing her head with a delicate hand, her smile as sweet as a strawberry daifuku soaked in honey. She's not tall to begin with. If you keep hitting her, she'll turn into a sweet potato. Then Yao Yao won't be able to get married and will have to rely on you. Senior brother Chen will have to support Yao Yao for 100 years. Looking at the adorable little school beauty, Chen Shu couldn't help but smile. If an ancient emperor had a little devil like Luo Yao, even the most virtuous emperor would probably have become a tyrant. History will surely record this: a wicked concubine brought chaos to the country. However, while ancient emperors couldn't control it, I can. What wicked concubine? She is clearly my beloved concubine. I'd raise it for 1,000 years if I wanted. I knew it. Senior brother Chen is the best. That's why Yao Yao misses you so much. I haven't seen senior brother Chen for many years. I'm so glad to see him today. Many years? Yes, a day apart feels like 3 autumns, Luo Yao said with a playful smile. It's been many years, hasn't it? Chen Shu couldn't hold back anymore. This girl is too good at this. I like her. Tell me, where is my gift? This is for you. With her other hand hidden behind her back, Luo Yao pulled out a sketch, which was even framed, exuding a delicate anime style. Chen Shu looked at the person in the painting, her smile widening. I didn't expect you to paint so well. But Yao Yao's drawing still can't capture senior brother Chen's handsomeness. Ha ha. Chen Shu burst into laughter at Luo Yao's words. Okay, I like this gift very much, I'll accept it. Wait a minute, senior brother Chen, there's another gift. What? This Luo Yao took out a mini figurine from her small handbag. Chen Shu glanced at it, then paused. Is this you?
Yes, senior brother Chen. Sometimes when Yao isn't around, the Yao figurine can keep you company in my place. Luo Yao tilted her head, her smile sweet, her almond-shaped eyes sparkling. Chen Shu gritted her teeth and remained silent, but couldn't help laughing.
Generous crab gift. I ask you, which man could resist such an understanding in Pretty Little Green Tea Girl? I can't refuse a single thing. Chapter 19, a song titled Exaggeration amazed everyone.
Chen Shu fiddled with the Luo Yao figurine for a few moments.
This one's nice, I like it too, but what? Luo Yao asked curiously.
Chen Shu smiled and joked, it would be even better if this figurine were a 1:1 scale.
Luo Yao puffed out her cheeks coquettishly and gave Chen Shu a cute glare.
She thought to herself, senior brother Chen has really changed.
He's so different from his serious self before.
Now that he's a little mischievous, he's even more likable.
Luo Yao smiled mischievously. There aren't any life-size figurines, unless senior brother Chen takes Yao Yao home. Ha ha. Chen Shu smiled and nodded. It's not impossible.
While Chen Shu and Luo Yao were flirting downstairs, on the second floor of the private kitchen restaurant, a male student sitting by the window inadvertently caught a glimpse of this scene.
Ha? Chen Shu? What's he doing with Luo Yao? Who? Luo Yao? You mean that internet celebrity loli from our university? Yes, it's right downstairs. Impossible. Let me see. The lively group of students all came to the window and looked downstairs. Holy crap! It really is Luo Yao, my junior. How come she's with Chen Shu? And they're chatting and laughing together? Holy crap! Luo Yao even made a heart shape with her hands for Chen Shu.
One student made a loud noise, immediately attracting the attention of everyone present.
Everyone rushed to the window to see what was going on. Seeing Chen Shushan chatting and laughing with Luo Yao, the classmates were all agitated.
Xia Yufei, in particular, felt a strong sense of crisis for a time.
How did Chen Shu and Luo Yao get together? Isn't Luo Yao a gold-digging, manipulative girl? Could it be that she found out that Chen Shu won 10 million? Oops. My informational advantage is gone. Department Beauty Queen versus Campus Beauty Queen? I don't have the advantage in looks. What to do?
At this moment, no one was more distressed than Xia Yufei than Zhao Jinpeng. He fell in love with Luo Yao at first sight when he first saw her on Douyin.
Luo Yao is so cute. How can anyone not love her?
In order to win the heart of the beauty, he spent several thousand yuan on gifts for Luo Yao over 3 months. What one gains is merely some emotional value from WeChat chats.
No. It's all emotion, no value.
I tried to arrange a private meeting with her, but I couldn't get her to agree.
But now, Luo Yao, the junior classmate he couldn't even get a date with, was chatting and laughing with Chen Shu. Holy crap! They're hugging? Seeing this, Zhao Jinpeng's eyes widened, his mind suffering a 100-fold blow. On what grounds? Is it just because Chen Shu is somewhat attractive? Oh shit. This world of gullibility has no respect for the wealthy. Throughout his 4 years of university, Zhao Jinpeng always looked down on Chen Shu. Just a poor loser. He's just Xia Baiwei's simp. But ironically, the poor loser and simp I looked down on first won the favor of Xia Yufei, the most beautiful girl in the department, and then won the affections of Luo Yao, the most beautiful girl in the school. They were both girls I liked. Where did I go wrong? Zhao Jinpeng was having an existential crisis. At this moment, the gossipy young couple in the class started whispering to each other again. I thought Chen Shu was a worthless stock in the eyes of girls, but I didn't expect him to be quite popular. That's not quite right. Apart from being a bit poor, Chen Shu is quite outstanding in every other way. Isn't it inappropriate for you to praise other men in front of me like that? Then tell me, in what way are you better than Chen Shu? Looks? Height? Talent? Or something else? The male student felt aggrieved but couldn't refute it. Although I can't compare to them, why are Xia Yufei and Luo Yao, who have so many suitors, also interested in Chen Shu? Does Chen Shu really have some outstanding qualities that surpass all their suitors? I don't understand either. It wasn't just the young couple who couldn't understand it, everyone present, except for Chen Shu's 3 brothers and Xia Yufei, was also puzzled. As a counselor and someone who has been through it, Wo Lingdong also couldn't understand it. How come girls like Chen Shu, a laid-back guy, an unemployed bum, a poor loser who doesn't strive for improvement. Does being handsome mean you can do whatever you want? Not long after, Chen Shu returned to the large private room on the second floor. As soon as he entered, some gossipy female classmates started asking him questions. Chen Shu, I didn't realize you and Luo Yao were so close. You were chatting and laughing just now, and you even hugged each other. What's your relationship now? What could be a relationship?
We're good friends, Chen Shu replied casually, not taking it seriously.
Just good friends? I don't believe it. They even gave you a painting. Ah, okay, I admit it. Admit that you two are dating? No. I admit that junior sister Luo Yao is pursuing me.
I was just touched by her sincerity, so I gave her a hug.
Wow. Chen Shu, you've really turned misfortune into a blessing, you've attracted some romantic luck. The female classmates joked and teased, enjoying the gossip. The male students felt even worse than if they had swallowed a fly. Chen Shu, even though we're classmates, you're such a show-off. You think junior sister Luo Yao is chasing after you? You're out of your mind.
What upset them the most was that Chen Shu actually had a sketch given to him by the school beauty.
This is the evidence. This at least proves that junior sister Luo Yao has feelings for Chen Shu.
Therefore, although the male students were unwilling to believe it, they had no choice but to believe it, feeling both envious and jealous. They even hated it to the core. At that moment, Xin Yuan, who knew some of the inside story, quickly sent a WeChat message. He relayed the urgent military intelligence to Xin Yan, who was more than 2,000 kilometers away.
Danger! Your husband is about to be stolen away by another girl. Come home immediately. Xin Yan replied instantly, Chen Shu? When did he become my husband? If he's not your husband, then who is he? Sister, come home right now.
Xin Yuan felt a greater sense of crisis than Shen Yan.
Shen Yan was completely baffled and asked, what exactly is going on? There's no time to explain, you should go back to Chengdu first. All right. At the same time, Zhou Xiaofeng and Chao Dehua teased Chen Shu.
Second brother, I used to worry that you wouldn't be able to get over your heartbreak, but I didn't expect you to adapt so well. It hasn't been long, and you're already getting together with junior Luo Yao.
Second brother, could you teach a class on how to pick up girls and share some tips? I'd be begging to hear it.
First, Luo Yao and I are not together, we are just good friends.
Second, the trick is simple, be handsome. Chen Shu also joked with the two brothers.
Unexpectedly, Xia Yufei suddenly joined in, echoing, indeed, Chen Shu, you've always been the most handsome in our class. At the same time, Xia Yufei also put a piece of food on Chen Shu's plate, saying, this is delicious, you should try it. The students at the table, unaware of the truth, question mark.
What's going on? Is the class beauty feeling threatened? Jealous? Taking the initiative? Chen Shu smiled calmly, you just said I'm the most handsome? Yes. Let me tell you something that most people don't know. Chen Shu, you're so funny. Xia Yufei smiled shyly.
The students who were just watching were even more confused.
No. Xia Yufei, are you serious?
Zhou Xiaofeng and Chao Dehua were also stunned, their good brother had really changed. Chen Shu used to never approach girls, but now when he meets a pretty one, he flirts with her first and asks questions later.
9. After a satisfying lunch, enjoy some fun and entertainment in the afternoon.
The first activity was to sing karaoke at a karaoke bar on this pedestrian street, and Mr. Shin paid the bill again. However, with nearly 30 people, the large private room was too cramped, and everyone felt uncomfortable. You still have to queue up to sing karaoke. Therefore, the plan was to divide the room into 3 large private rooms, with 9 or 10 people per group.
When forming groups, Zhao Jinpeng spoke eagerly, Yufei, Feifei, have you thought it through? Please address your classmates as class representative. Question mark.
Or you can just call me by my full name, Xia Yufei said earnestly. Zhao Jinpeng paused for a moment, then gave an awkward, wry smile.
Alright, Yufei, have you decided who you're going to team up with? We're both among the top 10 singers at the university, how about we form a group?
Xia Yufei shook her head and refused, no, I'm in a group with Chen Shu. Then, she turned to Chen Shu and explained, Chen Shu, don't misunderstand, I'm not that close to Zhao Jinpeng. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jinpeng felt as if his heart had been struck by an arrow that pierced through armor, dealing maximum critical damage. I stumbled backward and almost lost my balance.
No. Zhao Jinpeng just wanted to look up to the sky and roar. At that moment, Xia Yufei asked Chen Shu again, "Can we go together?" Casual. Thanks.
Seeing Xia Yufei distancing herself from him and constantly clinging to Chen Shu, Zhao Jinpeng was so angry he almost ground his teeth to powder. If looks could kill, he would have torn Chen Shu to pieces by now. I wish I could chop Chen Shu into mincemeat.
You wait. Zhao Jinpeng was determined to embarrass Chen Shu and regain his face.
Knowing that Chen Shu was tone deaf, Zhao Jinpeng saw this as an opportunity, so he shamelessly dragged his counselor Guo Lingdong along and managed to get into Chen Shu's group. More than half an hour passed, and the singing in the private room continued unabated. Apart from Chen Shu, who sat in the booth sometimes playing on her phone, sometimes eating fruit, and sometimes clapping, everyone else showed off their singing voices. After Xia Yufei finished singing milk teas later, everyone couldn't help but clap in praise. Zhou Xiaofeng, wow, Xia Shuowei, you truly deserve to be one of the top 10 singers at our university. Xin Yuan, I need to find an opportunity to learn singing from the class monitor so I can show off my singing skills during future live streams.
Zhao Jinpeng, you sang so well.
Yufei, your singing is like celestial music, it brightens my ears.
Guo Lingdong and Chao Dehua, it sounds great.
Chen Shu couldn't help but clap and praise, class monitor, your singing skills have improved a lot.
You could be a live streamer for a singing competition.
Xia Yufei was overjoyed when Chen Shu praised her like that.
Chen Shu, just call me Yufei, why call me class monitor? It's too formal. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jinpeng became even more furious. Chen Shu gave an awkward smile, thinking to herself, are we that close? We're just ordinary classmates, I guess.
You're suddenly being so proactive.
Do you think I'm stupid and can't figure it out? I probably learned that I am now rich from Xia Baiwei. Ah, women. Okay, class monitor. No problem, class monitor. Chen Shu, you're so annoying. This is intolerable. Seeing Xia Yufei flirting with Chen Shu, Zhao Jinpeng could no longer tolerate it.
Chen Shu, everyone has sung at least one song, it's your turn now.
Upon hearing Zhao Jinpeng's words, Xia Yufei's eyes lit up. Yes, Chen Shu, I'd also like to hear you sing.
Chen Shu chuckled and said, forget it, I'm not a good singer.
It's okay, I can sing a duet with you. How about we sing Asa and JJ's Little Dimples together? Question mark. Zhao Jinpeng was stunned. What? Little Dimples? Isn't that a duet for couples?
Xia Yufei, what are you trying to do? Chen Shu smiled and shook her head, no, you should choose one of them to sing a duet with.
No. Chen Shu, I just want to hear you sing, Xia Yufei insisted.
Zhao Jinpeng added fuel to the fire, yeah, Chen Shu, everyone's having such a good time today, don't spoil the fun.
Besides, we're all classmates and teachers here, even if you don't sing well, we won't laugh at you, what are you afraid of?
Zhao Jinpeng thought to himself, back in his freshman year, when Chen Shu was trying to appease Xia Baiwei, he had the pleasure of hearing this kid sing once, and the tune was so off-key that even his own mother wouldn't recognize him.
He was completely tone-deaf and illiterate. All the onlookers burst into laughter.
Counselor Guo Lingdong also wanted to have some fun today, so he urged, Chen Shu, this is the last gathering of your university days.
It'll probably be hard to have another one like this. Hurry up and relax. No one will laugh at you. Do you know what's most important when you come out to karaoke? Chen Shu was genuinely curious. What is it? It's singing. Look at me, I'm not a very good singer either. Didn't you guys just drag me onto the stage and make me sing a bunch of nonsense?
Chen Shu was a little helpless. Even so, her singing was just too awful. In fact, Chen Shu initially lacked self-awareness in this regard and often became self-absorbed in her own singing. But from the laughter that others sang when he sang, Chen Shu knew from a young age that he was really bad at singing. Meanwhile, other classmates were also urging Chen Shu on.
Chen Shu, come on, I don't believe you can sing worse than me. That's right, Chen Shu, let's go.
Even Zhou Xiaofeng and the others wanted to hear just how bad their good brother, who hadn't sung in 4 years, could be.
Surely it couldn't be that bad? Second brother, sing. Second brother, it's your showtime now.
Feeling overwhelmed by everyone's enthusiastic anticipation, Chen Shu found it hard to refuse, but she also really didn't want to lose face.
It might even become a topic of ridicule for them for the rest of their lives. What to do?
Chen Shu frowned, pursed her lips, and hesitated for 2 seconds. Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind, that's right. When I was researching the system shop before, I saw that singing was one of the skills that could be purchased.
Chen Shu immediately used his mind, and a semi-transparent blue-white attribute panel that only he could see appeared in mid-air.
Chen Shu gave instructions to the system in his mind.
Little Prince, exchange 20 attribute points for me to buy singing proficiency and Cantonese proficiency. 20 attribute points have been redeemed for the host.
20 million yuan has been deducted from the host's personal wealth, leaving a current personal wealth of 133.55 million yuan. Skills purchased for the host: singing proficient level, Cantonese proficient level, 20 attribute points deducted, current attribute points, 0. As soon as the system finished speaking, Chen Shu felt his consciousness churning, as if a mysterious power had been forcibly poured into it. At the same time, Chen Shu was pleasantly surprised to find that she had actually learned a lot of singing techniques and was able to fully understand the original Cantonese audio she had heard before. Just like how we are born Cantonese speakers.
That's it? Is it all set?
Chen Shu was still a little unsure.
How does it compare to the God of Song's level?
The host's current singing level is equivalent to a strong singer, slightly below the level of a singing god.
Slightly inferior to? If we round it up, then we're the God of Songs. Chen Shu was overjoyed. He smiled and said, "Okay, I'll give it a try." Chen Shu, good luck. Xia Yufei handed the microphone to Chen Shu. Zhao Jinpeng chuckled smugly to himself, but remained outwardly enthusiastic. "Chen Shu, which song would you like to sing?"
"I'll pick one for you."
Xin Yuan suggested, "How about singing The Fruits of Summer?" "Brother, it's less likely to go off key."
"Or how about we sing a duet together?"
Xia Yufei suggested. Chen Shu smiled and shook her head. "No, let's play exaggeration." Zhao Jinpeng was stunned for several seconds, then couldn't help but laugh. This idiot, he couldn't even sing fairy tale properly back then, and he still dared to sing exaggeration? You probably can't even pronounce Cantonese properly. Okay. Chen Shu, I've selected a song for you.
Zhao Jinpeng quickly selected a song, afraid that Chen Shu would change her mind. Faced with this scene, Xin Yuan, Xia Yufei, and the others felt both anticipation and worry.
Because they really didn't know Chen Shu's true singing ability.
However, considering that Chen Shu hasn't sung in 4 years and often speaks modestly, he is likely just an average person.
An average passerby singing exaggeration?
That's just too exaggerated. Some students are already prepared for the torture to be endured.
Second brother, have you sung exaggeration before? You're Chen Shu, not Fat Chen, are you sure you can do it? How about we change to another song? I've never sung before, but Yuaner, I'd like to give it a try. Okay.
The prelude had already begun. Chen Shu held the microphone, amidst a mix of anticipation, worry, and amusement. He cleared his throat, slowly raised the microphone, and when the rhythm was right, he moved his lips. "If someone asks me, I will tell them, but no one comes."
With this very first line, Chen Shu hit the rhythm perfectly.
Their Cantonese pronunciation is comparable to that of native speakers. Moreover, Chen Shu's voice is deep and slightly hoarse, like a dusty record or a walking CD player. In that instant, everyone fell silent. Each of their eyes was wide open, like a goose egg.
Zhao Jinpeng was completely dumbfounded. What's going on?
I had expectations, but then I felt helpless. I had things to say, but they couldn't be heard.
The emotions are building.
Chen Shu seemed to be the protagonist of the song, completely immersed in it. My feelings are like a bottle cap waiting to be lifted, but my lips are already covered in moss.
Before the chorus began, the entire box fell silent. Everyone listened intently. I'm completely absorbed in it. Zhao Jinpeng's lips trembled slightly, filled with indignation. That liar. He was just acting all along, wasn't he? Chen Shu, you. Don't speak.
Just as Zhao Jinpeng was about to question her, Xia Yufei raised her hand to stop him.
Zhao Jinpeng, ?
At this moment, Chen Shu was already prepared for the chorus, tilting her head slightly back, the veins on her neck visibly bulging.
You can think I'm exaggerating, but the exaggeration is only because I'm very afraid.
Chen Shu's voice suddenly rose, like a sharp dagger that instantly pierced the air and struck the hearts of the listeners.
Knock, knock, knock.
The singing was no longer a hoarse narration, but an explosive, tearing scream.
Extremely accurate pitch.
It has a metallic sharpness, yet it is filled with an almost overflowing pain and struggle. If it resembles wood or stone, will it get noticed? His body swayed slightly with the rhythm, no longer restrained, but in an immersive, almost frenzied state. Every word, every tremolo, was like a fragment of Chen Shu's soul squeezed out from the deepest part of his chest. It resonated with the souls of the listeners. All eyes in the room, even those in the next private room, were drawn to Chen Shu's incredibly powerful singing voice.
Don't forget that someone is hoarse from crying for you.
The last sentence exploded with a resolute, broken voice, like the most mournful cry of a phoenix before it is consumed by fire.
Brilliant.
Tragic. It shook the very core of my being. At this moment, in the crowded private room, and at the door, all the astonished and incredulous gazes were focused on Chen Shu. As the last note faded, the song ended. Chen Shu breathed slightly, slowly put down the microphone, exhaled a breath of stale air, and felt completely refreshed. Inside and outside the private room, there was an eerie silence. There was no applause, no cheers. It was as if the only sound all around was the soft crackling of cola.
Xin Yuan, Zhou Xiaofeng, Zhao Dehua, Xia Yufei, Zhao Jinping, Guo Lingdong. Everyone present was stunned by Chen Shu's song exaggeration. Everyone was stunned. Chapter 20. Luo Yao is too possessive of her food.
Quiet. It was eerily quiet. At this moment, among the nearly 20 people inside and outside the private room, not a single one of them spoke. Chen Shu was somewhat surprised by this, but not much. Xin Yuan was the first to come to his senses and exclaimed, "Second brother, you sang so well." Xin Yuan was so excited that he stammered. His admiration for Chen Shu was beyond measure.
Zhou Xiaofeng swallowed twice, then gently nudged Chen Shu's shoulder with his fist and gave him a push. "You're kidding me.
Second brother, you're such a good singer. I haven't heard you sing a single line in 4 years. You're really good at hiding it." Xia Yufei's eyes sparkled. "Chen Shu, not only do you sing incredibly well, but your Cantonese is also super fluent."
"You're amazing. Have you studied Cantonese?"
Chen Shu chuckled and rubbed her nose.
It's all right. I've always thought my singing is just so-so, and my Cantonese is just so-so too." "You call this just average?"
Xia Yufei shook her head repeatedly, praising without reservation, "Apart from Fatty Chen, this is the best version you've ever sung."
The class monitor said, "No.
I think Chen Shu sings even better than Fat Chen."
Tang Jing gave Chen Shu a thumbs up in delight. "That's right.
Our university, our class, has produced a singing genius." The students were all captivated by Chen Shu's singing voice, and applause and praise poured in.
Snap, 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 snap. "Chen Shu, could you sing another song? That was so beautiful." "Chen Shu, sing one more song." "Brother Chen, don't force me to kneel down and beg you. Let the brothers hear one more song today."
For a time, Chen Shu became the center of attention, the object of everyone's adulation.
Seeing this, Zhao Jinping was completely dumbfounded. What does it mean to try to steal a chicken but lose the rice instead? This is it.
Originally, he wanted to take this opportunity to make Chen Shu lose face in front of his goddess, but unexpectedly, he made Chen Shu put on a great show in front of everyone. They stole the show. I'm clearly the top 10 singers on campus.
"Chen Shu, you must be thirsty from singing, have some water."
Seeing Xia Yufei becoming even more attentive and flattering to Chen Shu, even personally feeding Chen Shu water to her lips,
Zhao Jinping was immediately filled with grief and indignation.
He reached out to stop him, but was speechless with emotion. His knees buckled, and he staggered back 2 steps. At this moment, Zhao Jinping saw Xia Yufei take the initiative to wipe Chen Shu's mouth.
He completely lost his composure. "No! Snowflakes are falling, the north wind is howling."
The door wasn't closed, and this extremely fitting background music drifted in from somewhere. However, no one cared about Zhao Jinping, who was now shattered.
A few minutes later,
unable to refuse the enthusiastic invitation, Chen Shu sang "Fireworks Fade Easily," once again stunning everyone in the audience. He not only sang the melodious and poignant tune of this traditional Chinese song, but also conveyed the delicate emotions within it. It makes the audience feel as if they have traveled back to ancient times, giving them a sense of a story that transcends time and space.
It's so immersive. Xin Yuan looked at him with admiration and envy. "Second brother, we're both men, how come your voice is so amazing? You can sing exaggeration and fireworks fade easily?" Xia Yufei has been completely won over by Chen Shu.
With her good looks, wealth, and talent, Chen Shu is truly a hidden gem, a huge treasure.
"I really don't know what that idiot Xia Baiwei was thinking." Xia Yufei said admiringly, "Chen Shu, if you have the chance in the future, could you teach me how to sing? I really want to improve."
Xia Yufei loves to sing and earnestly requests it from the bottom of her heart. Chen Shu's opinion of this beauty queen in the department changed somewhat. It was clear that she genuinely admired him. Chen Shu smiled and said, "Okay. That's great. Thank you, Chen Shu." Xia Yufei was grateful and happy. Another student asked, "Chen Shu, can you sing another song?" No, I drank too much water just now, I need to go to the restroom first."
Chen Shu made an excuse to urinate. "Even though we don't charge for singing, you can't treat us like a karaoke machine, can you?"
The students who had come to join in the fun were quite disappointed, lamenting that they wouldn't get to hear many more of Chen Shu's heavenly voice.
At this moment, Guo Lingdong also went to the bathroom. In the KTV corridor,
Guo Lingdong called out to Chen Shu, who turned around.
"What's wrong, Teacher Guo?"
Guo Lingdong stepped forward and said, "Chen Shu, I think you have a real talent for singing, you're really good at it."
"Ha? It's alright. However, I don't understand." "What? You sing so well, why do you choose to lie down? Why not make the most of your talent?" "Well,
Chen Shu, as someone who's been there, and as your teacher, I still have to advise you, don't waste your youth. You're only 22, you should be striving at this age."
At noon, the teacher criticized you by name.
He was a bit harsh, but his words were rough, but his reasoning was sound.
If you don't work hard and strive now, do you really expect Xin Yuan to support you? How much money can he give you? Can he support you for the rest of your life?
You two are just classmates, like brothers, not lovers.
No matter how rich he is, it's impossible. Besides, you'll eventually get married, right? You can't expect Xin Yuan to pay for your marriage, children, and raising them, can you?
Chen Shu never expected that Teacher Guo would stop her to give her a lecture, and with such deep sorrow.
What does it mean to be a know-it-all? This is it.
Moreover, even though Teacher Guo is only 5 or 6 years older than me, he has such a strong fatherly air about him.
That's outrageous.
Chen Shu smiled awkwardly. "Teacher Guo, I understand your good intentions, but our views are indeed different. First, I just want to be a lazy bum, I really don't want to be a beast of burden, I don't want to struggle.
Secondly, Xin Yuan certainly can't support me for life, but look at me, I'm not bad looking, right? If he doesn't support me, there are plenty of other people who will.
Third, I have no plans to get married." Guo Lingdong was stunned by Chen Shu's words and sorted them out in his mind.
Not even getting married? This guy's really taking it easy. Okay, fine, let's leave it at that. But you're saying Xin Yuan won't support you, but plenty of others will? That's just too much. Does being handsome really give you the right to do whatever you want? Impossible. Just as Guo Lingdong was about to argue and continue to persuade Chen Shu, a pleasant, mature female voice came from behind them. "Chen Shu, what are you doing here?" Question mark.
Chen Shu turned around and saw Jiang Lianyi wearing a French-style tea dress, and was equally puzzled.
"Oh my, what a coincidence. It's a class reunion today, what are you doing here?" "Let's go to karaoke with my best friend. I've been so anxious these past few days that I haven't been able to sleep well. I'm under a lot of pressure, so I need to let off some steam." Jiang Lianyi explained with a smile. Chen Shu smiled and said, "Don't be like that. If a rich woman like you is anxious and can't sleep, then what about a poor loser like me? Should I hang myself?" Jiang Lianyi was amused by Chen Shu's comment about a poor loser and laughed repeatedly.
She laughed so hard her body trembled.
This scene left Guo Lingdong speechless. "My heart is fluttering."
He never expected that he would meet Jiang Lianyi, the campus belle of his undergraduate days, in this KTV.
This is my ideal woman. But why does she know Chen Shu? And why does it seem like the two of them have a pretty good relationship? What's going on? Chen Shu, you can be really unserious sometimes.
But I'm not lying to you, something really happened at home, and I've been so anxious these past few nights that I haven't been able to sleep well and have been having some insomnia. Jiang Lianyi sighed softly, but the next second, she looked at Chen Shu with a charming and alluring expression. She knew that her family's company was in serious trouble, and perhaps only Chen Shu could help her.
"I slept well at your place that same night." Sure, you're welcome anytime." Chen Shu joked with Jiang Lianyi.
However, their conversation, to Guo Lingdong who was unaware of the truth, was like a bolt from the blue.
"What the hell? Chen Shu and my white moonlight slept together? No way?" Guo Lingdong absolutely refused to believe it.
Although he knew that in front of the dazzling, rich, and beautiful goddess, he was just a nobody, and she didn't even know who he was, and might not even have any impression of him. But which simp, which man who has a crush on someone, can accept that his goddess is already taken? Goddess Ripple, I still love you. Guo Lingdong felt worse than if he had swallowed a fly. I have a bitter pill to swallow. In particular, he couldn't understand why the goddess who was adored by countless boys throughout her college years would choose such an unambitious and complacent slacker. What are his outstanding advantages? What are your special skills? But in a sudden moment, Guo Lingdong remembered what Chen Shu had just said: if he doesn't raise them, there are plenty of others who will. Guo Lingdong had an epiphany. Could it be that Zhang Lianyi is keeping Chen Shu as a sugar daddy? Holy crap! I could be kept too. Why him? Pain. My heart aches so much. Not long after, Chen Shu and Zhang Lianyi parted ways and went to the bathroom separately, but Guo Lingdong still couldn't figure it out. Still indignant. Standing next to Chen Shu at the urinal, Guo Lingdong instinctively moved a space away from him. Just then, Guo Lingdong glanced at Chen Shu unintentionally. In just a moment, an unprecedented and extremely intense sense of inferiority arose in Guo Lingdong's heart. No wonder Goddess Jiang would keep this guy as her sugar daddy. Lao AI, you bastard. Upon realizing this, Guo Lingdong felt even more pain, and his Dao heart shattered. I'm desperate. Recalling the 2 times he had lectured Chen Shu earlier that day, Guo Lingdong felt utterly ridiculous. He's being kept by Goddess Jiang, why would he need to go to work? Would Goddess Jiang be short of his money? He even talked about getting married. Chen Shu is already Jiang Goddess's gigolo, what's the point of getting married? If it were me, I wouldn't get married either. Being the dog of a goddess is the greatest honor. Guo Lingdong felt extremely envious and bitter. The setting sun melts into gold, and the evening clouds merge like jade. That evening, Mr. Shin paid the bill again, but Chen Shu had already left. The entrance to the University of Finance and Economics campus. Luo Yao, Zhuo Xie, and 2 other girls from their dormitory, Jia Yu and Jinduo Duo, got into a ride-hailing car. The last 3 digits of the license plate are 8633? Is this the Zafiyu restaurant? Yes, master. After receiving Jinduo's affirmative answer, the driver began to have doubts. These days, female college students are something else. She looks like she's only a freshman, right? And she dares to dine at a restaurant like Zafiyu? 4 people together? What kind of family is so rich? A little over half an hour later, Luo Yao and her group arrived outside the Zafiyu restaurant and got out of the car. Seeing the restaurant, which looked just like the upscale private club in the short video, the 4 girls didn't dare to go in. Yao, I've never been to such a high-class place before. I'm a little scared. Yao, me too. I'm standing here just as nervous as if I were going to KFC for the first time. Luo Yao was also very nervous, clenching her small fists until her fingertips turned pale. Although she had done some research beforehand, she still didn't know much about this kind of high-end restaurant where the average cost per person was 5,000 or 6,000 yuan. When faced with the unknown, it's easy to feel fear if you haven't experienced it before. But her sisters were all watching, and Luo Yao didn't want to lose face. She smiled sweetly and said nonchalantly, "What's there to be afraid of? With Chen Shu here, and senior brother Chen treating, we don't need to worry. Let's go. Senior brother Chen is still waiting for us inside." Luo Yao comforted her sisters, then steeled herself and walked towards the restaurant entrance. Zhuo Xie and the other 2 hurriedly followed, always staying a few steps behind Luo Yao. A young waitress in uniform greeted us warmly. "Hello, miss, welcome to our Zafiyu restaurant. How can I help you?" "Well, do you have an appointment?" Oh, yes, here, please take a look." The opponent used a basic attack, and Luo Yao immediately unleashed her ultimate move, showing the waitress the WeChat message Chen Shu had sent her. The waitress nodded, her professional smile becoming even more pronounced, and said respectfully, "So you must be Miss Luo." "Hello, I'm Xiao Yu. It's a pleasure to meet you and your friends. All of us at Zafiyu restaurant will serve you wholeheartedly." "You know me?" Mr. Chen has already explained. Thank you." Luo Yao was stunned for a moment, but then smiled easily. Phew, thankfully senior brother Chen had already made all the arrangements. I was so nervous just now. In contrast, Zhuo Xie, Jia Yu, and Jinduo Duo were still quite embarrassed at this moment, and could only force a smile. Miss Luo, Mr. Chen's private room is inside.
Please follow me. Okay, thanks.
Now that Luo Yao had a better understanding of the situation, she became more poised and confident.
Following behind the waitress, she strolled around as if she were in her own home, glancing left and right. Wow!
This restaurant has such a beautiful and upscale ambience. The lighting, the decorations, the design, the atmosphere, it would definitely look great in photos.
Even all the waitresses here are so pretty. Is this what Senior Brother Chen's daily life is like? That's so awesome.
Yao Yao got to experience high society life today, thanks to Senior Brother Chen, hee hee. Before long, Luo Yao and her 3 companions followed the waitress to a VIP room. 4 tall, elegant female waitresses stood at the entrance.
Miss Luo, please come in.
Luo Yao nodded and followed them into the private room, but she was a little curious.
Are they the ones who will be serving the food later?
Miss Luo, we have dedicated waitresses here to serve the food, and these ladies are responsible for providing other services.
Other services?
After looking at the several tall, beautiful women, Luo Yao shook her head slightly.
The world of the rich is so extravagant. Why, I want to be rich too. Miss Luo, you can order now while our kitchen gets busy. What would you and your friends like?
The waitress brought out a thick, exquisite menu and asked with a smile.
Luo Yao was stunned. Seriously? You call this book a menu? I thought it was some kind of deluxe collector's edition.
The other 3 girls were also stunned, bewildered, and regretful. This kind of place makes me feel really uncomfortable. It's better to go eat at a restaurant near the school that costs a few dozen yuan per person. Luo Yao opened the menu and looked through it, only to be stunned by the prices.
Italian balsamic vinegar spare ribs, 688 yuan a serving? Isn't that just a cold dish? Slow-cooked Wagyu beef, 860 per serving? Pigeon swallowing a golden hooked wing, what is that? 1680 per serving. That's way too expensive. Luo Yao didn't even dare to look at the more expensive ones.
Of all the dishes, the one that really got to Luo Yao was a plate of fried rice with a little bit of braised mushroom, which cost 100 yuan.
This is robbery.
Please have a complimentary serving of small sea snails, thank you.
Luo Yao didn't dare order any other dishes, and instead asked, by the way, do you know when Senior Brother Chen is coming?
Oh, I mean Chin Shu.
I'm sorry, I don't know about that.
However, if you need, we have Mr. Chen's phone number at our restaurant, you can call him and ask.
Xiao Yu was very warm and polite. No need, thank you. Luo Yao shook her head. We can wait a little longer. Miss Luo, would you and your friend like to wait for Mr. Chen to arrive before ordering? Okay, then I won't bother you any longer.
Waitress Xiao Yu smiled slightly, poured the tea, bowed, and withdrew temporarily. They even brought the door to the private room.
Phew.
Zhuo Siye and her 2 sisters let out a long sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from their foreheads.
Finally, no one's watching me anymore. I was so nervous. Isn't that right? I feel uncomfortable everywhere.
The world of the rich is not a place for ordinary people like us to fit in. The 3 of them chimed in, each offering their own opinion.
Luo Yao had just felt much more relaxed, and now she was comforting her sisters. It's all right. Practice makes perfect. Next time we come, we won't be so nervous. Zhuosie's eyes widened in shock. Yao Yao, you want to come a second time?
The average cost per person here is 5 or 6,000.
Which of us dares to spend 5 or 6,000 yuan per person in one meal? Jia Yu nodded in agreement. Yes, if it weren't for Chen Shu, we might never have been able to come here even once in our lives. Jin Duo nodded slightly. But why hasn't Chen Shu arrived yet? Yao Yao, why don't you ask him? Okay. Luo Yao thought for a moment and agreed.
She sent Chen Shu a message, the most handsome and best senior brother Chen, Yao Yao has arrived, where are you?
3 minutes passed, and no one replied. Luo Yao felt strange and sent another message, what is senior brother Chen busy with right now? He hasn't even seen Yao Yao's message yet. 3 more minutes passed, and still no one replied. Luo Yao was stunned.
The girls were also stunned.
What's going on? It's been so long, hasn't Chen Shu replied to you yet? Not yet. No way? Yao Yao, why don't you make a call? Is something wrong with senior brother Chen Shu? Pa. Senior brother Chen will be fine. May senior brother Chen live to be 100.
Luo Yao and Zhuo Siya exchanged a few heated words.
Zhuo Siya. Sister, you're really possessive of your food. Is it okay that I misspoke? But Yao Yao, you should still call and ask. Okay.
Luo Yao called Chen Shu, but the phone kept ringing and no one answered.
Once. Twice. 3 times.
I made 3 calls, but no one answered. The 4 girls were completely dumbfounded.
No way, why isn't senior brother Chen Shu answering? Could it be that he,
After being glared at angrily by Luo Yao, Zhuo Siya paused, feeling wronged, and changed her words. Could it be that senior brother Chen Shu was busy with something?
Are they going to stand us up? Jia Yu asked worriedly. What are we going to do then? Are they really going to make us each spend thousands of yuan? And this is a VIP room, it'll definitely be more expensive.
Jin Duo also had some concerns. That would either kill our company or kill our wallets.
No way?
Senior brother Chen Shu doesn't seem like that kind of person. Zhuo Siya shook her head, disbelieving. Luo Yao defended him, a little angrily. Senior brother Chen is not that kind of person. He always keeps his word. You guys forgot, he said in the livestream that he would give us carnival gifts, and he really did, not a single one was missing. Zhuo Siya agreed. That night they spent over 800,000 yuan, and the 4 of us had 300,000 yuan after tax. Jia Yu puffed out her cheeks and whispered, the big head still belongs to Yao Yao.
Jin Duo quickly said, yeah, don't say that.
40 or 50,000 each is already quite a lot.
Luo Yao doubted her ears, ?
No, sisters, you are truly my best sisters. If I hadn't led you to do live streaming, you wouldn't be making 40,000 or 50,000 yuan a night, you'd be lucky to even make 400 or 500 yuan.
I'm so angry. Seeing Luo Yao's angry expression, Zhuo Siya quickly tried to smooth things over, saying, Yao Yao, don't be angry. Yeah, didn't mean it. I'm not angry, I'm heartbroken. Luo Yao was furious. Seeing Luo Yao's reaction, Jia Yu knew she was in the wrong.
She knew that if Luo Yao hadn't led the whole dormitory in a livestream and used her popularity, she wouldn't have been able to buy this and that through the livestream. Last time, I even made over 40,000 yuan in one night. I'm sorry, Yao Yao, I was wrong. Jia Yu apologized immediately.
I didn't mean to. I know it was all thanks to you. I'm sorry, please don't be angry anymore. Please forgive me just this once.
Luo Yao was caught off guard by Jia Yu's sudden change of attitude, and her anger dissipated almost entirely. She laughed in exasperation, but said seriously, fine, we're all sisters, but you can talk about me in the future, but you can't talk about senior brother Chan or doubt him, understand?
I understand, Jia Yu nodded in agreement.
However, she, Zhuo Siya, and Jin Duo all felt strange.
Why was Luo Yao so protective of Chen Shu? It's not even allowed to talk about him behind his back? You two aren't a couple yet. You weren't like this before, sis. You're being too possessive of your food. Chapter 21 The goddess of a simp is also someone else's simp.
Just as Luo Yao was waiting and worrying about Chen Shu, and the other 3 girls were bored, the door to the private room was suddenly opened from the outside. Mr. Chen, your friends have arrived, please. Xiao Yu gracefully and politely extended her hand in a salute. Chen Shu strolled in leisurely, and Luo Yao's eyes lit up immediately. She jumped up from her seat in surprise and ran to Chen Shu. Senior brother Chen, you've arrived. Sorry, I left my phone in the car, so I went back to get it. It's alright, senior brother Chen, as long as you're alright.
Ha ha. Chen Shu smiled and then gently punched Luo Yao's head with his fist.
He noticed that both times he saw Yao Yao, she had a princess-cut hairstyle with pigtails.
It's strangely cute.
At this moment, Zhuo Siya, Jia Yu, and Jin Duo also stepped forward and greeted Chen Shu.
Hello, senior brother Chen Shu.
Hello. Chen Shu replied, but when she looked at the group of freshman girls, a slight smile appeared on her lips. None of the 4 girls were taller than 160 centimeters.
One dorm room, all petite. Amazing.
Chen Shu distributed the small bags in her hands to the 4 people.
One for each person, everyone gets one. What's this? Luo Yao asked curiously, opening the pocket. The next second, she exclaimed in surprise, it's a Labubu vinyl plush toy.
Zhuo Siya was also surprised when she saw her gift, it's a limited edition.
Jia Yu, wow, senior brother Chen Shu, these must cost several thousand each, right? Jin Duo, so ugly, but so expensive. Chen Shu smiled and said, it's mainly expensive, but I'm glad you like it. I like it.
The four girls spoke in unison.
Sit down. Xiaoyu, order some food.
Chen Shu gestured for her female classmates to sit down, called over the waitress Xiaoyu, and started ordering from the menu. For Australian abalones, 1 4-pound lobster. 5 servings of Italian balsamic vinegar spare ribs, 5 servings of pigeon with golden shaved shark fin, 5 servings of slow-cooked A4 Wagyu beef. Chen Shu thought to herself, where did I ever get the money to eat such expensive food before? Just a few dishes cost as much as my monthly salary.
We must have a little of everything.
Luo Yao and the others were stunned when they heard that Chen Shu had ordered a lot of dishes. Luo Yao, in particular, was quite surprised.
With so much food, can we finish it all?
They have tiny appetites, though. Senior brother Chen's daily life is indeed so simple, unpretentious, and boring, yet extravagant and wasteful.
Even the way he orders food is so handsome and has such great charisma. Is this what a rich family's son is like? A gentleman as beautiful as jade, unparalleled in the world. Thump thump thump.
Luo Yao's heart pounded, her face flushed slightly, and her almond-shaped eyes sparkled. She realized that she had truly fallen in love with Chen Shu.
Besides what we just ordered, is there anything else you like?
Order whatever you like, make yourself at home.
Chen Shu asked Xiaoyu to give everyone a menu, and then asked, Yao, do you drink alcohol? Upon hearing this, Luo Yao was immediately in a dilemma. She doesn't drink at all, but since senior brother Chen asked, she couldn't very well refuse, could she?
Luo Yao was afraid of spoiling Chen Shu's fun. But as she hesitated, Chen Shu smiled and comforted her, it's okay if you can't drink it.
Don't force yourself. Drinking beverages is the same. I'm not one to force people to do things.
Upon hearing this, Luo Yao felt relieved and thought Chen Shu was such a gentleman.
So caring.
My senior brother Chen is the most handsome man in the world.
Luo Yao's eyes were filled with Chen Shu. Will you drink it? Chen Shu asked Zhuo Siye and the others. I drink, but not much. Yes, I can drink it, but only a little bit. As long as it's drinkable, it's fine.
Chen Shu smiled and said to Xiaoyu, bring 2 bottles of 1997 Romani Conti.
Okay. Zhuo Siye, Jiayu, and Jin Duo were completely dumbfounded. What are you drinking? Romani Conti. Isn't that wine super expensive?
The 3 girls quickly flipped through the menu and saw the price of the 1997 Romani Conti.
230,000 yuan a bottle. Zhuo Siye and the other 2 were dumbfounded. So expensive. Will drinking this make you immortal or something? This price is outrageous. Luo Yao was also taken aback.
Her eyelids twitched.
230,000 yuan a bottle? Does senior brother Chen usually spend so extravagantly? No wonder he swiped over 800,000 yuan for us in one go before. His social class was so low that he couldn't even see the taillights of the car. I've accidentally wandered into the heavenly palace.
At the same time, Luo Yao felt fortunate that she had met her Prince Charming, the best and most handsome senior, Shu, in college. That's why people say that college is the best time to fall in love. Senior brother Chen, you should drink less alcohol later, take care of yourself, Luo Yao reminded him with concern. Chen Shu smiled and said, don't worry about me, I don't drink.
Ha? You're not drinking? Then what you just did? Drinking leads to trouble.
Chen Shu still felt lingering fear about her previous rudeness in front of Xinyan after drinking. We have money, but we don't have maxed out resistance or can't be selected. If something really goes wrong and I get into a lot of trouble, then it's not worth it. After having money, Chen Shu cherished her life and her freedom even more.
I need to ensure your safety. Afterwards, I'll drive you back to school. Oh, okay. Luo Yao understood. But it's so expensive. What's wrong with that?
Siye and the others are all your good friends.
Siye, Duo, drink as much as you can, but don't force yourselves.
If you can't finish it, pack it up and take it home.
Yes, thank you, senior brother Chen Shu. All 3 girls happily agreed.
Jiayu and Jin Duo were even more surprised that their senior brother Chen Shu knew their names.
It must have been that little green tea Luo Yao who told my senior brother. She really got to eat well.
Senior brother Chen Shu is tall, handsome, and super rich.
I hope he'll be interested in me.
Jia Yu felt envious but powerless.
Not long after, the restaurant staff began to enter the private room one after another to serve the food.
The 4 tall and elegant female waitresses who had been at the door, along with Xiao Yu, were now serving the 5 people at the table.
Each person is assigned a dedicated waiter.
Pouring water and wine, serving food, and picking out dishes, they practically fed the food into people's mouths.
The 4 girls were shocked to receive these exclusive services. They realized that even when rich people dine out, they have someone to serve them.
This is the kind of treatment only Hushin received. This was the first time Chen Shu had ever enjoyed such service, but as a wealthy client, he had plenty of confidence.
Having money gives you a calm and composed demeanor. For the next half hour, we ate, drank, and chatted.
Chen Shu, however, felt something was missing, so he asked, "Should we order a few more girls?"
Order a girl? Luo Yao was a little startled. You're thinking the wrong thing.
Chen Shu smiled and said, "Don't misunderstand, I have nothing to do today, so I'm just listening to music at the brothel. For something elegant, you could play the zither or dance, which are all in the traditional style."
Oh, I see. Luo Yao breathed a sigh of relief.
It turned out she had misunderstood. She thought for a moment, shook her head, and smiled sweetly. "Senior brother Chen, I think I'll pass."
Well, with Yao Yao here, you don't need to listen to music in the brothel. Okay? Luo Yao acted coquettishly.
Chen Shu nodded, "Okay.
Let's chat then, let's talk about something else." What would you like to talk about, senior brother Chen? Let's get a little stimulating and talk about some adult topics. Question mark.
Luo Yao and her sisters, along with the 5 waitresses present, were all taken aback. But the next second, Chen Shu said, for example, failing a course, employment, mortgage, stock market, economic situation, and so on.
Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be these adult topics. Senior brother Chen, sometimes I don't know if you're just being mischievous or just funny. I think so.
Chen Shu had a great time chatting with the 4 girls, especially with Luo Yao, the little green tea BTCH and cheerful one, around. It's full of emotional value.
2 hours later, we were full and satisfied. Luo Yao's 3 roommates were half drunk and half awake, in a daze.
Chen Shu stretched and then burped, feeling like she was about to burst.
I've never had such an expensive meal before. However, the taste is quite good, and the price is justified.
Bill, please.
Okay, Mr. Chen, please wait a moment.
Xiao Yu called over the colleague who was in charge of collecting bills. "Mr. Chen, hello, your total bill for tonight is 585,122 yuan.
At this moment, Luo Yao, who hadn't been drinking and was otherwise clear-headed, was actually not. How many? A meal cost 580,000? Besides those 2 bottles of wine, the rest of the meal must have cost 120,000? Luo Yao was shocked once again.
Chen Shu paid the bill readily, and the next second, the system notification sounded. The host followed their heart and dined at Zafiyu restaurant to satisfy their craving for high-end cuisine, spending 585,122 yuan. The host is rewarded with a 15-fold return, amounting to 8,776,830 yuan.
Holy crap, I get a 15-fold reward for having a meal? How can the payout multiplier be so high? Does this mean that the stronger one's preferences, emotional impulses, and desires are, the higher the payout multiplier will be? Possibly. My strongest desire is definitely what our ancestors said. Food and sex are human nature. Chen Shu was quite excited.
When he looked at his personal wealth again, he found that he already had 142.05 million yuan. "Senior brother Chen, you've gone to so much trouble today. I didn't expect a meal to cost so much.
Next time, it'll definitely be my treat."
Okay.
Chen Shu ruffled Luo Yao's hair. "Let's go, I'll take you back to school."
Okay.
Luo Yao was a little reluctant to part with Chen Shu.
Before long, with the help of several waitresses, the group arrived at the entrance of the Zafiyu restaurant. The valet had already parked the Maybach S680 here.
Question mark. Is this senior brother Chen's car?
Maybach, so beautiful. Even the license plate is a sequence number, amazing. Luo Yao stared blankly at the Maybach, lost in thought. Afterwards, they moved Zhuo Siye and the others to the back seat, while Luo Yao sat in the passenger seat. She looked at the car from left to right and loved it very much.
Senior brother Chen, this car is so beautiful.
Good.
Chen Shu drove towards the University of Finance and Economics, asking, "Do you like it?" "I love it. I love it so much," Luo Yao said sincerely.
Chen Shu asked with a smile, "How much do you like it?" Luo Yao thought about it seriously for 2 seconds, then chuckled, just like how Yao Yao likes senior brother Chen.
Ha ha.
Chen Shu burst into laughter at this innocent-looking green tea. Seeing Chen Shu smiling happily, Luo Yao felt happy too, and smiled with her beautiful almond-shaped eyes. A pair of pretty dimples appeared at the corners of her mouth. Suddenly, Luo Yao realized that she had never felt this way before. She used to say pretty words to make other boys happy, all for the sake of getting gold coins. It's not shameful. But like today, I sincerely hope that senior brother Chen is happy.
This is my first time. Could it be that I've really fallen in love with senior brother Chen?
Then it must be true. When the Maybach entered the campus of the University of Finance and Economics, it stopped not far from the girls' dormitory building.
Luo Yao was extremely reluctant to part with it. "Senior brother Chen, I don't want to go back to the dormitory."
Luo Yao sat in the passenger seat, puffed out her cheeks, and said aggrievedly,
"Why? If I go back, I don't know when I'll be able to see you again."
"Well. So, Yao Yao wants to stay with senior brother Chen a little longer."
"Well."
Chen Shu knew perfectly well what junior sister Luo Yao was thinking. She just wanted to take things a step further with him.
"Since my junior sister is being so proactive, why should we hesitate? It's not certain who's fish between us."
After a moment's thought, Chen Shu said, "How about this, you take Shusiye and the others back to their dorm first, and then I'll take you to my house."
"My cat can do backflips." "Really?" Luo Yao's eyes lit up with delight. "I really want to see it."
Okay, let's take them back to their dorms first."
"Aha!"
Luo Yao nodded happily, and soon woke up the sisters who had fallen asleep in the car. Fortunately, they were much more awake.
Luo Yao had to exert some effort, but not much. They were taken back to their dormitories.
Meanwhile, Chen Shu stood downstairs at the dormitory building, thinking to himself, so girls really can be this proactive.
Although I've known junior sister Luo Yao for almost a year now. But it's only been a few days since we added each other on WeChat? And she's already throwing herself at us? Is it time for us to shed the identity of Xiao Chunan? Money, what a wonderful thing. Just as Chen Shu was lost in thought, the ringing of his phone brought him back to reality.
Chen Shu glanced at the WeChat message sent by Xingyan.
"I'm back in Chengdu. Do you have time to pick me up at the airport? My parents asked me to bring you a gift."
"If you don't have time, then forget it, I'll take a taxi back." "Don't worry, I won't be upset."
Smiles.
Chen Shu's mood sank to the bottom at this moment, feeling helpless and speechless.
"Xingyan, aren't you at your hometown? Aren't you traveling around with your parents? Why did they suddenly come back? Without giving any prior notice. You caught them cheating. My little junior sister."
Chen Shu was on the verge of tears, but she still harbored some favoritism and feared that a chaotic situation might erupt prematurely. Between Luo Yao and Xingyan, Chen Shu ultimately chose to pick up Xingyan.
"Why didn't you say you were coming back sooner?"
"There might be traffic on the way, so wait a little longer."
Xingyan replied instantly, "Okay, I'll wait for you.
Drive slowly on the road, no rush, safety first.
Also, you haven't been drinking, have you?" "No." After replying to Xingyan's message, Chen Shu faced a dilemma.
She had just promised Luo Yao that she would take her home to see the cat doing backflips, but now she was going back on her word, which was not appropriate. Based on his understanding of Luo Yao, he knew that while she was materialistic, she also had principles and bottom lines.
If she knew I was two-timing her, what would she choose? Hard to say.
Just then, Chen Shu glanced casually and caught sight of a familiar figure.
"Goodbye, Junior. Good night. I'll bring you breakfast tomorrow morning." Xiao Ziyang waved enthusiastically, but his junior sister didn't even turn her head and ran away. Chen Shu laughed. "It really is like looking in a mirror. Wasn't I just like Xiao Ziyang in the past? A complete and utter simp.
They have absolutely no self-respect."
But wasn't this guy Luo Yao's simp? Why is he pursuing a different junior now?
Chen Shu stepped forward and greeted him. "Xiao Ziyang, it's been a long time."
"Hey, Vice President. What are you doing here?" Xiao Ziyang was taken aback, then recognized Chen Shu. "You're not waiting for your wife, are you?" Sister-in-law?
Yes, it's Xia Baiwei. Chen Shu never expected that her past attempts to curry favor with Xia Baiwei would become so well known. He chuckled.
Let's not talk about her. By the way, why aren't you pursuing junior sister Luo Yao anymore? Have you found someone else?
Sigh.
Xiao Ziyang sighed deeply. Vice President, don't even mention it, Luo Yao is just too hard to win over.
She said that if I wanted to pursue her, I had to send her breakfast for 100 days before she would consider whether to let me pursue her.
Listen to this, is this even human language? Chen Shu was shocked. Could this really be done? So how many days did you keep delivering? It's been 90 days. There are only 10 days left, can't you just hold on a little longer? I'll keep doing it.
I still bring breakfast to junior sister Luo Yao every day.
Who was that just now?
A new junior student has joined our new media center. I'm thinking that if Luo Yao still doesn't agree to me pursuing her in 10 days, then I'll switch to someone else, Vice President.
That's called cutting my losses.
Xiao Ziyang adopted the air of a senior expert, presumably imparting his experience. Chen Shu, however, only saw a sycophant who was even more pathetic than she had been back then.
Do I need a girl's consent to pursue her? And to know if she agrees, is there a threshold of providing breakfast for 100 days? Holy crap!
Back then, I was Xia Baiwei's lapdog in ATM, all because of my promise that she would marry me after graduating from university.
Tom. Stop chasing Luo Yao, you can't win her over. A beauty of Luo Yao's caliber has an astonishing spending habit.
With your meager allowance, you can only afford to buy her breakfast and make yourself feel a little touched.
Ha! Vice President, you think I have no chance? That's highly unlikely. Chen Shu showed Xiao Ziyan Luo Yao's WeChat moments, the latest post, which was from a few tens of minutes ago. Caption, checked in today, it's so delicious.
9 square grid, 8 dishes from Zafiyu restaurant.
The picture in the middle is a bill receipt.
Chen Shu zoomed in and showed it to Xiao Ziyang. Do you think you can afford to pay for other people's expenses?
Xiao Ziyang shook his head in shock and disbelief. A single meal had cost 580,000 yuan. This is something that ordinary people can't afford. So, stop chasing.
But Vice President, I've already done so much for Luo Yao, I can't just leave for the last 10 days.
The result is the same anyway, so give up sooner and get rid of it sooner.
Why don't you spend these 10 days on that junior girl? The success rate is much higher. While comforting her, Chen Shu also tried to entice her. In addition, consider these 100 days as you delivering breakfast for me, and I'll transfer you 10,000 yuan. It can change whenever it wants. The host, following their own instincts and hoping to avoid a romantic mess, bribed a tool, spending 10,000 yuan. The host is rewarded with a 5x return, 50,000 yuan. Chen Shu chuckled to himself.
50,000 yuan? That's unnecessary, isn't it? Wait a minute. Are we getting too cocky now?
When Xiao Ziyang received the 10,000 yuan transfer via WeChat, he was completely stunned.
The poor vice president is now so rich? What's going on?
Xiao Ziyang couldn't process it, and there wasn't time for him to, so Chen Shu gave him some instructions. You're not taking this money for nothing, you have to do me a favor.
Father, vice father. Please speak. Xiao Ziyang bowed and scraped, listening attentively. After a while,
Luo Yao had finally taken good care of her 3 sisters and put them to bed.
She then went downstairs with a beaming smile.
Upon seeing Chen Shu, she ran all the way and threw herself into his arms.
Senior brother Chen, everything is fine now. Let's go to your house and see the cats. Okay, let's go.
Chen Shu gently rubbed Luo Yao's pure and flawless face, smiled, but felt quite regretful that he couldn't share a bed with his junior tonight.
He leaned over and kissed Luo Yao's forehead. Luo Yao was taken aback at first, then overjoyed. Before Chen Shu could react or retreat, Luo Yao tiptoed and gave Chen Shu a kiss. He gave her his first kiss.
For a moment, the two people, bathed in warm yellow light, leaned their lips together.
Chen Shu was stunned. Wait, why is it a sneak attack?
So sweet and soft. Chen Shu eventually succumbed to the girl's charms.
Half a minute later, their lips parted. Luo Yao finally landed on her feet, but the blush on her pretty face couldn't be hidden even in the darkness of the night.
My heart was pounding rapidly, and my heart was pounding like a deer. Senior brother Chen, you might not believe it, but this really was Yao Yao's first kiss.
I believe you. Real? Certainly.
Chen Shu thought to himself, look at how clumsy and tongue-tied you are, I'll have to personally train you in the future. Luo Yao was overjoyed that Chen Shu trusted her so much.
Let's go to my house. Aha!
Chen Shu had his hands in his pockets, and Luo Yao was holding his arm as they walked toward the parking area. But they had just turned a corner and walked only a few meters. Suddenly, Xiao Ziyang jumped out and excitedly shouted, Luo Yao! Tell me, why are you with the vice president? Luo Yao was bewildered and caught off guard by this sudden scene.
Senior Xiao, what are you doing here?
How did I get here?
That's what I should be asking you. What are you doing here, holding hands with Chen Shu?
Luo Yao was about to explain, but Xiao Ziyang didn't give him the chance, immersing himself in his performance.
What do you mean, you? You green tea. You already have a boyfriend, yet you made me bring you breakfast every day for a full 90 days. And you were actually eyeing other women while eating what you already had. Luo Yao, I really misjudged you before. I never accepted anything from you. Enough.
Chen Shu interrupted Luo Yao, forcefully shaking off her hand, and said in a feigned angry tone, Luo Yao, I never thought you were this kind of person.
I thought I was your only one, but it seems I was wrong. The only one. The only one.
Senior brother Chen, let me explain, I didn't really want him to bring me breakfast, and I haven't eaten any at all.
Alright, stop explaining.
I don't want to hear anything until you've dealt with your ambiguous relationship.
There's no ambiguity, really nothing. Senior brother Chen.
Luo Yao was so anxious that tears were about to come out as she grabbed Chen Shu's hand.
That's fine.
Chen Shu angrily flung his hand away and turned to leave. As Chen Shu's resolute figure receded into the distance, Luo Yao was overwhelmed with a wave of grievance. She squatted on the ground, hugged her knees, and cried silently.
Wah, senior brother Chen, Yao isn't what you think. Wah. I know I was wrong, sob. Seeing Luo Yao crying so sadly, Xiao Ziyang was stunned. I regret it.
If I had known it would hurt junior sister Luo Yao so much, I shouldn't have accepted Chen Shu's 10,000 yuan.
Xiao Ziyang is used to being a sycophant, he's become an expert at it.
When the goddess cries, all reason is buried. He said, junior sister Luo Yao, don't cry.
There's a reason behind all of this.
Listen to me, I did that just now because that bastard Chen Shu.
Shut up. You are not allowed to insult my senior brother Chen.
Luo Yao glared at him angrily, slowly stood up, her hair standing on end in rage.
Xiao Ziyang, it's all because of you that I hate you. I never want to see you again.
After saying that, Luo Yao turned and ran towards the girls' dormitory without looking back, her sobs carried on the night wind.
The wind blew away her tears. Xiao Ziyang was dumbfounded, ? Am I the Joker? Chapter 22. Do you know what it means to have 3 boroughs?
In the brightly lit airport terminal, amidst the bustling crowd, Chen Shu and Shen Yan quickly locked onto each other.
Their eyes met.
Chen Shu smiled, stepped forward, took the luggage, and asked, why are you still wearing a mask and baseball cap? I'm afraid people will mistake me for Xin Yuan in drag, just like you did before.
Why bring this up again? I really didn't mean to. It doesn't matter. ?
Chen Shu thought to herself, I've already taken advantage of you, and you still don't care?
Then I won't be so polite in the future.
The two chatted as they walked out.
Why did you come back so suddenly? And in the middle of the night, you seem a little anxious. Don't you want me to come back sooner? No, it's fine.
Chen Shu felt that Shen Yan was a bit aloof today, which was somewhat like a girlfriend sulking.
What did I do to offend her? That's not right. We're not boyfriend and girlfriend, we're best friends for life.
After exiting the terminal, putting her luggage in the trunk, and getting into the Maybach, Shen Yan finally took off her mask and hat. Her stunningly beautiful face was revealed. Chen Shu stared blankly for a moment, thinking, holy crap, this model is just a pure numerical monster. With looks like that, I wouldn't trade an 18-year-old Louis Fei for her.
Besides, Yan is also very radiant.
When a man admires a beautiful woman, even a bad mood can improve.
Chen Shu asked with a cheerful smile, where to? Your house? My house? Or?
Shen Yan felt a little embarrassed by Chen Shu's constant staring, and a faint blush crept onto her face. She turned her head to look out the window, feigning nonchalance.
Casual. ?
Seeing Xinyan's reaction, Chen Shu found it strangely cute, such a contrast.
Absolutely a contrast. Whatever, you said it yourself.
Okay, Yuan is going to do a live stream, so let's not bother him.
Let's stay at a hotel. Question mark. Xinyan paused, slowly turned her head, and asked in confusion, don't you have a place to stay? You want to stay at my place?
Chen Shu asked with a suggestive look and a mischievous smile.
Xinyan's face visibly flushed red. She turned her head to look out the window again and denied, I don't want to.
Seeing her proud and arrogant side, Chen Shu liked her even more. With the roar of a Maybach engine, Chen Shu navigated towards a 5-star hotel near the Normal University. On the way, Chen Shu continued to tease Xinyan. It's a pity, I was planning to show you my cat, but you won't be able to now.
A cat? You have a cat?
Yes.
What cat? A cat that can use the 18 subduing dragon poems.
The expectation on Xinyan's delicate face vanished instantly, and she rolled her eyes at Chen Shu speechlessly.
Childish ghost. Okay, I'm childish. So what about you? What fun things happened when you went out with your parents these past few days? Xinyan was stunned when she heard this, thinking to herself, didn't I already share it with you on WeChat?
However, when a girl truly likes a boy, she often has a strong desire to share. We can talk about things again when we meet in person, even if we've already chatted on WeChat or over the phone. Moreover, we can discuss things in more detail and become more engaged. Xinyan was no exception. Her red lips parted slightly as she began to speak slowly. On this trip, my parents and I first went to Changbai Mountain. From her initial nonchalance, Xinyan gradually opened up and started talking.
The two chatted and laughed all the way to the hotel. They chatted and laughed. Chen Shu sighed inwardly, I knew it.
There's no such thing as a cold and aloof goddess. It's just that goddesses are cold and aloof towards you.
For example, Xinyan is aloof, but that's just her way of protecting herself. It can better keep people at arm's length.
After handing the Maybach over to the doorman to park, Chen Shu and Xinyan entered the lobby of the Tsanhao Hotel. The receptionist greeted us warmly, welcome.
Sir, how can I help you? Get me a room.
Okay, sir, which type of room would you like?
Xinyan looked puzzled. Wait a minute, why is it one room? She wondered to herself, am I really going to be walking into a trap tonight?
If I had known, I shouldn't have said anywhere when they asked me where I was going.
This is terrible.
Chen Shu smiled and held out her hand.
Give me your ID card.
Xinyan frowned slightly, hesitated for a moment, but finally took out her ID card and handed it to Chen Shu.
So be it, let's just go into the tiger's den. Anyway, we've already kissed.
Moreover, Chen Shu has helped my family so much, so I'll definitely be one of his people in the future.
Well, as long as we hold the line tonight, that's fine. But what if we can't hold on?
Xinyan felt nervous, while simultaneously trying to convince herself and letting her mind wander. At this moment, Chen Shu said, let's open the most expensive one.
Okay, sir.
Our most expensive room at Tsanhao Hotel is the deluxe suite, which costs 4,000 yuan and is available until 2 p.m. tomorrow.
Only 4,000? Chen Shu murmured, then asked, can it grow into a lump?
Yes, sir. Our Tsanhao Hotel offers a 20% discount on long-term stays of 1 month or more.
Okay, give us a month's supply first.
Chen Shu then said to Xinyan, if you're not comfortable staying in the school dormitory or at Yuaner's place, then stay in a hotel.
It's not far from the Normal University or your brother's place.
And here you can just relax and enjoy yourself. The hotel can handle all the work and services. Xinyan hesitated for a few seconds, then whispered, but this is too expensive, and it's a waste.
What's the big deal?
You deserve it. Chen Shu's words struck Xinyan's heart, and she stared at Chen Shu in a daze. Deep down, even in my bones, pink bubbles were bubbling up. Chen Shu had no idea what Xinyan was thinking. She booked a 1-month long-term suite and quickly paid for it. The host followed their heart and booked a 30-day extended suite at the Tsanhao Hotel to experience 5-star hotel suite services, spending 96,000 yuan. The host is rewarded with a 10-fold return, totaling 960,000 yuan.
Did you earn another 800,000? Wow, this money, the more you spend, the more you seem to have, you could never spend it all in a lifetime.
Hearing Xiao Tonzi's heavenly voice, Chen Shu felt extremely comfortable.
Before long, they arrived at the Tsanhao Hotel's deluxe suite on the 24th floor, and Chen Shu and Xinyan entered the room.
The door was closed.
The two people living under the same roof soon became quite unsettled. Chen Shu was also surprised. Wasn't this a suite? Why was there only one double bed? Although this bed is more than enough for 3 people to sleep in. But would Xin Yan be willing? Should I go and open another one? Goodbye. Xin Yan answered subconsciously, thinking that Chen Shu had already spent a lot of money on her. We can't let Chen Shu spend any more money. Xin Yan said softly, there's a sofa bed over there. I'll sleep on it tonight. That won't do. I'll sleep instead. Chen Shu knew that Xin Yan was beautiful and kind-hearted, so he could only resort to a self-inflicted injury tactic. No, it has to be me. Alright, stop arguing. It's decided then. I'm going to take a hot shower. Chen Shu did not give Xin Yan a chance to speak. Hearing the sound of rushing water coming from the bathroom, Xin Yan bit her red lips lightly and her pretty brows furrowed slightly. What to do? What to do? I'm afraid of pain. Nervousness, fear, shyness, and a strange sense of anticipation, a mix of emotions welled up in Xin Yan's mind. When Chen Shu came out wrapped in a bathrobe, Xin Yan felt even more embarrassed seeing him rubbing his hair with his hands. So handsome. How ambiguous. I'm going to take a shower too. Xin Yan didn't dare to look at him for long, or even stay with Chen Shu any longer. He quickly hid in the bathroom. Chen Shu shook his head and smiled as he looked at Xin Yan's adorable reaction. What are you afraid of? It's not like you're a lamb entering a tiger's den. I'm not really going to eat you. Although I really want to. He took out his phone and looked at the WeChat message Luo Yao had sent him. A series of WeChat messages. 45 minutes ago. Senior Brother Chen, I'm sorry, Yao Yao knows she was wrong. But I must explain to you clearly what happened tonight. I have absolutely no relationship with that senior Xiao Ziyang, and there is no ambiguity between us. There really isn't. The reason I asked him to deliver breakfast to me for 100 days was just to make him give up, and I didn't mean anything else by it. And even if he persists for 100 days, I will only tell him that I don't like him, and I won't give him any chance to pursue Yao Yao. Senior Brother Chen, you have to believe in Yao Yao. Bursts into tears. 30 minutes ago. Senior Brother Chen, I know you're angry. Please don't ignore me, okay? Are you really ignoring Yao Yao? Does Senior Brother Chen no longer want Yao Yao? Burning. I'll delete all the guys who are pursuing me, okay? I've deleted all their contact information across all platforms. I'll delete it right away. 15 minutes ago. Senior Brother Chen, I've deleted them all. Really, I'm not kidding. 5 minutes ago. Senior Brother Chen, please take care of Yao Yao, okay? I'm begging you. You really are Yao Yao's only one. Chen Shu was a little stunned. Junior sister, are you writing a little essay here? But soon, Chen Shu remembered her past self. When Xia Baiwei was angry, she had sent dozens of WeChat messages just to ask for her forgiveness. Damn it! I was such a jerk back then. Chen Shu cursed her past self in her heart, and felt a pang of sympathy for Luo Yao. After all, he directed tonight's show. Chen Shu typed out a gentle message with a flurry of clicks, but ultimately didn't send it. No. If I forgive that little green tea, junior sister Luo Yao, so easily, she'll probably think I'm easy to talk to and easy to manipulate. They'll take advantage of us in the future, won't they? Just like Xia Baiwei, even though I treated her so well before, she took it all for granted. Instead of treating us the same way. You think I have to believe everything you say, huh? I thought I had met the wrong person before, but I never expected that you, Luo Yao, would still disappoint me despite my trust in you. Head, women, they're all the same. Upon seeing Chen Shu's reply, Luo Yao was filled with mixed emotions of sorrow and joy. The good news is that Senior Brother Chen finally replied, but the bad news is that Senior Brother Chen is really angry. I have disappointed him. In the girls' dormitory, Luo Yao sat at her desk, wiping away her tears with her delicate hands, sniffing, trying to calm her aggrieved and sad emotions while quickly replying. Senior Brother Chen, you finally replied to Yao Yao. I'm sorry, Yao Yao really knows she was wrong. Give Yao Yao a chance to explain and apologize in person, okay? And Yao Yao is different from other girls. In Yao Yao's heart, there is truly only you. In this lifetime, Yao Yao has only ever had feelings for one boy, Senior Brother Chen, really. Chen Shu managed to reply with 3 messages. First of all, I don't believe it. Secondly, I need to calm down these few days and don't want to see you. Third, that's it, I'm going to sleep. Without replying to Luo Yao, Chen Shu stood by the window, gazing at the bustling night view of Chengdu, overwhelmed with emotion. Turns out, no matter which way you use to flirt with a girl, it's super satisfying. I was so fierce with her, Luo Yao will probably cry for a long time tonight, right? That's exactly the kind of unforgettable effect we're looking for. Ha ha. If only I had been this carefree back then, but it's not too late to start living life to the fullest now. It's good to be rich. Another half hour passed before Chen Shu finally heard no more noise from the bathroom. Knowing that Xin Yan was about to come out, Chen Shu immediately jumped off the comfortable bed. He lay down on the sofa bed next to him. At this moment, Chen Shu saw Xin Yan walking slowly towards him, wearing a floral dress, like a lotus emerging from the water. Xin Yan was already embarrassed, and when she saw Chen Shu staring at her, she became even more shy. Why are you staring at me like that? Xin Yan asked shyly. For longevity. What's the meaning? Scientific research shows that looking at beautiful women regularly can prolong life. Xin Yan was amused by Chen Shu, and she tried to keep a straight face but couldn't help laughing. These adorable and playful changes in expression were, in Chen Shu's eyes, more beautiful than anything else in the world. Even Chen Shu realized that she favored Xin Yan more. Xin Yan raised her pretty eyebrows and said playfully, "You're just a glib-tongued jerk. I can't argue with you anyway. I'm not talking to you anymore, I'm going to sleep." Xin Yan lay down on the bed, covered herself with the blanket, put on an eye mask, and pretended to be really going to sleep. But with a handsome and loving man by her side, how could she possibly fall asleep? Her heart was pounding. Nervous yet inexplicably expectant. A man and a woman alone together, especially in a hotel, it's too ambiguous. What should I do if Chen Shu can't hold back later? Oh dear, Xin Yan, what are you thinking about? If Chen Shu were really that kind of lustful man, how could he have dated someone for 4 years and still have his first kiss? Stop overthinking and go to sleep. You'll fall asleep while counting. Thinking this, Xin Yan began to silently count in her mind. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8, 7, 6. As Xin Yan counted, she couldn't help but chuckle to herself, her mind filled with images of Chen Shu's 8-pack abs. She had touched Chen Shu's abs through his clothes when she was riding on the back of the electric scooter before. But I've never seen it before. I've never even touched it at close range. Xin Yan had been longing for this for a long time, but as a girl, how could she not be reserved? Besides, my persona is that of a cool and aloof school beauty. Xin Yan could only think about it on ordinary days, but with the real person right next to her, she should be able to do more than just think about it, right? Oh dear, Xin Yan, why are you drooling? Xin Yan quickly wiped her mouth, lifted her blindfold, and looked at Chen Shu under the warm yellow dim light. Being over 1.8 meters tall, sleeping on a sofa bed is definitely not very comfortable. I feel sorry for you. Xin Yan subconsciously felt sorry for Chen Shu. But she spoke in a cold tone. How long do you need to sleep? I'll play on my phone for a while, then go to sleep when I'm sleepy, Chen Shu replied with a smile. Xin Yan was silent for a few seconds, then whispered, I'm asleep, don't move. Chen Shu said helplessly, don't worry, I definitely won't move around. I don't believe it. Question mark. Chen Shu laughed angrily, then what will it take for you to believe me? Come here and sleep here, face to face, so I can keep an eye on you. Xin Yan moved back a little and patted the empty space on the bed in front of her. Chen Shu was filled with questions. Could this really be done? Supervising with your eyes closed, huh? Hurry up. Xin Yan said, feigning seriousness. Helpless, Chen Shu had no choice but to sleep next to Xin Yan under her tyranny. On the large bed, which was originally a 3-person bed, there was a dividing line in the middle, with Xin Yan on the right and Chen Shu on the left. The two lay on their sides, their eyes meeting. Under the warm yellow light, the ambiguous atmosphere was palpable, and Chen Shu felt her mouth go dry. Xin Yan also felt a little regretful. How could I have let a wolf into my house? Lust truly is a double-edged sword. Xin Yan, you lecherous wretch, you've got what you deserve. If you set Chen Shu on fire later, you'll be in excruciating pain. Xin Yan inwardly groaned, but she still calmly handed the blindfold to Chen Shu. What? Put it on and go to sleep. Chen Shu objected, no, I'm a night owl, it's only 10 o'clock. Night owls should go to bed earlier. Staying up late is bad for your health, Xin Yan said, making up an excuse. Besides, I'm worried about you not sleeping. What if you do something reckless later? I'm still a virgin. With just one sentence, Chen Shu was silenced, and he reluctantly agreed, fine, I'll go to sleep, okay? Putting on the blindfold and lying back on the pillow, Chen Shu muttered to herself, I'm still a virgin. Ugh, Shaw. I'm not a cuckold. Chen Shu thought to himself, the bleak autumn wind blows again today. In this world, I would have been a scumbag long ago. Upon hearing Chen Shu's whispered words, Xinyan's pretty face instantly conjured up images of bright eyes, white teeth, and exquisite features. Chen Shu is not only handsome, but also quite cute. Xinyan turned to look at Chen Shu, unable to fall asleep at all. At this moment, all she wanted was to wait until Chen Shu was sound asleep so she could get a close look at his enviable abs. 20 minutes. 40 minutes. 60 minutes. An hour passed quickly, and Xinyan slowly opened her beautiful peach blossom eyes and glanced at the next room. I saw that Chen Shu was already fast asleep, breathing evenly and shallowly. Xinyan smiled sweetly and beautifully. Then, as if she were doing something wrong, she carefully moved closer to Chen Shu. She stretched out her fair, delicate hand and headed towards Chen Shu's abs. The closer her fingertips got to her abs, the more nervous Xinyan became, her heart raced, and her face flushed. But in the end, Xinyan still placed her hand on Chen Shu's abdomen, feeling his abs through the bathrobe. Why does it feel even worse than last time? It must be because Chen Shu's bathrobe was too thick. So nervous that she swallowed twice to make sure Chen Shu was fast asleep. Xinyan steeled herself and carefully untied Chen Shu's bathrobe. When the perfectly sculpted 8-pack abs were reflected in Xinyan's dark pupils, Xinyan was stunned. Glug glug glug. Xinyan also understood what it meant to have a dry mouth and throat. Chen Shu's abs are so beautiful, they're like works of art. I wish he were my boyfriend. No, Xinyan, you've already exchanged your first kisses, how can you not be a couple? Even if I stole the kiss last time, we're still best friends now, aren't we? That's right. It really has been a whole quilt. Question mark. Chen Shu was a light sleeper to begin with, so how could she not be awake after being disturbed by Xinyan like this? But he never expected that the aloof school beauty was after his looks, not his money. Do women really like men's abs that much? All right. Chen Shu suddenly realized that this was why the ancients said that when women looked for men, the most important qualities were handsome, wealthy, handsome, young, and leisurely. It was already sorted. Ha! Chen Shu suddenly sensed something was wrong. Xinyan, why are you drooling? Please keep yourself dry. But in the dead of night, alone with a man and a woman. Isn't that just like dry wood meeting a raging fire? After being repeatedly groped by Xinyan, Chen Shu finally crossed the line. Ah! Xinyan was enjoying touching Chen Shu's abs when she was startled by Chen Shu's sudden and drastic change, and instinctively screamed. Almost simultaneously, she realized the seriousness of the problem. Oh no, I've gone too far. What to do? Chen Shu stopped pretending to be asleep, took off her eye mask, sat up, and looked at Xinyan, who was terrified and flushed, with a complicated expression. Neither of them spoke. Xinyan didn't even dare to look Chen Shu in the eye. She kept glancing at the window and then at the head of the bed, occasionally stealing a glance at Chen Shu. She looked just like a child who had done something wrong and had been caught red-handed, feeling flustered, nervous, and uneasy. After a long while, Chen Shu remained silent, and Xinyan, feeling ashamed and embarrassed, finally spoke up. Just now. She didn't know how to explain it. Xinyan. I'm really angry right now. Xinyan pleaded pitifully, Chen Shu, I didn't mean to, I just wanted to. But just as she begged for mercy, Chen Shu pounced on her like a hunting lion. Her hands were also restrained and locked by Chen Shu. Xinyan was truly panicked now, completely panicked. Wait. Each cry was more terrified than the last. Chen Shu was dampened by Xinyan's shout. He was utterly speechless. I haven't done anything yet. Besides, we've already reached this point, and you're telling me to wait a minute? Don't worry about my erectile dysfunction. Xinyan pleaded sincerely, Chen Shu, I was wrong, I was really wrong. Please let me go this time, okay? I was just blinded by lust, but could we starting with a date? I am yours, and I will be yours sooner or later, belonging only to you. But this is really too fast. I'm not mentally prepared. Please. Sniffling, Xinyan looked up at Chen Shu, who was pinning her down, and sobbed.
Perhaps genuinely frightened by Chen Shu's wolfish appearance, the inexperienced Xinyan was now crying with tears streaming down her face. Especially when she stopped speaking, she just choked up and looked scared.
She was so pitiful to see.
Chen Shu was sobered up quite a bit by Xinyan's appearance, which made men feel protective of her.
Chen Shu let out a long breath. I'm not the kind of person who forces others to do things against their will.
Having let Xinyan go, Chen Shu leaned against the headboard in silence. Xinyan knew that she was responsible for everything tonight, so she straightened her floral dress and moved to a different spot. She sat down in front of Chen Shu like a duck, saying, Chen Shu, thank you.
Heh, you're welcome. Chen Shu's lips twitched.
Xinyan said apologetically, I was wrong, I shouldn't have played with fire.
You know that too? I know.
Xinyan wanted to say something more, but in the end, seeing Chen Shu's sullen appearance, she felt even more guilty and couldn't help but ask with heartache, are you feeling very uncomfortable?
What do you think? I have no idea.
Chen Shu smiled speechlessly. Xinyan frowned, thought seriously for a moment, and tentatively asked, Chen Shu, how do you usually?
Can you please stop teasing me? I've already told you, do you think you'd help me?
At this point, Chen Shu suddenly had a flash of inspiration and came up with a good idea.
What's wrong? Xinyan, you just said you wanted to go on a date with me?
Xinyan wanted to maintain her aloof persona, but as a concubine, she couldn't. Anyway, I think we should at least go on one date first, and then.
Xinyan couldn't bring herself to say it.
Chen Shu understood immediately, given our lifelong friendship, as long as we don't break the ice.
Ahem. It's okay as long as we don't break the final barrier or cross the final line?
Xinyan thought about it carefully and realized that Chen Shu had spent tens of millions of yuan on her family for free. I must marry him in the future.
Otherwise, how is she any different from those bad women in the news? If that's the case, why not exercise your rights as his future wife in advance?
Chen Shu should also have the right to exercise his right as her future husband in advance. Kissing, pinching, patting, touching, all of these are fine.
Xinyan thought innocently and nodded emphatically,
Chen Shu's eyes lit up, and she asked, are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure. As long as it's not like that, anything is fine.
Xinyan replied seriously.
Chen Shu smiled and asked, then, do you know what a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows means?
A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows?
That's right. It's like a cunning rabbit with 3 burrows.
Xinyan still didn't understand, but from Chen Shu's mischievous eyes, she sensed that things were not simple. An hour later, it was past midnight, in the early hours of the morning. Xinyan lay in Chen Shu's arms, shamelessly touching her best friend's abs. However, her pretty brows were slightly furrowed, and she didn't seem very happy. Chen Shu was content at this moment, holding Xinyan in his arms, contemplating questions of life and philosophy.
After a long while,
Chen Shu noticed that Xinyan had even stopped sliding her fingers across his abs, and asked curiously, what's wrong? Xinyan gave Chen Shu a look that was 7 parts coquettishness and 3 parts resentment.
I'm going to wash my feet. Didn't you just go take a shower? My feet are dirty. Xinyan punched Chen Shu's abs hard, and the next second. Holy crap! Chen Shu's arm was suddenly bitten by Xinyan again.
Then, Xinyan broke free from Chen Shu's embrace, jumped off the bed, and went to the bathroom. Chen Shu watched her fleeing figure, then looked at the neat teeth marks on his own shoulder, and was at a loss for words, not knowing whether to laugh or cry.
Those teeth are powerful. We must not upset Xinyan in the future, otherwise the consequences, TSK, just thinking about it is terrifying. Chapter 23 Xinyan, the most beautiful campus belle in the university town. The next day, the sun was high in the sky.
In a daze, Chen Shu vaguely heard a series of WeChat message notification sounds.
The bell kept ringing. Who is it?
Xinyan asked lazily, like a kitten that loves to snuggle into its owner's arms.
Have no idea. Chen Shu kissed Xinyan's cheek. I'll turn it off. Go back to sleep.
Just as he reached for his phone, intending to put it on silent mode and go back to sleep, the WeChat message turned into a phone call the moment he got it in his hand. Chen Shu squinted her sleepy eyes and looked at the caller ID. It was her dad calling. He had no idea what his old man was up to so early in the morning. He closed his eyes, leaned against the headboard, held Xinyan in his arms, and gently patted her fragrant shoulders and back while answering the phone.
Hello, Dad. There was no response from the other end. A moment of silence followed. 3 seconds. 5 seconds. 10 seconds.
A full 10 seconds passed before Chen-Shu called out "Hey" several times and "Dad" many times.
Say something, Dad, or I'm hanging up. At this moment, the other party finally spoke. Are you Chen-Shu?
Upon hearing the other person's voice, Chen-Shu felt as if she had been doused with cold water, and immediately became much more alert.
I'm completely awake now. That voice doesn't belong to my husband at all. Could it be?
When Chen-Shu looked at the phone he was holding, it was indeed Xinyan's.
Holy crap! It's her husband, Lao Deng. No wonder Uncle didn't say anything just now, he must have misunderstood.
No, I need to explain.
Uncle, I am Chen-Shu, but...
Chen-Shu was about to make an excuse, but Xinyan suddenly cried out in pain, "Ouch, ouch, you're pressing on my hair."
Chen-Shu was stunned. No, what the heck? This is something I can't explain away even if I jump into the Yellow River. After a moment of silence on both ends of the phone call, Xinyan's father spoke with a tone that was 3 parts embarrassed, 3 parts awkward, and 4 parts gratified. Xiao Chen, it was my fault today.
I shouldn't have called so early and disturbed you and Yan.
Uncle, please let me explain.
No need to explain. Uncle has been through this before, Uncle understands.
Yan arrived in Rongdu very late last night, and you all worked hard all night, you must be exhausted. Then I won't bother you any longer. You can continue to rest and sleep. Beep beep beep.
Mr. Shin hung up the phone quickly, giving Chen-Shu no chance to argue. Moreover, before hanging up the phone, Chen-Shu heard Shin's father shout "wife" at Shin's mother twice.
I'm extremely excited.
Without a doubt, Shin Yuan's inability to keep secrets is something he inherited from his father.
It's over. My innocence is ruined.
Chen-Shu felt that she had been set up by Xinyan's family.
Chen-Shu, what's wrong?
Xinyan asked curiously as she slowly sat up, noticing Chen-Shu's wry smile.
Telephone. And then what? It's your dad calling.
Chen-Shu handed the phone to Xinyan.
Xinyan was stunned for a second, but quickly realized it was my dad who called. He must have misunderstood. Oh no. Oh no. My innocence is proven.
Xinyan also came to her senses and immediately became anxious, quickly sending a WeChat message to her father to explain. But after the fragrance of her jade-like fingers faded, Xinyan paused before sending the message. She looked at Chen-Shu with a complicated expression.
Why are you staring at me? Chen-Shu, will you take responsibility for me?
Chen-Shu was stunned for a moment.
Of course. As long as you're willing, I can support you for the rest of your life. Oh. Seeing Chen-Shu's confident expression, Xinyan was overjoyed.
But she still maintained her habitual aloofness on the surface. At the same time, Xinyan quietly deleted the text she had written to explain to her father. She thought to herself, although I've never used it, I've already seen it.
What innocence is there left?
Seeing this, Chen-Shu was speechless and helpless, and even found it a little funny.
Why don't you explain yourself? Never mind, it's fine not to explain.
Anyway, we've been best friends for a lifetime, and we're just one step away from becoming a couple.
Chen-Shu asked, shall we continue sleeping now? I can't sleep. So, shouldn't we eat something next?
Okay, sure. Xinyan nodded, nestled in Chen-Shu's arms, her fingertips restlessly sliding across Chen-Shu's abs.
Because of last night's incident involving having 3 burrows, Xinyan is much bolder than before. No longer shying away from anything.
But after she happily played with Chen-Shu's abs for a minute, she realized something was wrong. She slowly raised her head and looked at Chen-Shu.
Why was his gaze the same as it had been last night? Naughty. Chen-Shu, what do you want to do?
Xinyan asked hesitantly, while fearfully covering her chest with her 2 fair hands.
Chen-Shu is definitely up to no good. Yen.
Chen-Shu cupped Xinyan's pretty face in her hands.
Didn't you say it was time to eat? Eating? Something's not right.
I. Xinyan wanted to refute, but regretted that she had spoken too definitively last night.
What does anything but the absolute bottom line mean? A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Hateful.
Xinyan glared at Chen-Shu fiercely, then grabbed Chen-Shu's arm and bit down hard.
She vented her grievances fiercely. This is outrageous. Next time you bite me, could you be gentler?
Chen Shu rubbed the teeth marks on her arm, feeling wronged and unable to cry. But soon, they saw Shen Yan with a rubber band in her cherry-like mouth. Seeing her hands alternately behind her head, her long, straight black hair quickly transformed into a pure and innocent high ponytail. Chen Shu suddenly felt no pain.
I am extremely gratified. The private coaching session I gave Yan Yan last night was worth it. The Tsanhao Hotel's deluxe suites not only offer a wide range of basic services, but also prioritize comfort and privacy.
Furthermore, guests can enjoy the hotel's numerous specialty restaurants and bars. It offers not only Sichuan and Cantonese cuisine, but also a variety of international dishes. Around noon, Chen Shu and Shen Yan had lunch at the restaurant.
Next to a floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the cityscape of Chengdu, two people sat facing each other at a table. I'm sorry, please don't be angry. The aloof school beauty, Shen Yan, was quietly and humbly coaxing Chen Shu.
Chen Shu ignored her and continued cutting her steak.
I'll be more careful next time. Shen Yan's stunningly beautiful face was full of guilt, and then she lowered her voice again. Chen Shu, please, don't be angry anymore, okay?
I really didn't intentionally not close my teeth because I had no experience. Chen Shu looked up at Shen Yan, who was blushing with guilt, and said, forget it, I won't hold it against you this time.
But I got hurt, and it's your happiness that's been sacrificed.
Also, practice makes perfect, so remember to practice with me more often in the future.
Are you trying to get yourself killed? Keep your voice down.
Shen Yan lowered her voice and kicked Chen Shu under the table, her anger and shame mingling. But considering that Chen Shu had forgiven her, Shen Yan's dissatisfaction quickly turned into gentleness and compromise.
Okay.
Shen Yan thought that if you like someone, if you love someone, you should like and love everything about them.
Let's spoil him. Who told him to be so good to me?
I should reciprocate in kind, I have to be incredibly good to him too.
Yes, that's right. I'm not really lusting after his body.
Chen Shu stared at Shen Yan's stunning beauty, smiled, and changed the subject. Let's go on a date later.
A date? Starting today? Shen Yan asked curiously. Chen Shu nodded. Didn't you say that we should go on a date first, and then, cough cough, break through the last layer of the paper barrier?
You big pervert.
Shen Yan rolled her eyes at Chen Shu, annoyed.
She no longer wanted to ravage Chen Shu with her jade feet. Because Shen Yan now knows that it was a reward for him.
Snort. Abnormal.
But the worse a man is, the more women love him. In the afternoon, Chen Shu and Shen Yan embarked on their first date as best friends. While shopping, Chen Shu wanted to borrow Shen Yan's money to buy a bunch of luxury goods and take advantage of the system's benefits, but Shen Yan stubbornly refused. I went to the amusement park and tried out the bumper cars and roller coaster.
I ate 2 McDonald's ice cream cones. Before we knew it, it was evening.
Chen Shu never expected that a date between a man and a woman, going out to have fun, would actually cost very little money.
Moreover, girls will also take the initiative to pay the bill. This is a world of difference from when I went on a date with Xia Baiwei before, where I would have to eat instant noodles for half a month after just one date. Love or not, it's so damn obvious.
Chen Shu was filled with mixed emotions.
Where should we eat tonight? Chen Shu asked, holding Shen Yan's hand. The two walked aimlessly along the pedestrian street near the university.
You've been here for 4 years, you should know this well, right? Shen Yan thought for a moment, then parted her red lips and said, there are quite a lot of delicious foods around the normal university, but I heard that a new French restaurant has opened here.
I'd like to go and try it with you.
Although Shen Yan wore a mask and hat the whole time they went on their date, Chen Shu noticed that the more time they spent together and the closer they became, the more playful, cute, proud, and lively Shen Yan became.
Aloof and cold school beauty? Not a chance. Okay, it's on me. Chen Shu nodded with a smile.
Shen Yan shook her head slightly. No, today is our first date, so I should treat you.
I can't let you pay for everything. I didn't buy anything, didn't you pay for everything? That makes sense. Then you can treat us when we go to the movies tonight.
Ajk. Chen Shu gave a wry smile. This was supposed to be a date, such a great opportunity to get tons of system coins, but all I did was buy 2 movie tickets. At this moment, Chen Shu noticed a hint of displeasure in Shen Yan's beautiful peach blossom eyes.
What's wrong? You're not allowed to swear or use foul language casually. Chen Shu understood. Okay, I got it. But Shen Yan, we've been best friends for a lifetime. You're not my mom. Aren't you being a bit too nosy? Guess why getting married is called getting a bride. Xinyan asked smugly. Wow. This is incredible. You're even calling yourself my wife now, huh? Fine. I'll make you my empress from now on.
They walked for a while, chatting and laughing, but just as they turned a corner, Chen Shu spotted a familiar figure.
Chen Shu was stunned. Wasn't that Wu Zihao? Why was he with another woman?
He was holding flowers and carrying shopping bags, looking every bit the lackey and sycophant. Chen Shu realized that things were not simple. He guessed that either Wu Zihao was too timing, or he had broken up with Xia Baiwei.
But it doesn't matter anymore.
I'll just enjoy my life of luxury as I please.
Why should I care about them?
The girl Wu Zihao is pursuing is quite pretty and has a great figure.
She's a campus beauty.
Although they are both school beauties, Xinyan's looks and figure are in a class of their own. She is a pure stat monster, has a model-like face, and has the temperament of a white moonlight. That girl is about as pretty as Luo Yao, her junior sister. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call her the school beauty.
And she's also very pretty.
I guess she's about the same age as junior sister Ya Yao, a freshman, around 18 or 19.
But he's taller, even taller than Xinyan, who is 172 centimeters. Wow, those long legs are amazing. What? You're not even blinking? You've taken a fancy to that young lady?
Hearing Xinyan's jealous tone, Chen Shu uttered an and asked, "What little girl?"
Oh. You mean the girl next to that guy? Xinyan paused, then asked blankly, "You're looking at men, not beautiful women?"
Chen Shu, you're not bisexual, are you? Xinyan's alluring peach blossom eyes revealed a look of worry. Chen Shu rolled her eyes at her speechlessly. If I were bisexual, Yuan would have been mine long ago, and you wouldn't even have a chance. Xinyan found herself speechless.
So, why were you staring at that man? We know each other. We're both from the same university, and we interned at the same company before.
Oh. Xinyan pouted and puffed out her cheeks, no longer dwelling on the topic.
There are two sides to the story.
Wu Zihao was terrified because Chen Shu had publicly exposed his and his father's past, which led the group headquarters to send people to investigate the two. In the end, Wu Zihao's mother stepped in and used her connections to get a big shot at the group headquarters to suppress the matter. This is how Wu Zihao and Wu Jianhong escaped a disaster. However, both of them agreed that it was because of Xia Baiwei that they had provoked Chen Shu and gotten themselves into big trouble. Therefore, Wu Zihao immediately dumped Xia Baiwei, and Wu Jianhong also swiftly dismissed Xia Baiwei, making her a scapegoat. Meanwhile, Wu Zihao's mother forced her best friend's daughter to marry her son. Wu Zihao was initially unhappy, complaining that his mother was worrying unnecessarily. But the moment he saw Li Ruoshi, he immediately forgot all the women he had ever dated before. That face, that figure. Especially her long legs, absolutely stunning. Wu Zihao immediately transformed into a fawning sycophant, chasing after Li Ruoshi, shopping and buying her all sorts of things.
Ruoshi, why are you not leaving? What are you looking at?
Li Ruoshi didn't speak, but frowned and stared sharply at Xinyan, who was walking towards her across the street. Wu Zihao followed Li Ruoshi's gaze, but the person who came into view was Chen Shu.
Holy crap! What a twist of fate! But wait! Li Ruoshi stared at Chen Shu. What was she doing? Did she know Chen Shu? Did the two have some past connection? No way! Didn't Auntie say that Li Ruoshi had never been in a relationship? Ruoshi, do you know him? Wu Zihao asked nervously.
Unable to contain her anger, Li Ruoshi gritted her teeth and said, I know her.
I know her all too well.
Even if she were reduced to ashes, I would still recognize her. Li Ruoshi and Xinyan had never actually interacted face to face, and Xinyan didn't even know her. However, she hated Xinyan's nickname, the most beautiful campus belle in the university town, to the core. What she hated most was that Xinyan, the most beautiful campus belle in the university town in the eyes of the male students at the dance academy, actually had the highest looks. Even Li Ruoshi, the proud campus belle of the dance academy, had to admit that Xinyan was a pure numerical monster with a model-like face. Her face is flawless from every angle. From the moment she entered university, Li Ruoshi often looked at the photos of Xinyan that she had secretly taken, admiring her stunningly beautiful face. So much so that even now, with Xinyan wearing a mask and hat, only revealing her eyes and forehead, Li Ruoshi could still recognize her. Wu Zihao was stunned when he heard Li Ruoshi's answer.
What's going on? Even if Chen Shu were reduced to ashes, you would still recognize her? Why does it feel like Li Ruoshi hates Chen Shu with a passion that's practically clenched in her teeth? It's like the kind of pain you feel when you tear a scumbag apart? Could it be that they really had some kind of heart-wrenching love affair before? You bastard Chen Shu. You used to pretend to be a pure and loving god of war, but I never expected you to be a two-timing scumbag. Wu Zihao felt a surge of hatred when he thought of this. Looking at the girl next to Chen Shu, even though she was wearing a mask and hat, her figure and her cool and pure temperament made her look like a great beauty. Oh shit. Why? Why are all the beautiful women snatched away by that bitch Chen Shu? Wu Zihao stared intently at Chen Shu, burning with jealousy and so angry he felt like he was grinding his teeth to powder. When Chen Shu and Shen Yan completely ignored them, their figures disappeared around a corner. Wu Zihao then withdrew his vengeful gaze at Chen Shu and instead said with a smile, Ruoshi, don't be angry, calm down. He's not worth getting angry over. Come on, I'll take you to see a movie. Not worth it? Ha! Li Ruoshi laughed in anger, her voice filled with displeasure and resentment. She said angrily, Wu Zihao, are you questioning my taste? Questioning my aesthetic sense? Let me tell you, she's absolutely worth it. If you want to see a movie, go see it yourself. I'm not in the mood. After saying that, Li Ruoshi snatched the luxury shopping bag from Wu Zihao's hand and turned to leave. He didn't even look back. Staring at Li Ruoshi's resolute retreating figure, Wu Zihao was bewildered. Holy crap! What's going on? Li Ruoshi, what exactly did that heartless Chen Shu do to you? The worst possible scenario flashed through Wu Zihao's mind, and he felt as if his heart was breaking. I'm so frustrated. Does being handsome mean you can do whatever you want? After all these years, I finally fell for someone, but God treated me like this. Wu Zihao looked up at the sky and let out a long roar in his heart. No! Snowflakes are falling, the north wind is howling, and the world is a vast expanse of white. A perfectly fitting background music drifted out from a store. Chapter 24 Plastic Best Friendship. The ticket hall of the IMAX cinema is bustling with people. Chen Shu bought 2 movie tickets at the ticket machine and waited for Shen Yan to go to the restroom. On WeChat, Chen Shu, a master of time management, took a moment to reply to Jiang Lianyi's message. Jiang Lianyi asked, Chen Shu, can you do me a favor? My family has a villa that we need to sell urgently. You must know a lot of top-tier wealthy people. Could you introduce someone to take over the property? Chen Shu replied, take over? Take over yours? Pretty much. It's a joint property owned by me, my older brother, my parents, and myself. Specifically? Let me show you videos and photos of my villa and its property certificate. Chen Shu clicked on it and took a look. Her first thought was, holy crap. It's so big. This renovation is outrageously luxurious. Poverty limits our imagination. Chen Shu asked, how much? The price may be a little high. It has a private garden, covers an area of 1,800 square meters, and is a 3-story villa with a basement. The whole house is fully renovated and is 95% new. The total building area is 1,200 square meters. The market price is around 60 million, but I also know that assets sold urgently will definitely be discounted. I can negotiate around 50 million. Chen Shu, do you know if you can introduce someone to take over? Chen Shu asked, what does 95 new mean? That means only my housekeeper and I lived in this villa for half a year, so it's practically brand new. Chen Shu jokingly replied, okay, I'll take over the house and the people. Chen Shu, please don't tease me. I'm really begging you for help this time. My family urgently needs money. Besides, I'm practically brand new, what are you going to do with this? I'm not kidding, this villa is great, I want it. Chen Shu thought to herself, I've never lived in a villa before. I'd like to experience what it's like to live in a villa. Besides, it's worth around 60 million, and who knows, it might even drop system gold coins. It's okay if we can't get any gold coins. We still have over 142 million in our account, so we can pay out of our own pockets. And it's not far from Shida University? Didn't Shen Yan get a guaranteed admission to Shida University for graduate studies? From now on, Yin Yan won't have to live in the dorm anymore, and she can live with us instead, right? From then on, the emperor no longer held morning court. Chen Shu was making all sorts of plans. At this moment, Jiang Lianyi, who was staying in a detached villa near Shida University, was stunned. Didn't Chen Shu just buy a 299 square meter apartment? It's only been a few days? And he's already bought a big villa? And it's worth 50 or 60 million. He just took over the property like that? Doesn't he know that housing prices are declining right now? To dare to spend money like that, what kind of family does he come from? What's he after? A series of questions popped into Jiang Lianyi's mind. Really? Qinshu, you're not just making fun of me? More real than pearls. Remember, I want the whole thing, house and people. Okay, but I'll have to re-evaluate the price. Jiang Lianyi replied with a smile, her mind racing with thoughts. Could Qinshu have done this for me? This is no small sum, it's 50 or 60 million. Qinshu spent a fortune again, it must be for me. It seems that this is the only reason. Only if Qinshu is after me can this all make sense. This little guy is really straightforward, he wants them all? Jiang Lianyi took Qinshu's joke as a confession, and a charming blush immediately appeared on her beautiful face. My heart is practically flying to Qinshu. Right now, at the movie theater. Unexpectedly, Qinshu, who was teasing Jiang Lianyi from behind his back, suddenly heard a voice calling his name. Qinshu, are you alone? ?
The moment Qinshu heard that voice, she felt completely terrified.
He looked up and laughed in anger. Damn it! How come I keep running into Xia Baiwei no matter where I go? Qinshu chuckled and continued playing on her phone.
Xia Baiwei could tell that Qinshu didn't want to pay any attention to her, and she felt extremely uncomfortable, as if her heart was being stabbed. But after being abandoned by that scumbag Wu Zihao, Xia Baiwei, now alone and helpless in Chengdu, belatedly realized how lucky she had been when Qinshu had doted on her. Qinshu is the man who truly loves her. But he was so stupid as to destroy it all with his own hands.
Xia Baiwei, you're so stupid. You're such a stupid idiot, you could be in a museum.
Xia Baiwei cursed herself in her heart. But she felt that since Qinshu didn't have a girlfriend yet, she still had a chance to rekindle their relationship. Regardless, I must try my best to repair the relationship between the two of them.
Qinshu, let me watch a movie with you. Are you sick? I'm going to the movies, why do I need you to come with me? Qinshu said coldly. Xia Baiwei's words were filled with pleading and expectation. You must be bored watching a movie alone. I'm alone too, let's go together, just like we used to do on dates. Are you crazy? Qinshu was speechless. Who the hell told you I'm a person? 2 tickets, can't you count?
The moment Xia Baiwei saw the 2 movie tickets in Qinshu's hand, her heart jumped into her throat.
Is Qinshu on a date? Does he have a girlfriend? Who are you watching the movie with? None of your business, get lost.
Qinshu said impatiently. I was in a great mood today on a date with Xinyan, but then I ran into this humanoid thing.
What a buzzkill. Upon hearing this, Xia Baiwei became anxious and aggrieved. Qinshu, I know I was wrong before, but no one is perfect, can't you forgive me just this once? Forgiving you is God's business.
Not sending you to meet God is already more than enough of my kindness.
Are you still angry with me? Because of what happened when I went on that business trip with Wu Zihao last time?
Qinshu felt disgusted and nauseous.
She clasped her hands together and said, Xia Baiwei, I'll say it again, we're over. Please don't bother me anymore, okay? I'll thank your ancestors for 18 generations. No, I do not.
As Xia Baiwei spoke, tears streamed down her face, and she even hugged Qinshu in front of everyone.
They held on tightly. Qinshu, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong.
Believe me, it really was just that one time. I'll never make the same mistake again.
Get out. Let go. I won't let go. Xia Baiwei burst into tears instantly, clinging tightly to Qinshu with all her might. He didn't move. He didn't move. He really didn't move. Xia Baiwei's commotion drew the attention of everyone in the ticket hall. Qinshu was extremely embarrassed and also became anxious.
She forcefully pried Xia Baiwei's hand away and shoved her back without any politeness.
Qinshu angrily retorted, Get the hell out of here. I ended things with you a long time ago. I don't want to see you again. Get out. No, no.
Xia Baiwei collapsed to the ground, shaking her head and crying incessantly, which annoyed Qinshu more and more.
You're not leaving, huh? Fine, I'm leaving.
Qinshu lost all interest in watching the movie and turned to walk outside, only to run into Xinyan, a mere bystander.
Stop looking, let's go.
Qinshu paused for 2 seconds, then took Xinyan's fair and delicate hand.
Xinyan shook her head. Wait a minute. What are you doing? Wait a minute, honey. Question mark. Shen Shu was confused. Huh? What did you call me? Soon, Shen Shu realized that Xinyan was trying to embolden Xia Baiwei. But is that really necessary? Xinyan looked at Xia Baiwei and smiled gently, her bright and charming eyes full of laughter. Xia Baiwei, right? Who are you?
Xia Baiwei looked at Xinyan, who was being led by the hand by Chen Shu and calling him husband, with great vigilance. Although only her eyes were visible, Xia Baiwei could still feel the killer power of the other person's good looks.
Xinyan didn't answer, but simply said, "Thank you." Thank me? What are you thanking me for?
Thank you for breaking up with him, which gave me the opportunity to meet such a wonderful guy.
Xia Baiwei's pupils dilated in shock.
Xinyan stabbed Xia Baiwei in the heart, then hugged Chen Shu's arm and said happily, "Husband, let's go home."
Good. Chen Shu, in a cheerful mood, put her hands in her pockets and said, "Baby, is there anything else you want to buy?"
Your husband will buy it for you, just use your husband's card.
Okay, thank you, honey. But right now, I actually do have something I want to buy.
Xinyan cooperated with Chen Shu, while also enjoying this intimate moment of affection. It was as if the two were truly a legally married couple.
After the two left the movie theater, they continued their conversation. Chen Shu asked, "Baby, what do you want to buy?"
Xinyan blushed for a moment, then murmured softly, "Sanitary napkins."
Chen Shu immediately stopped laughing. Didn't we agree that after the date, we could get down to business? Holy crap!
Chen Shu wanted to cry but had no tears. Seeing Chen Shu's pitiful look, Xinyan was even happier.
How adorable Chen Shu is! Honey, your baby didn't do it on purpose. Please bear with it and wait a few more days.
It's all right, baby, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Upon hearing this, Xinyan was the one who wanted to cry but had no tears left, and the smile on her face was transferred to Chen Shu's face at the same time.
Xinyan gave a reproachful and coquettish laugh, "You big pervert." Chen Shu asked warily, "Oh no, you're not going to bite me, are you?"
Xinyan gave a soft snort, hugged Chen Shu's arm, and looked arrogant.
"I'll bite you again when I get back."
At this moment, in the movie theater ticket hall, Xia Baiwei was heartbroken, like a concubine who had been banished to the cold palace for many years, utterly dejected.
They've completely lost their energy and spirit.
When Wei Donghui returned from the bathroom and saw her best friend in this state, she immediately went over to support her.
Wei, what's wrong?" Xia Baiwei sobbed, "Chen Shu, I just ran into Chen Shu." Isn't this a good thing? Wei Donghui used to hate Chen Shu, thinking he was a poor loser who didn't deserve to live.
However, after confirming that Chen Shu was indeed a wealthy person, she immediately changed her opinion of him.
My views and attitudes have all changed. What's so good about it? Chen Shu already has a girlfriend. What? So fast? Could it be that Luo Yao?
Wei Donghui exclaimed in surprise.
Isn't Chen Shu a simp? Shouldn't he be devoted? He only broke up with Xia Baiwei a few days ago, and he's already dating someone else? It wasn't Luo Yao, it was another woman, and she even called him husband. Well.
Wei Donghui was dumbfounded, but soon, she realized something. Chen Shu is driving a Maybach now, so it's no wonder that many women are throwing themselves at him. Wei, maybe that woman is just a vixen outside, and you are Chen Shu's first love. Besides, it might not be a coincidence that you two met today.
Maybe Chen Shu hired an actor to deliberately annoy you. You know, it's hard to predict the temper and preferences of rich people.
Hearing Wei Donghui's words, Xia Baiwei felt even more upset.
Yes, I was the one who arrived first. Why? Why did I lose everything just because I made one wrong move?
Xia Baiwei shifted all the blame onto Wei Donghui.
That's right. If she hadn't been constantly stirring things up, I wouldn't have succumbed to temptation. It's all Wei Donghui's fault. It's all because of you. What? Why because of me? Wei Donghui was stunned. Xia Baiwei gritted her teeth and said, "If it weren't for you, constantly stirring up trouble between Chen Shu and me, we would still be a couple, happily married. But you ruined all of that. Wei Donghui, I hate you."
Xia Baiwei and Wei Donghui had a falling out, and she ran away crying.
Wei Donghui stood there dumbfounded. Hate me? Ha, you idiot. Xia Baiwei, you're in someone else's bed, did I push you there? You shameless woman, how dare you blame me? Shameless.
The next day, the sun was high in the sky. Shen Shu changed into the clothes, shoes, and sunglasses that Xin Yan had bought for her, and looked at herself in the mirror.
He's really handsome. That's why they say a girlfriend is a man's best fashion designer. Baby, I'm going out. Okay, drive slowly and be careful. I'm going to sleep a little longer. A lazy voice drifted gently from the big bed. Chen Shu was reluctant to part with her baby. He returned to the bedside, leaned down, and kissed Xin Yan's cheek.
Chen Shu asked with a smile, I'm not spending today with you.
What are you planning to do? Go back to school.
Xin Yan wrapped her fair hand around Chen Shu's neck and rubbed her head against her good friend's chest muscles. However, before going back to school, I plan to go to the hospital first.
Go to the hospital? Why?
Chen Shu asked with concern. Xin Yan suddenly opened her beautiful peach blossom eyes, her eyes filled with a hint of anger.
Wash. Stomach. Well.
Chen Shu felt awkward for a few seconds, then smiled and explained, Baby, you don't understand. Actually, the ingredients are all water, fructose, protein, enzymes, and inorganic salts. Not only are they rich in nutrients, but they are also all essential for the human body.
Xin Yan laughed in exasperation. Do you want me to eat 3 meals a day? That's fine too. Go to hell.
Xin Yan lifted Chen Shu's wrist and bit down on it without any mercy. Unlike the first 1 or 2 times she bit Chen Shu, this time Xin Yan's bite was quite light, feeling like a mere scratch.
Chen Shu knew that Xin Yan couldn't bear to part with him. Noticing Chen Shu's gentle gaze fixed on her, Xin Yan blushed and said, weren't you about to go out? Call me husband and I'll leave.
Chen Shu was also reluctant to part with Xin Yan.
A beauty enters his arms. Xin Yan puffed out her cheeks, no. Calling me dad is fine too. Don't want. Then, how can we show that we've been best friends for life? Chen Shu pretended to ponder. Xin Yan asked in confusion, even after all that, isn't it evident? Chen Shu shook her head, not enough. Question mark. I've got it. Suddenly, Chen Shu had a flash of inspiration and his gaze locked onto Xin Yan's fair neck. Xin Yan recoiled in shock, question mark.
Then, for the next few minutes, the couple playfully wrestled.
Chen Shu finally went out.
Xin Yan covered the several red marks on both sides of her fair neck, feeling like crying but unable to shed a tear.
It's so hot these days, I can't possibly keep wearing a turtleneck, can I? How can I face people? Xin Yan felt both miserable and sweet.
As a campus beauty experiencing her first love, she couldn't escape the saying, a young girl's heart is always filled with love. Before long, Xin Yan continued to catch up on her sleep at the hotel. Meanwhile, Chen Shu drove his Maybach S680 towards a villa community near Shida University.
Chapter 25, You Can Hold 2 Gold Bricks. Half an hour later. Chen Shu arrived at Zhang Lianyi's villa and parked the car in the yard.
After getting out of the car, Chen Shu pulled her sunglasses down to her nose, slowly scanning her surroundings, and exclaimed in surprise.
1,800 square meters? You and a nanny live in such a big place? Zhang Lianyi, do you even understand what you're doing here? Put.
Zhang Lianyi couldn't help but chuckle and said with a smile, Young Master Chen, no matter how big my place is, it can't compare to your home.
Zhang Lianyi thought to herself, a rich young master like Chen Shu probably owns a house in a private estate. The land area is calculated in acres. Chen Shu laughed it off and said, Is it just the two of us talking today? Will that count? What about your brother and your parents? Let us talk between the two of us. Our family trusts you. Once we reached an agreement, it's settled.
Also, my dad and brother are at the company handling some business, and my mom is inside, cooking with Sister Liang, especially for you.
Oh ho ho, I'm really honored.
Chen Shu was polite for a moment, then asked, Let's talk about it.
What's the cost price of this villa?
We bought here a long time ago, but the renovation took many years. My sister Liang and I have only been living here for 6 months.
Stop. State the price. Zhang Lianyi was speechless.
She noticed that Chen Shu wasn't in a hurry to spend the money. On the contrary, he seemed more eager to spend it.
What, am I not more attractive than money? More alluring?
The bare house cost 45 million, the renovation cost 30 million, and the total cost was 75 million.
When Zhang Lianyi made the offer, her heart was bleeding.
The house, which cost 75 million, could only be sold for a little over 50 million.
We've lost so much money. Chen Shu nodded, understanding dawning on her, your family is quite wealthy. Stop making fun of me, okay? My family still has over 10 million yuan in mortgage payments on this house. Hearing this, Chen Shu was stunned. What do you mean? Miss Jiang, your family is so rich, why do you need a loan to buy a house? Ha, how many wealthy families have you met that don't have loans or debts? Zhang Liani laughed in exasperation, but at the same time, she became more suspicious and casually inquired, don't tell me you don't have one at home? Chen Shu shrugged and spread his hands, saying, I really don't have any at home. Question mark. My dad taught me from a young age that we should only do what we have the money for, so my family has never gone into debt. Hearing Chen Shu's casual remark, Zhang Liani's heart was filled with turmoil. No way? Chen Shu's family has no debt? Not a single penny of debt? What kind of family is this? You're a cash king. Zhang Liani pondered that Chen Shu's family must be old money, perhaps even a family of returned overseas Chinese. The kind of wealth that has lasted for countless generations. Come on, show me around, Chen Shu said, gesturing with her chin. Okay. Zhang Liani snapped out of her daze, gave an awkward smile, and led Chen Shu into the villa. The house is ridiculously large, 1,200 square meters, 3 floors above ground and 1 floor below ground. The basement houses a wine cellar, a karaoke room, and a gym. The villa also has a dedicated elevator that goes directly to the 4th floor. The interior design leans towards a modern style, but the materials, design, chandeliers, and furniture all exude extravagance. Chen Shu had only seen it on Douyin before. Damn it! I hate rich people. No, we're rich now. What extravagance! We're just an ordinary family, our house is just a little bigger. After a quick look around, I returned to the lobby on the 1st floor. Chen Shu saw Zhang Liani's mother, dressed in fine clothes, with a large gemstone necklace around her neck. Her style was a bit rustic, but considering she was over 60 years old, it made sense. Hello, Auntie. Chen Shu nodded and greeted her. Hello. Wei Lingjun asked with a kind smile, you must be Chen Shu, the young master Chen that Liani often mentions at home? Zhang Liani was stunned. Mom, when did I start mentioning him so often at home? Wei Lingjun said unhappily, how can it not be? You even mention Chen Shu when you're eating. I didn't. Mom, don't talk nonsense. Zhang Liani got anxious. Mom, please don't tell everyone everything. I have my pride too, okay? Chen Shu was secretly pleased and smiled, helping Zhang Liani out of the awkward situation by saying, Auntie, Liani and I are good friends. You can just call me Xiao Chun. Furthermore, we'll only talk about houses today, nothing else. Okay. Wei Lingjun nodded repeatedly, then asked, Xiao Chen, are you satisfied with our house? Satisfied, extremely satisfied, I bought it. Wei Lingjun and Zhang Liani were both stunned. What? You've already decided to buy it? Are you some kind of quick draw expert? Chen Shu, won't you reconsider? Miss Zhang, this isn't the first time you've done this. Question mark. Ahem. I mean, this isn't the first time you've accompanied me to buy a house. When I buy things, I'm all about speed and efficiency. That's true. Zhang Liani gave a wry smile. She had never seen anyone like Chen Shu who bought luxury homes like they were buying cabbages. I don't understand the world of the super rich. Chen Shu smiled, with a hint of teasing, and joked, also, Miss Jiang, don't forget our agreement. An agreement? Zhang Liani thought for a moment and remembered, the house and the people? No, Chen Shu, are you serious? Thump thump thump. Zhang Liani's heart was pounding like a deer's, and her mind was racing with all sorts of thoughts. Chen Shu's method of directly throwing money around is a bit crude. But its strength lies in its sincerity and straightforwardness. It's not impossible, is it? You're so sincere. If you want it, I'll give it to you. However, I'll have to test your sincerity first. Zhang Liani made up her mind and said softly, okay, I remember. I won't stand on ceremony. The cost of this house is 75 million. Just pay me based on that cost. Liani, are you crazy? Wei Lingjun frowned and reprimanded her sternly. Then, Wei Lingjun pulled her daughter aside and whispered. Liani, are you crazy? These days, how can you sell a house without losing money? Especially since we're in a hurry to sell. How can you raise the price like this? And so high? You'd be lucky to sell it for 50 million.
Oh, Mom, I was just joking with him, Zhang Liani explained. In her mind, she estimated that, for her sake, if Chen Shu could give her a house worth around 50 million yuan on the market, it would mean that she held a place in his heart.
Have you all come to an agreement?
Chen Shu asked after a while.
We've reached an agreement, Xiao Chen.
What price do you want to offer? The old lady asked with a smile.
Chen Shu nodded to Zhang Liani with his chin and said casually, let's do as our young lady said, 75 million, deal? Wei Lingzhen and Zhang Liani were dumbfounded again. A house that can be bought for around 50 million, and he's offering 75 million? Are you kidding me?
Zhang Liani simply couldn't bring herself to cheat Chen Shu out of so much money.
She said, Chen Shu, this house is worth around 55 million on the market, and you're offering 75 million? Isn't that a bit too much?
The old lady was skeptical and asked,
Xiao Chen, this is 75 million, are you sure you're not joking?
Well. After thinking about it for a moment, Chen Shu realized that the price was indeed a bit too high, by 20 million.
If the system doesn't give out the reward, then I'll be the one who loses my own money. 20 million is too much. Chen Shu said, that makes sense. Let's settle on 65 million then, okay? Really? Are you sure? Miss, stop hesitating. If you agree, I'll transfer the money right away. If not, then forget it, I'm leaving.
Once Chen Shu has made up her mind about what to buy, she likes to act decisively and quickly.
Zhang Liani was completely baffled by Chen Shu. In Chen Shu's mind, am I that valuable?
The premium was between 10 million and 15 million.
I hesitated for a moment, and he got anxious? Zhang Liani was deeply moved.
When her beautiful, large eyes looked at Chen Shu, they were filled with affection. Zhang Liani was captivated by Chen Shu's dashing spending on her time and time again. At this moment, Wei Lingzhen stopped Chen Shu, who was about to leave. No.
Xiao Chen, please wait. Agreed, sell. How could our family disagree? However, I need to tell Liani's father and older brother first. Okay. Not long after, Wei Lingzhen told her husband and son about it.
The Jiang family father and son were both more or less surprised when they heard the news that Chen Shu spent 65 million to buy a house. This is 15 million more than the expected 50 million. Xiao Chen, Lao Jiang and Chu Hao have no objections, we all agree, and we can sign the contract today.
Okay, give me a bank account number, I'll transfer the money. So urgent? Well, it's alright, I'm a person who values efficiency.
Chen Shu smiled sheepishly.
How could I not be anxious?
I'm waiting to see if the system will give me a huge reward.
That's 65 million. If the reward explodes, I'll make a fortune. If it doesn't, all 65 million will be my money.
Wei Lingzhen looked at Chen Shu with admiration and said with a smile, just by looking at you, Chen, you are a person who values execution. Your parents have raised you to be so outstanding, which is worthy of my respect and learning.
Xiao Chen, what do your parents do? Well.
Chen Shu hesitated for a moment. In the past, when someone asked him a similar question, his inferiority complex and vanity would make him embarrassed to answer and he would avoid answering.
But now that we have money and confidence, what can they do even if we tell others?
Now it's not my family supporting me, but me supporting my family.
What's wrong? Is it inconvenient to tell me? Wei Lingzhen smiled apologetically. It was Auntie who misspoke and asked too much. No, there's nothing inconvenient to disclose.
Chen Shu waved her hand, smiled easily, and explained, my dad works on construction sites, building houses.
He works under the sun and in the rain every day, it's very hard work.
My mom sells fish, and it's not easy for her either.
But they will always be my pride.
After hearing Chen Shu's frank words, Wei Lingzhen and Zhang Liani both suddenly understood. The mother and daughter both realized that Chen Shu's parents were both big bosses. His father is a real estate developer, so his business must be very large, and his mother is also a giant in the seafood industry. It's probably about the same size as Zhangzidao Island.
Billions? Tens of billions?
One business is on land, and the other is on the sea. Chen Shu's family has a presence in both land, sea, and air.
If he's not rich, who is? He's just being arrogant. Around noon,
Zhang Liani's father, Zhang Qingsong, and her elder brother, Zhang Chuheo, also visited the Peach Blossom Spring Villa district.
I brought the contract.
Upon meeting, Zhang Chuheo introduced the two parties. Jiang Qingsong scrutinized Chen Shu for a long time before finally sighing.
Xiao Chen, you're so young. Ha, uncle, I'm already 22, not so young anymore. 22 is great.
You're only 6 years younger than my Leonie. As the saying goes, a woman 3 years older than her husband is like holding a gold brick.
You're lucky you'll be holding 2 gold bricks in the future. Chen Shu was stunned. What did that mean? Did they really think of me as their son-in-law?
Chen Shu glanced at Jiang Liani again, at her face that could shame the moon and flowers, and her figure that could get you a 40% discount on shopping.
Wow, that's amazing.
Well then, I'll just have to accept this loss.
We're all friends. We've been best friends for a lifetime.
Jiang Liani blushed and scolded, Dad,
what nonsense are you talking about?
I'm only 27, not even 28 yet.
They're pretty much the same, anyway, they're quite a good match for Xiao Chen. Jiang Qingsong chuckled as he pointed out the potential couple.
He had known for a long time that the group's financial situation was in dire straits. It would take a large sum of money to preserve the business that the Jiang family had worked so hard to build over 2 generations. Aside from luring some private equity firms to become shareholders and creditors, the best way is to arrange a business marriage for Jiang Liani, so that she can work with her future in-laws to develop the group. Therefore, the first thing Jiang Qingsong thought of was to have Pang Juanhao return from the United States, hoping that he and Jiang Liani could develop their relationship. Despite Pang Juanhao's notorious reputation, which is notorious, he not only throws parties abroad, but also sleeps with black women and fathers an illegitimate child who is of mixed Asian and black descent. They're utterly beasts. But only the Pang family is most likely to provide the funds to save the Jiang family's business. Pushing Liani out for a marriage alliance is a last resort. Especially recently, creditors and shareholders have been withdrawing their investments. She even considered forcing her daughter to marry Pang Juanhao.
They should start planning the wedding now.
But now, the arrival of the mysterious and unpredictable top-tier rich young master Chen Shu has given Jiang Qingsong another hope. He's tall and handsome, and comes from a wealthy family.
Moreover, it doesn't have any messy or scandalous rumors, it's presentable.
Whether you do it or not is one thing, but if you spread it and ruin your reputation, that's another matter entirely. Jiang Qingsong has a very open-minded view of relationships and romantic feelings. He always prioritizes self-interest over emotions. But as a father, he also hopes that his daughter can find someone relatively better. Chen Shu, however, is not just a relatively better marriage prospect.
He's a man who can easily outshine all the rich kids in Chengdu. This is how a child should be born. At this moment, Chen Shu suggested, how about we sign the contract first? After the payment is made, we can have dinner? That works too.
Jiang Qingsong said with a forced smile. Not long after, Chen Shu signed a contract with the 4 members of the Jiang family and immediately transferred 65 million yuan to Jiang Liani's bank card. When the funds arrived, the Jiang family felt a huge weight lifted from their shoulders. With this 50 million yuan in cash reserves, although it cannot solve the company's debt problem, it can at least ease things up a bit. Meanwhile, judging from Chen Shu's aura of buying a villa for 65 million yuan as casually as buying cabbage, Jiang Qingsong and others were even more convinced that Chen Shu's wealth and background were beyond their reach. But the higher and more unattainable something is, the more our family must climb up that big tree. The host, following their heart, purchased a 1,800 square meter mansion with a building area of 1,200 square meters in the Peach Blossom Spring Villa district to satisfy their desire for luxury villas, spending 65 million yuan. The host is rewarded with a 5-fold return, amounting to 325 million yuan. The beautiful sound rang out again. Chen Shu calculated that he made a net profit of 260 million.
Holy crap! So funny.
Chen Shu felt incredibly pleased as he watched his bank card balance soar to 402.9 million yuan. The thrill of making money is so exhilarating, it goes straight to the top of my head.
Chapter 26 God or Loser, it's all about relativity.
At lunch today, Chen Shu, the wealthy patron's son-in-law, was undoubtedly the center of attention.
Jiang Qingsong, Wei Lingjun, and Jiang Choheo would all praise Chen Shu after eating a bite of food.
While Jiang Liani felt that her parents and older brother had gone too far, she still served Chen Shu a lot of food. Chen Shu tasted all the dishes today and praised, Auntie, Sister Liang, your cooking skills are really good. Especially the mapo tofu, spicy chicken, braised lion's head meatballs, and kung pao chicken, they were so delicious.
They were exactly to my taste.
Wei Lingjun and the nanny, Sister Liang, both smiled awkwardly.
Chen Shu asked in confusion, what's wrong?
The old lady, Wei Lingjun, said somewhat embarrassedly. These dishes were all made by Xiao Liang. Chen Shu was taken aback, and also felt a little embarrassed.
It's better not to comment at all.
However, these high-quality nannies are different. They are similar to good marriage partners and are not available on the market.
At this moment, Jiang Qingsan laughed heartily and changed the subject, saying, Xiao Chen, after you graduate from university, will you still stay in Chengdu to develop your career? Chen Shu nodded. Of course, Chengdu is my second hometown. Jiang Qingsan was very satisfied and then asked, have you ever thought about investing in some businesses in Chengdu? I currently own some businesses in Chengdu, but not many.
Chen Shu thought to himself, we gave Feng Go and Dahua 5 million yuan to start an MCN, which can be considered one of our family's businesses.
I see.
Jiang Qingsan paused, then revealed his true intentions with a smile and asked, Little Chen, our family has several very good projects. These projects are all mature and have great potential.
Would you be interested in considering an investment? Question mark. Chen Shu paused for 2 seconds, then asked, what project?
Real estate related, including shopping malls, hotels.
Stop.
Chen Shu stopped Jiang Qingsan's introduction, shook her head, and politely declined with a smile. Uncle, let's skip anything related to real estate.
He muttered to himself, what year is this? Still getting into real estate? Do they think they're not losing money fast enough already? And they say the project is mature? It's overly mature. Great potential? More like a cemetery. Do you think I'm a sucker? Moreover, investing is not consumption, so the system won't give out rewards.
Every penny spent is my hard-earned money.
Seeing Chen Shu's reaction, Jiang Qingsan felt quite disappointed, but it was also within his expectations. Where are there so many people willing to take over real estate now?
The funds used to take over real estate projects are all in the hundreds of millions. This is even harder than taking on a woman who's been married 3 times and has 2 kids.
Moreover, Xiao Chen comes from a wealthy family, so his perception of industry trends is definitely more acute.
Zhang Liani gently dissuaded him, Dad, you're in too much of a hurry.
Isn't today a family dinner? What business are you talking about?
Yes, Dad, let's not talk about business today, let's just chat about family matters.
Zhang Chuheo spoke up to ease the atmosphere.
He also understood a principle. Although Chen Shu's family was very wealthy, they were not easy targets.
Is it possible to expect someone to take over a declining real estate business right from the start?
It would be better to let Liani cultivate a good relationship with Chen Shu first. Once the relationship between the two is established, bringing up money later will be a natural progression. Jiang Qingsan realized he had been abrupt and chuckled, Don't mind me, Xiao Chen, I was just saying it casually.
It's okay, I'm fine. Chen Shu smiled slightly, but muttered to himself, is this supposed to be a family dinner? Why does it feel like a trap? We can talk about feelings, okay? But talking about money? Absolutely not. After lunch, I went to complete the transfer procedures in the afternoon.
Chen Shu and Zhang Liani returned to the Peach Blossom Spring Villa area. Zhang Chuheo and his parents consciously took the nanny, Sister Liang, with them, just to create space for the two of them to spend time together.
Inside the huge detached villa, Chen Shu looked around and frowned, asking, didn't we agree that I would take the whole thing, house and people? Are you in such a hurry? A charming blush appeared on Jiang Liani's face. Chen Shu said earnestly, of course I'm anxious.
Upon hearing this, Jiang Liani's cheeks flushed instantly, her heart pounded, and she didn't know what to do. I told you this guy wasn't lustful, but it turns out he's quite the pervert.
At this moment, Chen Shu asked again, where is Sister Liang? Question mark. Jiang Liani asked in surprise, when you say the house and the people, you mean the nanny, not me? Chen Shu looked at her, rubbed his nose, and said with a smile, otherwise what?
Sister Liang's cooking suits my taste perfectly. As for you, Chen Shu glanced at Jiang Liani.
Is it pretty? It's all right. Please take your gaze away from my chest immediately. Jiang Liani didn't know whether to cry or laugh.
This guy was quite infuriating with his words, but his actions betrayed him.
But you're being way too honest.
They just stared at her intently, without even blinking.
They really didn't consider themselves outsiders. Jiang Liani asked, do you really want to eat it that much? Yes, I do. I'm talking about the dishes Sister Liang made. Jiang Liani glared angrily at Chen Shu.
Chen Shu then withdrew her gaze from Jiang Liani's 36E bust and cleared her throat.
He spoke with an air of righteous indignation, ahem. What I said makes sense. Otherwise, what do you think I wanted to eat?
Jiang Lian's tongue wasn't as sharp as Chen Shu's, and she couldn't win an argument with him. Although she lost the argument, Jiang Lian was still quite proud.
At least her charm had been recognized by Chen Shu, hadn't it? He's lusting after my body. Jiang Lian asked, Chen Shu, what would you like to eat tonight? You can cook? I won't. Then why don't you ask me something? I can't cook, but I can take you out to eat. It's my treat tonight. Jiang Lian smiled sweetly, and Chen Shu looked at her suspiciously, trying to seduce me? Jiang Lian was stunned. What did they mean by reversing the heavenly gang?
But considering that Chen Shu had spent over 10 million more on her, Jiang Lian nodded reluctantly.
She gritted her teeth, yes. Is that all right? Ha, woman. I considered you a lifelong friend, but I never expected you to try and seduce me. Seeing Chen Shu's feigned heartbreak, Jiang Lian was both angry and amused. Are you going to ask me out or not? About. How could Chen Shu possibly miss a date with Jiang Lian?
Mr. Kai has a famous saying, you need to practice dating.
How do you practice? Kill the ugly ones. If ugly people can be killed without hesitation, then what's more, this beauty in front of us has an amazing figure and looks. The process of dating is pretty much the same for everyone, consisting of shopping, entertainment, and dining. Jiang Lian bought a lot of things today.
But Chen Shu didn't expect that all the money was paid by Jiang Lian. Even the clothes, shoes, bags and gifts she bought for him were paid for by Miss Jiang.
They're all quite expensive. It's estimated that Jiang Lian spent over 200,000 yuan on the date. Is this what it feels like to be kept by a rich older woman? Cool. After the movie, shall we go home?
Jiang Lian asked with a smile as she walked side by side with Chen Shu in a shopping mall. Upon hearing this, Chen Shu's mind immediately raced, okay. After the date, the two of them should at least exchange some information. After glancing twice at Jiang Lian's amazing figure, Chen Shu was once again captivated by her magnificent bosom.
What does it mean to live life to the fullest? This is it. Isn't that Jiang Lian? It really is Miss Jiang. Brother, how come your childhood sweetheart and fiancé is with another man?
I bumped into Jiang Lian at the mall and saw her with that scoundrel from last time again.
Pang Juanhao was instantly filled with rage.
In particular, Pang Juanhao had already started bragging he claimed to his brothers that he was Jiang Lian's fiancé. They boasted that they would take it down sooner or later.
Seeing this scene, Pang Juanhao's face turned extremely ugly.
If I go to find Jiang Lian now, I'm afraid I'll be exposed and my boast will be punctured.
But if I don't go up, won't I be laughed at to death by these idiots around me? Holy crap! I'm in a dilemma. At this moment, Jiang Lian glanced over casually and exclaimed in surprise, Pang Juanhao?
Chen Shu looked in the direction of the sound and indeed saw Pang Juanhao.
Was this guy trying to kill me? Chen Shu was secretly pleased. I love the feeling of you disliking me but being unable to do anything about it.
When Chen Shu met Pang Juanhao's gaze, she casually put her arm around Jiang Lian's slender waist.
A beauty enters his arms. Jiang Lian was stunned for a few seconds.
Although she understood Chen Shu's intentions, she still couldn't help but feel her heart flutter.
She blushed. The way this guy asserts his dominance is so cool. So stylish.
Upon seeing this scene, Pang Juanhao's eyes, which had been filled with the cleaver just a second ago, instantly turned into one of utter astonishment. His cronies were also stunned.
He laughed gleefully. Holy crap! How gee, it's cold in the mall, wanna buy you a hat? Ha, Lao Xiao, listen up, our brother Hao likes green. Put. Two of the girls in their group also burst out laughing.
Pang Juanhao originally wanted to find an excuse to get away from this troublesome place as soon as possible, but he couldn't stand being ridiculed by his buddy. He couldn't bear to lose face.
Pang Juanhao stepped forward angrily and demanded, Jiang Lian. I'm asking you, who is this man? My fiancé. We are good friends.
As soon as Chen Shu and Jiang Lian finished speaking, they both looked at each other with a puzzled expression.
No, what about our chemistry? Question mark. Pang Juanhao was stunned, but even more furious. I'm asking you, who exactly is he? What is your relationship? Chen Shu smiled and interrupted Jiang Lian, her words sure to be startling. We've reached the bottom, so what do you think our relationship is? Jiang Lian was filled with questions.
But 2 seconds later, she realized what was happening, and her delicate, fair face visibly flushed red. Jiang Liani cursed Chen Shu fiercely in her heart. Little pervert. However, does this young lady still care about her reputation? So you've got it all figured out? Trying to make yourself look really capable, huh? Oh. At the same time, Jiang Liani also thought that her innocence had been ruined by Chen Shu's words. He must take responsibility for himself from now on. I've become attached to you, so don't blame me. Snort. Upon hearing Chen Shu's words, Pang Juanhao felt as if the sky had fallen. My Dao heart has shattered. The woman I've been longing for, I haven't even touched her finger, and you two are already at it? Pang Juanhao almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The others were also surprised. Brother Hao, they've already gone too far in front of you, you're not just going to let this go, are you? Yeah, Hao Ji, didn't you say Jiang Liani was your fiancé? This is a grudge of having your wife stolen. It's an irreconcilable hatred. Upon hearing this, Jiang Liani was momentarily stunned, then instantly became furious. Pang Juanhao, did you put your mouth and skin on backwards? All you ever say is farts. Give me back my fiancé? Ha, how dare you? All you do all day long is fantasize and spread rumors, right? Pang Juanhao, if you really have nothing better to do, you can go back to America and take care of your black kid. And you lot, don't spread rumors. Do you hear me? At this moment, Jiang Liani's spoiled and willful nature as a young lady was fully revealed, exuding an air of dominance. Several rich kids from Chengdu who grew up with her immediately chickened out. No, we wouldn't dare, the men said with awkward smiles. The girls didn't dare to utter a sound. Pang Juanhao was startled by this side of Jiang Liani, almost forgetting that this woman had been a spoiled princess since childhood. Damn it! They really don't give me any face at all. Liani, no matter what Pang Juanhao tried to save face. I don't care about your sister. Jiang Liani interrupted him, angrily warning, finally, Pang Juanhao, let me tell you, you'd better give up on me. I, Jiang Liani, would never marry you, not even if I were to marry a dog. Chen Shu, let's go. Chen Shu? As they walked out of the mall, Chen Shu said, no, Miss Jiang, you just accidentally hurt me. Is there? You called me a dog. Oh, that's about right. You guys with the surname Chen are a good match for dogs. Yes. I'm a perfect match for dogs. Jiang Liani? Inside the shopping mall. The wealthy young men, still shaken, only dared to speak after confirming that Jiang Liani had gone far away. Brother Pang, your fiancé has run off with another man. Brother Hao, they haven't gone far yet, aren't you going to go after them? Brother Zhao, you should say less. Brother Hao is in such a pitiful state. A rich second-generation girl also said sarcastically. Pang Juanhao was furious. He immediately turned hostile and roared, get out. All of you, get out of here. Typical impotent rage. The group walked and laughed, discussing amongst themselves. Look. He's getting anxious. How can I not be anxious? For a man, being cheated on is the greatest humiliation. But didn't Sister Liani clarify that she is not Pang Juanhao's fiancé at all? He's just being repressed. Pang Juanhao is just indulging in loser fantasies. He's still repressed? He's still a loser, a girl who frequents the circle of rich kids asked curiously. A wealthy friend explained in a very serious manner. Of course Pang Juanhao is not a loser when it comes to you guys. But when it comes to a goddess-level rich and beautiful woman like Jiang Liani, Pang Juanhao is just a complete loser. He can't have her, so how can he not feel repressed? Oh. The girl understood. This is relativity. Whether someone is a rich second-generation male god or a loser simp is relative. Pang Juanhao is a loser and a simp. If that's the case, then the handsome guy who was with Jiang Liani just now is definitely a 24K male god. Chapter 27 My biological mother must be my biological mother. Not watching the movie again? What do you mean by again? Shall we go straight home? Chen Shu was a scumbag for the first time and had no experience, so he felt a little guilty and quickly changed the subject. Yes. Jiang Liani nodded slightly, and at the same time took out her phone to turn on navigation for Chen Shu. Chen Shu was about to say that he knew the way, but then he suddenly looked around and asked in confusion. Where is this? My home, the place where my parents and brother live.
Upon hearing Jiang Lian's explanation, Chen Shu immediately became displeased and pouted. After our date, you told me you were going back to your own home?
It would have been better not to have made the appointment in the first place.
Jiang Lian saw through Chen Shu's thoughts and asked with a smile, are you in such a hurry?
Heh,
Why would I be in such a hurry? Chen Shu smiled easily, thinking to herself, if you don't cherish the opportunity, it's your loss. Why should I be in such a hurry? Yan Yan and Yao Yao are still in line.
Jiang Lian stretched out her slender, jade-like hand and touched Chen Shu's handsome cheek, looking at him with a charming and alluring gaze.
No rush is best. We should go on a few more dates, right? I'm not a casual person.
Upon hearing this, Chen Shu smiled.
Oh. Casual?
It just means you don't like it enough. Look at Xin Yan, who isn't after our money but our bodies, and who fell in love with us at first sight.
She's so aloof to outsiders, is she really that casual? But when it comes to us, Yan Yan is truly pure and innocent. My empress is still the best. Throughout the journey, Chen Shu barely paid any attention to Jiang Lian, which left Jiang Lian completely baffled. Is this guy really angry?
It seems a bit unreasonable for me to go home right after a date, since we're all adults. There are some things that both sides are well aware of.
But feelings need to be nurtured first, right?
Besides, you paid for all the expenses for today's date yourself, so you didn't lose out. After some internal struggle, Jiang Lian felt that she should give Chen Shu some compensation.
We parked the car outside the Jiang family villa. Arrive. I know. Aren't you going to see me off? It's just a few steps away. But I insist that you take me home. Right to my doorstep. Chen Shu was defeated by Jiang Lian's willfulness.
If he didn't give in to her, it would probably never end. After getting off the car, Chen Shu walked Jiang Lian a few steps away.
We arrived at the main entrance of the villa.
Jiang Lian turned around to face Chen Shu, smiled happily, and opened her fair arms.
Give me a hug. Question mark. While feeling puzzled, Chen Shu was unconsciously drawn in by Jiang Lian.
I hugged her. I can smell the fragrance of your shampoo amidst the swaying flowers.
It smells so good. So soft.
As expected of such amazing ripples.
Chen Shu hugged Jiang Lian tightly, unwilling to let go.
Jiang Lian was so angry at Chen Shu that she laughed.
Trying to take advantage of me, huh?
Never mind, consider it a reward.
After a long while, the two finally separated and embraced. Chen Shu, I was wrong today. I've thought about it, and I'll just leave the apology alone and give you some compensation instead. Sister Liang is mine now?
Jiang Lian was stunned for several seconds, then laughed angrily, you wish. Do you know that there's a saying circulating among the wealthy women in Chengdu, you can steal my husband, but you can't steal my nanny? Chen Shu rolled her eyes speechlessly.
Then what's the point of talking about compensation?
Jiang Lian gave a haughty tisk, but 2 seconds later, she mustered her courage and abandoned her reserve. She tiptoed and leaned in to touch her pink, red lips. Taking advantage of Chen Shu's inattention, she gave him a sudden, brief kiss. It was over in 3 seconds, leaving Chen Shu completely bewildered.
What happened?
Jiang Lian stepped back, her face as red as a monkey's bottom.
This is my first kiss. This is compensation for you. As if everyone's first kiss wasn't a first kiss. Chen Shuyi retorted righteously, Jiang Lian, you took advantage of me. Question mark. Jiang Lian was taken aback for a moment, then said irritably, bullshit. Do you think I'm some innocent college student who's so easy to fool? If this is your first kiss, even sows would line up to jump into the river.
Chen Shu didn't expect that this trick would work on the aloof school beauty and the innocent lowly, but failed to work on the mature older woman.
Sure enough, one monkey, one tethering method. Ahem.
Chen Shu cleared his throat and changed the subject, I've received the compensation.
It's getting late, so I should pack my bags and leave. Snap snap snap.
A few seconds later.
Jiang Lian looked ashamed and indignant. You can just walk away, but can't you at least pat your own butt? I couldn't help it.
Chen Shu gave an awkward smile, withdrew his groping hand, and argued, considerate interest on the compensation. While explaining, Chen Shu retreated back into the Maybach, quickly turned around, and sped away. Jiang Lian stood there watching the Maybach drive away, stomping her feet in anger.
That bastard, kissing and patting me, taking food and money, huh?
You just wait. On the villa's rooftop, Jang Choheo's wife marveled at the sight.
After being married into your family for so many years, this is the first time I've seen Leonie act so coquettishly.
Jang Choheo laughed heartily. One is a monkey, the other is a leash. Don't let Leonie's usual willful and capricious behavior fool you deep down. She likes Chen Shu, a free-spirited and somewhat unconventional man. If anyone else patted her butt like that, she would have ripped her skull off.
Ren Junchuang nodded, that's right. Other men wouldn't have the guts. As night fell, we returned to the Peach Blossom Spring Villa area.
Chen Shu lay in the brightly lit, luxuriously decorated detached villa, yet always felt a sense of emptiness.
I just don't feel right.
The house is too big, it needs more people to live there, so it'll feel lively.
Chen Shu sighed, recalling the scene of Jiang Lianyi's family during the day.
Chen Shu felt that she should call her parents back home. Since starting university, I only make 1 or 2 video calls home a month, mostly to ask for living expenses. Although Chen Shu felt that she was already better than many of her peers. I earn some income by doing part-time jobs in various places, and I ask my parents for a subsidy of 500 or 600 yuan every month.
It's all for supporting Xia Baiwei. What a waste.
Thinking about it, I really feel ashamed of my parents who work so hard to earn money to support the family. Thinking of this, Chen Shu's eyes welled up with tears, and she made a video call to her mother. The call was connected very quickly. The face of Yi Qiuju, the mother, showed obvious signs of aging, appearing on the screen.
Mom, have you eaten? Son, what made you suddenly decide to video chat with your mom? Are you short of money? No, Mom, can't I only video chat because I miss you?
Oh, son, don't try to reason with me.
Don't I know you? You're probably just short of money. Chen Shu. Yi Qiuju said earnestly, son, I know it's not easy for you.
Now that you're doing an internship, your expenses are definitely higher than when you were in school.
You're also dating. How can your salary be enough? Wait a minute, Mom will transfer the money to you right away. No. Really, no.
Chen Shu quickly stopped her. But Chen Shu clearly couldn't stop his loving mother. He even overheard her talking to his father on the phone. Thinking of my parents, braving the sun and rain every day, coming and going in the wind and rain. Although my family still doesn't have much money, they've given me their best.
Chen Shu was deeply moved.
It is said that men do not easily shed tears, but only when they are truly heartbroken.
Family ties are the best weapon. Old Chen, your son's out of money. How much will he give you this time? 50,000.
Chen Shu vaguely heard this sentence and suddenly felt something was wrong.
How much? 50,000?
During my 4 years of university, I never asked my parents for more than 50,000 yuan.
Could it be that my house was demolished for redevelopment? Am I really a rich kid? Wait a minute. 5,000 left, let's go for a Kong. Ha ha ha, a winning hand on a Kong. Old Chen, pay up. Chen Shu was speechless. What's going on? They're playing mahjong.
He heard his dad cursing and swearing after losing the game.
Give me money, give me money, give me money my ass. Every time you call, you ask me for money. Do you think I own a bank?
You decide how much to give.
Then, the usual, 600? 600? That's too much. Can that kid even spend it all? Let's just give him 400. Why did they deduct 200 from my son's pay? Didn't we just lose by firing the first shot?
Upon hearing this conversation, Chen Shu's image of her father as a great and imposing figure crumbled instantly.
Dad, you really are my dad. They won't even give me 200 yuan. Oh. You lost 200 with one shot, how big did you bet? I'm suffering in Chengdu while you're enjoying a life of luxury back in your hometown, right?
Son, Mom will only transfer 400 to you this time, it's a bit little.
Mom, don't say that. I really didn't come here to ask for money. Mom knows you've made something of yourself.
But it's not easy for you to work hard in Chengdu all by yourself.
Take better care of yourself, eat more, and eat well. Don't always think about Weiwei, take more care of yourself.
I know, but Mom, Xia Baiwei and I have already broken up.
What did you say?
Yi Qiuju immediately became excited and said in disbelief, how is that possible?
Son, haven't you and Weiwei known each other for 7 years? Didn't you say that you would get married as soon as you graduated from university?
That's what they said back then, but things are different now, people change. After thinking for a moment, Chen Shu decided to save Xiao Baiwei some face and said, "We're not a good match."
Yi Qiuju was silent for 2 seconds. Is she having an affair? Question mark. Chen Shu asked in surprise, how did you know?
It really is true. Yi Qiuju said dejectedly.
Mom, it's really not a big deal. It's a good thing.
What's so good about it? You can't even hold on to your girlfriends at school, so you'll have an even harder time finding a wife in the future. I have no plans to get married. Let me tell you, women in big cities are so materialistic.
Wait a minute, what did you just say? You're not planning to get married?
Are you crazy?
Mom, let me tell you the truth.
Chen Shu paused for a moment, then made up an excuse and said with a smile, "Actually, I've been secretly starting a business and making a fortune. It's really great to be single like this now.
Nobody bothers me, and I'm rich. How carefree is that?
Even if I can't bring you a daughter-in-law in the future, I can still bring you a few big, fat grandsons, no problem." Yi Qiuju was skeptical, but then she suddenly realized that there seemed to be a mansion behind her son.
It's similar to the villas in TV dramas.
Yi Qiuju exclaimed softly, "Son, you've really struck it rich?"
Chen Shu nodded, "I have a little money.
I'll transfer some to your bank card later. But Mom, let me remind you, this should be kept a secret for now."
I understand.
Wealth should not be flaunted.
Yi Qiuju quietly entered the courtyard.
Okay, that's settled then. I'll transfer the money to you later. The video call ended shortly afterward. Chen Shu was filled with mixed emotions. We originally planned to bring our parents to live with us in Chengdu, but now it seems we should give up on that idea.
The two generations simply can't see eye to eye, they have many different views. Living together actually leads to more conflicts.
I would much rather live with my beloved concubines, indulging in wine, women, and song.
Isn't that more appealing?
As Chen Shu was thinking this, she was about to switch to the ICBC app when she discovered that her mother had transferred 600 yuan to her WeChat account instead of 400 yuan.
Chen Shu smiled. Is he really my biological father? I can't be sure. But a biological mother is definitely a biological mother.
Chen Shu originally wanted to transfer 10 million, but her father's behavior reduced it by 2 zeros, and her mother's behavior added a zero. In the end, Chen Shu transferred 1 million yuan to her mother.
1 million is enough for my parents to live on in their hometown for 10 years, right?
Even if they waste a little, it will be enough for 3 to 5 years. At this moment, the system voice sounded. The host, following their heart and driven by a strong desire to fulfill their filial duty, has transferred 1 million yuan as a 10-year alimony payment. The host is rewarded with a 15-fold return, amounting to 15 million yuan.
Chen Shu was stunned. Is this considered alimony? And it even comes with a reward? System, you're actually quite humane, huh?
At the same time, Chen Shu regretted it.
Alimony for the next 10 years? Does that mean I can only rely on my parents for support for the next 10 years? Holy crap!
I should have transferred 10 million.
15 times. I really missed out on a fortune.
Chen Shu looked at her bank card balance of 416.9 million yuan and felt a pang of heartache. However, if she really transferred 10 million to her mother, Chen Shu was worried that she wouldn't know how to explain it to her parents.
Just then, my mom sent me a WeChat message asking about it. 1 million. Son, did you really earn that through starting a business? Are you sure you didn't rob a bank? Don't worry. It's absolutely not illegal.
You can take this money and spend it without worry. Son, you're so accomplished.
Mom loves you. Mom, I love you too.
So that my parents no longer have to work hard and travel around, and can enjoy their old age, or rather, their middle age. Chen Shu felt that he had fulfilled his responsibilities as a son. In Chengdu, I can now enjoy this life of luxury with peace of mind. While taking a bath, Chen Shu thought to herself, such a big villa, it's really lonely living alone.
We need to find a nanny, no, we need to find a housekeeping team. Back in the master bedroom, I lay down on the bed.
Chen Shu posted a new video on Douyin, a collection of interior photos of this villa.
The accompanying text reads:
In Rongdu, in the Peach Blossom Spring Villa district, my family is hiring 1 live-in housekeeper and 2 live-in nannies. Requirements: 18 to 28 years old, with good looks and figure at least a class beauty, and no romantic history. The housekeeper's monthly salary is 200,000 yuan, and the nanny's monthly salary is 100,000 yuan, with year-end bonuses not included.
Chapter 28 800 Men? To attack Xuanwu Gate?
With her phone tossed aside and her eyes closed, Chen Shu slept soundly until dawn in the Peach Blossom Spring Villa.
She slept soundly.
Chen Shu was woken up by a phone call, and he groggily fumbled for his phone.
Upon checking the caller ID, I was surprised to see it was Xinyan.
In sleep mode, Chen Shu only added Xinyan to the whitelist.
Question mark. Chen Shu answered the phone with a puzzled look, and jokingly asked, "What's wrong, honey? Who are you calling wife? You shameless bastard."
Xinyan was stunned for a moment, feeling inexplicably happy, but she still scolded him with a mixture of amusement and annoyance.
Then, Xinyan questioned, "Chen Shu, what did you do last night?" Chen Shu looked bewildered. "I didn't do anything." "You're on the news again, didn't you know?" "Me? What's wrong? Are you really unaware, or are you pretending not to know?" "I really don't know, I swear."
Your job posting for housekeepers and nannies has caused quite a stir online. You're offering monthly salaries of 100,000 or 200,000 yuan, and you require them to be young and beautiful, starting with the prettiest girl in class.
Chen Shu, what are you trying to do? You.
Oh, no, baby, I'm just sincerely looking for a housekeeper and a nanny, that's all. Chen Shu wiped the sweat from her forehead.
Why did she just blurt out what was on her mind? She was still half asleep.
On the other end of the phone, Xinyan was skeptical, but why do you have to meet the requirements of looks and figure, and she has to be at least the class beauty?
And why offer such a high salary? Are you hiring a nanny or a concubine? Baby, let me tell you something.
Every time Chen Shu started this sentence, he was about to make up a reason to lie. His mind raced as he began to explain. First of all, our family is not short of money, and a monthly salary of 200,000 is nothing.
Secondly, if I'm offering a monthly salary of 200,000, there have to be some requirements. So it's reasonable for me to require applicants to be young and beautiful. Otherwise, if all sorts of people applied, our doorstep would be overwhelmed. Thirdly, this is not about taking concubines, you are my only empress.
Upon hearing this, Xinyan felt overjoyed.
Our family? Chen Shu treats me like family. Empress? Put. This guy really thinks he's the emperor? Weren't we best friends for life? How did I become your queen? Don't like it? Then I take it back and won't say it again. Who said I don't like it anymore? You can't take it back. You can't depose the empress. Xinyan said, her voice trembling with anger.
Chen Shu smiled and said, "Okay, I won't accept it."
Then you promise that what you said is true and that you're not lying to me. Sensing the coquettish tone in Xinyan's voice, Chen Shu smiled and said, "I promise." Chen Shu, when did you call me husband?" Chen Shu interrupted Xinyan and demanded.
Xinyan remained silent for a long time before saying coquettishly, No, I won't call you that."
Really not going to call out? Husband. Ha, that feels better. Go on.
Ugh, Xinyan muttered, her heart fluttering with joy, but she tried her best to remain calm as she asked, "Didn't you live in Fengming Jinsha community?
Why did you move to Taoweiyuan?" Just bought it. Taoweiyuan is close to Shida University.
Since you got into Shida University for graduate studies, you won't have to live in the school dormitory anymore, you can live here instead.
Xinyan was a little confused. You bought this villa for me? What do you think?
Xinyan fell silent, her heart filled with gratitude. Chen Shu had just bought a large apartment, so there was absolutely no need for him to buy another house. The only reason he spent tens of millions to buy a large villa was because of me.
Just to make it easier for me to pursue graduate studies later? That's tens of millions. Money that I might not be able to earn in 10 lifetimes.
Xinyan was deeply moved, her eyes welling up with tears. Of all the people in the world, Chen Shu was the kindest to me.
Even my parents couldn't treat me as well as he did.
Not to mention Xun Yuan.
His greatest contribution was introducing me to Chen Shu. What's wrong?
Chen Shu faintly heard Xinyan sobbing.
Husband, you're so good to me, I love you. Xinyan cried tears of joy. Good to know.
Chen Shu immediately seized the opportunity, raising her head and puffing out her chest. So this is what it feels like to be confessed to by the school beauty. Especially since the other party is a cool and aloof school beauty with a very strong contrast, this feeling is awesome. After calming Xinyan down, Chen Shu went to check out Douyin TikTok. You won't believe it until you see it, and what you find will shock you. Over 1 million likes, 150,000 comments, and a flood of private messages. The number of fans has soared to 800,000. As expected of Kanye West, he can offer six-figure sums for a butler and nanny.
100,000 a month, and you have to be at least the prettiest girl in your class. Is Kanye hiring a nanny or a lover? I don't care what they recruit.
I'd be willing to pay 100,000 a month to take care of my husband's mistress during her postpartum period.
80,000 is fine with me. 50,000 is fine with me. Can you not be so rigid about gender? How about school heartthrob?
Chen Shu was amused by the group of witty netizens, and then he replied to the WeChat messages.
Jiang Liani,
Chen Shu, if I had known you were offering such a high salary, I should have shared Sister Liang with you.
Is there still a chance? Chen Shu, you know to shake your snot off when it's already in your mouth? You've missed your chance. Luo Yao, senior brother Chen, are you still angry with Yao Yao? Yao Yao really knows she was wrong. Yao Yao wasn't flirting with other guys. She just treated chatting with them as a job.
She used to do it just to make money, but she never had any romantic feelings for them, and she never crossed any lines.
Senior brother Chen, you are the first boy Yao Yao has ever fallen for. You are Yao Yao's only one. In the past, now, and in the future, you will always be Yao Yao's only one. Please, forgive Yao Yao, okay? I can't eat or sleep well without seeing senior brother Chen.
I miss senior brother Chen so much. Chen Shu had been leaving her junior sister out in the cold for 2.5 days, originally intending to leave her out for 3 to 5 days. But seeing this WeChat message and her sincere admission of wrongdoing, Chen Shu felt that the girl must have been deeply remorseful, and the warning had worked. Regardless, Chen Shu still felt sorry for and cherished Luo Yao. Even knowing that she sometimes pretends. But Luo Yao's innocent yet alluring appearance, like a pure little green tea, is exactly what we want, and she still behaves so well.
Emotional value at its peak. What's the point of talking about the past, present, and future? We'll always be her only one. Regardless of whether what you're saying is true or not, just tell me, does it make you feel comfortable? Chen Shu replied, do you really know you were wrong? Luo Yao replied instantly, really?
Yao Yao has changed, and Yao Yao will never do it again. Next up is an adorable emoji, a photo of Luo Yao herself, showing 4 slender white fingers, captioned I swear. Chen Shu smiled and replied, I'll give you a chance.
Senior brother Chen, have you forgiven Yao Yao? Yay. May senior brother Chen live to be 100. Yao Yao will definitely not let senior brother Chen down again. Even through the screen, Chen Shu could feel Luo Yao's joyful excitement.
I chatted with her for a while. The most handsome and best senior brother Chen, Yao Yao would like to invite you to dinner alone, just the two of us, is that alright?
Can. Is tonight okay? Can.
Just then, the doorbell rang. Chen Shu was puzzled. Who could it be? He walked out of the door at a leisurely pace, looked around the yard, then glanced at the gate and saw a security guard.
Mr. Chen, hello, sorry to bother you. Hello, is there anything I can help you with? So, are you hosting a job fair at your home today?
There's already a long line of young and beautiful women at the entrance of the complex.
Should I let them in?
Chen Shu was taken aback upon hearing this.
What's going on? They've already come knocking? And they're even in a queue?
Are these girls really that efficient?
Approximately how many of them are there? 700 or 800.
Chen Shu was quite surprised.
So many. 800 people? Are you going to attack Xuanwu Gate?
If I had known, I would have set the threshold at the most beautiful girl in the department or the most beautiful girl in the school.
Let them in. Okay.
Before long, at Building A11 in the Peach Blossom Spring Villa district, from Chen Shu's doorstep to the courtyard and then to the outside of the courtyard,
there were 2 long queues.
Chen Shu stood in front of a one-way glass window on the 2nd floor, looked down at the scene below, and sighed inwardly.
This really looks like a scene from ancient times when emperors were choosing their concubines. They're all beautiful women.
There are many class beauties, department beauties, college beauties, and even campus beauties.
Isn't that the girl Wu Zihao was simping for? Yu Qingzhu? What's she doing here too?
Chen Shu spotted 2 familiar faces among the group of beauties. He thought to himself, with so many people, he couldn't possibly manage to choose a housekeeper and nanny all by himself.
Why don't we just call them over to help out? To be our advisors? Women understand women best, and beautiful women understand beautiful women best. However, 700 or 800 people is still too many. Downstairs, 2 long lines of people were waiting, and some of them were getting impatient and started making noise. Why hasn't the big boss shown up yet? It's so hot, I'm sweating buckets. I don't know if Kanye is just bragging. When I applied for a job at his house, he wouldn't even give me a drink of water, yet he said he'd pay $100,000 or $200,000 a month. Do you guys think Kanye might actually be an old man?
Just then, a small cart carrying ice cream and drinks stopped at the entrance. The young driver looked in astonishment at the villa filled with beautiful women and swallowed hard.
Is this paradise?
After feasting his eyes on the food for a while, he called out, "Who is Shinshin, here to sign for the ice cream, chilled mineral water, and chilled drinks I ordered?"
The women's eyes lit up. Wow, the boss is really thoughtful. But I can't eat cold food. What should I do? Then you can leave now. Why? How naive. You think Kanye spends $100,000 a month just to hire a nanny? If he chooses you, who knows what might happen tonight, you know. So, we have to eat even if we have menstrual cramps. What if Kanye really is an old man?
Making money is nothing to be ashamed of. Just as the girls were chattering away, the villa door opened and Chen Shu came out. Chen Shu waved to the delivery man and said, "I am XIN Kansas." At this moment, all eyes were on Chen Shu.
What? He's the mastermind behind everything? No way. So young.
I thought Kane was some old man, or at least middle-aged, but he looks younger than me.
Has he graduated from university? Unlike the girls chattering, Yu Qingzhu, who knew Chen Shu, was already bewildered. My head is buzzing, it's crashed.
Chen Shu is actually the famous Kanye West. I thought he was just a rich second-generation heir who loved buying luxury goods, but I never imagined he was so rich. A super rich person who gave away more than 10 million yuan worth of gifts in just 2 or 3 days.
Oh my god.
Yu Qingzhu looked at Chen Shu, covered her mouth, and felt a storm raging in her heart. Li Ruoxi had met Chen Shu once before, but jealousy made her only pay attention to Shen Yan at the time. Li Ruoxi had no recollection of Chen Shu. At this moment, Li Ruoxi shared the same thought as the other women: the legendary tycoon Kanye was far too young. However, Li Ruoxi relied on the fact that she was the most beautiful woman in the room that day. She had more and more thoughts about Chen Shu.
Snort. I'm not applying for a housekeeper or nanny position, I'm applying for a wife position.
Although Li Ruoxi is only 19 years old, she has great ambitions. At this moment, Chen Shu signed for the takeout and said to the girls, "Choose whatever you like." But apart from the girls at the back of the long queue, no one moved.
Chen Shu was speechless. Was this to prevent people from cutting in line?
He shook his head and pointed at them, saying, "Yu Qingzhu, come out here for a moment.
And you, whoever you are, come here too."
Chen Shu pointed at Li Ruoxi. The 2 women walked over, looking rather bewildered.
Li Ruoxi then introduced herself in a poised and graceful manner. "Hello, Mr. Kan, my name is Li Ruoxi." "Okay. You 2 will be my assistants today, no objections, right?" "No objection."
Li Ruoxi and Yu Qingzhu both shook their heads.
Chen Shu smiled. "Sure enough, people respect clothes before they respect people.
With our reputation, we didn't even need to ask for anything, they agreed to help us." Then, Chen Shu had them register each of the girls who were queuing up to apply for the job. Chen Shu said, "Those who haven't passed the CET4 can leave now."
Question mark. Many good-looking but brainless, and even academically challenged students were immediately dumbfounded. They protested, "Why didn't you say so sooner? You made me come all this way for nothing." Exactly. No matter how rich you are, you can't just play us like this. Kan, you have to give us an explanation today.
There were many angry voices, like cats whose tails had been stepped on.
Chen Shu chuckled lightly and said casually, "Is that the explanation?"
Those who were eliminated in the first round will each receive 5,000 yuan, and those who advance to the next round will each receive 10,000 yuan. With just one simple sentence, Chen Shu silenced all the academically challenged beauties present. He even silenced all the beautiful women present.
Even if they leave now, they'll still have 5,000 yuan left?
It wasn't a wasted trip. The girls who are academically challenged are feeling relieved.
Girls who passed the CET4 College English Test Band 4 felt more at ease.
Those of us who have received an education should definitely be more expensive than those who haven't received an education or aren't good at studying. Yu Qingju was dumbfounded when she did the math. That would cost 5, 6, or 7 million. Li Ruoshi smiled, her eyes filled with ambition to become the wife of a super rich man. This is the Kanye West I know. Yu Qingju was stunned for a moment, her tone tinged with sourness and sarcasm. Why do I feel like you're not here for a job interview, but rather to become Mrs. Chen Shu? So his name is Chen Shu. Li Ruoshi's eyes lit up. At this moment, she had long forgotten all her sycophants, including Wu Zihao, who has been pursuing her recently. Chapter 29: The True Dog Training Master. Chen Shu came to Yu Qingju's side and patted her on the shoulder. I'll transfer 8 million to you first. You're responsible for distributing their participation bonuses one by one, with refunds or additional payments as needed. Yu Qingju was stunned for a moment, then quickly said, Okay, Chen Shu, I will make sure I don't make a single mistake. It's okay to make a few mistakes. Chen Shu smiled and said, We're not short of money. Then he gave Yu Qingju a sum of money. When Yu Qingju received the 8 million yuan transfer, she was completely stunned. Like a dream. Chen Shu is truly from a top-tier wealthy family. Li Ruoshi was also stunned, feeling envious. 8 million. I'd love to have a piece of that money. So much money, pure silver, being given to the poor? That's outrageously extravagant. While inwardly criticizing him, Li Ruoshi became even more determined to become Chen Shu's girlfriend. I must marry into a wealthy family in the future. Li Ruoshi doesn't care who the wealthy family is, she just wants to be a wealthy wife. At this moment, Chen Shu said to Li Ruoshi, I'll be a judge later, and you can assist me from the side. Okay, Ken Chen Shu. Li Ruoshi paused, then changed the way she addressed Yu Qingju. Chen Shu thought to herself, this woman is so rude and frivolous. Do I even know you? Your ambition is written all over your face. Oh. Start. Then, today's villa employee recruitment fair officially began. Not long after, the girls who hadn't passed the CET4 college English test band 4 each received 5,000 yuan and left one after another. There are still about 300 people inside Villa A11 of Peach Blossom Spring. More than half of them have left. Groups of 10. Chen Shu asked questions in groups, evaluated each one, quickly scored them, and eliminated them in her mind. In the blink of an eye, half of the people had left. Chen Shu didn't meet a single one she was particularly satisfied with. I'm really here to hire a housekeeper and a nanny. You all started by saying you like traveling, working out, and going to concerts. What the hell is this? I'm not here for a blind date. Besides, even if it's a blind date, these hobbies of yours are a minus. Tell me, who the hell doesn't know how to spend money or enjoy life? Is there really no one who likes or is good at cooking or doing housework? There are even people wearing yoga pants and super short shorts. Are you all here to be babysitters? I'm too embarrassed to point it out to you. Mr. Kan, do I have a chance of being hired? Wait for notification. The results will be available within 24 hours. If you don't receive a message, it means you haven't been hired. Oh, okay, thank you. Another batch was eliminated, and Chen Shu was getting a little tired of the same old thing. She pinched her eye sockets and said numbly, next batch. 10 more pretty girls came in. Chen Schumann casually flipped through their resumes, but suddenly saw a familiar name. Wu Meng Meng? Isn't that the name of my deskmate in kindergarten and elementary school? We had a good relationship when we were little, but she transferred schools after the 3rd grade. Looking at the photo and the real person again, holy crap, it really is her. Chen Shu took a second look and thought, wow, this girl has really blossomed into a beautiful young lady. Similar to Xia Yufei, she was somewhere between the class beauty and the department beauty. Moreover, has Wu Meng Meng grown up so much already? 35C. You can't go wrong. Chen Shu's eyes are like a ruler. He smiled and said, please introduce yourselves, including your basic information, hobbies, and special skills. The first person to stand up and answer was a girl wearing a white t-shirt and light blue jeans. She dressed simply, with long, straight black hair. But her beautiful face couldn't be hidden. Chen Shu took a few more glances and realized that this girl was the same one he had spotted earlier when he looked around upstairs. She was the same girl who could be called a school beauty along with Li Ruoshi. Chen Shu felt that, according to his own aesthetic sense, this girl's looks were on par with Li Ruoshi's. Although Li Ruoxi has long legs, this girl has a 36D bust.
Each has its own merits.
However, in terms of looks alone, in Chen Shu's mind, Shen Yan is in a league of her own, a beauty that could topple kingdoms. She's got amazing stats and a stunningly beautiful face, even prettier than Lui Fei at her peak.
Luo Yao, Jiang Liani, Li Ruoxi, and this girl are in the second tier, truly stunning. Given the right opportunities and connections, they too could become beautiful actresses.
The young woman seemed a little insecure, her head slightly lowered, her eyes darting around, and she said timidly, "Hello, Mr. Kan, my name is Ruan Sini, I'm from Shancheng, and I'm 22 years old.
I'm a senior at Shida University.
My hobbies are studying and cooking, and these are also my specialties.
Whatever dish you'd like to eat in the future, I can make it.
If I don't know how, I learn things very quickly. Oh, and I'm also very good at housework, I can do any kind of housework." Hearing this, several girls in the same group laughed.
They all thought to themselves, is this woman out of her mind? Does she really think Kanye is hiring a nanny? What good are your cooking and housework skills? Chen Shu had found the answer in her heart. Wasn't this the person she was looking for?
She is beautiful, can cook and do housework, and is good at studying. She was able to get into a 985 university, which shows that she is intelligent. Moreover, judging from her clothes and personality, she seems to be a girl from a poor family.
We have to give them a chance.
Next, continue, Chen Shu said calmly.
The second one was Wu Mengmeng. She stood up and said, "Mr. Kan, hello. My name is Wu Mengmeng. I am from Chongqing. I am 22 years old. I am also a student at Shida University. I will graduate this year. My hobby is..."
Wu Mengmeng paused, looked directly into Chen Shu's eyes, hesitated for several seconds, and finally decided to take a gamble. In any case, among so many beautiful women, it's impossible for me to stand out based on my looks alone. Why not take a gamble and see if your dream guy is actually your childhood sweetheart? Wu Mengmeng continued, "My hobby is catching butterflies with my best friends.
My specialty is making butterfly specimens."
All the girls in the room were dumbfounded by this answer.
What kind of hobby is this? What kind of special skill is it?
Chen Shu was instantly transported back to more than 10 years ago by Wu Mengmeng's words, and he smiled knowingly at her.
Pretty much.
When I was little, my deskmate would often drag me away to catch butterflies with her. Upon hearing this, Wu Mengmeng immediately became excited. "You really are Chen." Chen Shu made a shushing gesture, and Wu Mengmeng immediately understood and nodded happily. The other girls were even more stunned.
What was going on? She actually knew the heartthrob? And you've known each other since childhood? It's over. Hope has dwindled even further. Continue.
Chen Shu let each of the girls in the group introduce themselves. He said, "Wu Mengmeng, Ruan Sini, you two stay."
The girls, including Ruan Sini, were all quite bewildered. Oh no, another runner-up finish.
I really don't understand why Mr. Kan actually chose a woman who only knows how to cook and do housework. I think he's just after her beauty.
That Ruan Sini is indeed beautiful. Some people muttered to themselves as they walked out. After everyone else left,
Wu Mengmeng happily skipped over to Chen Shu and gave her good friend, whom she hadn't seen for over 10 years, a hug.
"Chen Shu, is it really you?
I really didn't expect that after more than 10 years, you would still recognize me."
"Didn't you recognize me too?" "Well, actually I'm not too sure either, so I just took a gamble."
Chen Shu smiled and said, "You won the bet."
Wu
Mengmeng nodded happily, let go of Chen Shu, pulled Ruan Sini over, and introduced her. "Chen Shu, you were my best friend when I was a child, and Sini is my best friend now."
You two are best friends?
Chen Shu asked, somewhat surprised.
Wu Mengmeng nodded repeatedly. That's right. Sini and I are in the same dorm.
Let me tell you, at Shida University, a lot of guys are chasing after Sini, but I blocked them all.
And what about you? Doesn't anyone pursue you? Chen Shu asked with a smile.
Wu Mengmeng rolled her eyes. Look at me, so carefree and outgoing. All the guys say I have a tomboyish personality.
Who would dare to pursue me? So, let's not talk about this. We can still be good friends.
You're still the same as when you were a kid, you haven't changed at all, Chen Shu joked. At the same time, he thought to himself, it's good to be rich. With money, you can reunite with even childhood sweethearts you missed or old friends you haven't seen for over a decade.
This is the power of money.
Seeing this, Li Ruoxi was dumbfounded.
Chen Shuzhen had actually hired a nanny. But isn't this nanny a bit too beautiful?
Li Ruoxi felt that, in terms of looks alone, apart from Shen, only Wan Sini could rival her.
She won't try to steal my position as a wealthy wife, will she? Li Ruoxi became more alert, and after a moment, she asked, Chen Shu, are there any more interviews later?
Chen Shu thought for a moment, recruited 2, and was still 1 short.
Continue.
Then, Chen Shu spent a lot of time interviewing, but even after finishing the last one, she still couldn't find a suitable candidate. It could even be said that, apart from Wan Sini, even Wu Mengmeng relied on connections. Chen Shu suddenly realized that she was terribly wrong. In today's society, young and beautiful women who can cook and do housework are a rare breed.
What was I expecting? At this moment, after seeing off all the female applicants, Yu Qingju went inside to report. Chen Shu, today's total expenditure was 5.5 million. Oh. Chen Shu, do you have someone in mind? There are 2 here, but we're missing 1.
Chen Shu pointed at Wu Mengmeng and Wan Sini, and Yu Qingju blinked.
Are we short of a housekeeper? Or a nanny? Wu Mengmeng, you'll be my housekeeper, and Wan Sini, you'll be in charge of cooking, okay?
Chen Shu handed over the position of housekeeper to her childhood friend.
They're at least one of our own. Wu Mengmeng nodded in surprise, okay.
Wan Sini pursed her red lips and whispered, Mr. Kan, I can also buy groceries, do housework, take care of the kids, and help them with their homework.
I can do anything. Question mark.
Chen Shu was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, You're doing the work of 2 people? Wan Sini nodded slightly, her voice soft but firm, I can do it.
Take 1 person's salary?
Wan Sini genuinely believed that earning 100,000 yuan a month as a nanny was far too much. I need to work hard to live up to the price.
Chen Shu chuckled, rubbing his forehead. Wan Sini was just like him in the past, a real troublemaker. Just as he was about to agree, Yu Qingju became anxious and asked, Sister, what are you doing? Yu Qingju called out, Wait a minute. Chen Shu, aren't you short of a nanny? I can do that too. You? Yes. My parents used to run a restaurant, and I've been cooking since I was very young.
Chen Shu could tell that Yu Qingju really wanted this job with a monthly salary of 100,000. He smiled and nodded, all right, then you and Wan Sini will be in charge of meals and housework from now on. Meng, you're in charge of arranging things at home.
I'm leaving it to you. Okay.
Wu Mengmeng was so happy that she felt like she was dreaming.
Childhood friends brought me immense wealth and fortune when I grew up. It's a great honor to be the dog of your childhood friend.
Chen Shu breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, That's all for today.
Call me when it's time to eat.
Seeing that Chen Shu seemed to have finished explaining everything, Li Ruoxi became anxious.
Chen Shu, what about me? What did I do? You've worked hard as my assistant today, Yu Qingju. Give her 100,000 yuan. Okay, boss. Yu Qingju smiled happily, feeling smug.
She never expected that today she would not only get a job with an annual salary of 1 million, but also win over a beauty of Li Ruoxi's caliber.
It seems that good looks aren't everything. Li Ruoxi was stunned and hurriedly caught up with Chen Shu, saying anxiously, Chen Shu, I don't want that 100,000 yuan. Not enough? No. I want to. Li Ruoxi paused, her face flushed, and blurted out, I want to stay by your side, is that okay?
Chen Shu looked at Li Ruoxi, whose eyes were full of expectation, smiled, and shook her head, no.
Li Ruoxi was dumbfounded. She never imagined that she would be rejected when she pursued a boy. Am I not beautiful enough?
Your girlfriend is Xin Yan. At this moment, Chen Shu added, however, it's okay to add each other on WeChat.
Really? Li Ruoxi's eyes lit up with surprise. Certainly. Chen Shu, thank you. Li Ruoxi said gratefully.
Seeing this, Yu Qingju secretly gave Chen Shu a thumbs up. She had originally thought that Li Ruoxi was a green tea BTCH and a womanizer. Unexpectedly, Chen Shu was the real dog training master. No wonder he's a scion of a top-tier wealthy family. A short while later, Yu Qingju stepped forward and said, By the way, boss, you gave me 8 million today. I spent 5.5 million before, gave 100,000 to Li Ruoxi, and I have 2.4 million left.
I'll transfer it back to you.
No need, Meng, you take care of dividing the money and treat it as your salary for the next 6 months.
Okay.
Hearing Chen Shu's boastful words, Wu Mengmeng gave him a big okay. After Chen Shu went upstairs to rest, Yu Qingju quickly found Wu Mengmeng and asked, "Have you known Chen Shu since you were little? Isn't that obvious? Do you even know what his family does? How can they be so rich? Why are you working for them?" "I don't know."
Wu Mengmeng shook her head honestly. "My family isn't rich, just an ordinary family. The reason I was able to go to the same school as Chen Shu when I was little was probably because..." Wu Mengmeng thought about it seriously for a moment, then suddenly realized, it's probably because he's an illegitimate child of a wealthy family. After his mother successfully took over, his family took him back. Wu Mengmeng grafted the melodramatic TV series she watched onto Chen Shu's background. Yu Qingju suddenly realized, so that's how it is. She even pieced together Chen Shu's complete life story. When Chen Shu was a child, his mother became pregnant with the child of a wealthy young man, and then ran away while pregnant, giving birth to Chen Shu. Until he graduated from high school, the mother and son lived in their small hometown. Then one day, the wealthy CEO, who had lost his fertility years ago, discovered that he had a son who had been abandoned by the common people. As a result, Chen Shu was transformed into a super-rich second generation. That makes perfect sense. Chapter 30. What kind of women do men actually like? Chen Shu returned to the master bedroom on the second floor and lay comfortably on the soft and comfortable bed. After a busy morning, he was planning to take a break. Just then, several messages popped up on WeChat. Chen Shu glanced at it and realized it was Ro, the female otaku dance streamer he had previously tipped on Douyin. "My dearest little one, I have some good news for you. I've arrived in Chengdu. I wonder if I'll ever have the chance to meet you. Ruro really wants to see you." Chen Shu smiled after seeing this and replied, "I remember you were in Shenzhen, right? What brings you to Chengdu?" Ro replied with several messages in a row. "I'm coming to Chengdu for a comic convention. I'll be staying for several days. Hee, I didn't expect my little darling to still remember my city. I'm so happy. My dear child, do you have time these next few days?" Chen Shu replied with a smile, "What? Trying to pick me up? Hee, my dear, you're so funny. However, I really want to know what you look like. What do you think? I think Xin Can Bao must be a handsome man, my type." In the hotel, Ro lay on the bed, gently stroking her fair, delicate feet, while typing a reply. She kept muttering to herself. "I tried to get a photo from Shinkan before, hoping to mail him a sketch, but I couldn't get it. Could it be that the big boss in my heart is actually ugly? Could it be that his claim of being a male college graduate was a lie? Is he actually a middle-aged man? Or even an old man? However, since we're already here, I absolutely must see him." Ro's only worry is whether Xin Can will have the time. At that moment, a new message popped up. "Are you free this afternoon? Let's meet up." "Great. Yes. Ro's eyes lit up with delight. Chen Shu typed with a smile, "Aren't you going to the comic convention? My little one is more important. Wherever my little one wants to go, I'll go with you. I mean, let's go to the comic convention together." "Really? That's amazing. My dear, I didn't know you liked anime and manga." Just as Chen Shu was about to reply, the girls in the lobby downstairs finished dividing the money. The next second, Chen Shu suddenly heard a captivating voice. The host, following his heart, hired a butler and 2 nannies to satisfy his fondness for beautiful women and his yearning for a high-quality life. The total cost, including a 6-month advance payment of salaries, is 8 million yuan. The host is rewarded with a 6-fold return, amounting to 48 million yuan. Upon hearing this, Chen Shu was overjoyed. "Oh my god! They made another 40 million. I thought there wouldn't be any big rewards this time." Chen Shu checked the transaction notification again and saw a balance of 456.9 million yuan. That was awesome. So much money. Chen Shu felt elated. The more money she spent, the more she seemed to have, and she didn't even know what to do with it. He's not even planning to flirt with girls anymore. After thinking for a moment, Chen Shu had a sudden inspiration and opened the attribute panel. First, add some attribute points to yourself. But upon closer inspection, Chen Shu noticed something was wrong. Holy crap, how come my constitution is only 82? Isn't it 85? Chen Shu asked the system with his mind. "Young master, what's going on? Why is my constitution 3 points lower?" Did you embezzle it? The system responded immediately.
The host's lack of exercise and excessive indulgence have led to a decline in physical condition.
Note, the host's physical constitution, appearance, and other attributes are not constant. Chen Shu was stunned.
The attributes are not constant, which is easy to understand.
I'll accept that I don't exercise regularly. To say I indulge in excessive sexual activity? That's utter slander.
While cursing under her breath, Chen Shu was also startled and suspicious.
Was it because of what happened between her and Xingyan at the hotel earlier?
That's very possible. Besides, I'm a night owl and often stay up late, and lately I've been indulging in all sorts of unhealthy eating and drinking.
No wonder my constitution dropped by 3 points.
Chen Shu accepted it after all, they weren't short of money.
With money came attribute points.
Little Prince, exchange 13 attribute points for me and raise my looks and physique to 90. 13 attribute points have been redeemed for the host. 13 million yuan has been deducted from the host's personal wealth, leaving a current personal wealth of 443.9 million yuan.
Host's appearance plus 5, current appearance 90. Host's constitution plus 8, current constitution 90.
As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Shu felt his muscles become stronger and larger.
What was once considered perfect thin muscles has transformed into muscles bearing the marks of years of training and bodybuilding. The energy in the body is becoming increasingly abundant. It's like they have inexhaustible energy.
Chen Shu looked at herself in the full-length mirror and saw that her appearance had indeed undergone some subtle changes. With a 90 out of 100 in looks, he's considered top tier even among campus heartthrobs. Chen Shu is satisfied with her face, but she doesn't really like these big muscles.
We're not in the bodybuilding world. He asked, is it possible to make my physique stronger while maintaining my thin muscles? The system has detected that the host requires the SR item shaping body potion.
After using this item, the host can shape their body indefinitely according to their own wishes.
Holy crap! Are you some kind of treasure system? Doraemon?
You have all sorts of gadgets. Overjoyed, Chen Shu telepathically ordered, exchange for a body shaping potion for me.
Note, this system does not offer item purchase or exchange services.
If you wish to obtain this item, you can participate in the item lottery within the system store.
Chen Shu was stunned for a moment, then remembered that there was such a thing, a lottery? It's too difficult to draw a specific item from so many dazzling props.
Hint, the host can select the item pool containing a specific item to increase the probability of drawing that item.
Question mark.
Chen Shu looked puzzled.
Could it be like this?
He looked around the item lottery section of the system shop with some skepticism, and sure enough, there was an item pool. Chen Shu found the group containing the body shaping potion. If you draw 10 at a time, the probability of getting a specific item is much higher. Moreover, according to the lottery rules, a 10 pull guarantees at least one SR item, so there's only one SR item in the draw, right?
It's definitely going to be a winner. This system is quite humane.
Chen Shu excitedly said in his mind, give me 10 attribute points, I want a 10 pull.
10 attribute points have been redeemed for the host.
10 million yuan has been deducted from the host's personal wealth, leaving a current personal wealth of 433.9 million yuan. 10 attribute points have been deducted from the host.
3, 2, 1, 10 pull begins.
A set of cards that only Chen Shu could see quickly appeared in mid-air. After spinning around a few times, the cards appeared one by one. Congratulations, host! You have obtained 1 SR level item shaping body potion and 9 er level items, namely 2 luck potions, 1 charm potion, 1 strength potion, etc. Chen Shu didn't care about the other props, she only took out the body shaping potion and quickly drank it.
Soon, his body transformed into the lean, muscular state he desired. My physical condition remains at 90. His physical fitness is equivalent to the peak level of a professional first-class athlete. Chen Shu felt much better now. I don't want to become a bulky man. However, this system is really expensive. Not to mention items and skills, an SSR item and a master level skill alone cost 100 million. Let's talk about physical condition, it's amazing that it can actually decline.
Chen Shu felt that, given her current pace of indulgence, she would definitely have to spend a lot of money on increasing her physical attributes in the future.
There's nothing I can do about it, I have so many good friends throughout my life. This is all we have to do. Noon. Thump thump thump. A knock sounded on the door, and Wu Mengmeng's voice drifted in from outside. "Boss, dinner's ready." Chen Shu got up upon hearing the sound and went out the door. "Don't call me boss, it sounds weird. We've been childhood friends, just call me Chen Shu." "Okay, boss." "No problem, boss." As Wu Mengmeng responded hesitantly, her gaze was fixed on Chen Shu's face. "What's going on? It's only been a short time since we last met, but Chen Shu seems even more handsome than before? Just like a pretty boy. I love it." At this moment, Wu Mengmeng was torn between her inner thoughts and her own. Angel Mengmeng, ugh, Wu Mengmeng, you're such a pervert. He's your childhood sweetheart, how could you do that to him? Devil Momo, what's holding you back? Don't you like handsome guys? Angel Mengmeng, you're right. Chen Shu smiled and gently patted Wu Mengmeng's head. What are you thinking about? Let's go eat. Oh, okay. Wu Mengmeng followed behind Chen Shu, her face turning red without her realizing it. Go downstairs. The moment Li Ruoxi, who was there for a free meal, and Wan Xini and Yu Qingzhu, who had been busy all noon, saw Chen Shu, they were all stunned. Li Ruoxi gulped down 2 mouthfuls of saliva. So handsome. He's even more handsome than the most handsome guy at our dance academy. How come I never noticed how amazing Chen Shu was before? Could it be because he has now entered my heart? Li Ruoxi, you haven't fallen for him at first sight, have you? Is beauty blind? Yu Qingzhu stared at Chen Shu, her mind also wandering. Chen Shu really has the power of money. I used to think he was just an ordinary handsome guy, but after he spent a fortune today and offered me a job with $1 million annual salary, I actually think he's even more handsome than our school heartthrob. He's rich, generous, and incredibly handsome. How could anyone not love him? I really want something to happen between Chen Shu and me. At this moment, in Yu Qingzhu's mind, Chen Shuk was really miserable. At this moment, Chen Shu came up to Wan Xini and softly said, "Hey. You're the one staring blankly, what are you thinking about?" I'm thinking. Wan Xini snapped out of her daze, lowered her head shyly, her eyes darting around, and her voice became as faint as a mosquito's buzz. The boss is so handsome. Ha ha. Chen Shu smiled and said, being handsome won't put food on the table. Try your cooking. Okay, sure. Wan Xini looked a little dazed and cute, with a simple and honest air about her. Chen Shu felt that this girl truly inspired a protective instinct in him. After sitting down, Wan Xini and Yu Qingzhu brought 8 dishes and 2 soups. Chen Shu tasted them one by one, and was quite satisfied, even feeling a bit surprised. Every dish was good, each with its own merits. I didn't expect you two to be such good cooks. Thank you for the compliment, boss, Yu Qingzhu said happily. Wan Xini was still reserved, and softly whispered, thank you. Chen Shu grew to like Wan Xini more and more the more he looked at her. So gentle. This kind of virtuous, beautiful, and gentle treasure is the white moonlight of countless boys. And she's the kind of woman I want to marry. Anyway, if I were to marry her, I'd be laughing in my sleep. I already have an empress, so I will bestow upon you the title of noble consort, no, imperial noble consort. Chen Shu admitted that he had been attracted to Wan Xini at first sight. But, so what? What else can we do? They're all super rich, so who wouldn't do whatever they want? Chen Shu smiled and said, let's all sit down and eat together. Wu Mengmeng hesitated and said, isn't that a bad idea? What's wrong with that? You're not really servants. Aside from doing your jobs, we're friends at all times, including during meals, understand? I understand. Wu Mengmeng was stunned for a moment, then nodded happily. Wu Mengmeng is naturally outgoing, and besides, she and Chen Shu are old acquaintances, so she naturally doesn't stand on ceremony. Thank you, boss. Thanks. Yu Qingzhu and Wan Xini thanked them one after the other and took their seats. Li Ruoxi was displeased. As the future mistress of this house, she hadn't even given her consent yet. However, she knows she is not qualified yet. We must take down Chen Shu first. Li Ruoxi smiled and asked, Chen Shu, what are you planning to do this afternoon? Chen Shu casually said, let's go out. Is there something wrong? Can I come with you? Li Ruoxi asked expectantly. I can't bring anyone, I have plans with someone else. Li Ruoxi was taken aback for a moment, then took the initiative and said with a smile, it's okay, I can come along too. Chen Shu felt that he had underestimated Li Ruoxi's initiative. He smiled wryly, it's inconvenient. Chen Shu, is the person you invited a woman? Li Ruoshi immediately showed a hint of disappointment.
Chen Shu was even more speechless. He gave Li Ruoshi a look, and Li Ruoshi immediately understood that she should know better.
What can I ask, and what can't I ask? I need to be discerning. Chen Shu was a super rich man. Not one of those sycophants. Li Ruoshi quickly restrained herself.
A short while later,
Chen Shu placed a braised lion's head meatball on Wan Sini's plate and asked with a smile, "Did you make this?"
Wan Sini paused for a moment, then nodded slightly.
It tastes great, I like it, you should eat more.
Thank you, boss, Wan Sini said softly, bowing her head. Upon seeing this, the other three girls reacted in different ways.
Wu Mengmeng was envious. Seriously? Chen Shu has fallen in love with Xine at first sight? Why are you so good to her? Really? Xine, a gentle and virtuous treasure of a girl, will be favored by men wherever she goes. Chen Shu, you'll have to thank me properly in the future. For 4 years of university, I kept all of Magnolia's suitors away.
Wu Mengmeng noticed that Chen Shu liked Wan Sini, and that it was love at first sight.
I have no choice but to reluctantly part ways with you.
I'll sacrifice myself to make it happen for you both. Yu Qingju was stunned for a moment, then her mind was full of calculations. It seems that Chen Shu really likes this girl.
Otherwise, why would they give her such a good job? And even thoughtfully serve her food? She deserves this kind of treatment. Moreover, Wan Sini is truly naturally beautiful.
Without makeup or dressing up, she can hold her own against Li Ruoshi.
If she were to wear makeup, wouldn't she be a worthy rival to the legendary #1 campus beauty of the university city?
There is a high possibility that Wan Sini will become the mistress of this place in the future. Yu Qingju made up her mind that from now on she would cling tightly to Wan Sini's coattails. Li Ruoshi, however, was consumed by jealousy and felt a burning hatred.
Why should I? Do men all like Wan Sini, who is harmless and docile like a lamb? Hateful. Isn't it said that men like sexy women? Did I choose the wrong skill? Did I learn to do the standing splits for nothing? Chapter 31 is merely the master's task.
After enjoying a delicious meal, Chen Shu stretched and yawned, feeling quite full. After resting for a while, Chen Shu got up.
I'm leaving. Everything in this house is in the hands of the three of you. Don't worry, boss. No, don't worry, Chen Shu.
Wu Mengmeng responded in a carefree and lively manner.
Yu Qingju smiled and waved, "Goodbye, boss."
Wan Sini was about to say goodbye to Chen Shu when she found that he was already standing in front of her, very close to her.
Wan Sini felt a sudden unease and lowered her head, unsure of what to do. Aren't you going to tell me anything?
Chen Shu asked with a slightly teasing smile.
Goodbye, boss,
Wan Sini whispered softly, slowly raising her head. At this moment, Chen Shu reached out his finger and gently scratched the tip of her nose.
Goodbye, sweetie.
The 4 girls were all stunned.
Wan Sini's face, delicate and jade-like even without makeup, flushed red instantly. My heart was pounding. I felt even more lost.
Upon seeing this scene, Wu Mengmeng and Yu Qingju both thought to themselves, now we can be 100% sure. Chen Shu really fell for Wan Sini at first sight.
Li Ruoshi was furious. Chen Shu's favoritism towards Wan Sini was a bit too much. No, I have to take the initiative. Otherwise, my dream of becoming the daughter-in-law of a top-tier wealthy family will be shattered.
Li Ruoshi took 2 steps forward, adopted a well-behaved demeanor, and asked in a soft, sweet voice, Chen Shu, I'm leaving too.
Can I ride in your car?
Chen Shu glanced at her.
Why did this woman's style suddenly change? Want to learn how to grow magnolias like my family's? But can the personality that's put on be the same as the personality that's in your bones?
A poor imitation. Chen Shu pursed her lips, but finally nodded, okay.
Really? Thank you.
Li Ruoshi's eyes lit up with surprise. It turned out that Chen Shu liked this kind of soft and gentle girl.
I understand.
A short while later, Chen Shu drove out the door.
On the road.
Li Ruoshi sat in the passenger seat of the Maybach, feeling quite pleased with herself, glancing left and right furtively. As expected of the Maybach S680, the interior is absolutely stunning.
Where are you going back to? Your neighborhood or the dance academy?
Chen Shu asked casually. Li Ruoshi lowered her voice and replied softly, Chen Shu, I'll just go back to the dance academy.
Chen Shu got goosebumps all over his arm listening to that affected voice.
Behave yourself, or I'll leave you stranded on the street.
Chen Shu warned. Question mark. Li Ruoshi was taken aback, then asked curiously, Chen Shu, don't you like girls like that?
Chen Shu chuckled and shook her head.
Ha! Self-righteous. Li Ruoshi had never been treated like this by any boy before. They actually wanted to abandon me on the street and then called me arrogant? My parents never said that to me. You. So charming.
Li Ruoshi didn't know why, but she just felt really good about being bullied by Chen Shu. He ignored me with indifference, criticized and warned me, and so comfortable. If I were to be treated violently by him, would it make me even more deeply involved? Just thinking about it is exciting. I think you just like someone like Wansini, don't you? Li Ruoshi regained her composure, puffed out her cheeks, and asked unhappily.
Chen Shu replied indifferently, You're overthinking it. You don't like her? Li Ruoshi asked in surprise.
Chen Shu smiled slightly. No, I like it.
But to be precise, I like any high-scoring beautiful woman.
Li Ruoshi was stunned. She had thought that Chen Shu would be different from other rich second-generation heirs.
I never expected him to be a playboy. However, Li Ruoshi could accept it. What man with money wouldn't be unfaithful?
It's simply a matter of whether your infidelity has been discovered or not.
Moreover, this is a good thing.
If Chen Shu is truly a devoted and affectionate man, then there is only one place for Mrs. Chen.
The competition is fierce. But Chen Shu is a playboy, so becoming his girlfriend would be much easier. Chen Shu, do you think I'm a high-scoring beauty?
Li Ruoshi asked confidently after figuring things out. Chen Shu glanced at her and said calmly, I guess so.
But I don't like it. Question mark. Li Ruoshi was stunned. What do you mean, considerate? I clearly am. Okay? When did you go blind? After calming down her anger, Li Ruoshi asked, Why don't you like me? What did I do to offend you? Want to hear the truth? Certainly. All right.
Chen Shu smiled wryly and said unhurriedly, Because your ambition is written all over your face.
I don't like women who are too ambitious.
Li Ruoshi was immediately rendered speechless by Chen Shu's retort. The car suddenly fell silent and awkward.
Is it wrong to be ambitious? I really want to improve. What's wrong now?
Li Ruoshi grumbled inwardly, feeling resentful. At this moment, Chen Shu smiled and said, Li Ruoshi, I know what a woman like you really wants. You don't care who the rich people are, you just want to loot their gold coins, right?
No. Chen Shu, how can you think of me like that? I'm not that kind of person.
Li Ruoshi feigned anger and stubbornly refused to admit it.
Chen Shu smiled upon hearing this, realizing that she might not understand other types of women.
But Li Ruoshi is just like Xia Baiwei at heart, a gold-digging woman who's always looking for something better while keeping her options open. Yesterday she was being pursued by a simp, today she's throwing herself at a rich guy.
It's all just about getting tons of gold coins. Li Ruoshi is just a top-tier match for Xia Baiwei. 500,000, Chen Shu said. What? 500,000?
Li Ruoshi asked, bewildered, but before Chen Shu could explain, she suddenly realized what was going on.
Chen Shu, you don't mean to make me your mistress and keep me as your mistress, do you? Chen Shu answered without hesitation, yes. Chen Shu, although you are very rich and I respect you, what you've said is extremely insulting.
Li Ruoshi was furious and gritted her teeth, saying, I, Li Ruoshi, would never be kept by someone.
Including you. Besides, I'm still a virgin.
Chen Shu felt that Li Ruoshi's acting skills were quite good, almost indistinguishable from the real thing.
But what did you mean by that last sentence? You clearly want more money.
Li Ruoshi, you may have misunderstood.
I meant 500,000 per month.
Upon hearing Chen Shu's nonchalant remark, Li Ruoshi instantly lost her composure.
He swallowed 2 mouthfuls of saliva. 500,000 a month? 6 million a year?
As a 19-year-old female college student from an ordinary middle-class family, Li Ruoshi had never seen so much money before. 6 million a year, more than my parents earned in their entire lives.
What's more, Chen Shu is so handsome. I'm not at a disadvantage.
Moreover, being his mistress means you don't have to worry about being cheated on.
There are so many benefits. You're going to take me on? You have a good eye for people.
Stunned by the money, Li Ruoxi hesitated for a moment before secretly rejoicing and nodding in agreement.
But, Li Ruoxi emphasized with a very serious expression, Chen Shu, I want to make it clear beforehand that I know you rich people have wild ways of having fun and are all perverts, but I also have my bottom line and principles. I will only be your woman, you are not allowed to take me anywhere else.
Chen Shu smiled upon hearing this and interjected, I know, don't worry, I'm not that perverted.
I am possessive of women. Phew, that's good. Li Ruoxi breathed a sigh of relief. After another moment of silence, Li Ruoxi asked, so, when would you like me to start spending time with you? You're just after my good looks? Chen Shu frowned in confusion and asked in return. Li Ruoxi was stunned. What kind of rebellious spirit is this? Didn't you take me under your wing? Yes. I'm attracted to your good looks, so what? Li Ruoxi completely let go. She felt that financial relationships were actually the purest form of relationship between men and women. Straightforward. There aren't that many twists and turns. One is lustful, the other is greedy, that's all. Upon hearing this, Chen Shu shook his head and chuckled, then said, that's fine. But before you covet my beauty, you need to do one thing. What is it? Li Ruoxi asked, full of curiosity. Wu Zihao is pursuing you, right? Li Ruoxi asked in surprise, how did you know? Do you know him? The next second, she hurriedly explained, Chen Shu, I have nothing to do with him. He's just a simp. And not even in the top 10. Chen Shu was stunned? Good heavens. Li Ruoxi, you really are a queen of the sea. How many fish are in the fish pond? Li Ruoxi earnestly assured him, Chen Shu, don't worry, although I'm not exactly a model girl, I still have moral standards. I will absolutely not have any improper dealings with other men after taking your money. Since they were lovers anyway, Li Ruoxi didn't hide it. Ha! Chen Shu laughed. This woman actually said she had moral standards? Well, she is indeed much better than a woman like Xia Baiwei. I understand. But what I want you to do is to have an ambiguous relationship with Wu Zihao. Question mark. Li Ruoxi was completely confused. What do you mean? Let him continue being your lapdog. Lapdogs, in the end, they get nothing. Li Ruoxi seemed to understand something. I think I get it. Don't worry, training dogs is my specialty. Li Ruoxi said confidently. Chen Shu nodded in satisfaction. The Maybach stopped at a traffic light, and he waved to Li Ruoxi. Come here with your head. Question mark. Li Ruoxi felt strange, but she did as she was told and leaned her head over. Chen Shu stroked her jet black hair, ruffled her hair, and said with a smile, pat the dog's head. Li Ruoxi. Chen Shu then said, say it. Li Ruoxi? Being treated like this by a man, Li Ruoxi wanted to be angry and furious, but she was surprised to find that she couldn't be angry or furious at all. It's not because Chen Shu was now her sugar daddy with 6 million yuan a year. Instead, Li Ruoxi suddenly realized that she actually liked this feeling of humiliation. Could it be that I'm a masochist? Why didn't I notice this before? Or is it that I only show my masochistic side to succubi like Chen Shu? A storm raged through Li Ruoxi's heart. After finally calming down, she moved her lips slightly. Oh nar. Chen Shu? WTF. Li Ruoxi, you're quite knowledgeable, huh? That's a bit perverted. Didn't you tell me to call you master? Ha! I meant for you to call me dad. Li Ruoxi was stunned. No, you're even more perverted, okay? The Maybach S680 was parked at the entrance of the dance academy. Chen Shu transferred 6 million yuan to Li Ruoxi. The moment Li Ruoxi received the money, she was overjoyed and could not suppress her happiness. She leaned over from the passenger seat and used her delicate hands to hold Chen Shu's face still. Then, Li Ruoxi gave Chen Shu a sweet kiss. Question mark. Chen Shu was dumbfounded. What the heck? How come there's a scene where I get forcibly kissed? But then, the system voice sounded again. The host, following his heart and driven by a burning desire for revenge against Wu Zihao for stealing his girlfriend, enters into a one-year contract with his goddess, spending 6 million yuan. The host is rewarded tenfold with 60 million yuan. What is that? A contract? When the hell did I make that request? Wasn't that just a joke? Chen Shu was bewildered.
She turned to look at Lee Ruwashi with suspicion.
Could it be that this woman thinks that way?
Whatever. As long as I can get system coins, I've earned another 54 million. What a windfall. After Lee Ruwashi withdrew her kiss, her face flushed, she said shyly, "This is my first kiss."
Give me a break, do you think I'm some innocent freshman? Chen Shu didn't believe it.
Lee Ruwashi got anxious. That really was my first kiss.
Do you think that just because I have a lot of fish in my pond, I won't be morally upright?
Well. Seeing Lee Ruwashi's reaction, Chen Shu thought it seemed genuine, so he smiled and gave her a thumbs up.
As expected of the Queen of the Sea. Yes. But I am also a virtuous sea queen. Lee Ruwashi said proudly.
Chen Shu chuckled and said, "It just shows how skillful you are." "You could also say they're just not skilled enough," Lee Ruwashi said with a proud expression. At that moment, Chen Shu caught a glimpse of Wu Ziheo's figure at the school gate. Chen Shu smiled and said, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Wu Ziheo, you willingly acted as a simp, praising your goddess to the heavens, but I only took a short time to win her over.
What goes around comes around. Get off the bus, I'm leaving.
Oh, okay. Lee Ruwashi smiled, waved, and got out of the car. Suddenly, she turned around and whispered with a smile.
Bye-bye, Dad. Chen Shu.
Although the sudden sound made him a little uncomfortable, Chen Shu was secretly pleased. He stepped on the gas and drove off. Soon, Lee Ruwashi walked towards the school gate, and before she had gone far, Wu Ziheo spotted her.
Ruwashi, where have you been?
I've been waiting for you for 2 hours.
What? Getting impatient? No. Waiting any longer is my own choice. I'm willing. Ruwashi, I'd do anything for you.
Wu Ziheo explained with a smile, while also expressing his feelings.
Lee Ruwashi chuckled lightly.
After their interactions a few days ago, she now felt a sense of disdain whenever she saw Wu Ziheo.
Willing to do anything?
A stingy, penny-pinching man who can't afford to spend money.
And he dares to pursue me? Want to get something for free?
Compared to Chen Shu, you're utterly crushed.
Can you give me 6 million a year? Even 600,000 would be painful to spend.
Oh. However, remembering Chen Shu's instructions, Lee Ruwashi immediately put on a harmless smile.
Brother Ziheo, you said you'd do anything for me, you should at least show some sincerity, right? Sincerity? Oh, actually I don't really want it. I just want to see your attitude. I want to know, does Ziheo really like me?
Lee Ruwashi is beautiful, has long legs, is a dance student, and has a somewhat ethereal, ideal woman quality. With just a few words, she managed to win over Wu Ziheo.
Wu Ziheo immediately said, Ruwashi, tell me, what kind of sincerity do you want? I'll satisfy you. Really? I want that Gucci bag from last time. What? The one that costs over 50,000?
Wu Ziheo exclaimed in surprise.
Lee Ruwashi pretended to be sad and said, it seems that Brother Ziheo doesn't like me that much either. Okay, in that case, I'll go back to school. Lee Ruwashi pretended to leave. Wu Ziheo panicked.
He genuinely liked Lee Ruwashi, so he gritted his teeth and made a tough decision. You can't catch a wolf without risking your cub.
Buy it. Ruwashi, I'll buy it for you.
That's great, Brother Ziheo, you're so kind. Lee Ruwashi feigned surprise and praised him. Wu Ziheo felt elated.
Let's go then.
Wu Ziheo went up and took Lee Ruwashi's hand.
But Lee Ruwashi dodged backward in a flash.
She smiled sweetly and said, Brother Ziheo, you know I'm not some casual girl.
Holding hands and stuff like that, at least we'll have to wait until we're officially in a relationship, right? This statement gave Wu Ziheo endless imagination. Establishing a romantic relationship? If Ruwashi said that, there's definitely something going on.
Wu Ziheo repeatedly said, yes, yes, yes.
Ruwashi is right.
Let's go buy a Gucci bag first. Seeing Wu Ziheo's easily manipulated, sycophantic appearance, Lee Ruwashi smiled on the surface.
In reality, I just found it boring. The task given by the master is far too easy. Chapter 32 I, Luo, am not without beauty.
Inside the cafe, where melodious music played softly, next to the floor-to-ceiling windows. A girl with short, ear-length hair took a sip of her latte and glanced at the girl with pigtails across the small round table.
Meatball, your beloved idol, is he arriving soon? Are you nervous? A little.
Ro pursed her delicate red lips, slightly worried.
I don't know if he's lying to me. You mean that thing about him claiming to be a college student?
The short-haired girl smiled.
Ro, I advise you not to get your hopes up too high.
When you're traveling, you give yourself your own identity.
Besides, you two met online.
Most things online are virtual, and the waters are too deep for you to handle. The short-haired girl paused for a moment, then began to speculate seriously. I bet that big shot is probably a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, not very good-looking, and maybe even pot-bellied. You know, those beer-bellied guys love petite girls like you and me.
Take Tang Bohu for example.
Oh, and he might even be bald, the short-haired girl added insult to injury. Hearing her friend say that, Ro frowned slightly and pondered for a moment.
My feelings are extremely complicated.
If that big shot in my heart is really some middle-aged, balding, pot-bellied man, how should I face him?
I've received so many tips from him, I can't just leave without giving anything in return, can I? No matter what, it's always necessary to make friends with a top-tier patron like him. Maintaining relationships, you know.
However, if the other party makes any unreasonable or excessive demands, then you must not agree to them. Unless, of course, he is a male college student who is also handsome.
As long as it's not ugly.
Ro muttered to herself. Just then, a portly middle-aged man got out of a black Mercedes-Benz parked by the roadside and appeared in Ro's field of vision through the floor-to-ceiling window. The other person had only taken a few steps when he suddenly stopped, gave her a lewd smile, and waved.
For a moment, Ro was completely dumbfounded. Could it be that this fat, bald middle-aged man is the legendary Heart's Desire? Oh my god.
This is just too much to bear to look at.
Uncle, is your belly pregnant?
Judging by the size, is it triplets or quadruplets? Ro's idealized image of her idol shattered completely. All her expectations were dashed at that moment.
No wonder they wouldn't show me the photos before.
I'll have a coffee, maybe browse the comic convention, have dinner, and then I'll make an excuse to leave.
I would absolutely never go to a hotel with him. You can't drink alcohol either.
In just a few seconds, Ro made up her mind. Her best friend also witnessed this scene, her eyes widening as if they were round balls.
Holy crap, no way?
Wow, that guy with the big heart really has a beer belly from middle age.
And he's actually bald? And it's the oiliest Mediterranean.
When the short-haired girl looked at her best friend Ro again, her eyes were filled with pity.
Although I like money too, I feel that if I had to serve an older man like that for money, that's asking too much of anyone.
Sister, this money is yours to earn.
Don't forget to treat your sisters to delicious food and drinks in the future.
Just then, a heavily made-up, mature woman walked out of the coffee shop. Soon, she went up to the greasy, middle-aged, pot-bellied man and greeted him with ingratiating affection. Before long, the two left hand in hand.
Seeing this, Ro asked in confusion, he didn't come to see me? It's obvious.
The short-haired girl paused for a moment, then stammered, so, he is not the big boss I'm looking for.
Thank goodness it wasn't.
She gently wiped the fine sweat from her forehead with her chubby little hand, still feeling a bit shaken. Phew, the short-haired girl breathed a sigh of relief, also feeling fortunate.
That was really a fright.
At the same time, a blue and silver Mercedes Maybach S680 was parked on the side of the road. Chen Shu got out of the car, glanced at her WeChat, and confirmed that the meeting place was the Encounter coffee shop right in front of her. He glanced around and immediately spotted the succulents near the French windows. Even without the beauty filter, this girl's appearance is slightly diminished, and she is definitely not as good-looking as junior sister Luo Yao. But she'd definitely be a top beauty in her department, on par with Xia Yufei and Meng Meng. Chen Shu made a comparison and judgment in her mind. At that moment, Ro also saw Chen Shu, and their eyes met.
Ro was instantly stunned and stared blankly. Wow! This guy is amazing. So stylish. So handsome.
Others like to use school heartthrob to describe a boy's handsomeness, but I only want to use his handsomeness to describe the school heartthrob.
No. He's even more handsome than the school heartthrob.
Ro felt as if she had fallen for him. It was love at first sight. Ro had no idea that, just as she was getting distracted, Chen Shu smiled and waved at her, sending a greeting from afar.
Ro was a little stunned. She looked at her best friend and asked incredulously, was he greeting me?
The short-haired girl was so engrossed in looking at Chen Shu's handsome face that she almost drooled.
She shook her head hesitantly, I don't know.
Both of them looked behind them and found no one there.
Ro exclaimed in surprise, no way? He really came to see me? Could he be the big boss in my heart? Ro still couldn't believe it. The short-haired girl looked bitter, then suddenly had an idea and analyzed, could it be one of your fans who recognized you? Ro, you have hundreds of thousands of fans after all. Ro was stunned for a moment, her gaze becoming somewhat suspicious. No, sister, why do I feel like you're jealous of me? You don't want me to do well?
Not long after, Chen Shu walked into the coffee shop and went straight to the two of them.
Chen Shu greeted him with a smile, meatball?
After hearing this, Ro stood up immediately, at a loss for words. You are the boss of the heart? Ro was very eager to confirm, so Chen Shu smiled, nodded, and held out her hand.
It's me. My name is Chen Shu.
Upon hearing Chen Shu's answer, Ro became excited and quickly grabbed Chen Shu's hand, holding it tightly.
Wow! My dear, you look so young.
Ro exclaimed excitedly, her eyes sparkling. She never imagined that the person she had been longing for would actually be a male college student.
And he's surprisingly handsome. I've struck gold.
Chen Shu smiled and reminded him, Shu, keep your voice down, be discreet.
Okay, I understand.
Ro glanced around and noticed someone looking in their direction, so she quickly lowered her voice.
Alright, Xin can baby.
Ro immediately changed her address, blushing as she introduced herself. My name is Chen Ruoli.
You can call me Ro or Ruoli. I didn't expect we would share the same surname. It seems we are really destined to meet. Isn't that right? What a coincidence.
Chen Ruoli responded excitedly, but also with a touch of shyness, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. To Chen Ruoli's best friend, this scene made her look just like a peacock displaying its tail feathers to attract a mate.
What are you doing, sister?
Where's your self-respect?
You seem like a complete stranger to me.
Chen Shu chatted with Chen Ruoli for a few minutes, then pointed to the girl accompanying her and asked, and who is this? Before Chen Ruoli could speak, the short-haired girl stood up and introduced herself. Hello, Xin. My name is Gao Qi. I am 22 years old, 158 centimeters tall, and weigh 40 kilograms. I am Chen Ruoli's college classmate and also her partner in doing otaku dance live streams.
Chen Ruoli was stunned. Sister, what are you doing? Are you registering your household registration? Should I also give out my measurements? If I had known I was meeting up with my idol, I wouldn't have brought you along. Chen Ruoli was starting to regret it.
Chen Shu saw through the two girls' little scheme at a glance, smiled slightly, and said, by the way, didn't we agree to go to the comic convention together?
Are we still going? All right. Okay. Chen Ruoli and Gao Qi responded almost simultaneously, and the next second, the two women locked eyes.
Chen Ruoli winked at her best friend, as if to say, sister, this is my top supporter.
Gao Qi's eyes held a hint of resentment, as if to say, my idol isn't yours alone. He can be my #1 supporter in the future. Back and forth they went, their eyes almost locked in a fight.
Seeing these two legally owned lolas almost come to blows over her, Chen Shu was speechless and amused. So it turns out that as long as you're handsome and rich enough, girls can be this proactive.
Chen Shu cleared her throat. Ahem. It's getting late, let's head to the comic convention first. Gao Qi spoke first, obediently replying, okay.
Not to be outdone, Chen Ruoli stepped forward and simply took Chen Shu's arm.
Chen Shu bao, let us go. Gao Qi, ?
Chen Shu felt both helpless and amused, and secretly pleased, as she led Chen Ruoli and Gao Qi out of the coffee shop. To avoid further conflict between the two girls, Chen Shu arranged, Ruoli, you can sit in the passenger seat later.
Baby, I'll listen to you.
Chen Ruoli called out more and more affectionately. Gao Qi was half a step behind them. Hearing this, she chuckled and then made a face.
She shook her head and muttered softly, you even had a baby.
Soon, the three arrived at the roadside, and Chen Shu flashed the Maybach's headlights.
Chen Ruoli stared wide-eyed. Although she didn't know much about cars, she recognized a Maybach. Zhu Zihan's ride-in Dragon Raja. What a beautiful car, baby. Do you usually drive this car?
It's just for transportation, Chen Shu said casually. Upon hearing this, Chen Ruoli was immediately shocked.
A Maybach, even as a mode of transportation? That's incredibly extravagant.
After hearing this, Gao Qi felt very uncomfortable.
A Maybach as a car? What kind of family background must this big shot have? Heir to a top-tier wealthy family? How did such a rare treasure end up in Roro's hands? Why don't I have such good luck? Doesn't the guy in my heart like petite girls? Me too. Chen Ruoli can be a legal loli, and my loli can be a loli too. Gao Qi decided not to sit idly by and wait for death. Opportunities are earned through one's own efforts, and I will take the initiative. Brother Shinkan, this car must be very expensive, right? Gao Qi suddenly asked in a teasing tone.
It's not expensive, only 4 or 5 million, Chen Shu replied calmly.
This license plate is really cool, Rome 56789.
As soon as I saw the license plate, I knew how amazing Brother Shinkan was.
Gao Qi had an expression of adoration on her face. Chen Ruoli, ? Chen Shu was really afraid that the two girls would start fighting right there. Although he was quite looking forward to watching two women fight, he wouldn't go for the girls he knew. Chen Shu smiled. Gao Qi, right? Brother Shinkan has such a good memory. Chen Shu was embarrassed. Wait, how long have we known each other? How can you praise someone like that? The way women take the initiative really frightens me. Let's keep quiet today.
After we're done, let's add each other on WeChat and follow each other on Douyin.
I'll send you gifts next time, okay?
When Gao Qi heard Chen Shu immediately offered to shower her with money, she was completely stunned.
Chen Ruoli was also stunned. This works? Chen Shubao, did your family's money grow on trees? And you, Gao Qi, you actually dared to steal my top fan right in front of me. That's too much. I'll draw a circle and curse you. Baby, actually Gao Qi, she.
Chen Ruoli wanted to refuse on behalf of her best friend, but Gao Qi snapped out of her daze and immediately blurted out, okay. Then, she zipped up her mouth. Gao Qi winked at Chen Ruoli, looking smug. This infuriated Chen Ruoli to the point of wanting to explode. Before meeting Chen Shu, Chen Ruoli always regarded Gao Qi as her best friend and confidant. But she never expected that Gao Qi would also fall for the man she had her eye on. They even brazenly tried to steal it from me. At this moment, Chen Ruoli just wanted to kick Gao Qi off their friendship boat. You guys get in the car first, I'll go buy you 2 bottles of water.
Thank you, baby, you've worked hard. Chen Ruoli said something sweet and considerate.
Gao Qi shut up at this moment, raised her 2 fair arms above her head, and made a big heart shape with her hands for Chen Shu. As soon as Chen Shu turned and went to the supermarket next door, the two women's expressions changed immediately.
Chen Ruoli exclaimed excitedly, Gao Qi, Chen Shu is mine. You can't take her away from me.
Gao Qi chuckled, sister, Chen Shu is your top fan, not your boyfriend.
Why can't I steal it? Chen Ruoli said anxiously, not now, but it will be soon.
She is very confident in her looks. Gao Qi retorted, then let's talk about it when Chen Shu becomes your boyfriend. Besides, you're good looking, and I'm not bad either.
What if Chen Shu likes my type? You.
Chen Ruoli was both anxious and angry, tears welling up in her eyes.
Don't you have any sense of reason? Don't you know about the order of arrival? Chen Ruoli sobbed, feeling wronged.
In her view, Chen Shu was able to have an encounter with her amidst the vast sea of Douyin livestreams. This is all a destiny arranged by God.
I was here first. Hey! Isn't this senior brother Chen Shu's car? It really is. Where is he? Why are there 2 women next to his car?
Maybe it's just someone trying to get photos of luxury cars.
Should we go over and wait a bit, then say hello to senior brother Chen Shu? Absolutely.
Senior brother Chen Shu is our own senior brother. Upon suddenly hearing this conversation, Chen Ruoli and Gao Qi, who had just been arguing, were both stunned.
When Zhuo Xie and Jin Duo arrived at the Maybach,
the 4 women looked at each other, sizing each other up.
Zhuo Xie was the first to speak, asking, who are you? What are you doing next to senior brother Chen Shu's car? Chen Ruoli wanted to explain.
Just then, Chen Shu returned, and he was somewhat surprised to see his 2 junior sisters.
Zhuo Xie? Jin Duo?
Upon hearing Chen Shu's voice, Zhuo Xie immediately turned around and smiled happily.
Hello, senior brother Chen Shu. Jin Duo also greeted Chen Shu, senior brother Chen Shu, it's been a long time. Chen Shu smiled and stepped forward, gently tapping their heads. It hasn't been that long, has it? What are you 2 doing here?
We took the subway here to see the comic convention, Zhuo Xie explained cutely, tilting her head.
seeing Chen Shu and the two girls' undisguised and intimate behavior.
Chen Ruoli and Gao Qi were both stunned.
Wait, is Chen Shu really that close to these two girls? They seem to be more than just fellow students, right? Could it be that one of them is Chen Shu's girlfriend?
Chen Ruoli and Gao Qi both looked at Zhuo and Jin Duo again without prior arrangement.
Another petite and adorable girl. Chen Shu's XP can no longer be hidden. Chapter 33: Why do children snatch other people's toys? Going to a comic convention? What a coincidence! I'm going to a comic convention with those two too. Want to come along?
Zhuo and Jin Duo exchanged glances and nodded. Great, senior brother Chen Shu, even though it's only a short walk, we'd like to hitch a ride with you.
Okay.
After exchanging pleasantries, Chen Shu smiled and introduced them to each other, saying, since we're on the same path and share the same love for anime and manga, let's get to know each other.
Zhuo and Jin Duo, my two junior classmates. Chen Ruoli is a friend I met online. Today is our first time meeting in person.
This is Gao Qi, her best friend. Once the introduction was finished, both parties understood. It turns out they were just online friends meeting for the first time. So she was just a junior from school.
Call.
Chen Ruoli breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, neither of them were Chen Shu's girlfriends.
At this moment, Chen Shu asked, by the way, why are there only the two of you? Where are the other two in your dorm?
Zhuo chuckled and teased, senior brother Chen Shu, you only care about your Yao Yao, right?
Jin Duo chuckled and chimed in, of course. Otherwise, who else would senior brother Chen Shu care about?
Chen Shu smiled, rubbed her nose, and nodded.
I guess so. What about Yao Yao?
Chen Ruoli and Gao Qi felt a chill run down their spines.
What does this mean? Does Chen Shu have a girl he likes? Who is Yao Yao? Does she play King of Glory?
At this moment, Zhuo continued, senior brother Chen Shu, you have no idea, Yao Yao is still getting ready in the dorm right now in preparation for our date tonight. She said she wanted to show you her most obedient and best looking side.
Really? I'm really looking forward to it.
Chen Shu smiled and rubbed her nose, feeling even more excited about her date with Luo Yao tonight. I never expected that girl to value us so much. Thinking back on the time I banished her to the cold palace for 2.5 days, it feels a bit cruel.
Forget it, let's make it up to her properly tonight. Upon hearing this conversation, Chen Ruoli and Gao Qi's hearts sank to the bottom of the lake. A date tonight? Chen Shu has a girlfriend? We're doomed. Someone beat us to it.
Chen Ruoli gave Gao Qi a wink, and Gao Qi hesitated for a moment, looking somewhat unwilling. But when faced with a common external enemy, the two best friends united again.
Gao Qi tentatively asked, Brother Chen Shu, is Yao Yao your girlfriend? Without hesitation, Chen Shu replied, what girlfriend? Yao Yao and I are best friends for life.
When Zhuo and Jin Duo heard these words, they naturally thought they were best friends for life, and the two best friends chuckled.
To Chen Ruoli and Gao Qi, it meant best friends for life.
They both secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Since Chen Shu doesn't have a girlfriend yet, I still have a chance. Chen Ruoli thought that if she could catch up with Chen Shu and become his girlfriend, then she would be showered with immense wealth in the future. She had seemingly forgotten what she had told Gao Qi about first come, first served. Before long, the group got into the car and headed towards the comic convention center. Along the way, the four girls used their wit and sharp tongue quite a bit.
Silly and sarcastic, with a hidden malice beneath the surface.
Chen Shu treated it like listening to an FM radio broadcast. It was a crosstalk program, even more entertaining than Daeun Club.
Soon, we arrived at the comic convention center. I got off the bus.
Chen Shu and her two companions parted ways with Zhuo and Jin Duo. We must immediately report to Yao Yao that senior brother Chen Shu has two vixens around him.
Isn't that a bad idea? If senior brother Chen Shu finds out, will he treat us badly from now on?
Zhuo said seriously, Duo, you're too naive.
Why were we able to become friends with senior brother Chen Shu? Isn't it all because senior brother Chen Shu and Yao Yao have a good relationship? Only when her position is secure can we enjoy a life of luxury. Do you understand?
Jin Duo was stunned, feeling that this was just like a palace drama about vying for the emperor's favor.
Thrilling and exciting. Clear.
Then, Zhuo and Jin Duo found the three-person group of the four dormitory sisters and Luo Yao in the 5 group chats.
Zhuo, danger. Yao Yao, your boyfriend is about to be stolen away.
Duo, that's right, senior brother Chen Shu is at the comic convention with 2 girls right now.
Luo Yao, impossible.
Shuaxia, photo. Inside the girls' dormitory at the University of Finance and Economics, Luo Yao saw the photos sent by Shuaxia and her eyes widened immediately. Senior brother Chen really was at the comic convention with 2 girls. Luo Yao puffed out her cheeks, looking aggrieved, but then she quickly zoomed in on the photo.
Both of these girls combined aren't as pretty as me.
Senior brother Chen and the 2 of them are definitely just friends.
Just friends.
Luo Yao, having already prepared herself, instantly breathed a sigh of relief and regained her confidence. At the same time, Luo Yao clenched her small fists tightly, as if she had made up her mind.
In the group chat, she replied, "Don't worry about it, senior brother Chen doesn't need anyone to take care of him. That's all for now. I need to get ready for my date tonight, so don't bother me." Shuaxia and Duo.
At the comic convention center, Shuaxia complained angrily, "It's like the emperor isn't worried, but the eunuch is." Duo thought for a moment and whispered, "I think Yao Yao probably thinks that those 2 girls don't pose a threat to her. I just took a closer look too, and neither of them is as pretty as Yao Yao."
Shuaxia scoffed and began to lecture Duo in a serious tone, saying, "You're really naive." Duo asked in confusion, "Where am I naive? Do you know why a child who already has many toys at home would still try to steal other children's toys?" "I don't know." Duo shook her head.
Shuaxia said seriously, "Because he's never played it before." Duo was stunned for a moment, but after a few seconds, she suddenly realized.
That's a brilliant metaphor.
Meanwhile, Chen Shu, Chen Ruoli, and Gao Qi wandered aimlessly through the comic convention center. Chen Shu likes anime conventions and the world of anime, but not much.
Only have a superficial understanding.
After Chen Ruoli discovered this, she happily introduced the various characters to Chen Shu. He knows them like the back of his hand.
Gao Qi remains silent most of the time, occasionally offering a few words of support.
After strolling around for more than half an hour, Chen Shu lost interest, but Chen Ruoli was still talking non-stop.
"Chen Shubao, do you know who that female character is? Ayaka Kamisato." "Wow. Chen Shubao, you even know this? What about the one next to her? General Thunder and Lightning." "Wow. Chen Shu, you really know a lot about anime and manga."
Chen Shu was speechless for a few seconds, then smiled. "Then do you know why I'm so rich?"
"Why?" "I got it from playing Genshin Impact."
Chen Ruoli was stunned for a moment, then quickly couldn't help but laugh. "Chen Shu baby, you're so funny."
Gao Qi asked curiously, "Brother Chen Shu, does your family make Genshin Impact products?" "No." Chen Shu smiled.
This girl's thought process was even more surprising.
"I'm not that rich yet." Chen Ruoli then asked, "Baby, what do you think of their cosplay?" "Not good at all. The looks are not good, and the figure is not good either.
It's a waste of the costumes and props."
Faced with Chen Shu's straightforward answer, Chen Ruoli was stunned for a moment and patiently explained, "Baby, you can't say that. After all, in the cosplay community, there's a saying, cosplay doesn't judge by appearance. Come on, this world is all about looks, why shouldn't cosplay be considered unattractive?"
This.
Chen Ruoli was speechless.
Gao Qi also felt that Chen Shu's words made some sense.
Just then, a voice suddenly came from behind them, retorting, "It's the rule in the cosplay community that cosplayers shouldn't be out of character, so why do you say that?"
Chen Shu and the other 2 turned around and looked at the man who was cosplaying as the original Li Bai skin from Honor of Kings.
Chen Ruoli's eyes widened in surprise. "Di Junfei, what are you doing here?" Chen Shu asked curiously, "You 2 know each other?"
Gao Qi quickly moved closer to Chen Shu and whispered, "Brother Chen Shu, your rival in love has arrived."
Chen Shu was stunned. "Wait, where did I get a rival in love?"
Gao Qi added, "Before you appeared, Di Junfei was the most powerful top spender in Ro-Ro's livestream. He had been pursuing Ro-Ro for a long time. But Ruo Li never agreed. She's not very good looking," Chen Shu said bluntly in private. "Well, that is true, but he is quite wealthy." Gao Qi agreed with Chen Shu's point of view, but explained the other person's advantages.
Chen Shu asked again, "Even richer than me?"
Gao Qi was stunned for a moment, then shook her head, "That can't be compared." Gao Qi muttered to himself, "With over 6 million in tips in a single session and over 10 million in tips in a single day, who else can be more generous than you?" Chen Shu laughed, "That settles it then."
At this moment, Di Junfei spread his tail feathers like a peacock and said to Chen Ruoli, Roro, I never expected that we would run into each other at the Chengdu Comic Con. It's really fate. How about we take a picture together?
As he spoke, Di Junfei took out his phone, ready to take a selfie with Chen Ruoli. In the past, Chen Ruoli might have agreed in order to maintain her relationship with the top influencer. But with Chen Shu standing beside her, Chen Ruoli hesitated, afraid that Chen Shu might misunderstand something. Chen Ruoli shook her head and politely declined, saying, No, I'm here to visit, not to cosplay.
Besides, I didn't wear much makeup, so I don't look good. Di Junfei, ? He was stunned. What's going on? We've taken photos together in person before, and is this really such an unreasonable request? You actually rejected me today. Di Junfei quickly realized that it must be because of the man next to Ro Ro. Ro Ro, who is he? What's your relationship with him? He's mine.
Chen Ruoli wanted to find an identity for Chen Shu, but for a moment she didn't know how to introduce Chen Shu.
Chen Shu reminded him, baby. Ah? Haven't you always called me that? Oh, right.
Chen Ruoli smiled knowingly and introduced him again, he is my baby.
Di Junfei was dumbfounded. You two even had a baby? Didn't you say you didn't have a boyfriend? Di Junfei asked, quite agitated.
Yes, he's not my boyfriend yet, Chen Ruoli explained seriously.
If not now, then what about in the future? How would I know? Chen Ruoli blushed and looked at Chen Shu with a hint of shyness.
The way she looked, like a young girl in love, didn't seem like she was acting. Seeing this scene, Di Junfei felt like a red-nosed clown. Chen Shu rubbed his nose and said with a smile, Dude, forgive me for being blunt, but girls are all picky about looks. If you want to pursue a girl, there's no hope of winning her over just by spending gold coins.
You think you're handsome? Di Junfei said angrily. Gao Qi, the straight man, chimed in, isn't he handsome? Di Junfei. So what? In our cosplay community, looks don't matter. Di Junfei retorted, trying to justify himself. Chen Shu scoffed, then go ask everyone why there's such a huge backlash against the black actress playing Snow White? Why isn't anyone saying she's not a visual stunner now? Di Junfei was left speechless by the rebuttal.
Beauty is justice, this is a universal truth. Chen Shu smiled and patted Chen Ruoli's shoulder.
Let's go. Ha? Baby, why?
Chen Ruoli looked puzzled, then quickly explained, I really have nothing to do with Di Junfei.
Don't misunderstand.
Hearing this, Di Junfei felt even worse than if he had been stabbed twice in the heart.
Pain. My heart aches so much.
Chen Shu put his hands in his pockets and said with a smile, It doesn't matter.
I've just finished shopping and I'm not really interested anymore. Oh. Chen Ruoli felt a pang of disappointment.
She understood that this meant Chen Shu wasn't very interested in her. Otherwise, if Chen Shu were interested in him, he wouldn't leave even if he accompanied him until the comic convention closed.
Not long after, Chen Shu left.
Seeing his chance, Di Junfei stepped forward again, acting like a sycophant, and said with a fawning smile, Ro Ro, it's okay.
If he won't go to the comic convention with you, I will. Chen Ruoli gave him a cold look, who needs you to accompany them? Gao Qi added, exactly.
If you hadn't suddenly appeared, that chubby god might not have left.
Di Junfei? That guy was chubby, a male god? I've really become a simp.
Hearing Gao Qi say that, Chen Ruoli became even angrier. She already disliked Di Junfei, who wasn't particularly good-looking, and now she was even more ruthless.
Di Junfei, I'll say it again, we're just friends, ordinary friends. Please don't act like you know me so well anymore. I don't want people to misunderstand me anymore.
After Chen Ruoli finished speaking, she took her best friend Gao Qi's hand and left.
Di Junfei remained where he was, watching Ro Ro's departing figure, feeling utterly bewildered in the wind. Who is that guy? He's just a little bit more handsome than me, isn't he? Is he richer than me?
Meatball, you've really changed.
She actually became so willing to give up money for a handsome guy. Di Junfei was heartbroken.
As Chen Ruoli walked, she said, Chi-Chi, I've made up my mind.
I want to stay in Rongdu. Gao Qi asked suspiciously, Ro Ro, you're not doing this for Chen Shu, are you? So what if it is? I understand. But how could a talented young man like Chen Shu, a scion of a wealthy family, be so easily won over? I know.
My mother also taught me from a young age to do things I am sure of. Gao Qi asked, puzzled, then you still want to face the challenge head on? Chen Ruoli smiled and said, but I never listened to my mother. 6. Gao Qi gave a thumbs up. Chapter 34 Dating. Around 3 p.m., a blue and silver Maybach S680 appeared on the campus of the University of Finance and Economics. The car was parked next to the girls' dormitory building. Chen Shu sat in the car and sent a WeChat message to Luo Yao. I'm downstairs. Luo Yao replied quickly, Senior Brother Chen, which building are you downstairs? Downstairs to the girls' dormitory? Yes. Weren't you supposed to be on a date tonight? Why are you here so early? You still don't want to see me right now? Then I'll leave? No. Think. I miss seeing you so much, Senior Brother. Inside the goddess's dormitory, Luo Yao, dressed in a pink Lolita princess dress, excitedly twirled around in the corridor. At the same time, Chen Shu made a video call to Luo Yao. Luo Yao was stunned for a second. Then, she quickly tidied up her princess-cut hairstyle to make sure she looked her best. After the video call connected, Luo Yao waved sweetly and greeted, Hello, Senior Brother Chen. Chen Shu smiled and said, Yao, how much longer until we come down? I'm waiting for us to start our date. Really? We're going on a date right now? Real. Senior Brother Chen, do you miss Yao too? In no mood. That's impossible. Hearing Chen Shu tease her like that, Luo Yao puffed out her cheeks, her eyes full of coquettishness. Oh, you're so annoying, Luo Yao couldn't hide her joy. Then, with a touch of coquettishness, she whispered, Senior Brother Chen, I want to be by your side right now too. But Yao hasn't decided yet. Which outfit should she wear tonight? Luo Yao was a little frustrated. Sometimes, having too many clothes and too many choices is the same as having no choice at all. Chen Shu smiled and said, Keep it simple. What does simple and straightforward mean? Luo Yao keenly noticed that Senior Brother Chen must have his own unique perspective and asked curiously. Chen Shu said, A JK skirt is nice, but a complete JK uniform would be even better. So, does Senior Brother Chen prefer something cute, or something more innocent and alluring? Anything is fine, I'm not picky. Okay, Senior Brother Chen, then Yao will change her clothes. Okay. Chen Shu nodded and hung up the phone. Luo Yao was stunned when she saw this. What? I was hoping to create some ambiguity with Senior Brother Chen, but he just hung up on me. Luo Yao muttered a couple of complaints to herself. However, in order to see Chen Shu as soon as possible, she quickly changed into a new JK skirt suit. After quickly getting ready, I went downstairs. Outside the dormitory building, Luo Yao spotted the tall, handsome, and charismatic Senior Chen at a glance. She happily ran over and threw herself into Chen Shu's arms. Senior Brother Chen. I haven't seen Senior Brother Chen for several days. Yao misses you so much. Seeing the adorable junior sister in his arms, Chen Shu's eyes became much clearer and gentler. This girl, with that innocent yet alluring face, and those subtle expressions. It really makes me want to protect it. Especially Luo Yao's outfit today, a pink JK Lolita dress set, exudes cuteness from head to toe. Even the air around her seemed to smell sweet and soft. Chen Shu rubbed Luo Yao's head, pinched her little cheeks, and said with a smile, You look really good in this outfit today. Isn't Yao pretty normally? I usually get 100 points, but today I get 200 points. Senior Brother Chen, your score isn't out of 1000, is it? Luo Yao looked at Chen Shu, her eyes filled with him. You found out. How annoying. The two flirted and teased each other like a couple, attracting the attention of passers-by who watched with surprise. My god, how did Luo Yao end up with Xiao Baiwei's simp? It's him. Wow. You know what, I think that guy is even more handsome than before. Really? He's so handsome. A perfect match, one is 183 centimeters tall and the other is 155 centimeters tall, isn't this the cutest height difference? The onlookers whispered among themselves. Unexpectedly, Xiao Baiwei happened to come downstairs at that moment and overheard their discussion. Looking again at Chen Shu and Luo Yao gradually disappearing into the distance outside the building, I watched their backs. Xiao Baiwei felt as if her heart was being torn apart. I was here first. Why? I had a great hand,
but now I've played it terribly? Soon, Xiao Baiwei's eyes welled up with tears. Hiss, isn't that Xiao Baiwei?
The person involved has arrived.
TSK, she definitely didn't expect that after she broke up with Chen Shu would get together with Luo Yao. This shows that this woman doesn't know anything about goods.
Amidst the pointing fingers and whispers of the onlookers, Xiao Baiwei could only feign composure, pretend not to hear, and quickly leave the dormitory building. Xia Yufei, who was traveling with her, was filled with a sense of crisis.
Are Chen Shu and Luo Yao really together? What should I do then? Isn't it said that those who are near the water get the moon first? How did Luo Yao manage to get there first? Perhaps they're still just dating, not yet a couple?
Xia Yufei, clinging to a sliver of hope, also decided to stop waiting passively. Chen Shu was so sought after, and with a high school beauty like Luo Yao by her side, she had to take the initiative.
First, try to extract some information about Chen Shu from Xiao Baiwei. Xia Yufei quickly caught up with Xiao Baiwei and asked, Wei, why didn't you greet Chen Shu just now?
Xiao Baiwei glanced at her best friend and was stunned for a moment, ?
Sister, can you please stop hurting me? Xia Yufei then asked, Wei, do you still like Chen Shu? Xiao Baiwei frowned and said, Fei, can you please stop mentioning Chen Shu in front of me? Why? My heart is breaking. Xiao Baiwei's large tears fell down her cheeks. Okay.
Xia Yufei stopped talking and shut up, but after walking a short distance, she couldn't help but ask again, what are Chen Shu's hobbies?
Xiao Baiwei? You.
At that moment, Xiao Baiwei woke up with a start. It turned out that her best friend, Xia Yufei, was also thinking about Chen Shu.
Luo Yao, Yu Qingzhu, Xia Yufei.
And then there's that mysterious girl whose name I don't know, but who's obviously a stunning beauty. One girl after another, even prettier than herself, were all eyeing Chen Shu.
Oh my god. Xiao Baiwei, what kind of treasure boy did you miss?
Xiao Baiwei felt like her heart was about to break. The pain was so intense she couldn't breathe, and she felt like she was dying. She rolled her eyes and fainted on the spot.
Xia Yufei reacted quickly and caught Xiao Baiwei, startled by the scene before her. Wei. Someone come here. The interior of a Maybach S680.
Sitting in the passenger seat, Luo Yao said happily, Senior brother Chen, Yao is very good. Yao really deleted all the boys' WeChat accounts.
Actually there's no need for that.
Chen Shu smiled and drove slowly out of the school. I know that Senior brother Chen is not the kind of petty guy, but I think that as Senior brother Chen's best friend, Yao should give Senior brother Chen a lot of security.
I did it voluntarily. I'm happy to. Okay.
Chen Shu felt inexplicably touched.
See? If a girl really likes you enough, she won't be ambiguous with other guys. It will definitely give you a sense of security. Yao, where do you want to go first?
Well, wherever Senior brother Chen wants to go, Yao will go too. Luo Yao smiled, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes crinkling, and gently shook her head, adding with a carefree air, the most important thing about a date isn't what you do, but who you do it with.
Senior brother Chen, I'm willing to do anything for you. Generous crab gift.
Chen Shu had been a simp for years, but he had never been treated like this by a girl before.
Even Xin Yan couldn't possibly offer emotional value to people like Luo Yao. Who says women are only auditory creatures? Men are too. Okay, let's go see a movie first, then go shopping, and then have dinner. Okay, sure. Luo Yao nodded, looking expectant. Senior brother Chen, what's next?
Chen Shu found it difficult to speak.
After all, Luo Yao is a girl with a really pure and innocent look, and she's only 19 years old. She's wearing this pink JK skirt set. It looks even more youthful. What a sin. Chen Shu cleared her throat. How about coming to my place? Senior brother Chen, I've been thinking about your cat. Can it really do backflips? Luo Yao asked the question knowing the answer already. Chen Shu smiled and said confidently, of course. My cat can not only do backflips, but also climb walls and roofs. Really? Luo Yao looked at Chen Shu's serious expression and was a little doubtful that he was telling the truth. Luo Yao felt a sudden surge of anticipation. Their afternoon date began with watching a movie. To avoid encountering a chaotic situation prematurely, Chen Shu chose a shopping mall far from the university town as the cinema location. The movie was the same one I had planned to see with Xin Yan and Zhang Liani before, a romantic comedy. I bought a ticket, entered the venue, and took a seat in the middle row. Just as the movie was about to start, Luo Yao's iPhone 17 PM rang. When Luo Yao saw the caller ID, she was stunned. What does this idiot want from me? Will nothing bad happen? She frowned, a hint of worry in her heart. Chen Shu glanced at Luo Yao curiously, then at the incoming call. Idiot? This note is 6. But why does it feel like Luo Yao and this guy are being a little ambiguous? Could it be another guy? TSK, you really can't trust a woman's words. The more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to lie. Chen Shu asked curiously, why didn't you answer? Oh, it's nothing, it's not important. Luo Yao quickly hung up the phone and shook her head. After thinking about it, Luo Yao simply turned off her phone. Senior brother Chen, let's relax and watch the movie. Good. Chen Shu was quite curious, but she didn't press the matter further. After all, everyone has secrets. If I can't win a girl's heart, winning her body is fine too. In this materialistic age, sincerity and loyalty are absolute luxuries. Or perhaps I'm overthinking it? Chen Shu smiled calmly and immersed herself in the pleasant state of eating popcorn, drinking cola, and watching a movie. Oh shit. I went to the movie theater 3 times, and I finally saw it. Chen Shu had some doubts. Seeing that senior brother Chen was watching the movie intently, Luo Yao also had some doubts. Could it be that senior brother Chen has misunderstood? He thought that idiot was some guy. Senior brother Chen looks so cute when he's jealous. Luo Yao had no interest in watching the movie, just as she had said before, she only wanted to be with Chen Shu. As for what to do, she didn't care. Senior brother Chen, let me feed you. Luo Yao leaned closer to Chen Shu's seat, her voice very soft. A fair, delicate hand fed popcorn to Chen Shu, bringing it to her lips. Chen Shu glanced at her, opened his mouth, and accepted the food offered by his junior sister. Luo Yao chuckled and explained softly, Senior brother Chen, don't be jealous. Me, jealous? That idiot, he's not some other guy. A woman? No, not exactly. Well, that idiot is a guy, but he's my brother, my own brother. In my contacts, besides you, he's the only other guy. Luo Yao explained with a smile, and Chen Shu suddenly understood. Holy crap, I'm actually jealous of my brother-in-law? That was awkward. However, it seems that Luo Yao truly has feelings for us. Chen Shu smiled. I know, but you don't need to be so extreme. Also, why aren't you answering your phone? Because senior brother Chen is more important than that idiot, Luo Yao said happily. Ha, okay. I'll call him back after we finish watching the movie. Chen Shu nodded, extended a hand, and handed it to his junior sister. Luo Yao paused for a second, then immediately understood, beaming with joy as she took Chen Shu's hand and intertwined their fingers. I can't bear to part with you. Wow, senior brother Chen's hands are huge. Luo Yao's eyes were filled with Chen Shu, and she was completely absorbed in enjoying their date. The feeling of being in love. After watching the movie for an hour and a half, Luo Yao had almost no memory of it. She only remembered feeding her senior brother Chen cola and popcorn. I casually rubbed it, and felt Chen's abs through his clothes. Her blood was boiling, and she almost vomited it out of Luo Yao's nose. Afterwards, they left the movie theater, strolled around the shopping district, and then went out to eat. Whenever they had the chance, Luo Yao and Chen Shu would hold hands, sticking together like a little koala that likes to hang on a tree. Time flies. Before you knew it, it was night, and the car headed toward the University of Finance and Economics. It was raining outside at night, and the Maybach was driving on the viaduct. Luo Yao felt that this scene had a particularly strong atmosphere. At this moment, Chen Shu remembered the movie theater incident and reminded her, weren't you supposed to call your brother back? Oh, right, I almost forgot. Luo Yao took out her phone from her pink cartoon crossbody bag, turned it on, and quickly made a video call back to her younger brother. Luo Jing, what do you want with me? As soon as the call connected, Luo Yao became a completely different person, serious and impatient. Chen Shu. Oh my god. No wonder that no matter how beautiful the older sister is, in the younger brother's eyes she's just a pretty face. Putting everything else aside, if I were the younger brother, I would also think that my older sister is a tigress, right? Chen Shu smiled inwardly, feeling a mix of emotions. At that moment, Luo Jing's angry voice came from the other end of the video. Luo Yao, where did you go? I've called you so many times, but your phone was always off? Speak quickly, are you about to ask me for money again? Yes. Otherwise, why would I be looking for you? Question mark. Chen Shu was a little confused. How could this kid be so brazen as to ask his sister for money? Luo Yao, however, was used to it. Suppressing her anger, she asked, "How much are you planning to ask for this time?" Luo Jing said bluntly, "This time is different. Take as much as you have." Luo Yao, question mark. Chapter 35 The Grand Apartment welcomes its female owner. Luo Yao took a deep breath, biting her small white teeth, and suppressed her anger. Luo Jing, what did you just say? I didn't hear you clearly, say it again. Luo Jing replied, I said, take as much as you have. Take whatever you have left, do you think I run a bank? Luo Yao became even more furious. I have 500, do you want it? Luo Jing was stunned for a moment, then exclaimed in surprise, how can this be enough? It should be at least 5,000, right? Didn't we used to make 8,000 or 10,000 a month? No. Luo Yao angrily hung up the video call, calming her fluctuating 34C figure. Senior brother Chen, I'm not usually like this. It's just that family matters are making Yao Yao feel really annoyed. Luo Yao spoke with a wronged and pitiful expression, which made Chen Shu feel a little sorry for her. He handed her a tissue and asked, why are you crying? And nothing. Luo Yao shook her head, took the tissue and wiped away her tears, then wiped the tears from her eyes with her delicate hands and sniffed. Your family of origin wasn't very good? Pretty much. A gambling father, a sick mother, a younger brother in school, a broken home. Luo Yao smiled with a hint of self-deprecation and disappointment. Chen Shu pondered for a moment. No way, what junior sister Luo Yao said before was true. It seems quite possible. Every family has its own troubles, and this girl has had it tough too. No wonder she used to be obsessed with making money. Chen Shu said, just let me know if you need anything. It's just a small amount of money, and I can help you out. No. Luo Yao waved her hands repeatedly and explained, Senior brother Chen, I can handle my family matters myself, so I don't need you to worry about it. I can't let you spend any more money. Why? Because senior brother Chen is super nice to Yao Yao, I haven't spent much of the money you gave me as a tip last time after I withdrew it. Okay, just tell me if you have any problems. Chen Shu smiled. Yes, Yao Yao understands. A sweet and charming smile appeared on Luo Yao's pretty face. Almond-shaped eyes sparkling like silver stars, shallow dimples. In her heart, she had already regarded Chen Shu as her biggest support, or even the most important person. At the same time, Luo Yao has also changed a lot. She used to really hope to get Chen Shu's gold coins, the more the better. But now that Luo Yao has realized she really likes Chen Shu, she doesn't want to spend Chen Shu's money anymore. She was afraid that Chen Shu would think that she was only with him for money. Chen Shu also noticed Luo Yao's change, and felt gratified that he had won his junior sister's heart. But he was a little unhappy. We're spending money on you, and it's not for nothing we can even use it to get system coins. Besides, it's not unreasonable to spend a little money out of my own pocket for a girl who only has eyes for me. At that moment, Chen Shu caught a glimpse of the message that Luo Yao had transferred money to her younger brother. It turned twice. 10,000 at a time, 5,000 at a time. Chen Shu raised an eyebrow, feeling even more sorry for Luo Yao. Her small, 155 centimeters frame had to shoulder such a heavy burden. Before I could even enjoy it myself, I sent the money home. Chen Shu felt that Luo Yao was a bit like her former self. She used to be reluctant to enjoy life and would send all the money she earned to Xia Bai Wei. And what was the result? Your hard work goes completely unnoticed by others, who take it all for granted. A silly girl and a silly boy, you know what, they're actually quite a good match. Half an hour later, the blue and silver Maybach S680 drove into a high-end residential area near the University of Finance and Economics. Luo Yao glanced around and memorized the name of the neighborhood. Phoenix Sings in Jinsha? It must cost tens of thousands per square meter, right? So, senior brother Chen lives here. They parked their car in the underground parking garage and entered the elevator. Pay by card for direct access. Luo Yao asked curiously, Senior brother Chen, do we need to swipe a card to enter? Yes, after swiping the card, you can go to the floor where our home is located, but you can't go to other floors. Upon hearing Chen Shu say our family, Luo Yao felt like she was in love.
She understood what it meant to be overjoyed, like pink bubbles were rising from her very bones. While Luo Yao was head over heels in love, she also asked curiously, "What if the power goes out?" "You can take the stairs." "Oh oh." As they chatted, the two arrived at the floor where Chen Shu lived and got out of the elevator. Facial recognition unlocked the door. Chen Shu led his junior sister into the house, and Luo Yao followed closely behind Chen Shu, but she was extremely nervous. "I was really looking forward to it. Will it hurt a lot?" Chen Shu noticed the girl's nervousness, her little hands were trembling slightly. He smiled. "Shall I show you my cat?" "Ha? Senior brother Chen, you really have a cat at home?" Luo Yao's attention was immediately diverted. "I'm not so nervous anymore." Chen Shu laughed and said, "That's right, my family not only has a cat, but it can actually do backflips." "No way?" Luo Yao was skeptical. "I've never seen a cat that can do backflips before." At this moment, Chen Shu pretended to look around and then said, "Oh dear, I forgot." "Forgot what?" "My cat can even climb walls and roofs." "Ah?" Luo Yao exclaimed in surprise and asked curiously, "Really?" "Real." "Then what?" "Then, it probably knew that someone was coming to the house today, and I was going to make it do a backflip again. It didn't want to, so it ran away, scaling walls and rooftops." Chen Shu gave a very serious explanation. Luo Yao was stunned for several seconds before she came to her senses and couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Senior brother Chen, I always thought you were an honest man who didn't talk much. I never expected you to be so glib." He must have fooled a lot of young girls, right?" Luo Yao asked coquettishly, but she seemed much more relaxed and at ease. Chen Shu replied with a smile, "First of all, your impression of me is correct. I am indeed old, and I don't speak the truth much." Luo Yao was amused by Chen Shu. "No, senior brother Chen, you're not old at all. The boy is 3 years older than the girl, they couldn't be more perfect together. Anyway, he's a perfect match for Yao Yao." Luo Yao muttered to herself. "Ha ha." Chen Shu chuckled. "I'm glad you like it." "I love it." "Yao Yao loves it." Luo Yao smiled happily, then asked, "And what's the second one?" Chen Shu explained, "Secondly, I'll tell you tomorrow." "What is this?" "You only say half of what you mean." Luo Yao puffed out her cheeks, her expression a mixture of resentment and coquettishness. At the same time, she also took a look around Chen Shu's house and was deeply attracted by its large size. This house is huge. There are even 5 bathrooms, more than many bedrooms in a house. There are 3 balconies, each facing a different direction, and the scenery, especially the night view right now, is absolutely beautiful. The view is so expansive. Luo Yao felt that she had never dared to dream of living in such a big house in the future. "It's the love room of my dreams." Luo Yao fantasized that she would like to become the mistress of this place someday. "I don't know if there will be a chance." Facing Chen Shu again today, Luo Yao felt that she was not good enough and not worthy of him. Perhaps that's what love is like, you often feel indebted, and you often feel inferior. "Yao Yao, do you like it here?" Chen Shu asked her junior sister with a smile as she walked onto the balcony, her hands resting on the railing. Luo Yao nodded, "Yes, I like it so much." "Would you be willing to live here permanently in the future?" What do you mean?" Chen Shu turned to face Luo Yao and explained with a smile, "If you want, this will be your home from now on." "Ah?" Luo Yao was incredulous. "Really?" "Of course it's true, would I lie to you, senior brother?" Chen Shu smiled and opened his arms. Luo Yao immediately understood, happily snuggled into Chen Shu's arms, and nodded. "Senior brother Chen would never lie to me." "Well, even if senior brother Chen did lie to me, I would accept it willingly." Luo Yao looked at Chen Shu, whose nearly 30-centimeter height difference melted Chen Shu's heart. Chen Shu also looked at Luo Yao and lowered his head. Luo Yao understood and also stood on tiptoe. The night breeze on the balcony blew by, and after passing over the two of them, it added a touch of ambiguity and sweetness. "A long time." Chen Shu pinched her junior sister's pretty cheek and coaxed, "It's cold outside, let's go inside." "Mum." Luo Yao blushed shyly. She knew perfectly well what would happen between her and the most handsome and best senior brother Chen after she entered the house. Just then, Luo Yao's phone rang again. Chen Shu and Luo Yao were both taken aback. Luo Yao took out her phone and looked at it. She found that it was Luo Jing calling again, and couldn't help but frown. Just as she was about to hang up, Chen Shu smiled and said, "Go ahead and answer if you want, it won't take up your time."
No way.
Luo Yao quickly hung up the phone, and after thinking for a moment, simply turned off her phone. Luo Yao happily hugged Chen Shu's waist, pressed against her senior brother's muscles, and was overjoyed. "Senior brother Chen, tonight is our private world.
I don't want anyone to bother us."
Hearing this, Chen Shu smiled gently and said, "Shall we go take a shower first?"
Okay, sure.
Luo Yao responded, her face as red as an apple, her heart pounding faster. After a while, she asked curiously, "Senior brother Chen, are we going to take a bath together?
Like a couple's bath?
That is also acceptable." No, Senior brother Chen." Yao Yao is still a little embarrassed.
Haha, okay.
Chen Shu noticed the girl's flushed face and touched it seemed to have an even higher fever. Actually, Chen Shu also felt a little nervous.
Without real experience, you might even get lost in the dark forest.
Chen Shu felt that she also needed to get into the right mindset. The two went to separate bathrooms, where the sound of running water filled the air.
Chen Shu finished quickly.
Wearing a pair of loose-fitting beach shorts, I returned to the master bedroom bed.
About half an hour later,
Luo Yao tiptoed into the bedroom, nervous and apprehensive, and stood shyly at the door.
"Senior brother Chen, I'm done washing." Luo Yao touched her two fair index fingers together.
Chen Shu hopped onto the floor tiles, looked at the girl, and apologized, "Sorry, I forgot to buy you a nightgown."
And nothing.
Looking up, I saw that Chen Shu was only wearing a pair of beach shorts, showing off his muscles.
Luo Yao stared wide-eyed. After swallowing twice, Luo Yao felt her hormones surge. Wow, senior brother Chen has such a great physique.
This guy is way better looking than those guys with barely their abs on TikTok.
Wow, Luo Yao, you're eating so well.
Luo Yao thanked God in her heart, but at the same time, her pretty face turned as red as a monkey's bottom again. At this moment, Chen Shu came to Luo Yao's side.
"Baby, do you want to walk there by yourself, or should I carry you?"
Luo Yao opened her delicate arms and threw herself into Chen Shu's arms, burying her head in his chest. She shook her head shyly and parted her red lips slightly. "Anything is fine." Chen Shu smiled and ruffled the girl's dark hair. Princess cut hairstyle, twin ponytails, a pretty face that is both innocent and alluring, plus Luo Yao's cute pink JK uniform.
He couldn't even imagine how much his attack speed could increase tonight.
Suddenly, Chen Shu bent down, scooped up Luo Yao by the knees, and lifted her into a princess carry.
"Wow, it's so light. Then wouldn't I be able to pick up my junior sister?"
Upon thinking of this, Chen Shu immediately felt energized. In Chen Shu's arms, Luo Yao was shy, nervous, and a little scared.
Her fair hands clung tightly to his neck.
Luo Yao looked at Chen Shu with longing eyes, but then felt embarrassed and looked away. Chen Shu smiled slightly, gently picked up Luo Yao, and carried her to the bedside.
Then, gently put it down. "Do you want to turn off the lights?" Chen Shu asked.
"Mum." Luo Yao wrapped herself up tightly in the blanket, only revealing her beautiful almond-shaped eyes. Chen Shu nodded, said okay, and then turned off the light. But the warm yellow bedside lamp was still dimly lit, casting two silhouettes of the two figures in the darkness.
The atmosphere was incredibly ambiguous.
Chen Shu leaned against the headboard, looked at his shy junior sister, and said, "How about we take a look at some promising stocks first?"
"What are blue-chip stocks?" Luo Yao asked curiously.
Chen Shu cleared her throat, "It's that, study material."
"Study materials?" Luo Yao still didn't understand.
Chen Shu blushed and explained further, "The learning materials are available in Japanese, Korean, Chinese, and even European and American versions, no, in English and Russian." After Chen Shu explained it to her, Luo Yao finally understood.
She nodded shyly, "Why yes." Seeing her junior sister's reaction, Chen Shu was somewhat surprised. "Haven't you seen it?" No. Luo Yao shook her head gently.
Chen Shu was a little incredulous. At the same time, he rolled his eyes and teased, Yao, you know what? I actually think you would look even better if you dyed your hair blonde, especially with your pigtails. Plus, you're so petite and cute, it would be absolutely stunning."
"It reminds me of an old friend."
"Gold, twin tails."
Luo Yao murmured twice, then asked uncertainly, "Ellie?" Chen Shu was taken aback. "Didn't you say you hadn't seen it?"
I. Luo Yao was speechless, her face flushed red. When Shiyu was looking at it, I peeked twice.
Chen Shu smiled and said, "Shall we review together?" Mum. Luo Yao nodded shyly, then snuggled into Chen Shu's arms. Chen Shu held the petite junior in his arms while operating his phone. Before long, the two of them were engrossed in their studies. Luo Yao has many problems. Senior brother Chen, looking at your phone, there are so many cute girls. Do you like this type? Otherwise what? Think about who I'm holding in my arms. We. Chapter 36. From then on, the emperor no longer held morning court. Having learned so much new knowledge, Luo Yao's face was now so red that it looked like it was about to bleed. Chen Shu also felt her blood boiling, her mouth dry, and she was even looking forward to it. At this moment, Luo Yao said shyly, "Senior brother Chen, how about we have some wine now? In that case, we probably wouldn't be so awkward and nervous." Luo Yao bit her delicate red lips, her usually pure and sweet eyes now quite alluring. Chen Shu nodded, "Great idea." After saying that, he got up and went out for a while, but soon returned to the room with a bottle of expensive red wine in his hand. There are also 2 wine glasses. Chen Shu shook the glass, and the glasses clinked together. Not long after, Chen Shu opened the bottle and let the wine sober up. "By the way, Yao Yao, didn't you say you don't drink alcohol?" Senior brother Chen, can I drink a little less?" "Okay." Luo Yao wanted to ask Chen Shu if he had never experienced this before, since he was so nervous. However, Luo Yao couldn't bring herself to ask such a question in such an awkward atmosphere. And since she's a girl, she should always be a little more reserved. Before long, the red wine sobered up. "Cheers?" In an atmosphere filled with tension and ambiguity, Chen Shu and Luo Yao gritted their teeth and finally gulped down a glass or 2 of red wine each. Luo Yao wasn't a drinker to begin with, but this time she drank so much in one go that she immediately became tipsy. Chen Shu also wasn't a big drinker. After drinking 2 large glasses, her face quickly turned red. It also has significant side effects. Chen Shu became even more excited under the influence of alcohol. He reached out and pulled his junior sister Luo Yao into his arms. The two, so close to each other, looked into each other's eyes. Luo Yao gently bit her red lips and called out sweetly, "Senior brother Chen." Chen Shu smiled slightly, said nothing, but responded with his actions. "Ugh." Luo Yao's eyes suddenly widened like copper bells. At this moment, she was speechless. She could only gently pat and punch Chen Shu's shoulder with her delicate hands. But perhaps because of the alcohol, Luo Yao's previous nervousness and embarrassment had all vanished. Soon, Luo Yao also began to respond to Chen Shu. "Senior brother Chen, I love you. Yao Yao, I love you too." When 2 people are deeply in love, they can say anything at this moment. Before long, in the room, under the dim, warm yellow light, 2 shadows cast on the wall overlapped. 2 hours passed, and it was past midnight. The 299 square meter mansion is so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. The once spacious master bedroom was still dimly lit with warm yellow light, which made it feel cramped, narrow, and confined. On either side of the bed, beach shorts, JK skirts, and some of the junior sisters' clothes were scattered haphazardly in the aisles. At this moment, Chen Shu put his arm around Luo Yao's fragrant shoulders and back, gently embracing the beauty in his arms. Then, Chen Shu gently kissed Luo Yao's smooth, jade-like forehead. Luo Yao was just like a kitten that loved to snuggle up to its owner, acting all cute and snuggling into Chen Shu's arms. But it was the moment Luo Yao raised her head and arched her eyebrows. What Chen Shu saw was her pretty face, which had lost some of its rosy hue but still retained a touch of blush. Both innocent and alluring. Absolutely gorgeous. Chen Shu liked this girl to the core, perhaps saying that before was a bit of an exaggeration. But everything changed after the two formed the closest relationship in the world. Chen Shu felt that he understood why the emperor had stopped holding morning court from then on. The junior sister's gentle embrace is so intoxicating and unforgettable. What does it mean to die beneath a peony flower, even as a ghost, to be romantic? This is it. For Chen Shu, the wonderful experience was captivating, and for Luo Yao, it was equally so. When she looked at Chen Shu, her gaze was full of affection, yet also tinged with a touch of shyness. Especially when I saw those little red plum blossom stains that had been accidentally spilled on the sheets. Luo Yao's blush had just faded a little, but it had become quite intense again. I feel like I'm dreaming. I'm Chen's senior now. Luo Yao has no regrets at all. She even felt that years later, when she recalled this night, she would wake up smiling even in her dreams. Senior brother Chen, Yao Yao has given you the most important things. I know.
Chen Shu thought to herself, we're even, neither of us will lose out.
Luo Yao beamed with joy.
Hee, senior brother Chen, Yao doesn't want anything right now, she just wants senior brother Chen to treat her well in the future.
Love obsessed?
Yes, Yao just wants to be a love-obsessed person and only love senior brother Chen forever.
Luo Yao provided Chen Shu with maximum emotional value.
Chen Shu smiled, gently stroked her junior sister's nose with her finger, and asked softly, Yao, actually I have a question I want to ask you.
What's the problem? Luo Yao asked curiously.
Chen Shu cleared her throat.
Is that congenital?
You big pervert.
Luo Yao was stunned for 2 seconds, then replied coquettishly. Is that so?
Chen Shu was very curious. Are there really girls who are born with divine beast-like abilities?
Like junior sister Luo Yao?
Luo Yao was so shy that she buried her head in Chen Shu's chest. A short while later, a shy and embarrassed voice drifted out.
Yes.
Upon hearing this, Chen Shu's pupils dilated in surprise.
Holy crap! It really is innate.
I've struck gold. Chen Shu eagerly awaited Luo Yao's return, wanting to impart all his knowledge and skills to her, hoping for a second chance.
Yao. Are you able to sleep right now?
Ugh. Luo Yao looked at Chen Shu and shook her head. I can't sleep, it hurts.
Well.
Upon hearing what his junior sister said, Chen Shu quickly put away his wild thoughts.
I almost forgot about that. He gently patted Luo Yao's smooth back and said tenderly, It's okay, I'll coax you to sleep.
Hee, senior brother Chen, you're so nice.
Luo Yao snuggled up to Chen Shu happily.
Seeing Luo Yao's happy and shy appearance, Chen Shu was filled with emotion. He really didn't expect that the girl he used to think was a gold digger was actually the most love-obsessed one among all the girls he knew, or at least the one who was the most clingy to him. Before long, Luo Yao drifted off to sleep in Chen Shu's warm and reassuring embrace.
After a while, Luo Yao fell asleep.
Chen Shu looked at her shallow, even breathing and smiled.
So this is the kind of life I also want. But when I don't have money, these are just unattainable dreams.
After I got the money, I could never go back to being a pure and innocent god of war.
Yao, Yen, and all the other girls. I want them all.
After a long while, a wave of drowsiness finally washed over him, and Chen Shu slowly closed his heavy eyelids.
The moment you close your eyes, the sun is high in the sky.
Chen Shu groggily opened her sleepy eyes and saw Luo Yao staring at her with almond-shaped eyes.
Luo Yao whispered happily, Senior brother Chen, you're awake. Chen Shu was taken aback. Yao, when did you wake up? I've been awake for a long time.
Hee, senior brother Chen, it's so warm and comfortable for Yao to sleep in your arms.
Yao's sleep quality has improved dramatically.
Seeing Luo Yao's beaming expression, Chen Shu's lips curled into a smile. He wanted to get up, but then realized that he was being completely honest with Luo Yao, so he lay back down.
Chen Shu hugged Luo Yao tighter and asked, What are your plans for today?
I don't know, I'll listen to you, senior brother Chen, Luo Yao replied obediently.
Chen Shu smiled. You'll listen to me about this too?
Yes, I listen to senior brother Chen in everything.
Okay, then call me husband first. Luo Yao blushed. Didn't I call him husband many times last night? Does senior brother Chen really like it when I call him husband? Husband. Luo Yao called out playfully many times. Chen Shu felt comfortable and satisfied. Yao, stay home and rest today to recover from your injuries.
Remember, from now on, this is your home, and you are the mistress of this place.
But there's one condition, you can't bring anyone back, not even girls. Okay, I know, honey. Luo Yao nodded happily, obediently calling him honey repeatedly.
Chen Shu was extremely pleased with this.
Who could resist a sweet, soft, and adorable little wife? She is truly my beloved concubine. At this moment, Luo Yao corrected her again, but, honey, this isn't my home, this is our home.
Hearing this, Chen Shu smiled again and asked curiously, Yao, where did you learn all this?
You guess. Am I a child? Why would I need to guess? Yao's quick wit is natural. Honey, what about you?
Luo Yao smiled mischievously, but without realizing it, she shifted her little bottom. It moved to Chen Shu's abs.
Chen Shu was stunned for a few seconds. Chen Shu wondered whether Luo Yao's actions were intentional or unintentional. Anyway, after being seduced by his young wife, Chen Shu couldn't resist any longer and immediately started looking forward to it. Suddenly, Luo Yao felt a slap on her bottom. She paused for a moment, and then, after realizing what had happened, her pretty face flushed red, and she felt like crying but had no tears. Senior brother Chen, I said I didn't do it on purpose, would you believe me? Is it too late for me to move it back now?
But as soon as she finished speaking, Luo Yao realized that Chen Shu's hands were already gripping her slender waist.
She knew it was too late to change anything. Didn't we agree that I should stay home to recover?
You big pervert, all you do is bully your baby. Luo Yao thought to herself, but at the same time, she was full of anticipation.
Key emoji. Time is like a wild donkey once it starts running, it can't stop. After the sun is high in the sky. Before we knew it, it was 2:30 p.m. that day.
Chen Shu fed Luo Yao until she was so full that she couldn't swallow anymore and vomited it all up. He himself was hungry, weak, and exhausted.
Good heavens! Are all 18 or 19-year-old girls like this, juicers? Capitalists used to treat me like a nuclear-powered donkey, now junior sister Luo Yao treats me like a nuclear-powered donkey. They won't even let people rest. That's going too far.
Luo Yao nestled in Chen Shu's warm embrace, looking like a docile little bird.
Senior brother Chen, are you hungry? Yao Yao is hungry and wants to eat something. Question mark. Chen Shu was taken aback, then said with a mix of amusement and helplessness, Yao Yao, is what you mean by eating something serious? Pfft, senior brother Chen, of course I'm serious, I'm really hungry.
Luo Yao couldn't help but laugh, her face flushed, and she teased, Senior brother Chen, you're not afraid of Yao Yao, are you?
Chen Shu gritted her teeth, thinking to herself, listen to this, is this something a girl should say? That's incredibly insulting.
Chen Shu flipped over, just like the Buddha's five-finger mountain pressing down on the Monkey King. Luo Yao gazed up at Chen Shu with deep affection, biting her delicate red lips, her eyes filled with anticipation and surprise.
Question mark.
Chen Shu realized what Luo Yao was thinking when he saw her gaze.
He felt like he had fallen for her trick again. A provocation tactic? Where did this girl learn military strategy?
And she's using it in this situation.
9.
However, once the flame in his heart was ignited by the girl, Chen Shu's mind was no longer under his control. Today, we must teach our junior sister something. Your senior brother can truly be a nuclear-powered donkey.
Little commander, give me some points. Max out my physique. The host's current constitution has been detected as 88. To raise constitution to 100, 12 attribute points are needed. Question mark. Chen Shu was stunned. What was going on? Yao Yao's juicer, was she really that powerful? Did that reduce my constitution by 2 points? What a joke. We need to make money. From now on, we absolutely have to make a lot of money. Otherwise, we won't be able to handle all the girls.
At this moment, the system's voice continued.
12 attribute points have been redeemed for the host.
After deducting 12 million yuan from the host's personal wealth, the host's current personal wealth is 475.9 million yuan. The host has consumed 12 attribute points, increasing their constitution by 12.
Their current constitution is 100. The system has detected that the host's physical attributes have reached 100 points.
Secondary physical attributes such as strength, speed, endurance, and explosive power have been unlocked for the host. Chen Shu glanced at the system panel and saw that several sub-attributes had been added under the physique attribute.
Strength, 10. Speed, 10. Endurance, 10. Explosiveness, 10. Chen Shu was stunned.
His physique was 100, maxed out, but these sub-attributes were only 10 points each.
If it's increased to 100, how powerful would it be?
Chen Shu wasn't very interested in anything else, he just wanted to improve his endurance and explosive power. He commanded telepathically, Little Commander, increase my stamina and explosive power to 20.
20 attribute points have been redeemed for the host.
After deducting 20 million yuan from the host's personal wealth, the host's current personal wealth is 455.9 million yuan.
The host has consumed 20 attribute points. Host stamina plus 10, current stamina 20, host's burst power plus 10, burst power 20.
Chen Shu felt that something was changing within her body, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it.
Anyway, it's definitely more powerful now. Husband, what are you thinking about?
Luo Yao looked up at Chen Shu, her delicate hands hooking around his arm. Chen Shu snapped out of her daze, smiled at her junior sister, and said, "Baby, you'll find out soon enough."
What does that mean? Luo Yao felt a sense of bewilderment. At this moment, she was completely unaware of the seriousness of the problem. Chapter 37 Loyalty. 3 whole days have passed in the blink of an eye since Luo Yao arrived at her in Chen Shu's new home. A full 72 hours. The two were inseparable, even more so than newlyweds on their honeymoon. They knew nothing of heaven and earth.
But all good times must eventually come to an end.
That evening,
a blue and silver Maybach S680 luxury car departed from Fengming Jinsha and drove into the campus of the University of Finance and Economics. Finally, the Maybach stopped in the open space below the girls' dormitory building of the University of Finance and Economics.
Luo Yao sat in the passenger seat, reluctant to leave.
Old. Luo Yao was about to call him husband, but she remembered Chen Shu's instructions. Once you leave home, you should address him as senior brother Chen, just like before.
Otherwise, it's easy to attract envy, jealousy, and hatred from other girls.
Senior brother Chen, Yao Yao was going back to her dorm.
Okay, bye-bye. Could senior brother Chen give Yao Yao a kiss before we separate?
Luo Yao held Chen Shu's large hand in her delicate hands, gently shook it, and acted coquettishly.
Chen Shu smiled and couldn't help but look at Luo Yao with affection. He leaned over and touched Luo Yao's pretty face. Chen Shu smiled and said, "Are you satisfied now?"
"Yes, I'm very satisfied."
Luo Yao nodded happily. "Senior brother Chen, I'll come to see you again in a few days." "Okay, get some rest."
Chen Shu rubbed the girl's head.
Luo Yao chuckled, and soon after, she got out of the car, waved, and watched Chen Shu's Maybach drive away.
The girls who passed by and saw the scene were all amazed.
"Isn't that our school's internet celebrity, the school beauty? Why is she getting out of the Maybach?
She must have hooked up with some rich guy.
Could it be the big boss Xin Can? I heard that the big boss Xin Can is from Rongdu. He gave Luo Yao a lot of money before."
TSK, very likely.
Luo Yao is definitely being kept by the big boss Xin Can.
Some of the words reached Luo Yao's ears, and she couldn't help but narrow her beautiful almond-shaped eyes. Senior brother Chen was right. After all, the jealousy between women is truly too intense.
You can only be envious. Luo Yao ignored the gossip and turned around, limping back to her dormitory. The girls watching were stunned when they saw Luo Yao walking with a limp. This. 6. Finally, Luo Yao returned to her dormitory.
Just as she was about to open the door, it creaked open from the inside. Luo Yao happened to run into Zhuoxia and Jinduo as they were leaving.
"Yao Yao, you're back?" Zhuoxia exclaimed in surprise. "Yes, I'm back." Luo Yao nodded. Zhuoxia happily went up and hugged her best friend, then quickly put on a mischievous grin. "Yao Yao, I thought you were never coming back after being kidnapped by senior brother Chen Shu."
Jinduo chuckled and jokingly chimed in, "Yes, we all thought you and senior brother Chen Shu would be living together from now on." Luo Yao thought for a moment. Help me inside first, we'll talk later. Zhuoxia was a little confused.
"What's wrong? You've been out for 3 days and you can't walk anymore? You need someone to help you?"
But when Zhuoxia helped Luo Yao up and saw that she was walking with a limp, she and Jinduo were dumbfounded.
Is this a direct route to the stomach? What an amazing senior brother Chen Shu. Isn't senior brother Chen Shu a bit too chivalrous? Jinduo couldn't help but mutter. Luo Yao was taken aback and asked in confusion, "What do you mean? How could my senior brother Chen not cherish women?"
Jinduo was too embarrassed to answer, so Zhuoxia spoke up for her, saying, "Yao Yao, you walk like this now, what do you think?" Luo Yao was stunned for 2 seconds, then suddenly realized what she meant, and her cute little face turned red instantly.
She was both embarrassed and annoyed. Duo, what are you two thinking?"
I twisted my ankle this afternoon while running too fast at home."
Luo Yao explained the truth without lying at all.
Although, despite his wild nature, senior brother Chen still cherished himself. Zhuoxia and Jinduo responded to Luo Yao's words with mischievous smiles. Zhuoxia patted her best friend on the shoulder and said in a serious but ambiguous tone, "I understand."
"We both understand."
Jinduo chimed in, "That's right.
Don't explain, explaining is just covering up."
Zhuoxia smiled and said, "Yao Yao, you've really struck gold.
I'm so envious." Jinduo nodded in agreement. It's hard not to be envious. Yao, you must have been very happy these past 2 or 3 days, right? Let me imagine. No, we can't even imagine Yao's happiness. Luo Yao's lips twitched twice, speechless. You too, are you putting on a comedy routine here?
Meanwhile, on the other side, Chen Shu, driving his Maybach S680, did not return to Fengming Jinsha, but instead headed towards the Taoyuan Villa district.
After arriving at their villa, they got out of the car.
Butler Wu Mengmeng immediately stepped forward and greeted Chen Shu cheerfully. Chen Shu, welcome home. Wu Mengmeng bowed to Chen Shu, but it seemed somewhat staged. Chen Shu gritted her teeth, looked Qingmei up and down, smiled, pointed at her maid outfit, and asked, "What's going on with you?"
A maid outfit? Does it look good?
Wu Mengmeng lifted her skirt and twirled around.
Chen Shu nodded. It looks good, but isn't the hem of the skirt a little bit?
Before Chen Shu could finish speaking, she made a gesture that would make any Korean man's nerves tremble.
Oh.
Wu Mengmeng immediately understood and replied with a smile, "Well, it's not that bad.
It's not very short.
Even if Cindy, Xingju, and I bend over or do chores, we won't expose ourselves. So Chen Shu, you don't need to worry about us." Chen Shu clicked his tongue twice, waved, and when Wu Mengmeng came over, Chen Shu easily locked her neck and walked towards the villa gate while smiling irritably.
What am I worried about? I mean, the skirt is too long. Wu Mengmeng was immediately startled. What?
After joking with Qingmei, the two entered the villa's hall, where Chen Shu immediately smelled the aroma of food.
Chen Shu asked curiously, "You prepared food for me so late?"
"Of course.
This is a late-night snack prepared for you."
Wu Mengmeng nodded repeatedly, explaining, "Chen Shu, you are the boss, and we are the housekeeper and nanny.
It is our duty to take good care of you."
Wu Mengmeng spoke confidently for a while, then smiled brightly, looking a little embarrassed.
"The main problem is that you've given too much.
If we don't treat you well, we won't feel at ease taking those 100,000 or 200,000 yuan a month."
Heh, all right.
Chen Shu nodded and smiled calmly. Before long, Chen Shu sat down at the dining table, and Ruan Xini and Yu Qingzhu came over to serve him the dishes. When Chen Shu saw Ruan Xini in her maid outfit, his eyes were filled with tenderness, and he showed no intention of lusting after her body. But Chen Shu had a sharp tongue and would always flirt with people.
"Xini, it's been years since we last met. Have you missed me?" Ruan Xini was stunned for several seconds. Wu Mengmeng asked curiously, "Didn't we not see each other for 3 days? How come it's been several years?" "Chen Shu, you haven't even known Xine for that long." Wu Mengmeng gave a reminder.
Chen Shu smiled and explained, "A day apart feels like 3 autumns. 3 days apart feels like several years, doesn't it?"
"Chen Shu, you're so glib." Wu Mengmeng gave Chen Shu a thumbs up.
At this moment, Chen Shu was looking at Ruan Xini, and Ruan Xini was also looking at him.
The two locked eyes.
Ruan Xini's eyes were initially filled with confusion, but as Chen Shu stared at her, a charming blush appeared on her naturally beautiful face, which was barefaced.
Chen Shu continued teasingly, "Xine, you still haven't answered me. Did you miss me? Or not?"
When Ruan Xini was in middle school, she was protected by her teachers in her hometown of Shancheng. In college, she was protected by her best friend Meng Meng. She had never seen a boy flirt with her so openly before, and she immediately lowered her head in embarrassment.
Avoiding eye contact with Chen Shu, Ruan Xini shook her head. Chen Shu was stunned for a moment. "Huh?"
Ruan Xini realized what was happening and quickly nodded vigorously again.
"I've thought about it. I'm unwilling and resentful." The acting was terrible. However, seeing Ruan Xini's adorable and innocent appearance, Chen Shu couldn't help but smile even more. "All 3 of you come together." "What, come together?"
"I can't possibly handle all this late-night snacks by myself."
Okay.
Wu Mengmeng realized what was happening and, without any hesitation, pulled Ruan Xini to sit down. Yu Qingzhu remained a nobody, having a late-night snack with Chen Shu and the others while feeling a mix of emotions. "I was the school beauty in high school, but now I'm just a background figure. Truly, there are mountains beyond mountains and buildings beyond buildings. A rich young master like Chen Shu, a super rich second-generation heir, would never lack female company. Not to mention Ruan Xini's stunningly beautiful face even without makeup, she couldn't even compare to Li Ruoxi's delicate, manipulative face. Moreover, Li Ruoxi always acted like a sycophant when facing Chen Shu. I think it's best to be honest and keep this $1 million annual salary job. That's the most important thing."
But what is my core competitiveness? Will I be replaced someday? As Yu Qingju was deep in thought, Wu Mengmeng peeled a crayfish and handed it to Qin Shu, asking, by the way, Qin Shu, where have you been these past few days? You weren't out chasing girls, were you? Chasing girls? Chen Shu pretended to be clueless. Wu Mengmeng nodded. Yeah, Chen Shu, we're childhood sweethearts, so tell me, do you have a girlfriend now? No. Chen Shu shook her head. Chen Shu understood, of course. Wu Mengmeng knew that he was interested in Ruan Cini, but was afraid that he was a scumbag who was two-timing her, so she wanted to find out more about him for Cini and keep an eye on things. But am I the kind of man who tries to have his cake and eat it too? Have you ever had a girlfriend before? How many? Wu Mengmeng asked curiously. Qin Shu nodded, as if chatting casually. I've talked to one. Only one? Wu Mengmeng exclaimed in surprise. Oh my god. How could someone as incredibly wealthy and handsome as Chen Shu, a top-tier scion of a powerful family, only date one person? Even if you've dated 9 people, as long as it's not double digits, I can understand. As long as you are with Cini in the future and treat her well, the prodigal son will settle down. Wu Mengmeng then asked, how long did you two talk? Chen Shu felt that this green plum was trying to reopen old wounds. 4 years. What? You dated someone for 4 years straight? Surprised, Wu Mengmeng asked Yu Qingju, do you know about this? Yu Qingju was stunned for a moment, but then a sudden inspiration struck her. I know what my core competency is now. Loyalty. Absolute loyalty. Yu Qingju shook her head and quickly said, no, the boss is mistaken. My boss and I were high school classmates, so I know a lot about his romantic history. Including the time they didn't go public before, he and his ex actually dated for a total of 7 years. Chen Shu was stunned, question mark. What is Yu Qingju up to? I've been dating for 7 years? How come I didn't know? You know more than I do? So we've known each other for 7 years and dated for 4, okay? At this moment, Wu Mengmeng exclaimed in surprise, how much? 7 years? She couldn't believe that a wealthy young master like Chen Shu had only dated one girl in 7 years. At the same time, she felt a little regretful. Chen Shu was so affectionate. If she hadn't transferred schools and left back then, she might have been Chen Shu's first love, and they wouldn't have broken up. What a missed opportunity. Wu Mengmeng then asked Chen Shu, you two have been dating for 7 years, why did you break up? Chen Shu was speechless for a moment. He cheated on her. What? Chen Shu, you. Wu Mengmeng was stunned. Chen Shu, I never expected you to be this kind of person. Money can corrupt. At the same time, Ruan Cini looked up at Qin Shu, biting her red lips, her expression somewhat complicated. Yu Qingju quickly explained, don't misunderstand, that woman cheated on me. The boss is the victim. Chen Shu, question mark. Why the hell did you say that? Huh? That can't be right. Wu Mengmeng was even more surprised. Yu Qingju said seriously and confidently, why is it impossible? Even if that woman is greedy and has her eyes on other things, her ambitions are higher than the sky but her fate is as thin as paper, in the end there are still leaks in the window. In comparison, the boss is the most affectionate person in Chengdu. Wu Mengmeng never expected that a rich and handsome man like Chen Shu would be cheated on by a woman. Did that woman put her brain in but on backwards? Although Wu Mengmeng didn't understand why Chen Shu's ex-girlfriend would do something so outrageous, in her heart, Chen Shu, a handsome, rich, and devoted man, was simply a treasure. I can rest assured when I hand over the magnolia to him in the future. Ruan Cini didn't think too much about it, she just felt sorry for Chen Shu and inexplicably felt heartache for her. 7 years of sincere devotion, and it was all betrayed. The boss is so pitiful. He must be in a lot of pain inside. And since my boss is so good to me, is there anything I can do for him? We've had a late night snack. Chen Shu pulled Yu Qingju aside and asked privately, wait, Yu Qingju, why did you have to expose me? You said I dated Xia Baiwei for 7 years and was cheated on. Do you think that's a good thing? Why is it not good? Don't I have any pride? Chen Shu feigned, it was clearly me who dumped Xia Baiwei. Yu Qingju was taken aback, shook her head, and explained, boss, that's not what I meant. So what do you mean? What I mean is, boss, you like magnolia, right? Is it that obvious? Chen Shu raised an eyebrow. Then that's it. Boss, let me explain it to you.
Yu Qingzhu began to analyze in a serious tone. There's a different way to tether a monkey to a person. When it comes to pursuing a girl, or rather, wanting a girl to like you, different people use different methods. Take Ruan Cini for example. Her nature is gentle and kind. If you treat her well, she will quietly treat you 10 or 100 times better. Especially if you treat her well, like her, feel sorry for her, and show that you need her. She may not say it immediately, but she will definitely feel sorry for you. If a girl can feel sorry for you, and she feels sorry for you a few more times, then isn't that enough? Chen Shu discovered that Yu Qingzhu was indeed a master at raising fish. She understood not only men but also women. Chen Shu asked, "Why are you doing this? Are you trying to help me pursue XINE?" Yu Qingzhu shook her head and said in a serious tone, No, boss, I'm your advisor for pursuing anyone. Besides, I'm a girl myself, so it's convenient for me to be your wingman." Chen Shu nodded and smiled wryly. "Good idea." Seeing Chen Shu slowly nod in agreement, Yu Qingzhu solemnly saluted, "Loyalty." However, Chen Shu smiled, "I never intended to pursue anyone." "Yu Qingzhu?" Chen Shu patted Yu Qingzhu on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Girls aren't won over by chasing, they're won over by attraction. If a girl doesn't like me, why should I chase her? If a girl likes me, I don't need to chase her." Clear. Yu Qingzhu watched Chen Shu's departing figure and responded with a sound. Yes, how could a super rich person like Chen Shu give up the whole forest for a single tree? Even if that tree is a peerless beauty like Ruan Cini. Chapter 38. Even the smallest piece of meat is still meat. After taking a shower, I went back to my room. Chen Shu lay down on the bed and felt that her condition seemed weaker than it had been 2 or 3 days ago. Upon opening the system panel, Chen Shu glanced at it and immediately couldn't hold back when he saw that his physique had dropped from 100 to 96. We knew that junior sister Luo Yao was a juice extractor, but we didn't expect her to be this good at extracting juice. Okay, I admit it, I just really like my junior sister's body. But so what? We have plenty of attribute points. Little Prince, restore my physical condition to its maximum. The system notification sounded the next second. 4 attribute points have been exchanged for the host. A deduction of 4 million yuan from the host's personal wealth has been made, leaving a current personal wealth of 451.9 million yuan. Consumes 4 attribute points from the host, increases host's constitution by 4, current constitution is 100. Chen Shu felt her energy suddenly return, as if she had been fully revived. Even if the physical fitness level drops to 80, it is still a pretty good level. However, for the sake of my happy life with the girls I like, I have to keep my physical condition above 95 all year round. Just like that innocent little green tea girl, Yao Yao, she's been clinging to us like a little koala these past few days. They don't even want to disconnect when they're sleeping. This is why the ancients ranked women's criteria for choosing a spouse according to the saying Pan, Lu, Deng, Xiao, Xian. First, you need to be as handsome as Pan, and to attract girls. Second, you need to show them what a nuclear-powered donkey is like. After that, she will never be able to leave you. It's another second of missing Luo, the juicer Yao. Just then, Chen Shu's phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was Xin Yan calling. Chen Shu thought to herself, TSK, Yan, you've been beaten to it. Cheng Ji's illness came at a truly inopportune time. Upon answering the phone, Chen Shu smiled and said, "Why are you calling me? Baby, did you miss me?" Xin Yan laughed, somewhat annoyed, and said, "I miss you? You're the one who misses me, aren't you? Are you thinking about when my period is over so I can go to the hotel to see you?" Baby, what are you saying? Do you think I'm the kind of person who would ignore you if you had your period? Isn't that right? Where have you been these past few days? You haven't contacted me at all, not even a single WeChat message. Xin Yan's voice carried a hint of coquettishness and resentment. Chen Shu smiled, feeling a little smug. It felt really good to be cared for by the school beauty. Chen Shu didn't explain, but instead suggested, "How about I wait for you at the hotel tonight?" "Why are you going to a hotel now?" Xin Yan asked, puzzled. "To make it up to you. Cough cough. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, after all. You big pervert." Xin Yan was speechless for a few seconds before replying irritably. "Xin Shu, is that thing on your mind all the time? How could that be?" "Actually, I went to a temple a few days ago and have already entered the monastic order, abstaining from all worldly desires. I no longer have any contact with women." "You dare." Now it was Xin Yan's turn to be unhappy. "What you're doing is illegally disposing of marital property.
It's against the law, do you know that? Ah, just kidding. Chen Shu chuckled, then added, since you've remembered that we're husband and wife, shouldn't you call me that? No way.
Shen Yan rejected it haughtily, but then followed it with an ambiguous husband. Chen Shu felt good listening to this. She enjoyed flirting with her good friend. But after a short while, Shen Yan returned to the main topic. Okay, honey, I'm not joking with you anymore.
I want to talk to you about something serious.
Chen Shu smiled, becoming a little more serious.
Speak, what is it? My period has started. I know, there's no need to keep saying it, is there? No.
What I mean is, my relatives and my parents, they've all come to Chengdu. Chen Shu pondered for a few seconds, then realized that this meant she was going to meet the parents.
Chen Shu smiled and said, sure, where? When? Okay, whatever you say. Honey, when are you free? How about tomorrow, around noon? You choose the location. Okay, sure.
Shen Yan happily and readily agreed, and the two then chatted on the phone for a while.
After hanging up the phone, Chen Shu flopped back onto the bed. Oh my god.
I used to say that now that I have money, I don't need to work anymore and can live a carefree life.
I never imagined that I would become a time management master.
But it's worth it, since that's all I like about pretty girls. With that in mind, Chen Shu opened Douyin again, ready to start looking for internet celebrities who could catch her eye. However, as soon as he went online, Chen Shu noticed that several people were live streaming in the following section. For example, Xin Yuan is called Happy Yuan Yuan, Chen Ruoli is called Ro Ro, and Gao Qi is called Adorable Chi Chi. Chen Shu remembered that she had promised Gao Qi that she would send her some gifts.
A promise made is a promise kept. Chen Shu clicked into the cute Chi Chi Otaku dance live stream room.
As soon as she entered the room, netizens saw Chen Shu's ID and immediately became lively.
Holy crap! A level 71 Heart's Desire? Is this the real Heart's Desire master?
It must be Kanye himself. Level 71, he'll have to give over 10 million in rewards.
Why is Kanye in Chi-Chi's livestream? Chen Shu didn't pay much attention to the comments. She simply enjoyed Gao Qi's dance for a while.
Subjectively speaking, Gao Qi is slightly less attractive than Chen Ruoli, but her dancing skills are just as good. The two dancers are evenly matched in terms of skill. But this is a world where looks matter, and Gao Qi's livestream viewership is simply not as high as Chen Ruoli's. The amount of money donated by fans was also much less, and the exhibition hall was not lit up much. Chen Shu sighed inwardly, then without hesitation, started sending gifts to Gao Qi. Carnival X1. Carnival X10. Carnival X20. When the viewers in the live stream saw Xin spending lavishly on gifts again, they immediately went wild. Holy crap! Kanye West is at Carnival again. How many carnivals is Kanye going to host this time? Chi-Chi, you've hit the jackpot. Chi-Chi has been diligently dancing to otaku dances for so long, and today she has finally met her benefactor. The comments section immediately became lively. Chen Shu's act of showering gifts also brought a lot of viewers to the live stream. In the blink of an eye, the number of viewers in the live stream reached 20,000. Wow! No wonder I was seeing otaku dance streamers. Turns out it's Kanye West throwing money around again. We were never meant to be, it's all thanks to Kanye's money. How many gifts have been sent? My goodness! 200 carnivals already. Didn't Kanye just tip a dance streamer 1,000 carnival gifts last time? Why is he doing it again? Without a doubt, Kanye West likes petite and cute girls. The streamer who received the most donations from Kanye is Kaisen Yuan Yuan. Why do you say that? Gao Qi, who was focused on dancing, saw a carnival effect appear on her phone screen. She had originally planned to thank her sponsor after finishing the dance. But the carnival special effects never stopped, which made Gao Qi realize that something was wrong. She quickly returned to her phone and saw a familiar contact name, Godly Rich Chen Shu. This guy actually gifted me over 200 carnivals? At that moment, Gao Qi's eyes lit up. Crystal clear tears welled up in her eyes. Wow! It really is you, my dear. Gao Qi exclaimed excitedly, covering her mouth. She had thought that Chen Shu would keep his word and visit her livestream. But after the comic convention that day, I watched the show for several days in a row, but I still couldn't see any trace of Chen Shu. Chen Shu had never even logged into Douyin TikTok. Gao Qi thought that Chen Shu's words at the time were just casual remarks. After all, many rich people just talk nonsense. But Chen Shu not only actually appeared in his live stream today, he also actually kept his promise. And it's not just 10 or 20 carnivals that you can just casually do. Instead, they swiped over 200 carnivals at once. That's a donation of 7 or 800,000. In the past, I worked hard for a year and didn't even earn half of this reward. Thank you, my dear. Thank you so much, my dear. Gao Qi kept expressing her gratitude to Chen Shu. Before long, Chen Shu had scrolled through 300 carnivals and left a comment. You dance well, but why are you still in Chengdu and haven't gone back? Upon seeing this, Gao Qi immediately replied, Ro and I have decided to stay in Chengdu to develop our careers. My dear, it will be even easier for us to arrange meals together in the future, won't it? Okay, keep it up. Chen Shu left the live stream. When Gao Qi saw that the top spender was no longer Chen Shu, the super rich man, she immediately realized that Chen Shu had run away after spending all his money. For a moment, she stood there dumbfounded. Where is everyone? No, what is Chen Shu after? Was it really just to fulfill a promise he made back then? It is said that a promise from Jibu is worth more than 1,000 pieces of gold, and Chen Shu truly embodies the saying, a promise is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. In Gao Qi's mind, Chen Shu's image suddenly became much more imposing. Chen Shu, I won't take this money for nothing. Don't worry, I'll definitely help you and Ro find your perfect match. Gao Qi thought that she had nothing to repay Chen Shu with, and she was willing to offer herself to him, but she knew that Chen Shu would not be interested. But Ro is quite attractive, and she also likes Chen Shu. I need to try and bring them together. Gao Qi made up her mind. Meanwhile, in the Peach Blossom Spring Villa area, at Chen Shu's home. In the bedroom. A pleasant and melodious notification sound rang out. The host, following their heart and driven by a personal impulse to keep their word, rewarded their friend Gao Qi with 300 carnival gifts, spending 900,000 yuan. The host is rewarded with an 8-fold return, amounting to 7.2 million yuan. Chen Shu made an sound. When he gave the reward, he hadn't even considered the possibility of getting a lot of gold coins. After all, it was only 900,000 yuan, so Chen Shu didn't take it too seriously. I've made another 6.3 million. I'll gladly accept it. Even a little bit is still a little bit. Chen Shu chuckled and murmured something. Looking at his personal wealth again, it was a staggering 458.2 million yuan, which Chen Shu was not very satisfied with. Wealth is growing too slowly. Chen Shu clicked his tongue twice and muttered, that's how consumption is. The amount of each transaction is not large. When you spend tens of millions or hundreds of millions, it's either to buy luxury cars and mansions or to invest. But investments don't always yield big rewards. It's tough. It looks like for now, we can only make a little money by working like ants. After making a mental calculation, Chen Shu went to the Ro live stream room next door. Dear friends, please help us by giving us a like. 20,000 likes will get us a dance performance. Chen Ruoli had barely finished speaking, slightly out of breath, when she saw Chen Shu's ID enter the livestream. Chen Ruoli's eyes lit up immediately. My dear child, what brings you here? I haven't seen you for days, how have you been? Chen Shu typed back, it's alright, can I request a dance? Of course. Then let's select sending my wishes to the moon and pure land of bliss. Sure. Is it okay if I don't give a tip? Of course. As long as it's something my little one wants to see, I'll dance for you without any conditions. Chen Ruoli responded happily. Chen Shu looked at the scene on his phone screen and smiled. Being a sugar daddy feels so damn good. As long as you have money and show it off, you won't need to spend any more money, and the girls will willingly pay you to have it. As the saying goes, money is for women to see, not for women to use. That's roughly the idea. Chen Shu thought to himself, if it weren't for the system giving out gold coins, he really wouldn't be willing to spend money on the women. But we happen to have little Tongzi. When the background music started playing in the livestream, Ro began to dance to otaku music. Without saying a word, Chen Shu started showering gifts again, tapping the carnival icon repeatedly. Carnival X50. Carnival X100. Carnival X150. In just a few minutes, Chen Shu had spent 500 carnivals, and there was no sign of it stopping. Upon seeing this, netizens who had flocked to the site due to the platform's promotion immediately erupted in an uproar. Holy crap! What is Kanye trying to do? Is he going to spend hundreds more carnivals? Kanye, how long does this event last?
Is it too late for me to start learning otaku dance now? Can Johnny, could you please not restrict me by gender? I'm a guy, I can dance to otaku dances too. Seriously, it's this streamer again? Could Kanye have a crush on her? Like her? Kanye has gifted her millions of dollars worth of virtual gifts. The female streamer might already be shaped like Kanye. It's highly likely that, judging from the streamer's IPs, they're all the same as Kanye's. Sent from 1,000 miles away?
Netizens who love gossip, and those who love creating drama out of thin air, are discussing it heatedly. In the blink of an eye, the number of online viewers had reached over 80,000.
The comments section exploded.
When Chen Shu finished sending 1,000 carnival gifts, she turned around and went to the next livestream.
Inside the Tsinghao Hotel near Rongdu Normal University, Xinyan's relatives were also in an uproar.
They all gathered in the luxurious suite where Xinyan's parents were resting.
Xinyan's aunt, Xin Feishue, took out her phone, pointed to the screenshot, and asked, "Brother, sister-in-law, look, isn't this heart-shaped heart our Yanyan's boyfriend?"
Xin Panshan glanced at it and nodded, I think so.
Xin Feishue said indignantly, "How could he go and tip other girls? And he gave away 1,000 carnival gifts in one go. That's a whopping 3 million.
I don't believe there's nothing special about them."
Xin Panshan was a little confused and asked doubtfully, "What's wrong with that?"
It's their money, they can spend it however they want.
Besides, does giving someone a tip necessarily mean there's some special relationship? For us, 3 million is a huge number, but for Xiao Chen, it's just a small amount of money.
There's no need to be so critical, is there? Xin Feishue, unconvinced, continued to argue, "Brother, this isn't about the amount of money.
Look at these comments. TSK, they even said this female anchor flew all the way from Shenzhen to Chengdu. It was a long journey. And she even said she's already shaped like Yin Yan's boyfriend. Bah!
A man who flirts around with women all the time is not fit to be the son-in-law of the Xin family."
Xin Panshan remained silent as he watched his sister become so excited.
"Even I, as your own father, have no objections, so why are you getting so worked up?"
Chapter 39, Appearance Rating 95, so handsome it's unbelievable. Xin Panshan frowned and pondered for a moment.
Xin Panshan was extremely satisfied with Chen Shu, his future son-in-law. He's definitely a top-tier rich, handsome, and successful guy.
A wealthy and noble young master.
Even ignoring that, according to Xin Yuan and Xin Yan, Xiao Chen and his ex were each other's first love. They knew each other for 7 years, dating for 4, starting in high school, and he never had any scandals with other women. I imagine Xiao Chen is a very affectionate and reliable man. Besides, Xiao Chen and Xin Yuan were roommates for 4 years in college and knew each other very well. Xiao Chen and Xin Yan both had their hair pressed down during their last phone call.
They must know him inside and out. Now that things have come to this, how could I possibly not want this future son-in-law?
There are women outside lining up, waiting to marry into a wealthy family. Although her daughter was indeed quite beautiful, beauties were common, but top-tier rich and handsome men like Chen Shu were rare. No matter how you look at it, it's their own family that made the money, and a huge profit at that. Xin Panshan took out his phone, opened Douyin, and found his son Kaisen Yuan's livestream. After glancing at it, Xin Panshan handed the phone to his sister without expression.
Xin Feishue asked in confusion, "What is this?"
Xin Panshan gestured with his chin and explained, "You can check out Yuan's livestream."
"What are you looking at?"
Xin Feishue glanced at the screen with a sense of surprise and discovered that the number of people online had reached over 100,000.
Terrifying.
Looking closer, Xin Feishue saw that the comment section was filled with barrages of jokes and banter. The big spender Xankan has visited Yuan's live stream again, spending so much on carnival gifts, he's a true super rich person.
2,000 carnivals, that's a whopping 6 million. My goodness.
I don't believe that Yuan and Kanye have no connection whatsoever.
Yuan and Kanye definitely have more than just a casual fling. Kanye spent over 10 million on Yuan. How is Yuan going to pay off this huge debt? Yuan, Master Can wants it, don't actually give it to him.
Seeing these comments, Xin Feishue was stunned for a long time, her head buzzing.
Wait a minute, what's going on here? Does Chen Shu like men or women? At this moment, Xin Panshan spoke up, "See? Netizens are all just for fun. What can you possibly believe whatever they say?
I can say with absolute certainty that our Yuan is a total straight man. Chen Shu showered Yuan with so many gifts, spending 6 million in one go. It's not that Chen Shu has any feelings or fetishes for Yuan Yuan. He's just a straight man, he's just rich. Extremely rich. So spending hundreds of thousands or millions is the same to them as us giving a small gift worth a few dollars or tens of dollars.
It's just for fun.
Fei Shui, your previous remarks were far too extreme.
Be careful what you say in the future.
Shin Panchan explained and analyzed the situation to his sister, but Shin Fei Shui was even more confused.
She was utterly astonished. What the heck? A single game's tip of hundreds of thousands or millions is the same as our tip of a few dollars or tens of dollars? Who exactly is this Xiao Chun? How much money does he have? Billions? Tens of billions? Holy crap!
Thinking of this, Shin Fei Shui felt even more uncomfortable.
Why did he become Shin Yan's boyfriend?
If I had known, I would have sent my daughter to university in Chengdu.
It's all Shin Yuan's fault. He saved all the good stuff for his own sister. Isn't your cousin your sister? No.
Shin Fei Shui reluctantly agreed, then added, Big brother, rich men are all womanizers anyway, let alone a super rich second generation like Chen Shu who can throw around hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars at a time. He's definitely surrounded by a lot of women, so you'd better tell Yan Yan to keep a close eye on him and be careful. I don't want to see our Yan Yan suffer. After chatting for a while, Shin Fei Shui left with her relatives, and Shen Panchan fell silent.
Shin Yan's mother, Hu Yonan, said with some dissatisfaction, Old Shun, look at your sister.
She's not worried about our Yan Yan being taken advantage of.
She clearly can't stand to see our family doing well.
He's not happy about having a rich husband.
Shin Panchan pondered for a few seconds before replying, I know. But what Fei Shui said makes some sense. Xiao Chen is really too rich, I'm a little worried.
Hu Yonan frowned slightly and pursed his lips.
His mother-in-law defended her future son-in-law, saying, being too rich is a mistake, a crime?
If you're asking whether Xiao Chen has any women around him, then definitely he does. With Xiao Chen being so rich, tall, and handsome, it's perfectly normal for girls to want to throw themselves at him and try to climb the social ladder. But I disagree with the claim that Xiao Chen is a womanizer. Yuan Yuan and Yan Yan both said that Xiao Chen has known his first love for 7 years, only ever liked her, and has never had any scandals. What more could you ask for in a perfect, rich, and handsome man, a perfect son-in-law? Hearing his wife say this, Shin Panchan smiled awkwardly, shook his head, and explained. I'm not worried about whether Xiao Chun has any women around him.
We've all been through this, so we understand and have expectations.
General morality, rules, and values simply don't work for a super-rich second generation like Xiao Chun. Just because he was willing to be with one person for life in the past doesn't mean he is still willing now, let alone in the future.
Well. After her husband's analysis, Hu Yonan actually found it to make some sense. When my husband and I ran a restaurant before, we met some wealthy people in Liaocheng. Let alone a super-rich second generation like Chen Shu, even ordinary rich second generation kids are mostly playboys.
The first-generation entrepreneurs in their 50s, 60s, 70s, and 80s often have both a stable home life and extramarital affairs. It's simply a matter of being open and above board versus sneaking around.
It's unrealistic to expect to trap Xiao Chun with marriage, family, and children, unless he's willing to do so. Marriage is essentially an economic relationship.
Yan Yan is only in her early 20s and is still a senior in college.
It's normal that she doesn't understand these things. But if you've lived for 40 or 50 years and still can't understand it, then can you still call yourself an experienced person? That would be a wasted life. Hu Yonan asked curiously, Old Shin, since you're not worried that Chen Shu might be a playboy, what are you worried about?
I feel that a golden bachelor like Chen Shu is a perfect match. Shin Panchan gave a wry smile and explained, what I'm worried about is that we're not a good match. They're from a wealthy family, while we're just an ordinary one.
I'm worried that Yan Yan will be mistreated.
Are you worried that if Yan Yan really marries Chen Shu, or if Yan Yan gets along with Chen Shu's parents, she will be looked down upon or bullied?
Yes. I'm even worried that Xiao Chen might treat Yan Yan the same way.
Hu Yonan disagreed with her husband's concerns, shook her head, and reassured him, don't worry, we'll meet Xiao Chen tomorrow, get to know him, and then we'll know what kind of person he is.
Besides, is your son stupid? Is your daughter stupid too?
I trust Yan Yan's judgment in choosing a man. Shin Panchan smiled and said, alright, as long as Chen Shu treats Yan Yan well and doesn't let her suffer, nothing else matters. Meanwhile, in the Peach Blossom Spring Villa area,
Chen Shu looked at the bank transaction text message with a happy mood.
He had previously spent 3 million on 1,000 carnivals for Chen Ruoli, and the system returned 12 million as a reward, making a net profit of 9 million. After that, I spent 6 million on 2,000 carnivals for Yuaner, and the system gave me another 36 million gold coins, netting me 30 million. They made a small profit of 39 million. The bank card balance also increased from 458.2 million yuan to 497.2 million yuan.
We're less than 3 million short of 500 million.
Chen Shu was in a great mood and was about to go to sleep when she remembered that she was going to meet Xinyan's parents and relatives the next day.
We need to give them a little surprise, and be a bit cool. Young master, raise my appearance rating to 95 points. Host notification: after reaching a beauty score of 90, each additional beauty score requires 10 attribute points. After reaching a beauty score of 95, each additional beauty score requires 100 attribute points. Chen Shu was dumbfounded. What? Little commander, you cyber traitor. Why didn't you say so sooner? Please confirm whether you wish to exchange 50 attribute points to raise your appearance to 95?
Chen Shu hesitated for a moment.
50 million? Do you think my money grows on trees? No, I don't want it. With a 90-100 rating, I'm already pretty handsome.
Just as Chen Shu was about to object, Xinyan's WeChat message popped up.
Honey, tomorrow is your first time meeting my parents, so dress smartly, okay? Love you.
Most importantly, I need to show my relatives, especially my snobbish aunt, that I, Xinyan, have found a campus heartthrob boyfriend. He's way better than her daughter.
Honey, why don't you tidy yourself up a little and satisfy your baby's vanity, okay?
Chen Shu fell silent again.
No, even my empress has humbled herself and begged me, how could I refuse? Little commander, give me some more.
50 attribute points have been redeemed for the host. After deducting 50 million yuan from the host's personal wealth, the host's current wealth is 447.2 million yuan.
Consuming 50 attribute points, host's appearance plus 5, current appearance 95. Pain. My heart aches so much.
He spent 50 million yuan in one go, more than he made tonight.
My money.
Empress, oh Empress, I've spent so much money on you. If you don't give me 100 children in the future, you'll be letting me down. Chen Shu felt a pang of heartache for a moment, then opened the front camera on her phone and took a look at the 50-megapixel image.
But I was shocked when I saw it. Oh my god. So handsome.
Although I am still myself, my facial features are even more perfect now.
BitCat's military arts school heartthrob Yang is even more handsome.
Chen Shu was so engrossed in her own beauty that she didn't stop for a long time.
Until he fainted.
The next day, early in the morning, the sun shone brightly and a gentle breeze blew.
Chen Shu, unusually, didn't stay up late.
She got up early, washed up, and went downstairs.
At this time, Ruan Xini and Yu Qingzhu were already preparing breakfast.
Wu Mengmeng had just finished trimming the lawn and trees in the yard when she returned to the villa. As soon as she entered the hall, she saw the incredibly handsome Chen Shu. Wu Mengmeng swallowed several mouthfuls of saliva, her heart filled with joy.
That's so cool. Even in his sloppy outfit of shorts and flip-flops, Chen Shu's handsomeness was undeniable. It's over. I'm starting to like Chen Shu again. What am I going to do?
Xane, putting aside Chen Shu's good looks, I can reluctantly give him up, but the problem now is, I can't let go of him.
At this moment, an outrageous idea even popped into Wu Mengmeng's mind.
If my future husband were as handsome as Chen Shu, I'd be willing to take care of the mistress during her postpartum period.
Mengmeng, Chen Shu called out. Ha? What's wrong?
Wu Mengmeng snapped out of her daze and hurried over. Chen Shu wiped the corner of her mouth with her hand and said with a smile, "You're drooling."
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Wu Mengmeng, who is usually very outgoing, was embarrassed at this moment. Good heavens, Chen Shu, what I'm drooling about right now isn't just drool. Wu Mengmeng never imagined that she would be the kind of woman who coveted her childhood sweetheart's body. But to avoid embarrassing herself in front of Chen Shu again, Wu Mengmeng quickly slipped away to the kitchen.
Chen Shu, please have a seat. Breakfast will be served soon.
Chen Shu smiled helplessly.
Was it really necessary? Even though I'm handsome, there's no need for me to run away with my legs clamped together, is there? Exaggerate.
Meanwhile, inside a kitchen larger than the living room of an average home. After hiding inside, Wu Mengmeng closed the door, leaned against the wall, and kept repeating, "So handsome.
So handsome. Too handsome. Ruan Sini and Yu Qingju were both bewildered and confused. Yu Qingju asked curiously, "What's so handsome?" "Chen Shu is so handsome."
Wu Mengmeng jumped up and down excitedly. Yu Qingju paused for a moment, then chuckled softly, "Mengmeng, the boss is indeed very handsome."
"Tell us something we don't know." Wu Mengmeng retorted, "No. Chen Shu looks exceptionally handsome today." "What's the meaning?" "He looks exceptionally handsome today." "Mengmeng, are you thinking about falling in love? Are you swooning over a crush?"
Yu Qingju teased with a smile. Wu Mengmeng made an sound, glanced at her best friend Ruan Sini, and shook her head. "Sini, I am a little infatuated, but I have no intention of competing with you for him." Upon hearing this, Ruan Sini's pretty face flushed red instantly, and she shook her head sheepishly.
I'm not."
Ruan Sini was clumsy with words and didn't know how to express herself.
Yu Qingju wondered, could it be that the boss was going out to meet someone today? Is that why he was wearing a suit and tie?
A suit and tie are like black stockings for men. I really want to see that. With this in mind, Yu Qingju soon went to the hall with Ruan Sini and Wu Mengmeng to serve the food. But then I saw Chen Shu looking down at her phone, dressed in a tank top, t-shirt, beach shorts, and flip-flops.
Yu Qingju was immediately disappointed. Was this the boss who made Mengmeng swoon? He's not as handsome as usual. Yu Qingju gave Wu Mengmeng a look that clearly said, "Are you ovulating?"
Wu Mengmeng was unconvinced by Yu Qingju's gaze, so she cleared her throat and called out in a high-pitched voice, "Chen Shu." Upon hearing this, Chen Shu looked up and a face even more handsome than Leonardo DiCaprio appeared in the three women's line of sight.
Wu Mengmeng couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Yu Qingju was dumbfounded.
Even the usually adorable and innocent Ruan Sini couldn't help but stare at the beautiful sight. The three of them simultaneously thought the same thing, so handsome.
Chapter 40. This can be called mixed race?
Chen Shu could tell what the three girls were thinking. They were definitely attracted by his good looks. Chen Shu smiled and said, "If you haven't seen enough, you can print out a photo and hang it in your bedroom."
Okay.
Wu Mengmeng responded instinctively, but the next second, she quickly shook her head and waved her hands, changing her words to, "No, no, no, that's not it." Faced with such a handsome man, Wu Mengmeng was speechless for a moment, unsure how to explain herself. Chen Shu smiled easily and pointed to the seat next to the dining table. "Let's eat first."
Okay.
Then, during the rest of the breakfast time, Wu Mengmeng and Yu Qingju couldn't take their eyes off Chen Shu's face. Ruan Sini always looked embarrassed, trying her best to keep her head down and avoid looking at Chen Shu.
But I still couldn't help but steal a few glances.
Chen Shu keenly noticed that every time the girl stole a glance at him, her pretty face turned even redder.
So silly, so cute.
However, Chen Shu thought that since today was mainly to meet Yin Yan's family and relatives, she needed to dress up a bit more. Halfway through breakfast, Chen Shu spoke up, "I have an appointment with someone today, so I need to dress a bit formally.
Could the three of you give me some advice?"
"Sure." Yu Qingju, Chen Shu's #1 follower, loyal lackey, and strategist, immediately responded happily. After spending most of the morning making a fuss, Chen Shu left dressed in a suit and tie. Standing at the villa entrance, watching the Maybach disappear into the distance, Yu Qingju clasped her hands together, her eyes filled with stars.
"The boss looks absolutely stunning today."
Wu Mengmeng had some doubts and asked, "Qingju, who did Chen Shu meet up with?
Could it be some girl? How could that be?" Yu Qingju immediately denied it, trying to smooth things over for Chen Shu, saying, "I guess the boss is probably here to discuss business today, right? After all, his money doesn't grow on trees, he needs to make money, or rather, he needs to maintain the family business."
"I see.
That makes sense."
Wu Mengmeng nodded, agreeing wholeheartedly. Then, she turned around, took her best friend's fair hand, and said with a smile, "Sini, you don't need to worry."
"Me?" Ruan Sini looked blankly at him.
Wu Mengmeng hummed in agreement, "That's right, your Chen Shu went out looking so handsome today, it wasn't for any other girl, so you can rest assured." No, Mengmeng, I didn't suspect the boss."
Ruan Sini shook her head repeatedly, trying to clarify.
But Wu Mengmeng didn't give her a chance, her eyes full of ambiguity, and said, "I understand. That's called trust." Yu Qingju chimed in, "No wonder our boss likes a girl like Sini.
If I were the boss, I'd like it too." Wu Mengmeng nodded in agreement, "Isn't that right?" Ruan Sini blushed, feeling even more bewildered. "Boss, do you like me?"
Meanwhile, Chen Shu's Maybach stopped at the Starview Apartments and picked up Xin Yuan. As soon as he got in the car, Shin Yuan looked Shin Shu up and down, glancing at her from left to right.
Shin Shu let out an and glanced at the passenger seat. What are you doing? Are you after my good looks? Shin Yuan, however, looked distressed and said, It's over. It's all over. Shin Shu asked in confusion, What's over?
Shin Yuan suddenly felt wronged, sniffed, and said, Second brother, I might be acting strangely.
What's wrong?
I've been doing a lot of live streams in women's clothing, and now you seem more and more handsome.
I'm starting to wonder if I'm still the same straight man I used to be?
Looking at Shin Yuan's pitiful and handsome appearance, Shin Shu smiled and comforted him, Yuaner, don't doubt it, I am indeed more handsome than before.
But you're way too handsome. You're even more handsome than Leonardo DiCaprio.
Shin Yuan said, expressing his incomprehension. I didn't have money before, so I didn't bother to take care of myself.
Now that I have money, I have to look handsome, right? Actually, I've always been this handsome, but I used to hide my wealth and my good looks. Shin Yuan felt that something was wrong, but the silly beauty nodded anyway, I see. Second brother, let's go. Shin Yen and my parents are waiting for us at the restaurant. Navigation, where? Zafiyu Restaurant.
Chen Shu was stunned when he heard this place.
Isn't this the place where I took my junior sister to have a big meal before? Could it be that Yen Yen knows something? No. That can't be.
If she finds out, she'll definitely confront her, and she certainly won't take him to meet her parents.
It must be a coincidence. Chen Shu smiled and said, This restaurant is quite nice. It's on me today. No way. Shin Yuan immediately objected. I've already promised Shin Yen that I'll pay for everything today. Why? I'm the main character today. I know. But Shin Yen is worried about you spending money.
After she found out you spent 2,000 carnival coins on me last night, she insisted that I pay for lunch today. Shin Yuan said, feeling increasingly aggrieved.
Second brother, I'm her own brother. How can she side with outsiders?
Chen Shu smiled upon hearing this, thinking, as expected of my empress, she even knows how to save money for me.
But I don't need to save money. The more I spend, the more I have, understand? Yuaner, what you're saying isn't right. Am I an outsider? No, Shin Yuan shook his head. Second brother, you're my wife. What?
No, second brother, we're all family, you're my brother-in-law.
Hey! You little brat, trying to take advantage of me, huh?
Chen Shu and Shin Yuan joked around and chatted happily along the way. If Shin Yuan were a girl, Chen Shu felt that her relationship with him would definitely be better than her relationship with Shin Yen.
It's a pity, though.
When the Maybach arrived at the entrance of the Zafiyu restaurant, I got out of the car and handed the car keys to the valet. The waitress immediately stepped forward, and Xiaoyu froze for a few seconds when she saw Chen Shu.
How come Mr. Chen looks even more handsome after such a short time? My god, that's so cool. It felt like I met a superstar.
After Xiaoyu calmed down and composed herself, she said respectfully and politely, Mr. Chen, we meet again. Chen Shu made an sound, and Shin Yuan asked in confusion, Second brother, what do you mean by we met again?
Have you been here before? Yuaner, what do you think?
Chen Shu asked with a smile, while giving the waitress Xiaoyu a look. Xiaoyu immediately realized that she had said the wrong thing. Last time, Mr. Chen brought 4 girls to a dinner party, but he probably didn't want this family to know. After Xiaoyu understood, she gave Chen Shu an okay sign to reassure him. At this moment, Shin Yuan replied with a smile, Second brother, it's quite normal for someone as wealthy as you to dine at such a high-end restaurant. It's because you acted so well before, and you hid it so well that you fooled me. Otherwise, I could have come here with you to freeload a couple of meals before.
Ha ha.
Chen Shu laughed, but his heart was filled with bitterness. I wish I had brought you here before.
The problem is, I was fucking broke before. It's more like coming here to work.
With that thought in mind, Chen Shu and Shen Yuan entered the restaurant under Xiaoyu's guidance. Chen Shu hadn't gone far when she suddenly stopped, rubbed her eyes, and looked at a figure in the distance.
It's a bit far.
Chen Shu wasn't quite sure, and after confirming several times, he suddenly blurted out.
Holy crap. What's wrong?
Shin Yuan curiously followed Chen Shu's gaze and saw Xia Baiwei's figure.
Holy crap. Shin Yuan exclaimed in surprise, Xia Baiwei? Xiaoyu asked curiously, Mr. Chen, do you know Xia Xia? Chen Shu scoffed, thinking to himself, I know more than just Xia Baiwei. Even if she were ashes, I would still recognize her. Chen Shu asked, what is she doing here?
Xiaoyu explained, Xia is a new employee at our restaurant, she just started working here on her second day.
Xin Yuan asked in surprise, you mean, Xia Baiwei works as a waitress here?
Yes. Xin Yuan rubbed his forehead, a little confused, and looked at Chen Shu in surprise.
Is she in such a terrible state now? There's nothing tragic about earning your own living. But
Chen Shu paused, then chuckled, Xia Baiwei isn't the kind of person who can earn her own living. She comes to a high-end restaurant like Zafiyu mostly to meet rich people. She's hoping to hook up with a sugar daddy. Hearing these words, Xiaoyu wondered to herself, what grudge does Mr. Chen have against Xia Xia? Why does it seem like Mr. Chen doesn't like Xia Xia at all? Even if someone is rich, they shouldn't talk about her like that.
Girls have dignity too.
As Xiaoyu was thinking this, Xin Yuan clicked his tongue and exclaimed, if we're talking about being rich, who can be richer than you? Second brother, Xia Baiwei's biggest mistake was missing out on a tycoon like you by cheating on her.
Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu felt like she had stumbled upon some juicy gossip. Xia had cheated on her boyfriend? Wait a moment. Why do I feel like I've seen this handsome young man somewhere before?
After a moment's recollection, Xiaoyu suddenly realized that this handsome young man was none other than the recently viral cross-dressing internet celebrity, Kaisen Yuan.
No wonder Mr. Chen just called him Yuaner. If that's the case, then Mr. Chen must be the legendary tycoon Kanye West? Wow. Xia missed Kanye West? She's an idiot.
Xiaoyu was shocked and realized that since Master Kan didn't like Xia Xia, then I need to make some arrangements to transfer Xia away from here.
It's best not to spoil Mr. Chen's mood or ruin his good deed.
Before long, Chen Shu and Xin Yuan went to a private room. As luck would have it, this private room was the very place where he had dined with Luo Yao and the others last time. Even the 4 female waitresses at the door haven't changed at all. At this moment, the door to the private room opened, and Xin Yan realized that Chen Shu had arrived when she saw Xiaoyu leading people in. She immediately got up happily to greet a bed of good friends. But just as he got up and took a few steps, he saw Chen Shu, who looked handsome and dashing today.
In an instant, Xin Yan was pierced by 1,000 arrows from Cupid's arrow. So handsome. I love him.
Not only her, but also her parents and relatives were dumbfounded.
Hu Yonan exclaimed in surprise, my son-in-law is so handsome.
He's much better looking than in the photos. Seeing his wife beaming with joy, Shin Panshan felt both jealous and resentful.
Yes, it's almost as old as when I was young. Hu Yonan rolled her eyes at him, you really know how to pat yourself on the back, aren't you ashamed?
On the other side of the dining table in the private room, Shin Feishue was also dumbfounded.
He's even more handsome than my appa when he was young.
Shin Feishue glanced at her husband, Park Jun-taek, from South Korea, and felt that time was a cruel mistress.
Hey, why don't you care about your figure and appearance anymore? Look at other people. How handsome. What a great physique. I should learn from him.
After hearing his wife's evaluation, Park Jun-taek curled his lip.
Women are such superficial creatures.
My little girl is the best, she always thinks her dad is the most handsome. But after glancing at his daughter, Park Mi-yeon, Park Jun-taek was immediately dumbfounded.
Hey, Mei-yen, what are you doing staring at that kid?
Park Mi-yeon cupped her flushed and burning face in her hands, her beautiful peach blossom eyes sparkling with hearts.
Appa, you're so handsome.
Park Jun-taek lost all his strength in an instant. At this moment, Shin Feishue loudly proclaimed in Korean, Mei-yen, since you think Appa is so handsome, then you should take the initiative and steal Shin Yen's boyfriend away.
Me?
Park Mi-yeon pointed to the tip of her nose and shook her head.
How can that be? Although Appa is handsome and stylish, I already have a boyfriend. So what? Shin Feishue asked with dissatisfaction, is your boyfriend rich? It's all right.
His family is a small conglomerate in Seoul, with several billion won.
Billions of won? Ha!
Mi-yeon, let me tell you, if you just steal your cousin's boyfriend, you'll be the daughter-in-law of a chaebol worth hundreds of billions of won.
How much? Park Mi-yeon's lips trembled upon hearing this. Park Jun-taek testified, that's right.
Last night, your sister Shin Yan's appa gave your cousin Shin Yuan a reward of over 100 million won.
Park Mi-yeon was stunned. Appa was not only a tall, rich, and handsome man, but the tallest, richest, and handsome man among the tall, rich, and handsome. Over 100 million Korean won in tips in one night? Is he part of the Samsung family? Dad, what do you mean by Shin Yan's appa? He's clearly my appa. Park Mi-yeon's expression immediately changed. Question mark. Park Jun-taek was stunned for a moment. Then what about your Jong-suk appa? You don't want him anymore? Shin Fei-shua said, I don't like Mei-yeon's boyfriend at all. What boyfriend? Park Mi-yeon asked, puzzled. Dad, Mom, I've never been in a relationship, so where would I get a boyfriend? Shin Fei-shua and Park Junso were stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized what they meant, gave a thumbs up, and nodded in approval. As expected of my daughter. Go for it. You must win back your appa. Shin Fei-shua encouraged her. At this moment, under Shin-yeon's guidance, Shin-shu got to know her parents, uncle, and aunt. When she arrived in front of her aunt's family, Shin-shu asked in confusion, what were they saying all that time? I don't know. In our extended family, only my aunt's family speaks Korean. Shin-yeon explained, adding, her husband is South Korean, Park Jun-taek, originally from Busan, but now lives in Seoul. That's my cousin, Park Mi-yeon, who is of mixed Chinese and Korean descent. Shin-shu was confused for a moment, then smiled and said, wait, Chinese and Korean are also called mixed race? Then our future children will have to be called Sichuan Liaoning mixed race, right? Upon hearing this, Shin-yeon was speechless for a moment, her pretty face turning red. She pinched Shin-shu's arm lightly and said coquettishly, who wants to have a child with you? Shin-yeon said she was unhappy, but in her heart she thought, I'd be willing to have 108 children for you in the future. I'm afraid you can't afford to raise them. Snort. Chapter 41 The User Manual for the Cold and Aloof School Beauty. Meanwhile, Shin-shu was trying to better understand what Shin-yeon's aunt and her family were saying in their broken English. It makes it easier to communicate with them. Shin-shu said telepathically, little commander, exchange a Korean language skill for me, at the proficiency level. The system responded immediately. 10 attribute points have been redeemed for the host. A deduction of 10 million yuan from the host's personal wealth has been made, leaving a current personal wealth of 437.2 million yuan. Korean language proficiency level skill has been purchased for the host. Current attribute points, 0. As soon as the system's voice finished speaking, Shin-shu felt a surge of new knowledge welling up in his mind. Everything I know, languages, scripts, memories, can be easily translated into Korean. It's as if you are a native speaker. At this moment, Shin-yeon's mother introduced Shin-shu and Shin Fei-shua's family to each other. Out of politeness, Shin-shu greeted Shin Fei-shua and her family of 3. Unexpectedly, Park Mi-yeon stepped forward and grasped Shin-shu's hand, looking very happy. Appa, you're so handsome. Even more handsome than South Korean stars. Park Mi-yeon's eyes sparkled. Shin-yeon? Shin-shu glanced at the Empress's reaction, her pretty eyebrows furrowed, her gaze wary, and tinged with a hint of jealousy. It's clear that he doesn't like Park Mi-yeon's initiative. Shin-shu had previously learned from Shin-yeon that among her many relatives, her aunt's family was the most snobbish. This applies to everyone, from men to women, from the old to the young. Park Mi-yeon is no pushover either. She had already dated several boyfriends in South Korea at a young age, and even had experience dating multiple people at the same time. Shin-yeon knew all this because during the Lunar New Year, Park Mi-yeon boasted to her that several wealthy young men were jealous of her and even fought over her. Although Shin-yeon didn't understand what was so great about this. Perhaps South Korean men and women have this petty mentality in many ways. Shin-shu smiled, pulled her hand away from Park Mi-yeon's tight grip, and said, what's the use of being handsome? Didn't you still get won over by your sister? As he spoke, Shin-shu casually put his arm around Shin-yeon's slender waist. Seeing Shin-shu's actions, Shin-yeon gently bit her red lips, her delicate, jade-like face unable to hide her smile. This guy is actually quite considerate of my feelings. Park Mi-yeon was all smiles on the outside, but in her heart she was cursing and extremely unhappy. What is this? Are you showing off your love in front of me? Shin-yeon, you just wait, I'll steal your boyfriend away sooner or later. Let's see how long you can keep up your smugness. Not long after. Shin-shu, Shin-yeon, and their entire family took their seats. Shin-yeon was on the left, Shin-yuan was on the right, and Shin-shu was sandwiched between them. When a group of people meet for the first time, they naturally start by chatting about everyday matters. After chatting for a while, it was Shin-yeon's aunt who was the most enthusiastic. It's like checking someone's household registration, they ask all sorts of questions. This made Shin-yeon's parents quite uncomfortable. Hu Yonan kicked her husband under the table and gave him a meaningful look. It seems to be asking, whose son-in-law is Xiao Chen anyway? Isn't your sister overstepping her bounds?
Shin Panchan sighed helplessly and shrugged, only to be kicked under the table again. Having no other choice, Shin Panchan could only smile and ask, "By the way, Xiao Chun, you're about to graduate from university. What are your plans for the future?"
Plans? Uncle, what are you referring to? Chen Shu asked with a smile.
Shin Panchan said, "In terms of career and relationships." Chen Shu smiled and said, "As for my career, I don't have much ambition.
I might do some investments. As for relationships."
Chen Shu glanced at Shin Yan beside her. Shin Yan blushed and asked, "Why are you looking at me?"
Embarrassed, she lowered her head and took a sip of tea.
Actually, she was listening intently, wanting to know Chen Shu's future plans regarding relationships. Chen Shu smiled and said to Shin Panchan, "Uncle, I'm planning to marry into your family."
You don't have any objections, do you?
Chen Shu made a joke, and Shin Yan spat out all the tea with a pft.
Chen Shu's suit was sprayed with water stains. Cough, cough, cough.
I'm so sorry, honey, I didn't mean to."
Are you all right?
Shin Yan was used to calling Chen Shu husband whenever she admitted her mistake or acted coquettishly, and she hadn't noticed when she blurted it out just now. At the same time, she quickly grabbed some tissues and wiped Chen Shu's clothes. While saying, it's okay, drink slowly, no one will take it from you, baby," Chen Shu patted Shin Yan's back, who had choked on the water. Seeing that the two cared about each other, Shin Panchan and Hu Yonan were both bewildered but very satisfied.
Husband? Is that how Yen Yen is calling Chen Shu now?
Sure. Hu Yonan covered her mouth with the back of her hand and whispered to her husband, "It seems that they are deeply in love."
Shin Panchan nodded. "I noticed before that Xiao Chen is not arrogant at all. He is really good to our Yen Yen.
He was holding her hand the whole time after we came in." Hu Yonan breathed a sigh of relief. All our previous worries were unnecessary.
Isn't that right? Shin Panchan smiled. As long as this girl isn't wronged, that's all that matters. Meanwhile, Shin Feishua's family was depressed. Are you two really that close? In front of the whole family, she kept calling him husband and baby? Have you no shame? Shin Feishua said to her daughter in Korean, "See? Your sister's corner isn't easy to steal. After that, you need to seize the opportunity to get to know Chen Shu better.
You must snatch him away from your sister." Chen Shu glanced at Shin Feishua, ?
Holy crap! They're really plotting something so loudly.
Park Mi-yeon was quite disappointed. "Oh, Mom, I wish I could, but Shin Yan and he are inseparable."
Shin Yan is already calling him husband. What chance do I have left? Shin Feishua said with utmost seriousness, "What are you afraid of? Don't you know that there's no cat in the world that doesn't steal fish? Chen Shu is a cat worth hundreds of billions of Korean won. A big tycoon cat. You have to take him down."
Park Jun-taek also encouraged his daughter, saying, "Mi-yeon, cheer up, don't embarrass yourself. Your grandma rose to power through a mistress's marriage, so you can too."
Chen Shu was stunned. What the heck? Is this something to be proud of? You're so proud of it? Should I give you an award? Oh. This is the essence of family tradition.
There's no such thing as a cat that doesn't steal fish, but even if I were to steal fish, I wouldn't steal you.
Who knows if you're sick or not? I'm a germaphobe, okay?
Afterwards, they had a meal and opened 2 bottles of Romanicanti, both of which were ordered by Shin Feishua.
Since it's not her family's money, she doesn't feel bad at all. After a hearty meal and drinks,
Shin Feishua asked with a smile, "Xiao Chun, we all know your family is very wealthy.
You also said that you will make some investments in the future. Is that true? Really, I just don't know what to invest in."
Chen Shu smiled calmly.
Shin Feishua's eyes lit up immediately, and she said with a smile, "Isn't that simple? Xiao Chun, your aunt is family with you, that's why I'm telling you this way."
Yen Yan's uncle has a lot of connections in South Korea and knows many chaebols in Seoul. He has always wanted to start a girl group company.
If you are willing to become an angel investor, you will definitely get a rich return in the future. South Korean girl groups?
That sounds good, but I don't plan to invest overseas, at least not now.
Chen Shu declined, smiled, and said, "Besides, doesn't my uncle have extensive connections in South Korea and know many Seoul chaebols? He can easily bring local chaebols to be investors."
Shin Feishua was speechless, and Park Juan-za awkwardly retorted to his wife in Korean.
"Feishua, who told you to talk nonsense? I don't know any chaebols in Seoul. I'm just a taxi driver." "So what? When you're out in the world, you give yourself your own identity. Shin Fei-shue retorted, anyway, none of my family knows you drive a taxi in South Korea. They all think you're doing business in Seoul. Be careful, don't give yourself away. Park Jun-taek frowned and replied, I understand.
This entire Korean conversation reached Chen Shu's ears, and Chen Shu's lips twitched slightly.
That's some serious acting talent. Has his true identity never been exposed in over 20 years?
Chen Shu leaned close to Shin Yan's ear and whispered, what does your uncle do?
Shin Yan shook her head and whispered, I don't know.
I only know that he does business in Seoul, but none of my family has ever been to South Korea, so we don't know how big his business is.
Chen Shu, would you like to invest in him? In no mood. Hee, honey, I support you.
Shin Yan made a heart shape with her fingers for Chen Shu.
Chen Shu smiled, thinking to herself, Yan's thoughts are quite easy to guess.
When she calls us baby, it means she's in a good mood. When she calls us husband, it means she's in an even better mood and is being affectionate.
But if they call us by our full name, they'll most likely be in a bad mood and unhappy. They were even angry. Hey! We've unlocked another part of the user manual for the aloof school beauty. Chen Shu smiled and said, by the way, uncle, didn't you two run a restaurant in Liuqing before? What are you planning to do now or in the future? Or are you planning to retire early?
Uncle Hu Liwei waved his hand and shook his head. No, I'm still young.
My child is still in his final year of high school. There will be many expenses in the future. I think that being in my 40s is the perfect age to make a name for myself.
Hu Yonan also spoke up for her younger brother. Yes, Liwei is under a lot of pressure right now. As his older sister, I want to help him out, but I just haven't found a good project yet. Shin Panshan nodded, agreeing wholeheartedly. The restaurant business is too difficult now, but that's all we know how to do. Xiao Chun, you helped our family pay off our debts.
We will always remember this kindness.
You also gave Yuan so many gifts and so much money, which gave our family some savings.
Thank you so much. No, uncle, you're too kind. We're all family, and family doesn't need to be so formal.
Chen Shu waved her hand repeatedly. Shin Panshan was touched and said, I know, we're all family.
So we can't waste our family's money, right? We need to be even more careful when investing. That's what they say.
Chen Shu paused, thought for a moment, and then thought, after all, Shin Yan is my empress.
Her parents, uncle, and aunt are all imperial relatives, aren't they?
I cannot treat them unfairly.
Besides, tens of millions is just a small amount of money to me. At worst, I can just lose it all and consider it a waste.
Chen Shu still has a lot of favoritism towards Shin Yuan, or rather, Shin Yan. Chen Shu smiled and continued, but people are prone to becoming lazier and more useless the more they lie around.
If they keep hesitating, they will only waste time.
Uncle, maternal uncle, a person's most precious asset is youth, and the greatest cost in doing business is time.
Look, how about this? No matter what the project is, I'll invest 30 million and you can manage it.
If it loses, I'll cover it. If it makes money, we'll split it 30-70.
How about that?
Let's get started within a month. Upon hearing this, Shin Panshan and Hu Liwei were both stunned.
Was there really such a good thing? 30 million. No risk? Can I still get 30% of the profits?
Shin Yan was also stunned, feeling sorry for her husband's money.
Wasn't this just giving money to my dad and my uncle? Moreover, there's a problem with this profit-sharing ratio. They clearly don't take any risks at all.
Shin Yan asked, baby, you put up 30 million and bear all the risks, so why are you only getting 70% of the shares?
Chen Shu was stunned for a moment, then gently patted Shin Yan's smooth forehead. What do you mean 70%? 70% belongs to someone else. Shin Yan, ? Shen Panshan and the others? Chen Shu smiled and said, is there no problem? This.
Shin Panshan really wanted to nod in agreement, but when he saw the murderous look in his daughter's eyes, he couldn't bring himself to say it.
This girl isn't even married yet, and she's already siding with her man? This little cotton padded jacket is drafty.
Meanwhile, Shin Fei-shue was so jealous that she couldn't sit still any longer and stepped forward to stir things up. Xiao Chun, although your aunt knows that your family is rich, you just invested 30 million at once.
What if you really lose it all?
Even if you don't care, it will put a lot of pressure on Yin Yan's father and uncle. Shin Panshan did have doubts about this. Yes, Xiao Chun, if we really lose all 30 million, I really don't know how I'll face you. Hu Liwei also expressed concern. we've earned so much money in our lives.
Chen Shu smiled calmly and said to Shin Panshan, "What's the big deal? Uncle, if you really lose all your money, just consider it my dowry for your family. Don't feel guilty."
Chen Shu then turned to Shin Yan and said, "I prepared a dowry of 15 million for you.
Don't you think it's too little?" "No, no."
Shin Yan's face turned visibly red, and she quickly lowered her head.
My heart is pounding. Is this the time for the betrothal gifts to be presented? Has the marriage proposal been made? Wasn't today the first time meeting the parents? How did it fast forward to the engagement? Has it turned into an engagement party?
Shin Panshan was a bit confused. "Xiao Chun, a dowry of 15 million is a lot, but I can understand that, since your family is wealthy."
"But what do you mean by giving me 30 million, two dowries?"
Shin Yuan, who was eating hot pot chicken with his head down, suddenly looked up and met Chen Shu's eyes.
"Huh? What do you mean? Second brother, you're not coming for me, are you?"
Shin Yuan was terrified and used both arms to shield his chest.
Upon seeing this, everyone was completely dumbfounded.
Chen Shu laughed and said, "Just kidding. The 30 million is all for my Shin Yan's dowry."
Hearing this, Shin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief.
He was terrified. He thought his second brother was coming for him. Shin Panshan, Hu Liwei, and others burst into laughter.
Shin Feishui and her family of three, however, felt envy, jealousy, and resentment.
Park Mi-yun was so angry that she almost ground her back teeth to powder.
30 million, 6 billion Korean won. Why should it be given to Shin Yan and not to me? Damn it. Chapter 42, Rich people are not subject to moral blackmail.
Afterwards, Shin Yuan went to pay the bill. Chen Shu didn't fight with his good buddy to pay the bill, letting Yuaner experience the thrill of spending lavishly. Before long, Shin Yuan returned, his hands trembling slightly as he held the bill.
Chen Shu asked with a smile, "What's wrong, Yuaner?"
Shin Yuan was on the verge of tears and whispered, "Second brother, one meal cost me over 500,000 yuan.
2 bottles of Roman Conti.
My aunt's family is treating me like a fat pig to be slaughtered.
My heart is bleeding."
Shin Yuan felt like he was about to cry.
"Ha, you earn millions in one night, why are you worried about this little bit of money?" Chen Shu asked jokingly. "It can't be that exaggerated."
"Second brother, apart from when you give me tips, I usually only make tens of thousands of yuan a day, and at most less than 200,000.
Shin Yuan didn't hide anything from Chen Shu and spoke frankly.
Chen Shu smiled and patted Shin Yuan on the shoulder.
"It's already very good.
If I go bankrupt in the future, I'll be counting on you to support me."
How could it be bankrupt? Shin Yuan firmly refused to believe that a super-rich second-generation heir like Chen Shu would ever go bankrupt.
However, he still made a straightforward promise: "If that day ever comes, second brother, I will take care of you for the rest of my life." "Thanks, bro," Chen Shu joked with Shin Yuan.
Shin Yan, witnessing this scene. "Wait, what are you two doing here? Acting out a love story? Chen Shu, who exactly is your girlfriend?"
Shin Yan mumbled, "I'm going to the restroom."
Chen Shu asked with concern, "What's wrong?"
"You're jealous, so throw up,"
Shin Yan said coquettishly.
Seeing Chen Shu's helpless and amused expression, she smiled and explained, "I drank too much water."
Okay, go ahead, we'll wait for you at the door." Then, Chen Shu and his group continued walking towards the entrance of the Zafiyu restaurant amidst laughter and conversation. Shin Feishui was extremely anxious as she watched the god of wealth about to fly away.
She took 2 steps forward, caught up with Chen Shu, and said with a smile, "Little Chen, I was just thinking about it.
Didn't you say you weren't considering investing overseas in the short term?
Actually, your uncle and I could also come back to China to develop our careers."
Shin Feishui rubbed her hands together, her eyes filled with anticipation, and said, "Xiao Chen, do you think you could invest in our family sometime?"
Chen Shu smiled slightly and shook his head as he looked at Shin Feishui's eager and opportunistic appearance. "I'm sorry, Auntie, I'm a little short on cash right now, I don't have any money."
Shin Feishui was stunned when she heard this. "Didn't you just give my older brother 30 million? You said it was a bride price? How come you don't have the money anymore? Didn't you say it yourself?"
"I just gave the bride price, so I have no money left."
Shin Feishui knew perfectly well that this kid was doing it on purpose. "No, what did I do to offend him? You little brat, you're after me."
At this moment, Shin Yuan spoke up to defend Shin Shu, saying, "Aunt, please don't be angry.
My second brother didn't mean to target you.
You have to understand, his family's money didn't grow on trees, and neither did my second brother's.
I know.
Shin Feishui gave a forced smile, cursing inwardly, another little brat who's siding with outsiders.
You can't stand seeing your aunt living a good life, can you? Do you think the money they owe them grows on trees? Shah.
I bet their money comes from somewhere much faster than that. Brother, since your whole family is so heartless, don't blame me for being ruthless. Shin Feishui said in Korean, Park Mi-eun, your cousin is going out with Xiao Chen later.
You should stick to Xiao Chen and be a third wheel during the day. Find an opportunity to have Xiao Chen take you to a hotel at night, and then you must win him over, understand?
Park Mi-eun raised an eyebrow, saying confidently, Mom, don't worry, I have plenty of ways to hook up with rich guys.
He's just a little appa, easy to handle. Park Jun-taek was overjoyed upon hearing this. Well done, daughter. Our family's future depends on you.
Ha! Chen Shu chuckled softly upon hearing their conversation.
What a bunch of idiots. Do you really think you're the only family of 3 who speak Korean?
But then, as Chen Shu reached the restaurant entrance, she suddenly stopped. He never expected to run into Xia Baiwei, who was rushing back.
The two locked eyes. Xia Baiwei was stunned. Shin Shu, what are you doing here? Xin Yan's parents were taken aback and asked their son. Yuan, who is this? Xin Yuan explained, her name is Xia Baiwei.
She is my classmate and also Chen Shu's first love and ex-girlfriend.
Upon hearing this explanation, Shin Panshan and the others were all stunned. So she was Chen Shu's ex-girlfriend? So she was the big idiot who dumped Xiao Chen?
She's not that good looking, she's nowhere near as pretty as our Mei Yan.
Chen Shu's ex-girlfriend, what's she doing working as a waitress here? She must be really struggling.
The family members were all muttering to themselves. Chen Shu ignored Xia Baiwei and coldly replied with 2 words, eat. Feeling Chen Shu's indifference, Xia Baiwei felt as if her heart was being torn apart. Chen Shu has really changed.
She's become cold. She no longer belongs to me. He hates me. We can never go back to the way things were.
At the same time, Xia Baiwei didn't intend to make a fool of herself any further. She nodded, hummed in response, and prepared to leave. Just then, in order to prevent Xia Baiwei from rekindling her old feelings for Chen Shu, Hu Yonan spoke up and said, Little Chen, Auntie is very happy with today's meal.
Consider this your engagement banquet with Yan Yan.
Look, you've already given her 30 million yuan dowry. From now on, you don't have to keep calling her uncle and auntie.
You can start calling her that now.
Hu Yonan looked like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law, growing more and more fond of him the more she looked at him.
Chen Shu was stunned for a few seconds. No, Auntie, isn't that a bit too abrupt? Why are you suddenly bringing this up? Without any prior warning? Declaring sovereignty, is that it?
Shin Panshan chuckled and chimed in, yes, Xiao Chen, from now on, no, we're all family now. Even though Yan Yan isn't officially married yet, your mother and I would be happy to hear you call us mom and dad.
Oh, okay.
Chen Shu gave an awkward smile, feeling that something was off.
Why do I feel like I was forced into this role as a son-in-law?
Upon hearing these words, Xia Baiwei felt as if struck by lightning, her mind reeling.
Chen Shu was already engaged to someone? And she even gave them a 30 million yuan dowry? That money should have been mine all along.
The thought of this made Xia Baiwei feel as if her heart had been stabbed again.
Pain. My heart is breaking. Xia Baiwei, how could you have been so foolish? A dowry of 30 million, endless riches and glory. At the same time, Xia Baiwei glanced at the only young woman in the crowd. This woman had a South Korean look and her face was a little prettier than hers, but who knew if she had plastic surgery? Did I really lose to her? Did she manage to get away with Chen Shu? Damn it! I'm not having it. If I lose to Luo Yao, I will accept it wholeheartedly. Even if I lose to Yu Qingzhu, I can accept it. But Xia Baiwei was truly unwilling and resentful to lose to a woman whose face was only slightly better than hers. Park Mi-eun noticed the resentment in Xia Baiwei's eyes, and with a curse, questioned, Why are you staring at me? And what did that look mean? Do you know how rude you are? Ah, is that right? Even their Mandarin sounds weird, what accent is it? Could they really be from South Korea? Xia Baiwei was stunned for a moment, and at the same time, she felt even more resentful. A Korean woman is trying to steal my man? Ha! Do you even understand how to steal it? But I really didn't expect that after Chen Shu broke up with me, she would end up with this kind of guy? And she even got engaged to him? No. She only won by a narrow margin. I still have a chance to win back. Thinking of this, Xia Baiwei felt much more relaxed and happy. She smiled slightly and asked, Chen Shu, is she your current girlfriend? Chen Shu glanced at Park Mi-yun, ? Xia Baiwei said against her will, she's quite pretty. I hope she can take good care of you for me. Xia Baiwei decided to win Chen Shu back and gradually win him over. Chen Shu got engaged to someone else so soon after breaking up with me? It's only possible that he wants to get over the heartbreak as quickly as possible. What does this mean? It means he still cares about me. He hasn't let me go. But Chen Shu laughed in exasperation. Xia Baiwei, are you out of your mind? Me? What's wrong? Xia Baiwei asked hesitantly. Who the hell told you she's my girlfriend? Isn't she? Xia Baiwei glanced at Park Mi-yun, then looked at everyone else. Besides this woman, were there any other young and beautiful women here? Xia Baiwei was stunned for a moment, and her gaze finally fell on Xin Yuan. No way? At that moment, a clear, cold voice reached Xia Baiwei's ears. Of course she isn't, because I am. ? Xia Baiwei looked in the direction of the sound and saw a somewhat familiar figure appear in her field of vision. Xin Yan walked towards her and retorted sharply, we meet again, Xia Baiwei. You are. Xia Baiwei suddenly realized, you're that woman from the movie theater last time. Xin Yan linked arms with Chen Shu, smiling captivatingly, it's me, who else could it be? Right, husband? Of course. I can only go to the movies with you. Honey, you're so good to me. Good to know, haha. A cold sweat broke out on Chen Shu's back. She thought to herself that she couldn't let Yan Yan know that she had accompanied Luo Yao and Zhang Liani to the movies. This aloof yet jealous person is a real jealous pot. Hearing a tall, stunningly beautiful woman publicly declare her ownership of the property, Xia Baiwei suddenly lost all her strength, and all her fantasies shattered. How can this woman be so beautiful? She's even prettier than Luo Yao. She can't even compare to female celebrities. Is this modeled face Nuwa's graduation project? They're both women, so why is there such a huge difference in their looks? Xinyan's beauty was so stunning that Xia Baiwei questioned her existence and felt utterly hopeless. It turns out that I was just the floor for Chen Shu's choice of a partner, while Chen Shu was the ceiling for my choice of a partner. Despite the intense heartache, Xia Baiwei forced a bitter smile that was more painful than crying. Chen Shu, I wish you happiness. As she spoke, a large tear rolled down Xia Baiwei's cheek, filled with endless regret. Although Xia Baiwei was almost broken, Chen Shu didn't feel sorry for her at all. They spent our money and betrayed us, that's unforgivable. Seeing that Chen Shu remained indifferent and did not respond, Xia Baiwei felt extremely ashamed. She cried and wiped her tears as she ran into the restaurant. It seems that Xiao Chen broke up with his first love very cleanly. Hu Yonan was surprised by this scene. Shen Panshan praised, hesitation leads to trouble. Chen Shu is indeed a scion of a powerful family, he is decisive and ruthless. Hu Liwei said with a smile, my niece is so lucky. At this moment, Chen Shu smiled and said to everyone, Mom and Dad, Uncle and Aunt, Yan Yan and I are going on a date this afternoon, so I won't be able to keep you company. Yuaner knows Rongdu very well, so let him keep you company in my place. Okay, no problem. You two are busy, it's good that you're busy. Hu Yonan responded immediately, his eyes filled with a mischievous and ambiguous smile. ? Xin Yan was confused. Why did it feel like her mother's unspoken message was that she and Chen Shu should get busy making babies? Thinking of this, Xin Yan's pretty face instantly flushed red. Shen Panshan patted Chen Shu on the shoulder and said with a smile, Little Chen, we know your business is big, and you must be busy with work and love, so you go ahead with your business and don't worry about us. Yuan is here to keep us company. We can't help you much, we just hope we won't be a burden to you. You're so understanding, uncle. Chen Shu was touched, but also felt guilty. It was a lie to say that she was busy with work, she didn't actually have any work. But I'm definitely busy with love. We have several lifelong best friends. Ha? Why are you calling me uncle? Chen Shu thought to himself that he was calling his father-in-law dad before even getting married, which felt really strange. But after a pause, he finally called out, Dad. Xin Yan was both confused and happy at this moment. I just went to the bathroom. she even called him dad? Is this considered a marriage ceremony? Oh well, it's all just a formality anyway. Unimportant.
The important thing is that Chen Shu is mine, and that's all that matters. At this moment, Shin Feishui kicked her daughter. Park Meiyan understood and quickly stepped forward, saying in a strong green tea tone, Sister Xinyan, brother-in-law, this is my first time in Rongdu.
Can I come with you two to have some fun? I want to have some fun too.
Shin Feishui chimed in, yes, Yan Yan, Xiao Chun, we're all family. Mei Yan wants to go sightseeing in Rongdu with you.
You won't refuse, will you? Oh dear, my family and I rarely go back to China.
Shin Feishui attempted to use moral blackmail to create an opportunity for Park Meiyan to have more contact with Chen Shu. Upon hearing this, Xin Yan frowned. Both Xin Yan's family and her uncle's family felt it would be difficult to refuse. However, Shin Feishui's family had at least returned from overseas, just to see Xin Yan's boyfriend, now we should call him husband or fiancé.
Wouldn't it be too heartless to refuse such a small request from Park Meiyan?
Seeing that the Empress was in a dilemma, Chen Shu, who knew and was even more aware of what kind of people Park Meiyan's family were and what they were up to, decided to play the villain.
Moral blackmail? Oh. That only applies to moral people. We're rich now, but can rich people be moral? Obviously not. Chen Shu spoke in fluent Korean. Mei Yan, didn't your parents teach you not to be a third wheel when other people are dating? Or is this a custom in South Korea?
When this string of broken Korean was uttered, Xin Yan's family and her uncle's family were completely dumbfounded. Hearing Chen Shu speak Korean so fluently, even with a hint of the Chaebol accent from Gangnam district in Seoul, one is struck by how fluent and natural it sounds.
Shin Feishui's family was completely dumbfounded. Chapter 43 Xin Yan's a bebe. A Gangnam district Chaebol accent? Park Jun-taek exclaimed in disbelief.
Park Mi-yeon covered her mouth. Her eyes, adorned with colored contact lenses, were even larger than copper bells.
Appa, how come you speak Korean? And so fluently? Are you South Korean? From Seoul?
After realizing what had happened, Shin Feishua blushed deeply, feeling utterly ashamed.
Xiao Chen can speak Korean? Does that mean he overheard my conversation with Mei Yan and the others? He even knows that my husband drives a taxi in Seoul? We're doomed.
Even someone as shameless as Shin Feishua, faced with this scene, just wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Chen Shu smiled calmly and continued in Korean, "You're overthinking it.
I'm not South Korean. Besides, are you still planning to come out with me and be a third wheel?
Park Mi-yeon hesitated for a moment, but was interrupted by her mother. Shin Feishua said with a smile, No, Xiao Chen, you and Mi-yeon have fun.
Chen Shu smiled and said, it's good that I'm not a third wheel. Let's go, baby. ?
Still in a daze, Xin Yan got into the Maybach and sat in the passenger seat.
While fastening her seatbelt, she couldn't help but ask, honey, when did you learn Korean? It's just Korean, is it that hard to learn? You can learn it in just a little time. Really?
Shen Yan was a little suspicious. She had watched a lot of Korean dramas, but she only knew a few very basic Korean phrases.
Could it be that Chen Shu was a genius? Wow. That's incredibly intelligent.
It seems that Chen Shu is not only a treasure, but also a treasure that always brings surprises. Maybe in the future, my son and daughter with Xiao Chen will inherit their father's high intelligence. Yan, you're just spacing out, why are you blushing?
Me? Really? No way.
Xin Yan held her burning face, shook her head, and denied it.
As Chen Shu drove the Maybach, he chuckled and joked, you weren't just fantasizing about me, were you? Let me think. I must have had a really terrible time in your mind just now. You're so narcissistic. Xin Yan looked annoyed, but her heart tightened. Oh my god, how could Xiao Chen read my mind? Chen Shu chuckled, just kidding. By the way, where are we going now? Either way is fine. Everything is okay? Yes, anything is fine. As long as I'm with my husband, I'll do anything. Upon hearing Xin Yan's words, Chen Shu fell into deep thought. How could it be the same as what Yao Yao said? I'll do anything as long as it's you on the date. Okay, I used to be like that too. He was Xia Baiwei's devoted follower, willing to do anything and buy her anything as long as he could go on a date with her, even if it meant eating instant noodles for half a month after just one date. The difference is that Xia Baiwei treated me like a lapdog or an ATM back then, but I didn't treat Yan Yan and Yao Yao like lapdogs. We only consider them as good friends for life.
Throughout the afternoon, Chen Shu took Xinyan to many places, including the artificial lake in the south, the shopping district in the east, and the giant panda breeding base in the north.
In short, they are all far away from the university town. To avoid a clash between two kings, which could prematurely escalate into a chaotic battle.
On their way back to the hotel, it was already past 9 o'clock at night, and they were stuck in a sea of traffic on Chenghua Avenue. Xinyan glanced at the time and parted her red lips slightly. If I had known, I wouldn't have taken the Yirshan Bridge route. Yes, even a Maybach can't move when there's a traffic jam, Chen Shu remarked.
Honey, what are your plans for tonight? Xinyan asked shyly and expectantly.
Looking at Xinyan's adorable contrasting appearance, Chen Shu laughed and said, "How do you get by?" "Of course, you'll have 3 burrows, like a cunning rabbit."
"Ugh, you always bully me."
Xinyan was overjoyed, but shyly turned her head away and looked out the car window.
Chen Shu smiled, but just then, her phone rang.
When Chen Shu saw the caller ID, it was Li Ruoshi calling. Chen Shu pursed her lips and hung up immediately.
Xinyan turned around and asked curiously, "Honey, why aren't you answering? Harassing phone calls." "Oh. No." "Huh?" Xinyan didn't understand. "What do you mean?"
Chen Shu shook her head and chuckled, "It's nothing." No sooner had he finished speaking than Li Ruoshi called again. Chen Shu glanced at the caller ID and hung up again, speechless.
Smooth shutdown. Chen Shu exclaimed in surprise, "Holy crap! Why is the power out?" Xinyan suddenly became alert.
"Baby, who was that? I clearly saw you just hang up and turn off your phone."
"Well."
Chen Shu paused, her mind racing, before speaking with an air of nonchalance. "A friend of mine owes her some money and is pressuring her to pay it back."
"Baby, you can owe money?" Xinyan asked curiously. "Otherwise what?"
"In order to raise 30 million for your dowry, I borrowed some from my friends." Chen Shu spoke fluently without hesitation. He himself found it hard to believe that after becoming rich, he could lie without batting an eye.
Upon hearing Chen Shu's words, Xinyan's previous wariness vanished completely. "I am filled with deep emotion." Xinyan muttered, "Who told you to give such a large dowry?" "Honey."
Xinyan coaxed herself and revealed her true feelings, saying, "You have already given so much for me. Even without a dowry, I am willing to marry you and spend the rest of my life with you, to repay you with a lifetime of devotion."
"Well, like you told my brother before, what would happen if you went bankrupt one day?"
"I want to say that if that day ever comes, I hope it's me who supports you, not my brother."
Hiss. As expected of my empress, these words resonate deeply with me.
Chen Shu was indeed somewhat moved.
However, he no longer believes in vows of eternal love. People change.
It's true that the girl loves us now, but it's also true that she won't love us in the future.
Who knows?
Even if we assume that Yan Yan, Yao Yao, or some other girl truly love us to the core and are committed to each other for life, it will still take time to prove it, a very long time. But youth only comes once, I don't care about forever. As the saying goes, 10,000 years is too long, seize the day. Money is all you need, there are plenty of girls out there. Upon hearing Chen Shu refer to himself as the Imperial Eye again, Xinyan chuckled and started playing a role-playing game with Chen Shu.
"So your majesty is in a great mood and intends to reward me with something?"
"I won't reward you openly, but I can give you something secretly."
"For example?" "For example," Chen Shu paused, then smiled and said, "What about the crown prince?"
Xinyan was both happy and annoyed, and gave Chen Shu a coquettish glare. "They haven't left yet."
"It's okay, I can stay at the hotel and stay with you for a few more days."
"You big pervert." Xinyan smiled irritably and asked, "By the way, honey, how much money do you owe that person?" "I'll get my dad and brother to return the money so we can pay that person back first."
You really are your dad's own daughter and your brother's own sister.
They are so lucky to have you. I'm already so biased towards outsiders, I wonder whose good fortune it is."
"Ha ha."
Chen Shu smiled and said smugly, "Of course it's my good fortune.
But really, it's not necessary, it's just a little money. Besides, if I can't solve it, how could your family?"
"Oh, okay." Upon hearing this, Xinyan stopped asking questions and silently took out her phone to check her bank card balance.
More than 1,155,200.
Of the money, 30,000 yuan was compensation that Chen Shu asked for when Xinyan was injured last time, and the remaining 70,000 yuan was money that Xinyan had saved from part-time jobs during her 4 years of university.
Hard-earned money. There's also over 1 million yuan left over from the money Chen Shu transferred to Xinyan.
After thinking for a moment, Xinyan finally moved her jade-like fingers and transferred 1.15 million yuan to Chen Shu in one go. Seeing that she only had a little over 5,200 yuan left, Xinyan felt a real pang of heartache. So poor. But when Xinyan thought that she might be able to help Chen Shu a little bit and make things a little easier for him, she felt it was all worth it.
No one will treat me better than my husband. I want to be super nice to him too.
In fact, the closer the Maybach got to the hotel, the more Xinyan tried to convince herself that maybe it wouldn't hurt so much. After the Maybach arrived at the Sanhao Hotel, Chen Shu and Xinyan returned to their long stay room. While Xinyan was taking a shower, Chen Shu finally turned on his phone again. I saw several missed calls from Li Ruoxi, as well as her WeChat messages.
Boss, why aren't you answering the phone? Your Ruoxi needs to speak with you. Are you there?
Master, let me report on the progress first. I think I did a good job with the task you assigned me. These days, Wu Zihao has been buying me gifts and taking me shopping, spending over 100,000 yuan. Now he wants me to be his girlfriend.
What do you think? Should I agree to his pursuit?
He's getting furious because he spent so much money and I won't even let him touch me.
Dad? What's Daddy busy with? Doesn't Daddy want your Ruoxi anymore? Feeling wronged.
Upon seeing the messages sent by Li Ruoxi, Chen Shu felt a little overwhelmed. He barely managed to reply with, even through the screen, I can feel your flirtatiousness. Li Ruoxi replied instantly, thank you for the compliment, Dad.
Happy.
Chen Shu had no words to say about this, but smiled and typed again, if you can catch Wu Zihao, keep trying.
I trust your skills. Thank you for your trust, Dad. Don't worry, I'm good at training dogs. Even if I have to say nothing else, I can still make Wu Zihao's wallet bleed again and amplify his sunk costs. Dad, am I good?
Chen Shu often felt that she was too normal and out of place in this abnormal world.
He commanded, impressive. But be normal. Li Ruoxi replied instantly, okay, boss. I'm going to sleep now, nothing else. Yes. Boss, there's one more thing. I have a good friend who is also in dance school.
She has recently run into some trouble and may need your help.
That's right, boss.
You're a scion of a wealthy family, rich and powerful, knowledgeable, well-connected, and with a strong background. You can solve the big problems we little Karamis encounter with just a word.
I mean, why should I help?
After a while, Li Ruoxi sent a voice message, speaking in a coquettish voice.
Oh, boss, master, daddy. I've already talked to my best friend and bragged about it all.
As long as you show up and reveal your status as a super rich guy, her rich second-generation ex-boyfriend will definitely run away with his tail between his legs and stop bothering her.
Just show your face, please.
Chen Shu pursed her lips.
No, why is the school beauty of this dance academy so coquettish?
At that moment, the noise from the suite's bathroom suddenly stopped.
Chen Shu didn't have time to think.
To avoid being bothered by Li Ruoxi again, he replied, I understand.
Tell me the time and place. Also, don't bother me unless it's important.
Okay. I'll be waiting for you at the entrance of the dance academy tomorrow at noon, Dad.
Chen Shu rolled her eyes speechlessly and deleted their chat history.
Soon, Xinyan came out of the bathroom. Chen Shu looked up and saw that she was dressed in a white spaghetti strap nightgown. Chen Shu immediately lost his composure. Without makeup, special clothing, or posing, she simply stood there in an ordinary way, yet she was more beautiful than a lotus emerging from the water, instantly igniting the inner universe within Chen Shu.
Oh my god, baby, you're so beautiful. Honey, do you like how I look in a tank top?
Seeing Xinyan lightly bite her red lips, looking beautiful and shy, Chen Shu swallowed 2 mouthfuls of saliva. Nodding, Chen Shu stepped forward and pulled Xinyan into her arms.
I like you, but not just the way you look in a tank top.
I like whatever you wear, because I like your body. No, I like you as a person.
You've revealed your true thoughts, haven't you? You big pervert. Xinyan said coquettishly and cutely.
Chen Shu laughed it off, and the next second, she picked up Xinyan in a princess carry. Xinyan hooked her arms around the tree like a little koala hanging from a big tree.
What are you doing? Baby, what do you think? That person hasn't left yet. Xinyan blushed.
Chen Shu became even more excited. I know, but a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows.
Having no other choice, Xinyan half-heartedly agreed, you just know how to bully me, don't you? I want to bully others, but you don't like it. You dare. Shen Yan exclaimed anxiously.
Chen Shu smiled and said, "Don't worry, tonight your husband will only bully you." Gently placing Shen Yan on the soft bed, adjusting the lights to a suitable brightness to create an ambiguous atmosphere, Chen Shu turned around and saw the sensible Yan Yan, with a rubber band between her cherry lips and her fair hands fiddling with her hair behind her head. Before long, Shen Yanru's long, black hair, which cascaded down like a waterfall, was tied into a high ponytail. Looking at Chen Shu, Shen Yan puffed out her cheeks, her eyes filled with a coquettish reproach. Chen Shu met her gaze and couldn't hide his smile.
She has to be my empress.
They were nominally best friends for life, but in reality, they were lovers in the throes of passionate romance.
Chen Shu and Shen Yan spent a wonderful yet tiring night.
Chen Shu felt wonderful, but Shen Yan only felt tired.
Early morning.
Waking up in Chen Shu's arms, Shen Yan touched Chen Shu's abs, one of her beloved babies, while rubbing her own face and cheeks.
I still feel a bit sore. You annoying guy, what do you take me for? This is outrageous. However, Chen Shu's embrace was too warm and too alluring.
Shen Yan, who only wanted Chen Shu's body, saw that he hadn't woken up yet, and soon closed her eyes again and went back to sleep. This time, instead of placing her hand on Chen Shu's abs, she used a bebe instead.
Chapter 44: An Unusual Relationship.
When Chen Shu woke up, the sun was already high in the sky. He looked at Shen Yan, who was fast asleep in his arms. Seeing her sleeping soundly, Chen Shu smiled happily.
Isn't this the kind of life we've always been pursuing? Wife, kids, and a warm bed. It's a pity that now that we have money, that kind of happiness is gone. Now, we only have more girls and more fun.
To avoid disturbing the Empress's sweet dream, Chen Shu carefully reached for her phone and unlocked it. I checked my WeChat messages. Chen Shu thought Li Ruoshi would press her for answers, but to her surprise, Li Ruoshi was quiet and well-behaved. This fiery woman still has some sense of propriety. After replying to messages from Luo Yao, Jiang Liani, Wu Mengmeng, and other girls, Chen Shu discovered that there was also a message from Tan Fengwan.
What does Sister Tan want with me?
With a sense of doubt, Chen Shu opened the chat box with Sister Tan.
Brother Chen Shu, are you there? I have good news for you.
I have obtained evidence that Wu Zihao embezzled public funds. That kid took over 100,000 yuan in cash from the company account these past few days. It's not a huge amount, but the nature of the crime is egregious.
It's enough to send him to the police station, or at least teach him a lesson. However, there is also bad news. Would you like to hear it, Brother Chen Shu? Still not awake, little brother? You're not going to ignore your sister anymore, are you, you brat?
Chen Shu glanced at the chat history and smiled. She hadn't expected that a mature and sophisticated woman like Sister Tan could also be so charming and coquettish.
He keeps calling me little brother, haha. But still, what about my little brother? Are you trying to flirt with us? Have you even met her? You're just making baseless judgments. Chen Shu typed back, just woke up, Sister Tan, what bad news do you have? The bad news is that President Yu has been promoted to headquarters, and our company's next CEO will most likely be Wu Zihao's father. You brat, you have no idea. You exposed the Wu family's secrets in public before.
In order to investigate them, I offended them to their faces.
Now, things have changed. I've really messed up. I don't know if I can stay at this company any longer. Chen Shu understood this was a show of loyalty, an attempt to curry favor with their new patron.
Although Sister Tan does the job of HR, which often offends employees, she was actually quite considerate of us at the company, including when we left.
A drop of water in need deserves a spring in return.
Chen Shu replied, Sister Tan, if this place doesn't want me, there are plenty of other places that will. If you ever don't want to stay at that lousy company anymore, just tell me anytime, and I'll make arrangements for you.
With me here, I won't let you suffer any losses. Oh, right, I just remembered something. I promised you I'd treat you to a meal sometime. Are you free? Tan Fengwan excitedly replied instantly, today? Yes, is tonight okay? Chen Shu asked. Sure. Okay, it's a date then. We'll talk about it when we meet. Okay. See you tonight.
A little while later, Tan Fengwan sent another WeChat message, you go ahead and do your thing, you brat. When Chen Shu saw this message, and recalled Sister Tan's still charming OL uniform look, she couldn't help but smile.
Having money is great, any kind of woman can be interested in us.
And he was incredibly proactive. Not long after, probably because Chen Shu was making a lot of noise, Xinyan was woken up by him. Slowly opening my sleepy eyes, my blurry vision gradually cleared. Xinyan's beautiful peach blossom eyes reflected Chen Shu's handsome face, and she felt wonderful.
Honey. Snuggling closer to Chen Shu, Xinyan was charming and adorable, showing none of the aloofness often associated with school beauties.
Chen Shu stroked Yanyan's dark hair and asked with a smile, "Have you had a good night's sleep?"
Yes, I slept well.
It felt so warm and comfortable in my husband's arms, and I had sweet dreams.
Haha, let's go out to eat then.
Xinyan glanced at the sun outside the window and smiled sweetly.
Honey, it's already late morning.
Shall we have breakfast or lunch?
Anything else is fine too.
Xinyan tilted her head and looked at Chen Shu with a sullen smile.
This guy is really going too far in bullying his baby.
I transferred over 1 million to him, and he returned at least 600 million last night.
That's outrageous. That's outrageous.
Seeing Xinyan's coquettish and embarrassed expression, Chen Shu laughed and pinched his girlfriend's pretty cheek.
Just kidding. Let's have some morning tea to warm our stomachs.
I have something to do at noon, so I need to go out for a bit.
Oh, right, there's an event at our school this afternoon, and I want to participate.
Xinyan also remembered the important matter, glanced at Chen Shu, quickly leaned in and kissed him.
Chen Shu was stunned, ? Holy crap. They're all just after my good looks, aren't they? Having taken advantage of Chen Shu, Xinyan happily said, "Honey, I'll put on some light makeup before we go out, it'll be quick." So, we won't do anything to add to the already splendid situation? Ugh.
Xinyan was overjoyed by Chen Shu's praise. Chen Shu, however, felt that he wasn't flattering his girlfriend. His empress was naturally beautiful. That beautiful face, a completely modeled face.
Flawless from every angle.
A stunning beauty who scores 98 points. Afterwards, Xinyan simply put on some light makeup, and Chen Shu was so impressed that she didn't want to see Li Ruoshi anymore.
As expected of my empress. With makeup, she surpasses even a celestial being. 100 stars.
After having brunch at the hotel restaurant, Chen Shu and Xinyan went to the hotel entrance.
But as soon as they arrived, they saw Park Mi-yun. Chen Shu had some doubts. Was this a chance encounter because they were both staying at the same hotel, or was it a deliberate arrangement by Park Mi-yun? Xinyan was a little surprised when she first saw Park Mi-yun.
My cousin usually has a beautiful and sophisticated Korean-style makeup look, so why did she wear only light makeup today?
That's so rare. Mi-yun, why are you wearing only light makeup today?
That's rare for you, Xinyan asked, puzzled. Park Mi-yun cupped her face in her hands. Oh dear, Xinyan Jia, where did I put on any light makeup? I didn't wear any makeup at all, I'm completely barefaced.
Chen Shu Appa, do you like him? When Xinyan saw her cousin's posture, she was both angry and amused, speechless. Trying to steal my girlfriend right in front of me? They're not even going to act anymore.
She was about to retaliate and assert her dominance when Chen Shu spoke first. There's no need to dip roasted pork in sauce. Xinyan was stunned for a moment when she heard this, then she burst out laughing.
Chen Shu is so hypocritical. Just because I don't wear makeup means I don't need to add any extra touches, but just because someone else isn't wearing makeup means they don't need to dip a roast pig in sauce? Hee hee, typical husband of mine. Park Mi-yun was completely bewildered. Roasted pork? Dipping sauce? Chen Shu Appa, do you mean Korean barbecue? Yes, you have self-awareness.
Chen Shu nodded and said with a smile.
Appa, you like Korean barbecue, so I'll take you there today. I found a South Korea city on the map. Park Mi-yun looked at Chen Shu with expectant eyes. I'm not interested. I'm busy. Go by yourself. Also, don't follow me.
Chen Shu is always cold and ruthless towards girls he is not interested in.
Having said that, Chen Shu pulled Xinyan into the Maybach and sped away.
Park Mi-yun, having been rebuffed, stood bewildered in the wind.
Damn it! That bastard did this to me.
When Park Mi-yun speaks, she not only has a strong South Korean accent, but even the curve of her lips is exactly the same as that of a villainous female supporting character in a Korean drama.
On the way to the gate of the normal university, Chen Shu laughed and said, Park Mi-yun wants to steal your husband, you know that?
I'm not blind, of course I know, Xinyan said proudly.
Aren't you angry? Of course I'm angry. Park Mi-yun has always liked to take my things since we were little. But I'm used to it.
Anyway, from childhood to adulthood, nothing that belongs to me can be taken away from me, including you.
Holy crap!
Chen Shu laughed as she glanced at Xinyan.
I never expected my aloof school beauty to have such a domineering side. That's right.
Xinyan proudly raised her chin. Chen Shu discovered that this ice queen and aloof school beauty, in the eyes of others, seemed to only act a little reserved in front of him and her family.
Well, even in front of her family, Xinyan was a bit aloof.
Only in front of us does she become a living, breathing, complex, and multifaceted person.
But then again, I think she shouldn't be called Meiyan, you should be called Meiyan. Why?
Because in that case, only my baby deserves a name that matches his personality.
Xinyan chuckled, annoyed. Smooth talker. That's right.
Chen Shu imitated Xinyan's earlier arrogance, tilting her chin up, which made Xinyan both amused and annoyed. Chen Shu then teased, you know, your husband's tongue is quite powerful.
You pervert.
Xinyan blushed instantly. Her cheeks glowed with a rosy hue. In the past, Xinyan felt she wouldn't understand anything, but ever since she became best friends with Chen Shu, she has been able to understand. She herself became a perverted girl who instantly understood dirty jokes.
It's over.
Before he even took on Chen Shu's physical form, his mind and thoughts had already taken on his shape.
The Maybach stopped at the entrance of the normal university.
After seeing Xinyan off, Chen Shu stepped on the gas and drove towards the dance academy.
It's not a long journey, we'll arrive soon.
At the entrance of the dance academy, by the roadside, Chen Shu sent a WeChat message to Li Ruoshi.
I have arrived.
I shared a location with Li Ruoshi.
Meanwhile, Li Ruoshi was chatting with her best friend Han Sui in her dormitory.
Sui, don't worry.
Your ex-boyfriend is just a little rich, right?
Let me tell you, in front of my family's big boss, let alone him, even his father and his whole family are just a small fry. When my beloved boss arrives at noon, I'll definitely make sure that scumbag stays far away from you from now on.
Han Sui looked doubtful, really? You can listen to her bragging, Sui, I just don't believe it. How could Li Ruoshi know such a powerful figure? Still calling her darling? Ha! At most, she met Kanye once during her job interview last time. And what happened? You didn't get the job, did you? Otherwise, where would your $1 million annual salary be? Jiang Lulu dismissively and relentlessly mocked Li Ruoshi. Li Ruoshi laughed in exasperation. Do I have to stay in the Xin boss's house as a mate to be considered successful? Let me tell you, my relationship with boss Xin is anything but ordinary now. How extraordinary could it be? Jiang Lulu scoffed. You'll find out then.
Li Ruoshi insisted on arguing with Jiang Lulu, with whom she didn't get along.
Just then, Li Ruoshi's phone rang.
She looked at it and saw that it was a message from Chen Shu. Instantly, her eyes brightened even more.
Li Ruoshi, her jade-like fingers fragrant, asked on the screen, Master, why did you arrive so early? I'm so touched. My owner cares about me. Please wait a moment, I'll be out with my sister soon. Also, Master, may I ask you for one more favor?
When Chen Shu saw these messages, he smiled speechlessly and ordered, try to be normal.
Understood, boss. Speak, what is it? Boss, could you please consider my pride and not let my sisters and classmates find out that you are my master? Is that not allowed? When the hell did I ever ask you to call me master? What the hell are you doing adding your own drama?
Upon seeing Chen Shu's message, Li Ruoshi was stunned.
Could it be that Chen Shu really wasn't a pervert?
He's too normal, he doesn't seem like a rich man at all. Li Ruoshi breathed a sigh of relief, but was also quite moved. She was so grateful to have met such a treasure of a benefactor.
They ate and even took things with them, making the other person feel embarrassed. Okay, boss, thank you, boss. From now on, I'll only call you master in private. Wink.
Chen Shu uttered a huge sentence. However, Chen Shu vaguely discovered that Li Ruoshi had a tendency to enjoy being abused to some extent. Since she wants to play, let's play along.
I really don't like being called master or dad by pretty girls. Meanwhile, inside the dormitory, Han Sui asked curiously, Ruoshi, who are you chatting with? It feels like you're in love. Is that right?
Li Ruoshi happily put away her phone, took Han Sui's hand, and said, come on, let's go to the school gate.
Now. Why?
Han Sui asked, puzzled. Because my beloved boss has arrived.
What? Really? Han Suesue's pupils dilated in surprise, while Jiang Lulu looked on with suspicion. Keep bragging, then. Jiang Lulu, believe it or not, it's up to you. Sui, let me tell you, with Master Can here, the academy will be at peace. With Master Can here, the heavens will be clear. Li Ruoshi confidently declared, you'll never have to worry about that scumbag harassing you again. Walk. Before Han Sui could react, Li Ruoshi grabbed her best friend's hand and walked out. Seeing Li Ruoshi's posture, Jiang Lulu became even more suspicious. Could it be that Li Ruoshi really knew the big shot in her heart? Hiss. This green tea girl is, after all, the school beauty of our dance academy, especially with those long legs. She must have captivated countless male students. After the big shot in the heart meets her, the two might actually hook up. One is greedy for money, the other is lustful, it's unbelievable. However, Li Ruoshi really went all out, even tolerating an uncle like Can Yi, who might even be an old man. I'm going to go see what the big shot in my heart really looks like. For the next 3 years, I will make fun of Li Ruoshi until graduation. Thinking this, Jiang Lulu hurriedly chased after him. Wait for me. Chapter 45 My Heartfelt Boss, You're the Real Tycoon. Sitting inside the Maybach, Chen Shu waited for Li Ruoshi out of boredom, and while he did so, he played around with his phone. But among a bunch of unread text messages, I saw a message about a transaction. 1.15 million yuan came in? Did Xinyan forward this to me? Chen Shu was a little confused. Since he became a super rich man, he was the only one who transferred money to girls. I never imagined that a girl would transfer money to me like this, and she did it in one go, 1.15 million. Reversing the heavenly gang. However, Chen Shu was quite happy inside. He smiled and sent a WeChat message asking, Baby, what do you mean by transferring money to me? Are you trying to support me? Or is this a reward for our hard work last night? Xinyan quickly replied, Honey, but I'm the one who's really working hard, okay? Next time it'll be my turn to work hard. Rogue. So, what does this money mean? Honey, didn't you say you were a little short on money lately? I know this money won't help you much, but it might make things a little easier for you. I don't want you to be under so much pressure. Chen Shu was greatly relieved upon seeing this news. He quickly typed, I understand. As expected of my empress, she knows how to share my burdens. However, it's no longer needed. I have already returned the money to them. When Xinyan saw these messages, she was completely stunned. What's going on? Yesterday Chen Shu said he borrowed a lot of money, and he paid it back today? Could Chen Shu's family really own a money printing factory? That's outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. Xinyan couldn't imagine just how fast Chen Shu was making money. At this moment, Chen Shu moved his fingers and transferred some money to Xinyan. 2 ringing sounds. Xinyan's ICBC app and transaction notification both beeped once, and she looked closely. Chen Shu transferred 10 million to her. Xinyan's mind was buzzing, completely blank. Conversely, a system notification sounded in Chen Shu's mind. Following his heart, and driven by his emotional impulse to provide his girlfriend with a wealthy life and his love for her, the host gifted Xinyan 10 million yuan. The host is rewarded with a 10-fold return, 100 million yuan. WTF? Chen Shu was shocked, her pupils dilated dramatically. No, little prince, what the hell, you can give me gold coins too. Just because the recipient of my transfer is my empress? Okay. Little Tonzi, what a good comrade. From now on, I hereby appoint you as the Grand Eunuch. Chen Shu was overjoyed, but upon checking his personal wealth, he was astonished to find that it had reached 498.35 million yuan. He's just one step away from becoming a billionaire. Yan is truly our lucky star. Chen Shu muttered something. Just then, he caught sight of 3 girls jogging towards the entrance of the dance academy. One of them was none other than Li Ruoshi, the school beauty of the dance academy. Sui, look, that's my good friend Kanye's car. A Maybach? Or an S680? Wow, that's so cool. Li Ruoshi proudly introduced him, while Han Suesue's eyes sparkled with envy as she said, Ruoshi, I didn't expect you to actually know Kanye West? And you even managed to invite him over, you're amazing. Li Ruoshi's vanity immediately surged, it's not that amazing, it's just that I get along really well with Kanye.
John Lulu, who was traveling with the two of them, listened quietly to Lee Ruwashi's boasting, still skeptical about the fact that Lee Ruwashi and the heartthrob were good friends.
Is the person sitting in this car really the big boss? Or is he an actor hired by Lee Ruwashi? The car was probably rented too.
John Lulu thought this way, but when she walked into the Maybach and saw the license plate, she was instantly dumbfounded.
Chengdu A56789? No way? How could it be this license plate? Could it really be Kanye West? John Lulu was shocked, but also felt an endless curiosity. Who exactly is the man who made my uncle give up his beloved license plate?
Lee Ruwashi approached the Maybach and gently knocked on the car window.
Soon, the car window rolled down. Boss!
Lee Ruwashi exclaimed happily, but the next second, she was shocked when she saw Chen Shu's face, which was even more handsome than the school heartthrob and celebrities.
My brain has shut down. What's going on? I haven't been separated from my owner for very long, so why does he seem even more handsome? Could it be that I've really fallen in love with him? Is beauty blind? So handsome. He's incredibly handsome.
Lee Ruwashi felt that a tall, handsome, and young male god like her master should pay for it himself.
But my owner even gave me money. I've hit the jackpot. Han Suisui and Jiang Lulu were stunned by Chen Shu's appearance, their eyes widening and frozen in place. Han Suisui, oh my god. Is that Kanye West? So young? And so handsome? Jiang Lulu, no way. Is he really Kanye West? He's so young. He's ridiculously handsome. I really suspect he's an actor hired by Lee Ruwashi. But this license plate has already proven his identity. What are you daydreaming about? Chen Shu asked with a smile. Boss, you seem even more handsome than before.
Lee Ruwashi's eyes and words were incredibly sincere.
Then, she leaned closer to Chen Shu and whispered, Boss, you didn't get cosmetic surgery, did you?
Chen Shu smiled, opened the car door, and got out. Han Suisui and Jiang Lulu saw that Chen Shu was not only handsome and rich, but also 183 centimeters tall. Immediately, the two of them secretly swooned over each other. What a typical tall, rich, and handsome guy. Chen Shu said to Lee Ruwashi, you can touch my face and see if I've had cosmetic surgery.
Really? You can touch it? Lee Ruwashi's eyes lit up. Give it a try. Okay.
Lee Ruwashi reached out her fair hand and touched Chen Shu's face, tentatively pinching it.
Wow! It's completely natural! Lee Ruwashi exclaimed in amazement. Boss, how did you do that? Seeing Lee Ruwashi and her boyfriend's intimate actions, Han Suisui and Jiang Lulu felt a surge of envy, jealousy, and resentment. No, why? Why should Lee Ruwashi receive such good treatment? Does being beautiful mean that even a flirtatious, manipulative woman can do whatever she wants?
Jiang Lulu felt particularly aggrieved. The male students from the dance academy who witnessed this scene were completely stunned.
My god, what did I just see? Lee Ruwashi is being so intimate with a man? Is that man Lee Ruwashi's boyfriend? That can't be right. Doesn't Lee Ruwashi have suitors?
Recently, a guy has been acting like a simp for her every day, bringing her breakfast and gifts.
You said it yourself, he's a simp. I've seen it several times, and Lee Ruwashi hasn't even touched him. TSK, the difference in treatment between a simp and a male god is just too big. Holy crap! Shirkai, isn't that your goddess? How come she's flirting with another man? You don't know anything.
Ruwashi has both looks and a great figure.
She has tons of suitors in and out of school. Do you think I consider all her suitors as rivals? But they've already started touching her. Look, that guy is even pinching Lee Ruwashi's cheek. Yeah. Lee Ruwashi hasn't even resisted yet, damn, she's even acting all shy.
Shirkai, the most handsome boy at the dance academy, couldn't hold back when he saw his goddess being intimate with another man, with two of his buddies fanning the flames. At the same time, he also felt a strong sense of crisis, an unprecedented crisis.
Damn! This man isn't a simp after all. Shirkai rushed forward excitedly, but Lee Ruwashi saw him and narrowed her beautiful eyes. Shirkai, what do you want to do?
Upon seeing the goddess, Shirkai immediately put on a smiling face. Junior sister Ruwashi, I've come over to say hello to you.
Who is this?
Shirkai was eager to know Chen Shu's identity. Lee Ruwashi said arrogantly, first, who he is none of your business. Second, I already have a boyfriend.
Upon hearing this explanation, Shirkai's knees buckled, and he staggered back 2 steps. Is he your boyfriend? That's not all.
Upon hearing this, Shirkai felt as if he had been struck by lightning.
More than just boyfriend? What else could their relationship be? Shirkai didn't even dare to dream of it.
Li Ruoshi was merely using Shirkai as a tool. Firstly, she wanted to please Chen Shu and show her loyalty to him. Secondly, she wanted to subtly hint at her close relationship with Chen Shu to her friends. Ideally, someone would spread the word about their close relationship with their crush throughout the entire school. It made all the female classmates envious and jealous. Chen Shu saw through Li Ruoshi's vanity and scheming, and sneered inwardly. Although they are only 18 or 19 years old, they are not innocent at all, like Li Ruoshi and Yao Yao. Girls these days are so damn precocious. When Shirkai left in a disheveled and disheartened state, he was like a stray dog that had been doused with cold water. Chen Shu cleared her throat. Li Ruoshi, let's get down to business.
Okay, boss.
Li Ruoshi's face lit up with a smile instantly, a stark contrast to her previous haughty school beauty demeanor.
Zhang Lulu was speechless. Green tea. Bitch. Let me introduce you.
This is my roommate and my best friend, Han Sui.
She is the second in our ethnic dance major in terms of both dance skills and looks.
The first place, of course, is me. And this woman, her name is Zhang Lulu.
Zhang Lulu was stunned for a moment, ? Holy crap.
Li Ruoshi, you're such a hypocrite. Li Ruoshi tilted her chin up and continued, this is the mysterious tycoon who went viral on Douyin, the real Xin Can Dilao.
He is the one. Isn't he handsome?
Li Ruoshi was extremely proud.
Han Sui's eyes sparkled as she nodded repeatedly, yes, yes, yes. So handsome. Chen Shu smiled, shook hands with the 2 women, and said, hello. Han Sui said excitedly, Boss Shinkan, hello. It's such an honor to meet you today. Zhang Lulu thought for a moment and then asked, Master Xin Can, may I ask you a question? Explain. How did you get this license plate? Upon hearing this, Chen Shu thought for a moment, then smiled and asked in return, do you know Zhang Chuheo?
Yes. Zhang Lulu nodded and explained, he is my uncle, my father's cousin.
I see. It seems we are related after all. Really? Zhang Lulu was quite excited, but Li Ruoshi was not happy. Really? How could the big shot in my heart be connected to Zhang Lulu? Is she some kind of rich second generation? Whose rich kid is learning to dance?
Well, according to seniority, I'm also considered the master's lifelong good friend, so let's just say I have another younger sister, Zhang Lulu. At this moment, Chen Shu said with a smile, your cousin is my good buddy, and your aunt and I have an even more special relationship. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lulu immediately stopped laughing.
Do?
You two are more than 20 years apart. Li Ruoshi was stunned for 2 seconds, then couldn't help but laugh and started chuckling. Zhang Lulu, then you have to call Uncle Ken uncle.
I'm from the same generation as Kanye, so you have to call me auntie.
Zhang Lulu gave Li Ruoshi a cold look, get lost.
Whispering sound.
Can, the 2 of them don't get along very well, but Ruoshi and Lulu are both very good girls.
Han Sui explained to Chen Shu in a low voice, and Chen Shu raised an eyebrow, besides being materialistic? I guess so.
Ha, but for me, a girl being materialistic isn't a flaw, it's a virtue.
Ha? Oh. Yes.
Han Sui paused, thought for a moment, and then said, Brother Ken, actually I'm a bit of a gold digger. I know, otherwise I wouldn't have gone to find a rich second-generation ex-boyfriend.
Tell me, what's going on?
Chen Shu directly asked the person involved, and Han Sui blushed with embarrassment. She regretted not meeting her soulmate sooner.
Otherwise, what would be the point of having her ex-boyfriend?
Someone as perfect as Kanye West, a rich and handsome guy, would definitely not want someone like me who isn't original.
Ruoshi got a good deal. Han Sui felt deeply regretful and slowly explained, it's like this. Blah blah blah.
The girl talked on, and Li Ruoshi and Zhang Lulu also explained and added to the discussion.
Before long, Chen Shu understood.
A rich kid felt that he had spent a lot of money dating Han Sui, and now that they had broken up, he wanted to get his money back. Chen Shu had no way of knowing the details, nor could he make a judgment. However, since Chen Shu had promised Li Ruoshi to help her best friend settle the matter, she decided to keep her word.
Chen Shu asked, so, how much money did your ex-boyfriend spend on you during your relationship?
He said he spent 200,000 yuan on me in 6 months, but I checked the accounts and it was at most 80,000 yuan. Han Sui said earnestly, but he insisted that I return 200,000 to him.
Chen Shu asked curiously, more than half less?
He included all our shared expenses in the bill, like meals, movies, and travel.
He's so stingy. Han Sui said, feeling wronged.
Chen Shu said, "Oh," understood the situation, and smiled.
Isn't that a simple problem? Just return the money he gave you.
As for the expenses you shared during your relationship, you two enjoyed them together, so there's no reason for you to pay them back.
Judge Chen Shu ruled. But I'm out of money, Han Sui said awkwardly. I've spent all the money he transferred to me. What about the gift?
I sold the gifts, like bags and the like, secondhand.
What happened to the money from selling the gifts? It's all spent too. Chen Shu chuckled. Are pretty girls these days really that powerful? However, this problem is also easy to solve. Once you've paid back the money, just explain things to the person. I believe Han Sui's ex-boyfriend isn't the kind of person who's desperate and clingy.
But Chen Shu would never spend money on a girl he doesn't like, even if it's just a small amount like tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of yuan. Chen Shu offered an idea, then talk to your ex-boyfriend about it, and pay him back slowly in the future. Or you could borrow money from your 2 roommates to settle this first, and then pay them back slowly.
Neither of them is short of money. Li Ruoshi and Jiang Lulu were both stunned. No, why are they even eyeing our wallets? You're the real tycoon, sir. Chapter 46, The Campus Bell of the Sports University, Tanning Luo. Borrow money? I don't have that much money. Jiang Lulu waved her hands repeatedly. Chen Shu didn't believe it and curled her lip. Your family has been rich for 3 generations, and you still say you have no money? Li Ruoshi immediately chimed in, yes, Jiang Lulu, don't you want to lend it to us? You always said Sui was your best friend. Jiang Lulu was so angry at being mocked by her nemesis that she clenched her fists. Han Sui quickly mediated, saying, it's okay. I can think of another way. We're all good sisters, let's not ruin our friendship over money. Jiang Lulu gave Li Ruoshi a loud humph, then turned and grasped Han Sui's hand. She said apologetically, Sui, it's not that I don't want to lend you money, the problem is that my family is almost bankrupt now, and I only have 5,000 yuan a month for living expenses. I really have no money left. If I really go bankrupt, I probably won't be able to afford tuition next semester, and even food will be a problem. You're exaggerating a bit too much, aren't you? Chen Shu pouted. Really? My dear boss, I'm not lying to you. Jiang Lulu said confidently. Chen Shu let out an realizing that the girl didn't seem to be lying. He frowned slightly and murmured, why didn't Jiang Liani mention this to me? Perhaps my aunt has some unspeakable secret? Jiang Lulu guessed for a moment, then asked expectantly, Big Boss Xian, you have such a good relationship with my uncle and aunt, will you lend a hand to our family? Chen Shu felt like he had tried to steal a chicken but ended up losing the rice instead. In order to avoid spending even a small amount of money, they ended up facing the risk of spending hundreds of millions. However, among all the Jiang family members, I have the best relationship with Jiang Liani. She didn't even ask us for help herself, so why should we take the initiative? One of the essential lessons for adults is to not offer help unless asked. Chen Shu rubbed her nose, let's talk about it another time. But my family is now. Jiang Lulu wanted to try again, but when she saw Chen Shu's expression change, she immediately swallowed her words. Oh, okay. Jiang Lulu said obediently. Li Ruoshi was stunned, then laughed. No, Jiang Lulu, where's your usual unruly self? So you're just showing off to us, but when you're in front of the big shots, you become a good little boy? He. At this moment, Chen Shu said again, since she has no money, then you can lend it to Han Sui. Ha? Me? Li Ruoshi pointed to her nose, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. Chen Shu nodded, yeah, don't tell me you don't have any money. Li Ruoshi felt like crying but had no tears left. Fine, okay. Sui, I'll lend you 100,000 yuan. Let's pay back that money and then we can get rid of your ex-boyfriend's harassment. Thank you, Ruoshi. But where did you get so much money? Well. Li Ruoshi glanced at Chen Shu somewhat guiltily, then turned to her best friend and said, you don't need to worry about that. Then, Li Ruoshi leaned close to Han Suesue's ear and said only to her, "Actually, I work for the big boss XA in Kansas, otherwise, guess why I call him boss? The salary is really high." "Really? Can I join?" Han Suesue's eyes lit up. That probably won't work." Li Ruoshi shook her head. "I'll ask around for you later."
"Yes, Ruoshi, you are truly my best friend," Han Suesue said, moved.
"Jian Lulu? Human nature."
Chen Shu smiled and said, "Now that we have a plan and the matter is more or less resolved, I'll be leaving."
"Oh? Boss, you're leaving already?"
Li Ruoshi quickly grabbed Chen Shu's hand, trying to persuade him to stay.
Han Suesue hurriedly said, "Big boss XIN can, please don't leave yet. Could you please do me another favor?" "Explain." Could you come with me to the sports university?"
"I'm afraid my ex-boyfriend won't admit it, won't give up, and might do something else to me."
"If you're there, things will be different." Han Suesue's eyes were full of pleading and expectation. "Yes, boss, as long as you take action, those sports students definitely won't dare to do anything to Suesue."
Li Ruoshi didn't want Chen Shu to leave like this. "Boss, you're my sugar daddy, I'm your kept woman, so why don't you do something for me?"
"Don't force me to kneel down and beg you."
Li Ruoshi was attracted to Chen Shu's body and also enjoyed the prestige that being with Chen Shu brought. She enjoys the feeling of being envied, jealous, and hated by others. Chen Shu thought for a moment, and since she had nothing to do in the afternoon, she nodded, "All right, I'll help them all the way through."
"Get in the car."
Soon, the four of them got into the Maybach, and Chen Shu stepped on the gas, arriving at the sports university in no time. As the luxury car entered the campus, it parked beside the playground.
Han Suesue invited her ex-boyfriend over. "Can Johnny, my ex-boyfriend will be here soon." "Okay, I understand. Thank you for your help this time." "Need not."
Chen Shu exchanged polite words with Han Suesue, then sat idly in the car waiting for the person to arrive. To be fair, the three girls in the car were all pretty and had great figures. Especially Li Ruoshi, she truly deserves to be the school beauty of the dance academy, she's amazing. Those long legs perfectly match her 175 centimeters height. Glancing again at Jiang Lulu in the back row, she truly lives up to her reputation as a member of the Jiang Liani family. Even if it can't compare to her ANSI rank, it's still at the level of Ultra Mantiga, no, I mean D+.
Nice shot.
And at that very moment, Chen Shu was secretly admiring the ball. Suddenly, a soccer ball, seemingly out of nowhere, slammed into the window of the Maybach.
With a loud bang.
The four people in the car were all startled.
But they realized it within seconds.
Chen Shu saw the cracked car window and laughed in anger.
"Who the hell is so awesome?
They kicked a soccer ball and cracked my car window.
This football has power."
Jiang Lulu exclaimed in surprise. They managed to smash the window of a Maybach from such a distance that's incredibly impressive. Soon, the four of them got off the car. But no one came to claim the football. Li Ruoshi picked up the soccer ball, hugged it to her arms, and shouted towards the field, "Who is it?
Who kicked it? They smashed the window of our Maybach. You dare to do it but not admit it, huh?" Han Suesue looked around and spotted two furtive figures in the distance. "Did they kick it?" Han Suesue pointed in the direction and asked uncertainly. Li Ruoshi followed the gaze and frowned, saying, "They're acting suspiciously, it must be the two of them." "Boss, what do we do?"
Chen Shu glanced at the cracked car window, frowned, and said, "How much money can a college student have?
They didn't do it on purpose. If the person who caused the accident comes and admits their mistake, we can let it go." "Huh?" Li Ruoshi was taken aback, then asked, "What if they don't come?"
"Then let's find the person and make them pay the full price."
"Oh." Li Ruoshi suddenly realized, rich people like to play like this, right? "I've learned it." Li Ruoshi smiled smugly, "Boss, I bet the perpetrator won't dare to come over on his own." "Yeah? Of course. Your car is a Maybach S680.
Even just replacing the driver's side window would cost at least tens of thousands, not to mention the depreciation after repairs."
Li Ruoshi analyzed seriously, "Boss, the real problem is the depreciation of your luxury car's value."
Han Suesue nodded in complete agreement, although it's a bit immoral. If I were in that situation, I'd probably be too scared to admit it. Jiang Lulu pinched her chin and analyzed, "If I were the one who caused the accident, rationally speaking, if I came over and admitted it, I would definitely have to pay compensation.
But if I ran away, since I wasn't caught in the act, maybe I wouldn't have to pay compensation? Car owners also have to pay costs to protect their rights.
A rational person would choose the latter, Jiang Lulu asserted, confident in her analysis.
That's right.
Chen Shu smiled and nodded slightly, realizing that she had ultimately thought too highly of human nature. Just then, Chen Shu saw the girl from the two people who had been in the distance earlier jogging towards him. The three girls were all stunned.
What's going on? Could it really be someone turning themselves in? Are there still people this stupid these days?
A short while later, a pretty girl wearing a blue and white sports uniform, looking neat and capable, with her hair tied in a high ponytail, came to Chen Shu. When Li Ruoxi saw the girl's appearance clearly, she couldn't help but be stunned.
Are there really such beautiful girls at a sports university?
Chen Shu shared the same thought.
The school beauty.
Besides my empress, there are also my junior sister, Jiang Liani, Cinny, and well, let's add Li Ruoxi as well. This girl is the prettiest, her beauty shines through even without makeup. Furthermore, Chen Shu also noticed that the muscles in the girl's legs and arms were clearly the result of years of regular exercise.
Is she a pretty female athlete? That's very tight.
The young woman said apologetically, I'm so sorry, I accidentally broke your car window.
This is our responsibility, and we will pay compensation.
I'm so sorry. The beautiful girl bowed to Chen Shu and her group. Chen Shu could tell that the girl's attitude was quite sincere. Just as he was about to speak, Li Ruoxi spoke first.
Pay compensation? Do you know how much this car costs?
A single window alone costs tens of thousands of yuan.
This doesn't even include the depreciation in value after repairs. This is a Maybach.
I know this is a Maybach, classmate.
Name your price, and I'll try to raise the money. What a joke. This girl doesn't look like she comes from a wealthy family, yet she still has the courage to take responsibility. Not bad, not bad. Chen Shu smiled and asked, Excuse me, what's your name? Me?
The girl pointed to herself.
My name is Tanning Luo. Oh. Chen Shu nodded and said with a smile, Was that kick you just now? It was pretty strong.
No, Tanning Luo shook her head, it was my boyfriend who kicked it.
Chen Shu was stunned for a second. What? You have a boyfriend? What a pity.
Chen Shu asked, Then why isn't your boyfriend coming? Tanning Luo frowned slightly, pursed her lips, and felt a little uncomfortable. I was just thinking of getting that guy to come and apologize and discuss compensation.
As a result, this grown man suddenly became effeminate. They don't even have that much courage. If I had known, I wouldn't have agreed to be his girlfriend yesterday.
My ideal boyfriend is a peerless hero riding on a colorful cloud, not a coward or a scoundrel.
Tanning Lu waved her hand, Oh, never mind, let's not talk about him. Excuse me, is this your car? How much would you estimate the damages to be?
Ha, your boyfriend's kick not only smashed my car window, but also damaged the paint. But it's not worth much. The compensation will probably be around 50,000 or 60,000 yuan.
Ha? Tanning Luo was taken aback. So many?
Chen Shu smiled and said, But since you came over and admitted it, let's just forget about it.
You don't need to pay for it.
After all, you're just a student and don't have much money.
Really? Really? Tanning Luo asked excitedly and happily upon hearing Chen Shu's words. Chen Shu nodded, Really? Thank you. Thank you so much. Tanning Luo suddenly grabbed Chen Shu's hand and held it tightly. I don't know how to address you. Well.
Before Chen Shu could introduce herself, Li Ruoxi interrupted, Student Tan, you're just lucky to have met the famous tycoon, the big shot XA in Kansas, otherwise, you would have lost everything today.
A super rich tycoon? A true big shot? Tanning Luo was stunned for a moment, then her pupils widened in shock. You are the super rich Kanye that the classmates are talking about? My goodness. You're so young. Tanning Luo exclaimed in surprise.
She estimated Chen Shu's age to be only 2 or 3 years older than herself.
How come they're considered super rich?
Chen Shu smiled slightly. Actually, I don't really like the name Kanye.
It makes me sound old.
But if everyone likes it, I'll go with whatever they want.
Boss Xin Can, you have such a great personality. So tolerant. Tanning Luo praised with a happy smile.
Seeing that Tanning Luo's eyes were full of Chen Shu and that she was still holding Chen Shu's hand, Li Ruoxi rolled her eyes in annoyance.
Girl, you already have a boyfriend, why are you still trying to hook up with a rich guy? You can't resist walking past rich people, right? Lee Ruoshi was inwardly grumbling when Han Suisui suddenly shouted, "Hey, my ex-boyfriend is here." Chen Shu followed Han Suisui's gaze and saw two boys who looked like sports students walking over. Chen Shuna nudged her chin. "Go ahead, return the money, explain everything clearly, and that should be fine." Okay. Han Suisui was still a little worried. Li Ruoshi and Jian Lulu held her hands, encouraged her, and led her forward. With Li Ruoshi leading the charge and Chen Shu supporting her from behind, she spoke with great confidence. "Son Yufan, Suisui, and I are here today for two things. First, we want to return the money you gave Suisui during your relationship. Second, Suisui is cutting ties with you from this day forward. I'm warning you, don't you dare harass Suisui again. Otherwise, I have plenty of ways to deal with you." "Oh." The tall and muscular Son Yufan chuckled. "All right, pay me back first. You said it yourself, once you pay back the money, you two will cut ties and never bother each other again." "No problem." Son Yufan tilted his chin up, looking extremely smug. He didn't believe that Han Suisui, a girl from a poor rural family, could come up with 200,000 yuan at once. "I'm definitely going to fall for this girl who comes from a poor family but is also pretty. I'll eat her until she's in her 30s, when she's old and gray." Chapter 47. They're all clowns. But Son Yufan didn't expect that just half a minute later, Han Suisui actually transferred a sum of money to him. Upon seeing this, Son Yufan's eyes widened immediately. "Wait, Han Suisui, where did you get the money? What's it to you?" Han Suisui, having paid off the debt, felt a little more confident. "Son Yufan, from now on, we're even, and we'll never see each other again. Besides, dating you was the worst decision I've ever made in my 19 years of life." Being scolded by Han Suisui in front of everyone made Son Yufan furious. "Han Suisui, what are you being so arrogant about? I already told you I wanted 200,000, what do you mean by giving me 100,000? The gifts you gave me and the money you transferred, in total, are less than 100,000. Only a little over 80,000. The rest were expenses we shared, why should I pay you back? I don't care." Son Yufan tilted his head to the side, his lips curling up in a smirk, looking every bit the rogue. Han Suisui got angry. "You, Son Yufan. I've never seen such a shameless man." "Hey, you've seen it now." Son Yufan smiled smugly. Li Ruoshi couldn't stand it anymore. "Son Yufan, that's enough. Are you even a man? When you two were dating, Suisui treated you so well, and you only cared about enjoying yourself, not spending a single penny, right? Who do you think you are? Do you really think we're easy to bully? Let me tell you, if you piss us off, we'll put you online and let netizens judge you." "Oh? You think you're the only ones who can write short essays? I can't?" Son Yufan is like a dead pig that isn't afraid of boiling water. Li Ruoshi was immediately at a loss and dumbfounded. When a person is utterly shameless, he becomes invincible. Chen Shu laughed and exclaimed, "I never expected your school to have someone like this." Tanning Luo blushed, and with a hint of indignation, explained, "Big brother Shinkan, please don't misunderstand. Not all students at our sports university are as shameless as Son Yufan. Don't worry, leave your friend's matter to me, I'll talk to him." After making some assurances, Tanning Luo quickly went to Han Suisui and the others. "Class monitor? What are you doing here?" Son Yufan's follower asked in surprise. Tanning Luo's eyebrows furrowed in anger as she said, "Son Yufan, can you please stop embarrassing yourself here? I heard everything you just said. You still split the expenses when you're dating? You get all the benefits, don't you have any shame? Are you even a man?" Tanning Lu gave her a severe scolding. If it were anyone else, Son Yufan wouldn't be afraid, but he had always secretly loved Tanning Luo. She's beautiful, has a great figure, a great personality, and is also a track and field goddess. Who wouldn't love it? Even the fact that Son Yufan had a girlfriend from another school was kept secret. I never expected that my beloved would still find out. Oh shit. A man can lose everything, but he must never lose his composure in front of the woman he loves. Son Yufan smiled casually and argued, "Ing Luo, class monitor, you've misunderstood. Actually, I was just joking with her. You know me, am I the kind of person who nitpicks?" Tanning Luo scoffed, "Do you think I know you? All I saw was you being aggressive towards that girl. And it wasn't just that you were in the wrong, you were unreasonable and still wouldn't let it go. Do you believe I'll tell the whole school about your glorious deeds through the school's broadcasting station? No, no, no. Faced with Tanning Luo's threat, Song Yufan immediately backed down. It's okay to be a social media troll online, but you can't be a social media troll in front of the people around you. Class monitor, it's really a misunderstanding. Don't worry, I promise you, I will definitely cut ties with Han Suisui completely from now on. After saying that, Song Yufan put on a show. Right now, I just want to dedicate all my time and energy to training. I'll participate in the provincial university games with you, sweat it out on the field with you, win gold and silver medals, and bring glory to our school. Tanning Luo was speechless. Ha, you?
Song Yufan, you better keep your word and stop harassing Suisui.
Otherwise, let me tell you, next time it won't be me looking for you, it will be Boss Xin Can looking for you. Li Ruoshi warned Song Yufan, then took Han Suisui's hand and turned to leave. Song Yufan was stunned for a moment. Who? He glanced at his buddy and asked, who did she just say would come to see me next?
She said the boss of my heart, the follower replied hesitantly.
Oh. Song Yufan laughed, what nonsense are you spouting? She and Han Suisui know the big shot in Xin Can?
Song Yufan simply couldn't believe that two girls in their late teens could know a super rich guy like Xin Can Dilao. Even his own father, who had been doing business in Chengdu for decades, never had the chance to meet the big shot in Xin Can.
Just the two of them? At this moment, Tanning Luo said seriously, I can testify that the two of them do know the big boss Xin Kansas. Song Yufan and his buddy were stunned. How is this possible? Squad leader, how did you know? Because I've seen it before. Tanning Luo pointed to where the Maybach was parked.
But then they discovered that the Maybach had already started moving and was gradually disappearing into the distance.
Boss Xin Can was just there, he came with the three girls, but he left now. Song Yufan was stunned.
At the same time, a wave of fear washed over me.
OMG. Li Ruoshi and Han Suisui actually know the big shot in Xin Can? Did they really manage to climb the social ladder? We're doomed. Will this affect my dad's business? Song Yufan pondered that, given the wealth that Kanye had demonstrated, he could probably bankrupt his family with just a single sentence. For example, if I make a phone call to the bank and give them a heads up, the bank will withdraw loans from my company? If our cash flow dries up, our family will really go bankrupt. Song Yufan imagined Chen Shu's abilities to the point that she could control everything.
The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became, and a cold sweat broke out on his back.
No. We can't afford to offend Kanye.
Song Yufan quickly took out his phone and transferred the 100,000 yuan that Han Suisui had transferred to him back. At the same time, Song Yufan sent a WeChat message to Han Suisui.
Suisui, take the money back. What's the use of having more money if I can't keep your heart? I just wanted to keep you here.
But you insisted on leaving me, so I had no choice but to let go, even though it hurts. But you must believe me, I love you, and you will always be in my heart. After sending the message, Song Yufan tried his best to win back Han Suisui, but something felt off.
Yes. We need to show our sincerity. With a determined look, Song Yufan transferred another 50,000 yuan to Han Suisui. Suisui, this is the last little thing I can do for you, please accept it. I wish you happiness. Inside a Maybach luxury car.
Upon seeing these messages, Han Suisui looked around in bewilderment and hurriedly sought advice from her two best friends.
What do we do? What do we do? What exactly does Song Yufan mean? Li Ruoshi and Jiang Lulu glanced at their chat history. They both laughed in exasperation. Li Ruoshi saw through it at a glance and said disdainfully, Suisui, you don't actually think that guy has changed his mind, do you? Song Yufan clearly knows that we have a boss backing us up. He was scared. Yes, that's right, it's very likely.
Jiang Lulu rarely agreed with Li Ruoshi's opinion.
Jiang Lulu's family runs a business, and it's quite large.
Therefore, she was even more aware that the wealth that the tycoon in her heart displayed to the outside world could only be the tip of the iceberg. Behind Kanye West lies a real strength worth tens of billions.
In Chengdu, this level represents the very top circle. There aren't many. Anyway, even my own family might not be able to access it.
Hearing her two best friends say the same thing, Han Suisui's love-struck mind quickly came to its senses. I thought he was a prodigal son who had turned over a new leaf, but it turns out he was just scared.
Then what should we do with this money? Should I keep it all? Han Suisui asked Chen Shu. If he gives it to you, just take it.
A fool wouldn't take money when it's available, Chen Shu replied with a calm smile.
Okay. Han Suisui felt reassured. It's all thanks to you, Kane.
Thank you so much this time.
Han Suisui said sincerely.
How about I pay for your car repairs?
Chen Shu smiled and said, no need, that's your money, you can keep it.
My boss doesn't need your money, Li Ruoshi chimed in, then added, Suisui, you can't be as extravagant as before.
Be more frugal. Han Suisui nodded, okay, I understand.
Jiang Lulu, however, was preoccupied with how to get King Yi to intervene and save her family. No, I need to discuss it with my family. However, it would be even better if I could directly invite my dream guy to have a meal with him.
Jiang Lulu tentatively called out softly, Big Boss Xan can. What's wrong? Are you free tonight? I'd like to invite you to dinner, is that alright? Jiang Lulu extended a very sincere invitation. Upon hearing this, Li Ruoshi and Han Suisui were both stunned. What's going on? Jiang Lulu, you with your big, beautiful eyes and delicate eyebrows, are you going to pursue my boss too? Chen Shu smiled and shook her head, I'm busy, I have an appointment tonight. Jiang Lulu. Meanwhile, at the sports university, next to the playground. Like a peacock spreading its tail feathers, Song Yufan tried to find topics to talk about with Tan Luo, wanting to chat with her a little longer. Just then, a boy wearing a soccer jersey ran over. Luo, I just remembered a really good Japanese restaurant. Let's go there together tonight. Tan Luo glanced at Zhao Hui with displeasure. Now that things are resolved, you've come out of retirement. Why weren't you here when things were in trouble?
Zhao Hui explained with a smile, you could have just run away from what happened earlier, but you insisted on going to them and offering to compensate them.
Could it be that it's my fault again? Tan Luo was even more disappointed in Zhao Hui.
I did not mean that.
Listening to their conversation, Song Yufan's mind raced, and he quickly said, Zhao Hui, I think that's exactly what you mean. What a coward.
Our class monitor is a responsible girl, unlike you.
Let me tell you, you should just give up. No matter how much you fawn over her, she will never agree to be your girlfriend.
Ha! Zhao Hui chuckled lightly, and said smugly, sorry, Luo is already my girlfriend.
Song Yufan was stunned for a moment, then exclaimed in disbelief, what? WTF? Zhao Hui, what did you say?
Seeing Song Yufan's defenses crumble, Zhao Hui became even more smug and raised his head.
I said, Luo already agreed to be my girlfriend yesterday. Song Yufan, you're the one who should give up.
Seeing Zhao Hui flaunting her like a trophy, Tan Luo felt disgusted by him. I must have been out of my mind yesterday to agree to try being a couple with this guy.
No.
I need to reconsider this relationship. Upon hearing this, Song Yufan broke down and hurriedly confirmed the situation with Tan Luo.
Luo, this must be fake. Right? Zhao Hui isn't dating you, he's just bragging, isn't he?
He wasn't bragging, Tan Luo replied, her pretty brows furrowed.
Song Yufan was struck dumb and staggered back 2 steps.
Zhao Hui smiled smugly and was about to take Tan Luo's hand, but Tan Luo dodged him.
What do you want to do? Tan Luo questioned. Question mark. Zhao Hui was stunned. Luo, I'm your boyfriend, aren't you going to let me touch your hand?
Zhao Hui, let me tell you, although I agreed to be your girlfriend yesterday, your behavior today has disappointed me greatly. I need some time to calm down and reconsider our relationship.
Zhao Hui was even more confused. Luo, what do you mean by that?
Tan Luo said seriously, what I mean is, I'm considering whether or not I should break up with you.
After saying that, Tan Luo turned and left. Zhao Hui quickly caught up and took a few steps forward. Luo, are you serious? Yes. Tan Luo replied without turning her head. Are we going to Japanese food again tonight? I've made plans. You should find someone else.
Watching Tan Luo's graceful figure leave in anger, Zhao Hui was devastated, his expression as if he were wearing a mask of grief. I freaking fawned over her for a whole school year, and finally managed to move her. And in less than a day, he wants to break up with me? Damn it. I haven't even held Tan Luo's hand yet. We've suffered a huge loss. Seeing this, Song Yufan was overjoyed, patted Zhao Hui on the shoulder, and looked smug. Zhao Hui, my failure is certainly heartbreaking, but seeing you fail even more than me, like a 24K clown, makes me feel instantly relieved and comfortable.
Ha ha ha. Song Yufan, you fucking want to fight? I'm not afraid of you?
For a moment, Song Yufan and Zhao Wei were on the verge of a fight, and Song Yufan's friend quickly intervened to break them up. This guy really doesn't understand, you two are such sycophants to the class monitor, it's really intoxicating.
They're still arguing and fighting here. Didn't you hear the class monitor say she had plans tonight? You two are fucking clowns. Time flew by and night fell.
Chen Shu had just replaced the car window and touched up the paint on her car when she received a message from Tan Fengwan.
The address is a residential community. Chen Shu wondered, could it be that we're going to Sister Tan's house? It's so late at night, just Sister Tan and me, a lone man and woman, what if we drink too much, wouldn't that be inappropriate?
Chen Shu fantasized for a moment, a slight smile playing on her lips, and then stepped on the gas, driving away from the 4S store.
We headed straight to Tan Fengwan's residential compound. Chapter 48 You TikTok Me. As night fell, the Maybach S680 arrived at its destination, the residential area, and parked on the side of the road.
After getting out of the car, Chen Shu saw Tan Fengwan at the entrance of the residential area. The two looked at each other and Tan Fengwan smiled knowingly. She came running towards us, wearing high heels and almost jogging.
Wow!
Sister Tan truly deserves to be called a representative of mature and beautiful women. She's already pretty enough without makeup at the office, but I never expected her to look so beautiful with makeup on today.
It has a certain charm.
The alluring charm of a young, mature woman.
Hey little bro, long time no see. You've gotten even more handsome. Tan Fengwan approached Chen Shu and was deeply attracted by his handsome face, which resembled that of DiCaprio. Thump thump thump.
Her heart skipped a beat. If Tan Fengwan wanted to get close to Chen Shu before, it was to latch onto this super-rich tycoon. At this moment, Tan Fengwan was even more attracted to Chen Shu's good looks. I'm drooling over his physique, which is even more toned than male celebrities. Chen Shu smiled and replied, likewise, Sister Tan, you're getting more and more beautiful too.
Goose, goose, goose.
Tan Fengwan was amused by Chen Shu's glib tongue, and covered her red lips, laughing so hard she was shaking. Chen Shu glanced at Sister Tan's slender figure under her purple bodycon dress.
TSK TSK TSK. Song Gu is right, purple really has a lot of charm.
Little brother Chen Shu, I was planning to take you to a restaurant for dinner tonight, but I thought to myself, what fancy restaurants haven't you been to?
Why don't you come to my house instead?
I'll make you something home-cooked and delicious.
That's great. I'm lucky enough to have the chance to try Sister Tan's cooking tonight. I definitely won't let you down, let's go. As Chen Shu and Tan Fengwan chatted and laughed, they entered the residential area and arrived at her home. The neighborhood is ordinary, the location is average, and Tan Fengwan's home is not big.
It's about 60 or 70 square meters, a small 2-bedroom apartment.
The house is a little small.
Little brother, please have a seat.
I'll go to the kitchen and prepare the food. It'll be done in no time. Do you need any help?
No, little brother, you're a guest. How can I let a guest help me with chores?
Tan Feng politely declined, and Chen Shu didn't say anything more.
She sat in her living room and looked around. Clean, tidy, and odorless.
But, it seems Sister Tan doesn't live alone.
Chen Shu stared at the few pieces of women's clothing hanging on the balcony and muttered to herself. They're all different sizes. I guess Sister Tan has another female roommate. Before long, Tan Fengwan brought over the heated food, and there were also 2 bottles of Lafite red wine on the table.
2 wine glasses.
The two sat facing each other at opposite ends of a small dining table. Chen Shu was a little stunned. It seemed that Tan Fengwan had really gone all out this time.
Sister Tan, there's no need for us to go to such lengths between us, is there? Chen Shu pointed to Lafite.
Tan Fengwan smiled sweetly, her jade-like hand gently supporting her cheek, her alluring eyes captivating. Little brother, no man has ever been in my little house before. You are the first.
It's normal for me to bleed a little tonight.
Chen Shu felt something was off.
Sister Tan, are you talking about houses and money? I feel like you're talking about. Cough cough.
Chen Shu blushed slightly, cleared his throat, and changed the subject, asking, Sister Tan, do you live alone? No, I live with my sister, but she's not here today.
Tan Fengwan smiled and explained.
Under the table, a jade-like foot, no longer wearing a high heel, gently rubbed against Chen Shu's calf. She breathed softly and whispered, Tonight, it's just you and me. Faced with the blatant seduction of this mature and beautiful woman, Chen Shu was finding it hard to resist.
Chen Shu roughly understood Tan Fingwan's intentions. He pulled his feet back under the table and said with a smile, "Sister Tan, are you in some trouble? If you need money, just let me know. I will definitely not refuse to help if I can." Tan Fengwan was somewhat surprised to see Chen Shu acting like a gentleman towards her.
More often than not, there was a sense of quiet frustration and disappointment.
What's the meaning? Chen Shu doesn't have feelings for me? Does he mind that I'm older than him?
But I'm only 5 or 6 years older than him.
It can't be that unappealing, can it? Besides, I've already hinted to him that I've never been touched by a man before.
Tan Fengwan inwardly grumbled, but forced a relaxed smile and shook her head.
It's all right, little brother. I didn't call you here for anything about money. I just feel that we get along quite well, and I want to catch up and chat with you tonight. Ha! Chen Shu didn't believe Tan Fengwan's words at all. You're either after my money, my body, or both.
Chen Shu saw through Tan Fengwan's thoughts, but still maintained respect for this beautiful young woman who had helped him.
Sister Tan, you said before that Yu Lingfei was going to headquarters and Wu Jianhong was going to be promoted to branch office CEO?
Tan Fengwan could tell that Chen Shu wasn't very interested in her, and after a moment of disappointment, she stopped pretending to be flirtatious.
Tan Fengwan let out a soft sigh, taking it as a casual chat between the two, and said, "Isn't that right?
I offended Wu Jianhong before, so I'm not going to have a good time at the company in the future." Seeing that Tan Fengwan was no longer feigning flirtatiousness, Chen Shu's eyes instead showed a hint of relaxed joy.
Sister Tan, it's not that we look down on you, it's just that you helped us before.
We can't take advantage of someone's misfortune. Chen Shu said with a smile, I never expected that Wu Ziheo's father would actually get a promotion.
A wolf from Zhongshan. What do you mean? Tan Fengwan was stunned, not understanding.
They become arrogant when they achieve their goals.
He.
Tan Fengwan smiled, her gaze towards Chen Shu now showing more appreciation. Chen Shu, it's a huge loss for the company that we couldn't retain such a talented person as you.
Tan Fengwan expressed her regret, saying, I'm the HR director, and I've let you become a hidden gem. You can't say that. The vice president wanted to fire me back then, and that wasn't something you could change.
Besides, Sister Tan, if I hadn't been fired, I might still be a working beast of burden in 007.
Goose, little brother, you are too modest.
Tan Fengwan smiled and said easily, for a tycoon like you, going to work at a company is just experiencing life. Only someone like you, who toils for a living, is a true ox or horse. From Tan Fengwan's intentional or unintentional words, as well as the environment in which she lived, Chen Shu could tell that Sister Tan was having a tough time. The blanket on the sofa has 2 holes, but it's still in use. Even so, when she resigned, she still paid us an extra 1,000 yuan out of her own pocket.
What was that saying again? You TikTok me, I pfft you. Sister Tan, if you're not happy being a beast of burden, then don't do it. Tan Fengwan was stunned for a moment, then shook her head, how can that be? I still have to live, and I still have to pay the mortgage every month. What's more, I, as the older sister, also have to support my younger sister through university. Chen Shu understood and said seriously, then we absolutely cannot be treated like cattle or horses. Sister Tan, I know your work ability and work attitude. It's a waste of your talents to work in that lousy company. Even if you open a human resources company or a headhunting firm, whether it's low-end or mid to high-end, it's still better than being an HR director, right? Nowadays, it's not easy for people to find jobs that costs money. It's also not easy for companies to recruit talent that costs money too. The market is huge, and you can make money from both sides. Chen Shu analyzed the situation for Tan Fengwan. Well, Tan Fengwan thought for a moment, a hint of longing flashing in her beautiful eyes, but soon she shook her head, looking somewhat disappointed and frustrated. That being said, starting a headhunting company requires money, and starting a business now, especially for a novice like me with no entrepreneurial experience, is extremely risky, with a slim chance of survival. It's not that easy. Chen Shu smiled and said, Sister Tan, firstly, although you don't have money, you have resources, you have experience, and your interpersonal skills are so strong, are you afraid of not being able to do well in the headhunting business? Secondly, although you don't have money, I do. I can provide the capital and be the behind-the-scenes boss. You'll be responsible for management and operations, and I'll give you shares. Hearing Chen Shu's words, Tan Fengwan was stunned for a moment, then exclaimed in surprise, Really? Really?
A true man, once you say something, it's hard to catch up. Sister Tan, name your price, and I'll transfer the startup capital to you. Chen Shu said generously. Tan Fengwan was deeply moved. She hadn't expected that her little brother Chen would treat her so well. Moreover, even after paying him, he didn't want his body. This is the kind of treatment only a husband can give. Moved, Tan Fengwan thought for a moment and said frankly, I don't know how much it would cost to start a headhunting company, but if I were to do it, I might start an online and offline headhunting company and develop a job search and recruitment app. However, this will definitely cost a lot of money, and the competition and risks are also great. I know, but fortune favors the bold. Chen Shu smiled and suggested, Sister Tan, how about this? I'll put up 10 million as my investment. We'll split the shares 50-50. I'll only get dividends. I won't interfere with how the company is managed or operated. How about that? Chen Shuyun said it casually. He already had a plan in mind. Consider this 10 million as a waste, a way to repay a favor. Tan Fengwan was completely stunned by Chen Shu's words. After swallowing 2 mouthfuls of saliva, Tan Fengwan finally came to her senses and looked at Chen Shu in disbelief. How much? You're offering 10 million? 50-50 shares? Little brother, you're not kidding me, are you? Sister Tan, I'm serious. Tan Fengwan shook her head hesitantly and waved her hand. No, little brother, I can't accept such a great benefit without doing anything in return. I can't take such a big advantage of you for nothing. How about I get 2 and you get 8? Tan Fengwan asked tentatively. No. So I get 3 and you get 7? 50-50. But, Sister Tan, if you keep treating me like a stranger, I'm going to withdraw my investment. Chen Shu made a small threat in a joking manner, and Tan Fengwan quickly changed her tune. Okay, little brother, I'll listen to you. No, from now on, I can't call you Little Chen anymore. I have to call you President Chen or Boss Chen. Sister Tan, you're being too polite. I feel quite comfortable with you calling me Little Brother. Okay, then I'll still call you Little Chen. Tan Fengwan looked at Chen Shu with a smile, paused, and clicked her tongue. I just don't know how I, as your older sister, should repay you, younger brother? Isn't this the delicious food on the table tonight? Chen Shu didn't stand on ceremony. She picked up a piece of food with her chopsticks, tasted it, and her eyes lit up as she praised, it tastes very good. There are very few girls these days who can cook as well as you, Sister Tan. Especially young and beautiful girls like you are even rarer. Smooth talker. Tan Fengwan was overjoyed by Chen Shu's praise. Is she young and beautiful? Since Chen Shu doesn't mind that I'm a few years older than him, why is he still indifferent to me? Could it be that he's still not open to letting go? It's alright, a little alcohol will do the trick. Little Chen, don't just focus on eating. Let me pour you some wine, and we'll raise a glass together. Okay. Tan Fengwan poured some red wine into 2 wine glasses, and dimmed the lights in the house a few degrees. Under the dim lights, amidst the clinking of glasses and lively conversation, the ambiguity between the two quickly escalated. Chen Shu's alcohol tolerance was only average to begin with, and after Tan Fengwan poured more alcohol into him, a slightly dazed look appeared on his face. Sensing that Chen Shu was getting tipsy, Tan Fengwan's lips curled into a smile, her eyes filled with seductive allure. She moved her delicate foot under the table again, then reached over and rubbed it against Chen Shu's calf. Question mark. Chen Shu was stunned for a second. Sister Tan, you're forcing me to make a mistake. This time, Chen Shu neither retreated nor refused. I'm not some saint who can remain unmoved by temptation. I've been seduced time and time again, and the other woman is a beautiful young woman exuding a mature charm. Damn it, I can't resist. Tan Fengwan also noticed that Chen Shu was no longer rejecting her. A knowing smile appeared on her beautiful, mature face. Her fair, delicate foot, which had been resting on Chen Shu's calf, slowly moved up to his knee, and then Chen Shu's mouth became increasingly dry from Tan Fengwan's teasing. Sister Tan. At this moment, Tan Fengwan stopped the movement of her jade feet, smiled gently, and whispered, Little brother, I prefer you to call me sister directly, or Fengwan, Sister Fengwan. As she spoke, Tan Fengwan shifted her position and sat down next to Chen Shu. The two were very close, their eyes meeting. Sister Fengwan. Chen Shu gulped down his throat, then leaned closer and closed his eyes. Tan Fengwan blushed and closed her eyes as well. She met his gaze with her delicate red lips. Just when the two were only 0.01 centimeters apart, there was a noise at the door.
Sis, I'm back. Chen Shu and Tan Fengwan were both startled. Chen Shu was completely bewildered. What was going on? Didn't we say it would just be the two of us tonight? Tan Fengwan was so frightened that she instantly sobered up from her ambiguous relationship with Chen Shu. Standing up, Tan Fengwan was still in shock. My sister is back. She explained to Chen Shu and hurried to the entrance hall, where she saw her younger sister changing her shoes. Tan Fengwan asked in confusion, "Why are you back? Didn't you say you were going hiking with your high school classmates tonight and watching the sunrise tomorrow morning?" That was the original plan, but then her boyfriend from another city suddenly came to Chengdu. She prioritized her boyfriend over her friends and went on a date with him. By the way, sis, who were you talking to just now? Was it your best friend? Or a female colleague from work? Tanning Luo explained for a while, then asked naturally. Because she clearly remembered the family rules, neither her sister nor she herself could bring men home. Faced with Tanning Luo's question, Tan Fengwan's lips trembled slightly. Feeling guilty. Chapter 49: A Beautiful Misunderstanding. Tan Fengwan didn't know how to explain to her sister that she had broken the family rules by bringing a man home. Just then, Chen Shu got up, walked over, and immediately spotted Tanning Luo. Chen Shu wore a puzzled expression, seemingly unsure about the subway, elderly person, and mobile phone. No, Fengwan's younger sister is actually the campus beauty I met at the sports university today. Tanning Luo? What a joke. What a damn small world. The next second, Tanning Luo also saw Chen Shu. Her eyes widened, and she subconsciously covered her mouth. Ing Luo, let me explain, he is. Tan Fengwan was trying to find a way to cover up the situation. Tanning Luo exclaimed in surprise, heart boss. Tan Fengwan was stunned. Ing Luo, how do you know Chen Shu is the heart's boss? Have you two met before? Sis, today at school, my classmate and I were playing soccer when he kicked it and smashed the window of my idol's Maybach, and also scratched some of the paint. Fortunately, the great master Xin Ken is magnanimous and didn't make us pay compensation. Tan Fengwan was stunned, but also felt fortunate that she had met the kind-hearted and wealthy Chen Shu. Otherwise, how much money would we have to pay in compensation? At this moment, Tanning Luo happily stepped forward, extended her hand, and said with a smile, "So your name is Chen Shu?" "We meet again, Tanning Luo." Chen Shu shook hands with her. This girl is different from other girls. Her skin is fair and also has a healthy glow. Moreover, there are still obvious calluses on the palms of the hands from years of exercise. Not as delicate as Yan Yan or Yao Yao, but definitely firm. "Boss, what brings you to my house?" Tanning Luo asked curiously, then playfully added, "You didn't change your mind and came here to ask me for money, did you?" Ha ha. Chen Shu smiled, and Tan Fengwan explained, "Little Chen is my good friend. We both happened to have some free time today, so we got together." Ha? Sis, how did you meet Boss Xin Ken? Tanning Luo asked, full of curiosity. I used to work at the company where Sister Fengwan worked. Back then, Sister Fengwan was very kind to me. Chen Shu explained. Tanning Luo was even more surprised. Working? Boss, you must be joking about something like this. You drive a Maybach and are a famous tycoon. How could you possibly be working a regular job? Xiao Chen is different. He is going there to experience life, Tan Fengwan explained with a smile. Tanning Luo said oh, as if suddenly realizing something. But I inadvertently noticed 2 bottles of red wine on the table, which looked like 1982 Lafite. Wait a moment. The lighting, the candles, and my sister's outfit. She's even wearing a purple bodycon dress. Is she perhaps having a romantic getaway with her crush? Tanning Luo asked in surprise, Sister, is this a candlelight dinner? Well. Tan Fengwan was instantly embarrassed. Tanning Luo suddenly realized, and also looked a little embarrassed, sorry. I may have come at the wrong time. No. Chen Shu smiled and smoothed things over for Tan Fengwan, saying, Sister Ring Luo, your sister and I were discussing business. Discuss business? My sister is the HR director of a company. She's just an ordinary worker. What kind of business can she possibly be involved in? It's not one of those deals worth 200 or 300 million at a time, is it? Tanning Luo looked at him suspiciously, and her pretty face flushed. Chen Shu calmly explained, your sister is planning to quit her job and start her own business, a headhunting company. I invested 10 million yuan in it, and we'll split the shares 50-50. That's what we were talking about tonight. Hearing this explanation, Tanning Luo's head was buzzing. How much? How much? 10 million. Tanning Luo was extremely surprised.
She looked at her sister, Tan Fengwan, and smiled awkwardly before nodding. Tanning Luo was now certain that the big shot in her heart had indeed showered her with immense wealth.
No wonder he's a famous and incredibly wealthy person.
Tanning Luo completely forgot about her earlier suspicions about her sister's ambiguous relationship with Chen Shu.
She stepped forward, grasped Chen Shu's hand tightly, and said excitedly, "Boss, don't worry. My sister and I will definitely do our best. We won't let you down."
Ha ha.
Chen Shu paused for a moment, then laughed and said, "Aren't you still a freshman? But I can help too." Tanning Luo said earnestly. "Just focus on your studies and improve your athletic performance. Otherwise, I'll withdraw my investment." "No, no, no."
Tanning Luo stopped her repeatedly, saying firmly, "I will definitely study hard and practice hard." Seeing that her younger sister didn't dwell on the previous topic, Tan Fengwan breathed a sigh of relief. "Fortunately, I managed to save face as the older sister." At the same time, Tan Fengwan also glanced at Chen Shu and Tanning Luo, who were chatting and laughing. Well, compared to me, Ying Luo is probably a better match for Chen Shu. Although she was somewhat reluctant to part with Chen Shu, such a perfect male god, Tan Fengwan had no intention of competing with her sister for him. After a hearty meal and drinks, Chen Shu, feeling a bit tipsy, stayed at the Tan family's house.
Without even taking a shower, he went straight to Tanning Luo's bedroom bed and lay down.
After playing on my phone for a while, I drifted off to sleep. After cleaning up the kitchen waste and tidying up the room, Tan Fengwan pulled her younger sister onto the small balcony.
"Sis, why are you being so mysterious? Ying Luo, your sister is asking you, do you like Chen Shu?" Tanning Luo paused for a moment, then shook her head. Tan Fengwan exclaimed in surprise, "You don't like him? How could that be?
Chen Shu is tall, handsome, and rich. He's practically the perfect man.
How could you not like him?"
"Why should I like him just because he's tall, handsome, and rich?"
Tanning Luo retorted. "Well.
Besides, sis, I have a boyfriend now."
"What?" Tan Fengwan was stunned and quickly asked, "When did this happen? How come I didn't know?" Tanning Luo sighed and explained in low spirits, "It's my classmate who's been pursuing me for almost a year.
Yesterday he confessed to me again, and I softened and agreed to be with him."
Tan Fengwan was speechless.
After pursuing him for a year, she realized he was just a devoted simp. Sigh, as long as this girl is happy, that's all that matters. At this moment, Tanning Luo added, "However, I regret it today."
Now, Tan Fengwan was even more confused. "Why?"
Upon hearing this, Tanning Luo explained to her sister, and Tan Fengwan understood and breathed a sigh of relief.
"A man who lacks responsibility doesn't deserve to be your boyfriend.
Ying Luo, you should know that among the thousands of personality traits in men, cowardice is the most despicable."
"I know.
But, sis, he's been pursuing me for so long, with all his heart and so much effort.
I can't just break up with him because of one bad performance, can I? Why not? But if I did that, wouldn't I be just like a scumbag woman?"
So, you still want to date that person?
"Let's try again. Give him one more chance. The last chance." Tan Fengwan remains silent.
"This girl is quite kind to simps, but what's the use of being kind? I was even thinking of setting you up with Chen Shu."
"It seems there's no hope. But that's fine too. Since you don't want it, little sister, then I'll have to take the initiative."
The two sisters went to take a shower one after the other.
After Tanning Luo went into the bathroom, Tan Fengwan took the opportunity to slip into the second bedroom.
Closed the door quietly. Looking at the sleeping Chen Shu, Tan Fengwan was a little confused.
"Wait, he's already asleep? Little brother, your alcohol tolerance is really low."
The mature and sophisticated woman smiled and came to Chen Shu's side, adjusting the temperature and fan speed of the air conditioner for him. Make the whole room more suitable for rest. Then, Tan Fengwan sat on the edge of the bed, her bodycon skirt falling to Chen Shu's arm.
"How come I never noticed how handsome Xiao Chen was when we were at the company?
It seems that even someone as handsome as Xiao Chen will pick up the office vibe once he starts working. What a handsome man, so dashing." Tan Fengwan became increasingly engrossed in watching, and her fair hand unconsciously reached out towards Chen Shu's face. Touching it, Tan Fengwan realized that what she was drooling about wasn't just saliva. That girl Ing Luo is really something, she never comes back early or late. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to only look and not eat.
Tan Fengwan felt a pang of regret and reluctance.
She leaned down and brought her nose close to hers. In a daze, Chen Shu felt someone stealing a kiss from her and slowly opened her eyes. But all they saw was a purple figure gently closing the door and leaving.
Is this Sister Fengwan?
Chen Shu couldn't tell if she was dreaming or imagining things after getting drunk. She smiled slightly and then fell asleep again.
It's late at night.
In the master bedroom, neither Tan Fengwan nor Tan Ing Luo were asleep, they were both in high spirits. The two sisters had both forgotten when the last time they shared a bed was. At the same time, the two sisters had different thoughts. Tan Fengwan's heart was filled with thoughts of Chen Shu's abs and his chiseled, handsome face.
I tossed and turned, unable to sleep all night.
Unlike her older sister, who was already of marriageable age and was now quite primal, Tan Ing Luo, at 19, was preoccupied with the fact that her family was now wealthy.
10 million.
I might never earn that much money in my entire life. But Chen Shu gave his sister 10 million yuan with a wave of his hand.
The differences between people are truly vast. Considering what Chen Shu did during the day, he deserves to be rich.
Before they knew it, the first half of the night had turned into the second half, and both sisters succumbed to sleepiness and fell asleep one after the other. Just as dawn was breaking, Tan Ing Luo was troubled by a strong urge to urinate.
I just couldn't hold it in any longer.
She was still half asleep when she hurriedly got out of bed, left her room, and went straight to the bathroom. The sound of rushing water was heard for a while. Tan Ing Luo felt better, flushed the toilet, and, still half asleep, groped her way back to her room in the dark. He lay down on the bed and habitually clamped the blanket between his legs.
Chen Shu?
What was originally an ordinary dream suddenly changed its style, and a snake appeared, tightly wrapping around Chen Shu. What's even more bizarre in Chen Shu's dream is that the snake is a fragrant and beautiful female snake.
Holy crap!
I am neither Su Xian nor a rough and tumble hero. As the sun rose and dawn broke, it gradually climbed to the top of the pole. Chen Shu's absurd dream suddenly shattered into pieces, like a mirror falling to the ground. Chen Shu suddenly woke up with a start, opened his eyes, and saw a beautiful figure appear beside him.
Holy crap!
Chen Shu turned his head and glanced at the girl who treated him like a bebe.
It was Tan Ing Luo? Holy crap! Chen Shu was even more shocked. What was going on? How could Tan Ing Luo be in my bed? No, this is Tan Ing Luo's room. I'm just staying here for one night. My mind is racing.
Chen Shu quickly guessed the truth. It must have been that Ing Luo went to the bathroom in the middle of the night last night, and in a daze, followed her instincts back to her room, but she forgot that I was still here. Chen Shu felt that this was very likely the case.
Then, Chen Shu tiptoed to move Tan Ing Luo to a different position and looked at herself. I looked at her again. White, and fat. Cough, cough. Do not look at what is improper.
After glancing at the alluring scenery a couple more times, Chen Shu shifted her gaze away from under Tan Ing Luo's nightgown. He thought to himself, thank goodness, it's still there.
What does that mean? It means nothing happened between us. Fortunately, we didn't lose our virginity, nor did we take advantage of anyone in a misunderstanding.
Otherwise, we wouldn't know how to explain it to her and her sister.
Let's just consider it a beautiful misunderstanding.
Chen Shu breathed a sigh of relief, got out of bed quietly, and carefully left the room. With a very soft creak, the door to the second bedroom closed. Tan Ing Luo suddenly opened her eyes, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief and shock. At the same time, with each breath, Tan Ing Luo's pretty face turned bright red.
Tan Ing Luo, were you sleepwalking last night? How did you end up in someone else's bed? What a scatterbrain! If this gets out, will you still be able to get married in the future?
Tan Ing Luo covered her flushed and burning face with both hands, wanting to cry but unable to, and could only comfort herself.
Thankfully, nothing happened. Call.
Unexpectedly, although Chen Shu is a super-rich second-generation heir, he is also a gentleman.
That's so rare. A guy with good character can at least be someone you can confide in and be a good friend to. To be a confidant and soulmate.
Tan Ing Luo's affection for Chen Shu grew rapidly.
Afterwards, Tan Ing Luo left the room, and Tan Fengwan also woke up. The three met in the living room. Ing Luo, where did you go last night? I woke up and you were gone.
I. Tan Ing Luo felt extremely uneasy, but she forced herself to remain calm and said, Sister, I've always been by your side.
I just got up early and did some morning exercises. As she spoke, Tan Luo demonstrated a few high knee raises.
Tan Fengwan felt that her younger sister was a bit strange, and glanced at Chen Shu playing on her phone on the sofa.
Seeing nothing amiss, Tan Fengwan didn't think much of it. Little brother Chen Shu, what would you like to eat for breakfast?
I'm fine with anything, I'm not picky about food.
Let's keep it simple, I'll make you some noodles. Question mark. How about tomato and egg noodles?
Okay.
Chen Shu smiled awkwardly. Sister Fengwan, next time you speak, please don't gasp for breath, okay? It's easy to cause misunderstandings.
Afterwards, the three of them ate breakfast as if nothing had happened, tacitly understanding each other's intentions. I stayed at the Tan family's house for a while.
Chen Shu received a WeChat message from her junior sister, Luo Yao. Senior brother Chen, baby, husband, are you there?
Your Yao Yao is going back to her hometown tomorrow.
She misses you. Can you spend some time with her today? Emoji, well behaved. Chapter 50 I Hate Rich People.
Upon seeing these messages, Chen Shu smiled and a slight smile appeared on her lips.
My junior sister is so well behaved. Chen Shu quickly typed and replied, I'm with my Yao Yao, of course I have time. I'll pick you up from school later. Hee, honey, I'm already waiting for you at home. Chen Shu's eyes lit up, and she replied instantly, very good. Which one is better? It's good that it's clean now, I'll wait for you to come home. Luo Yao, emoji, big pervert. Chen Shu's smile widened even more as she replied, what are you thinking about?
I just wanted you to wash the grapes. It's all cleaned up.
I'll eat it when I get home. Luo Yao, senior brother, is this grape you're talking about legitimate?
Chen Shu, the grapes in the refrigerator.
I won't listen. Senior brother Chen just likes to tease people.
After exchanging flirtatious words with Luo Yao for a while, Chen Shu got up to say goodbye, saying, Sister Fengwan, Sister Ring Luo, I have something to do, so I'll be leaving now.
Leaving so soon? Little brother, aren't you in such a hurry? Won't you let us spend more time with you? Tan Fengwan looked on with a mixture of reluctance and a hint of resentment.
Chen Shu smiled and said, I have some personal matters to attend to when I get back. Hearing this, Tan Fengwan sighed slightly, alright, since you're busy, I won't keep you any longer.
I'll see you off.
No need, Sister Fengwan, you should deal with your resignation from the company first.
Don't worry, little Chen, I will definitely use all the money you invested wisely to make our company bigger and stronger and create brilliance. Tan Fengwan said confidently. Yes, I believe you.
Chen Shu smiled and opened her arms. Tan Fengwan was stunned for a moment, then smiled knowingly and nestled into Chen Shu's arms.
The two hugged.
At this moment, Chen Shu whispered in Tan Fengwan's ear, Sister Fengwan, the purple you wore last night was really charming. A gentle breeze blew, and Tan Fengwan felt her ears and heart itch, her cheeks burning. So, it turns out this guy does have a bit of a crush on me.
Last night, what a pity.
After savoring the voluptuousness and fragrance of the mature woman in his arms for a while, Chen Shu released her from his embrace.
They're gone. Wait a minute, brother Chen Shu, I'm going out too. I can give you a ride. Tan Luo bounced over and made the suggestion.
Chen Shu nodded, okay.
Tan Fengwan. What a brat.
He still prefers younger and prettier girls.
Double standards. Tan Fengwan silently complained.
Before long, Chen Shu and Tan Luo went out together, went downstairs, and walked along the inner courtyard of the community towards the main gate.
Brother Chen Shu, I really didn't mean it last night. When Tan Luo mentioned this, her innocent face turned red uncontrollably. Chen Shu smiled and interjected, I know, after all, I'm the one who's been taking over your room. Thankfully, nothing happened between us, we're completely innocent. Yes. That's right. Tan Luo nodded, her face serious. We're completely innocent.
Chen Shu added, however, we both need to keep what happened last night a secret.
Definitely. Ha ha. As they reached the door, Chen Shu suddenly stopped, ruffled Tan Luo's hair, and continued, also, just call me Chen Shu, you don't need to call me brother. Well, you are older than me, and if I call you brother, wouldn't it make us seem closer? Okay, whatever you like. I love it.
Seeing Tan Luo's lively and cheerful appearance, Chen Shu smiled.
She was truly lovable. Then, Chen Shu and Tan Luo went out the door, but they didn't take more than 2 steps.
A figure rushed over and blocked their path.
Tanning Luo. Explain yourself. Who is he? Question mark. Chen Shu looked at Tanning Luo with a blank expression and asked, who is this? Tanning Luo frowned slightly, displeased, and said, Zhao Hui, what are you doing here so early in the morning? And how did you know I live here? Tanning Luo questioned, quite angrily. Is this guy stalking me? Zhao Hui explained, your best friend told me. You still haven't answered me, who is he? Why is he in the same neighborhood as you? And just now, he even touched your head? Why are you two so close? Zhao Hui questioned indignantly. Chen Shu asked doubtfully, is this the boyfriend you mentioned yesterday? Tanning Luo blushed with embarrassment, but still nodded reluctantly, She acknowledged Zhao Hui as an unacceptable boyfriend. Yesterday? Zhao Hui was stunned for a moment, then looked at Chen Shu's face again and scrutinized her. Suddenly, he exclaimed in surprise, aren't you the man who drove the Maybach yesterday? It's me. You have good eyesight, you recognize me even from so far away. Chen Shu smiled. Zhao Hui. Tanning Luo was even more embarrassed now she couldn't possibly present it. She forced a sweet smile, brother Chen Shu, don't worry about this. You have other things to do, so go ahead. Okay, feel free to contact me if you need anything. Aha! Tanning Luo nodded obediently, and Chen Shu originally wanted to reach out and pat the girl's head. But her boyfriend is already here, so let's not upset her. With a flourish, the Maybach roared off into the distance. Brother Chen Shu, be careful, bye-bye. Tanning Lu waved repeatedly, happily bidding farewell to Chen Shu. Until the Maybach completely disappeared from her sight. Zhao Hui was furious and shouted, Tanning Luo. You've gone too far. I'm your boyfriend. I'm still here. And you're already flirting with another man? What do you mean by that? Hearing these questions, Tanning Luo responded coldly. Zhao Hui was frightened by Tanning Luo's gaze. He grunted and swallowed hard to bolster his courage. Did I ask the wrong question? Tanning Luo, so that's why you went to apologize to that person yesterday. Turns out you were just trying to get their contact information. Now look what's happened, you've even brought her home. You're such a slut. Zhao Hui became increasingly angry as he spoke. After hearing this, Tanning Luo felt as if she had run a half marathon in one breath, and her lungs were about to explode. Zhao Hui. Are you calling me a slut? Saying I'm a gold digger, is that it? You mean to say that I'm immoral, right? Well. Faced with Tanning Luo's powerful aura, Zhao Hui, who was used to being a sycophant, immediately backed down. Ing Luo, I didn't mean that. Oh. Ing Luo, really? Let me explain, I was just confused because I was worried. Yes. I was just confused because I was worried. It's because I care about you too much. Zhao Hui quickly tried to deny it. Tanning Luo realized that she didn't like Zhao Hui in the first place, but she was moved by his persistence in pursuing her for a year, so she agreed to try dating him the day before yesterday. Yesterday, Zhao Hui acted like a coward, showing no courage whatsoever to take responsibility for his mistakes. What a coward! Even so, I'm still thinking of giving him another chance to perform well. But he was different. When he saw the sleeve, he thought of the arm, and then he thought of, well, you know. Without even asking any questions, they suspected me of having an affair with Chen Shu. They suspect I'm a gold digger and have an immoral private life. And she even called me a bitch without warning? I truly fed the dog. No. Zhao Hui, I'm telling you, I'm a slut. I'm a gold digger. I'm the kind of girl who has an immoral private life. Zhao Hui was completely dumbfounded. Tanning Luo continued angrily, but so what? Zhao Hui, I'm utterly disappointed in you. From this moment forward, I, Tanning Luo, am no longer your girlfriend. We're completely cut off. Tanning Luo's resolute attitude terrified her sycophant. Zhao Hui quickly admitted his mistake and begged for forgiveness. Ing Luo, I was wrong. I was really wrong. I misunderstood you. I understand, you're so angry because you're definitely innocent. I didn't mean to doubt you just now. Please don't break up with me, okay? Zhao Hui pleaded repeatedly, begging and groveling. Tanning Luo didn't give him a chance. She hailed a taxi, sat in the back, and said, Driver, Sports University. The driver, while eating watermelon, asked, What about him? If you don't leave, I'm getting off the bus. I didn't say I wasn't leaving.
The driver immediately started the taxi, but not very fast. Zhao Wei chased after it while banging on the back window.
Ingluo, I really know I was wrong, please don't be angry. Please forgive me just this once.
I promise I'll be your devoted admirer from now on, so please don't break up with me. Sir, if you keep going this slow, I'm not only going to get off the bus, I'm going to file a complaint against you.
Okay, sure.
The driver stepped on the gas, and the taxi accelerated visibly, leaving Zhao Wei behind. Zhao Wei chased after her, shouting, Ingluo, Ingluo.
How can I live without you?
Zhao Wei continued chasing until he was completely exhausted and could no longer keep up. He was panting heavily when he broke through a major defense, roaring inwardly.
One day. Not even a day.
That rich bastard Chen Shi stole my girlfriend whom I had been pursuing for a year.
Rich people. I hate rich people.
In the Fengming Jinsha residential community, a blue and silver Maybach luxury car was parked in the underground garage.
Chen Shu quickly entered the elevator and went up to her floor.
As soon as the elevator doors opened, Chen Shu stepped out, only to find Luo Yao, dressed in a Lolita princess dress, standing in the public area, waiting for her. Chen Shu and she smiled at each other, and Chen Shu took a step forward and opened his arms. The next second, Luo Yao also opened her delicate arms and eagerly threw herself into Chen Shu's embrace.
Senior brother Chen, Yao Yao has finally waited for you. Luo Yao pouted and acted coquettishly.
Chen Shu smiled, lowered his head, and kissed the girl's smooth forehead.
Chen Shu asked with a doting expression, isn't it supposed to be facial recognition? Why can't you get into the house?
No, I specifically waited for you here.
Good girl. Hee, I'm just Chen Shixiang's most obedient baby.
Luo Yao provided Chen Shu with plenty of emotional support. The little green tea BTCH always knew how to say things that made people happy. Chen Shu felt extremely pleased to hear this. Then, he picked Luo Yao up and lifted her up.
Luo Yao cooperated perfectly, like a little koala.
Jade hand ring hook. At the same time, a pair of jade-like feet were tightly wrapped around Chen Shu's waist. The two went inside and closed the door, allowing Chen Shu to finally relax and indulge herself freely. The passion, like dry tinder igniting a raging fire, spread from the entryway to the living room, and then to the bedroom.
The instant I collapsed onto the bed. Desire, completely ignited. In the blink of an eye, it was noon.
On the large, soft, and comfortable living room sofa, Chen Shu held his junior sister in his arms. The two of them shared a thin blanket. Chen Shu looked at Luo Yao, who was playing with her phone in his arms, and felt a great sense of accomplishment.
Why are your cheeks still red? Ugh. Don't mention it again.
Luo Yao murmured shyly twice and snuggled even closer to Chen Shu. Chen Shu smiled and said, all right, let's not talk about that.
Let's talk about you. Why did you suddenly decide to go back to your hometown?
Something came up at home, and I need to go back and take care of it.
Can't you tell?
Of course I can tell you. Luo Yao kissed Chen Shu's cheek and told him frankly, my mother is unwell and she's in the hospital.
Is it serious?
I want to hear the truth.
Upon hearing this, Luo Yao nodded, it's quite serious. The hospital back home said it's a tumor. But we don't know if it's benign or malignant? I see.
Chen Shu knew very well that money could buy medical treatment, but it couldn't necessarily buy health. If my family were going through something this big, I would be heartbroken too.
Chen Shu continued, the hospitals back home aren't working, so let's bring Auntie to Chengdu. The level of Shida Hospital is much better, it's top-notch.
Yes, I know. I went back to my hometown to pick up my mother so she could come to Chengdu for medical treatment. Chen Shu hummed in agreement and then said, if it's a tumor, it will cost a lot of money.
If it's malignant, it could even be astronomical. Yao Yao knows. Luo Yao was a little disappointed.
Chen Shu gently traced his finger across the pretty face of his most beloved little green tea girl. Chen Shu smiled and said, but anything that can be solved with money isn't a problem.
I will pay for all of Auntie's medical expenses. Really? Luo Yao's eyes lit up. Chen Shu nodded.
Luo Yao happily gave Chen Shu another kiss, but soon she shook her head.
Honey, although I don't want to spend your money anymore. I'm not with you because of your money. At least now, and in the future, it's not about money. Hearing Luo Yao's words, Chen Shu felt quite comfortable, regardless of whether they were true or not.
Chen Shu shook her head and said with a smile, those who love my money, my talent, and the people who love me are essentially the same. They all love me, as long as they are loyal to me.
Loyal. Yao Yao is incredibly loyal to her husband. Super loyal. Luo Yao replied confidently.
Qinshu smiled and said, "So, isn't that settled?"
You've been my best friend all my life, so what's wrong with me spending a little money? I'd love to.
Qinshu thought to himself, I have 100 million yuan, but I definitely wouldn't be happy to spend it on a girl.
But if I have 500 million, I'd be happy to spend 10 million on a girl.
Luo Yao was deeply moved when she heard Qinshu say that.
Honey, you're so good to Yao Yao. Good to know.
Qinshu didn't know why, perhaps because he was too lusting after Luo Yao's body. Qinshu found that he did indeed dote on her a lot. After all, in the strictest sense, this girl is, so far, his only woman.